Enjoy.
Cross my heart in hopes to die. Welcome to my dark side.
Imagine a reality where Son Goku was betrayed and imprisoned inside the hyperbolic time chamber, only to realize that Whis had assisted Dende in making improvements to the room of time, leaving no way of escaping. This is that reality where such a tale took place.
Please join us on Patreon for episodes weeks in advance.
It had been a while since the great tournament of power, which had endangered the existence of 8 of the universes. Thanks to the Z fighters with their almost perfect teamwork, they were able to win the tournament of power. In the end, all the universes that were erased were brought back with a single wish. Months after that event, the gods had a meeting, something that they only do in situations of great importance, and after the almost permanent erasure of 8 universes, this was definitely it. Seeing how much influence Son Goku has on the decisions made by Zeno-sama, they came to the conclusion that Son Goku must die. Someone who makes senseless decisions all just because he wants to fight was something that the gods could not continue to allow. Quitella would tell the others, Son Goku is a threat to the existence of all the universes. We've all seen how trusting Zeno-sama is of him. If Son Goku asked for another tournament, Zeno-sama would listen. Champa would say, get to the point, Quitella. You're not suggesting that we should kill him? If that's what you're implying, count me out. I don't feel like dying today. You sound scared, said Vermont. Champa then replied, me. Scared of a lonely mortal? Don't be silly. The person who I'm afraid of is the king of all, Zeno-sama. Enough, said Quitella. Yes, I want him dead, but it can't be us who kill him. Immediately the Grand Priest and Zeno-sama would know that we had a hand in it, and we don't want that, so everyone has to believe he died of natural causes. What do you have in mind, said Vermont. A while back I went to see Beerus in hopes of finding out the secret to Universe 7's strength. We all saw it in the Tournament of Power. Time and time again they kept breaking their limits and reaching new heights. Something like that couldn't be achieved through the means of regular training, especially in such a short time. After talking with Beerus and listening to him going on and on about Earth's so-called delicious food, he mentioned a place where someone can get 10 years worth of training in just 10 days. Sidra shouts, impossible. It's true, said Champa. I remember hearing Vados talking about it with Whis. Let him finish, said Vermont. As I was saying, this place does exist. He said it was a different dimension of some kind. While talking about it, he mentioned something that piqued my interest. He said that there is only one portal that passes from one side to another, and if that entrance was to be destroyed, whoever was in there at the time will be sealed away for eternity. The gods can only look on in shock, as they didn't know such a place existed. Your plan is to lock him away in that place, said Hellas. With an evil smile, Quitella responded, yes, if we can get him to go there, then it would be a perfect opportunity to lock him up. For the first time every Geen talks. How can we get him to enter such a place? Rumshi then responded, well, Son Goku loves to fight, right? How about you challenge him, Quitella? He knows a battle between gods will destroy the earth. That will be your opportunity to ask him if there is a place that is strong enough to contain such force. Brilliant, said Quitella. Yes, that's exactly what I will do. The gods thought that it was a brilliant and excellent idea, so everyone entrusted this to Quitella. Before departing, Quitella stated, do not mention a single word of this to Beerus. We've all seen how attached he is with these mortals. We can't afford for him to get in the way, or far worse, tell Zeno-sama. The gods all agreed, and they all head back to their respective universes. A few days have passed and we can see Quitella on his way to Earth. Upon arriving, he immediately senses Son Goku's ki. He then said to himself, I can feel Son Goku's ki to the north. It looks like Vegeta is there with him. What a pain. At Godspeed, Quitella rushed off in that direction. After a few seconds he stopped and said, their ki, it vanished. While looking up, he saw something like a building hovering in the sky. From a distance he saw an angry Vegeta fly off in the opposite direction. Upon arriving, he ran into Dende outside. With a smile on his face, Quitella said, my good sir, where can I find Son Goku? I've sensed them somewhere around here, but their ki seems to vanish. Recognizes a god of destruction when he sees one, Dende starts to tremble in fear. He then replies, my lord, Son Goku is training inside. Vegeta left a moment ago saying he'll be back. Curious, Quitella asked, if I may ask, what is this place? You said Son Goku is inside, but I can't seem to sense him at all. Dende responds, my lord, this place is called the Hyperbolic Time Chamber. The Saiyans come here from time to time when they want to get a lot of training done in a short period of time. With an inside voice, Quitella talks to himself, yes, I've struck gold, he's already inside, I don't have to fight him after all. After confirming that this is indeed the place Beerus had mentioned, he would destroy the entrance to the Room of Time with a blast of energy, making the small point that interconnected them disappear. Goku would not notice as he was far away from the entrance. On the outside, Dende was shocked to see what Quitella had done. He then said, what have you done? That was the only way in and out, he will die in there. Feeling pleased with what he had done, Quitella responded, yes. I know, and now it's time for you to join the same faith, only you will get yours much sooner. What is the meaning of this? Quitella laughed and said, it's nothing personal. This is just one of those dead men tell no tale situations, if you know what I mean. From afar, Piccolo could sense Dende's fear, and reaches out to him telepathically. Dende, what's wrong? I can feel you sweating from all the way here. Is that you, Piccolo? Listen carefully, there is a god of destruction on the loose, and it isn't Lord Beerus. He blew up the time chamber's entrance, trapping Goku inside. What? Another one of those monsters? Piccolo begins to quiver as he recalls how he felt when he first learned of Beerus. The Earth is doomed. The only reason we were able to survive Beerus was because of Goku, and now he's lost forever. What can we do? He thought to himself. Hurry and alert everyone. They must be aware that the planet is in grave danger. Stay alive. I'm on my way, Piccolo said as he snapped back to reality. Knowing he was on the verge of death, Dende said, no. It's a waste of time because you're too far away and weak to do anything against such an adversary. Get in touch with Vegeta. He's the only one who has a decent chance against him. Dende, I'll inform Vegeta of our current situation, but in the meantime, please stay alive and buy as much time as you can. Piccolo contacts everyone and informs them of everything that Dende has said. Vegeta was the first to respond when he heard the news, and without hesitation, he soared back in the direction of the time chamber. Kakarot's, you stubborn idiot. Why didn't you go when I ordered you to? He mutters to himself. Piccolo contacts Dende again and informs him that Vegeta is on his way. Dende begins to babble in an attempt to gain time for Vegeta and others to come. Please, you can kill me, but spare the Earth and its inhabitants. I'm not here for the Earth, I'm only here for Goku, Quitella replied, but since you witnessed everything, well, I can't have you telling Beerus or those mortals about what happened here, so for that reason, you must die. Quitella began walking towards Dende. He said, enough with the chatting, I've already squandered valuable time here. It's time to join Goku in Otherworld. As Quitella was about to deliver the fatal blow, his angel Cognac said, my lord, I've sensed numerous foes rushing right for us, one of whom is Vegeta. Let them come, Quitella replied. I'll simply have to destroy them as well. That Vegeta may be powerful, but to someone of my stature, he's nothing more than a toy. Indeed, my lord, says Cognac, but keep in mind that this isn't Universe 4 and you have no authority here. If you proceed to fight Vegeta, my brother will sense it right away and notify Lord Beerus, and you'll be in serious trouble with Zeno-sama. Dende noticed Quitella was preoccupied and took advantage of the opportunity to flee. "My lord, Vegeta is almost there," says Cognac. Knowing Cognac was correct, he said, "All right. Just give me a moment to take care of this shrimp." Realizing that Dende was nowhere to be found, he said, "What, when did he leave?" "My lord, leave now, Vegeta is right on top of you," says an enraged Cognac. Upon hearing this, Quitella teleports himself away from the scene of the crime. On the inside, Goku had finished his training, and believing that Vegeta would not return, he left to go to the entrance of the room. Upon arriving, he discovered that the entrance was completely destroyed, making it impossible for him to leave the place. Goku was baffled. He began to mutter to himself, "How did this happen? Was it from me training? No. I don't think I'm that careless." Goku spends hours, as to what would be days in the hyperbolic time chamber, attempting to figure out how this could have happened. Goku eventually came to a conclusion. Only two people knew where I was, Vegeta and Dende, so it had to be one of them. Goku thought of something that made sense to him at the time. According to him, Dende is the Earth's guardian, and he needs him. He's saved the planet countless times, so he doesn't see any benefit in him doing this. It had to be Vegeta, it had to be him, but why? "How could you do this to me, Vegeta? Why lock me in this terrible place? I thought you changed. We've defeated countless enemies together, so why? I swear, when I get out of here." After being imprisoned in the room of time, Goku had some time to reflect. He came to the conclusion that Vegeta was the person who had betrayed him. He thought to himself, "Vegeta, the reason you said you'd leave early today was just a plot to keep me inside so you can destroy the entrance." Goku became enraged as he couldn't figure out the reason for Vegeta's betrayal. A part of him doesn't want to believe it's Vegeta, but given that he was the only one present at the time, he had no choice but to suspect him. "Why did you do this, Vegeta? Why? I don't understand. You had plenty of opportunities to lock me up, so why now? What's the point in waiting this long? It just doesn't add up." Goku thinks for a long time, something we've never seen him do before, he said. Was he forced into doing this? No. His pride as a Saiyan warrior is everything to him. He would never stoop to that level. Even if he was forced, I can't imagine anyone in the multiverse giving command to Vegeta, especially if it's against his will, not even Beerus. Goku had remembered a time when Babidi tried to control Vegeta, which further reassured him. He said, "Yes, I'm sure of it." After excluding Vegeta, Goku could not think of anyone who has a motive except from the gods. Did they have a hand in this? Goku had stumbled upon something mind-blowing, since he was aware that all the gods despised him as a result of them being erased in the Tournament of Power. Yes, they've never liked me, it had to be them. I recall moments when the tournament started, all of their champions targeted me first. Vegeta, was it them who forced you? Did they blackmail you? All sorts of questions started to pop up in Goku's head. How did the gods find out about the hyperbolic time chamber in the first place? This is all so confusing. I promise when I get out of here, may Grand Zeno be with the person who locked me up. Meanwhile, outside the hyperbolic time chamber, Vegeta had arrived only to find the entrance in smoke. He called out, "Dende! Dende! Where is that useless Namekian?" From a distance Dende responded, "Vegeta, you made it. If you hadn't came when you did, I would have been dead for sure. I'm not here for you, you idiot. Who did this and where is he?" Not long after Vegeta arrives, Piccolo and the others start to appear one by one. "Dende, are you okay?" said Piccolo. "It was a god of destruction, I'm sure of it. I recognize his attire, it's similar to Lord Beerus, and that's not all, his aura feels just like Lord Beerus as well. I'm not sure where he is, it appears he was talking to someone, so I take advantage of the opportunity to escape." For some unknown reason Gohan was the most calm of the bunch. He said, "No need to get so worked up, guys. We can simply ask Shenron to transport him back to Earth." "Dende, being the creator of the current Dragon Ball, replied, "I'm afraid not, Gohan. Shenron power doesn't extend beyond this dimension. The hyperbolic time chamber is in a separate dimension from that of Earth, so it's too vast for Shenron to locate him." Gohan's face turned from a calm demeanor to worried and terrified. He began to speak. "So there is nothing we can do. He'll starve to death if he doesn't get out soon." Vegeta responded, "It's only been 2 hours since I left, which means Kakarot had been in there for a month. Before we entered Bulma had packed 3 years worth of food inside a capsule that I brought with me into the hyperbolic time chamber. We only consumed around 5 months worth of food. So if I had to guess, he has 2 years and 7 months to get out." Gohan, being the smartest of the group, replied, "He only has 2 days and 14 hours, that is too short for comfort." It's becoming more clear by the minute that the Z fighters couldn't figure out a solution to this problem. Goku was apparently on his own. Gohan responded, "It appears that there is nothing we can do. I have faith in my father. He will find a way out, I just know he will. I don't know how well Mom will handle all this though." Frustrated that there's nothing they can do, the Z fighters carry on with their lives, hoping that Goku finds a way out.
Please join us on Patreon for more episode and new series weeks in advance.
After this, 5 months would have passed inside the hyperbolic time chamber in which Goku was beginning to master Ultra Instinct. He said, "That's it, even with Dende's improvements, I think I have more than enough power to open another portal somewhere. I don't care where I end up, I just need to get out." That said, Goku would increase his power more and more, starting at base, up to a Super Saiyan, testing the extent of his power. When he realized it was not enough, he slowly bumped it up to Super Saiyan 2, 3. Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan Blue.
Now I'll show you the Kaioken!
And then Blue Kaioken times 30. So he would do the maximum Kaioken as far as he could, making the entire realm tremble. But this was nothing more than an illusion. To his surprise, the place was still intact and not even the slightest crack had happened. Goku was surprised and frustrated. He thought to himself, "How is this possible? It took me months to improve my Kaioken by an extra 10 levels, but that's still not enough." Recognizing that his current transformations are still insufficient, he said to himself, "Man, what sort of strengthening did Dende do? It's crazy to think that not even SSJ Blue Kaioken times 30 has the power needed to put a crack in this place." Determined to leave, Goku continued his training. 1 year had passed. Goku had already mastered the defensive side of Ultra Instinct and showed good results in mastering the attack side of Ultra Instinct. 2 years had passed in which Goku had mastered Ultra Instinct, but his food supply was starting to go down and there was only enough left for 7 months. Goku knew he would have to leave or he would die. Outside the room of time, only 2 days would pass, the Z fighters would have all gathered at Bulma's mansion. They knew that Goku's food supply would have run out and that today was his final day to leave the room. From afar, Vegeta mutters to himself, "Kakarot, where are you? As much as I hate to admit it, in order for me to continue growing stronger, I need you by my side." Inside the hyperbolic time chamber, Goku would have mastered and perfected the Ultra Instinct far beyond all the gods. One would even say he's at the level of the angels. Determined to leave, Goku decided to try once more. He would increase his power more and more until the entire realm starts to collapse, creating infinite portals which led to thousands of dimensions in different universes. The fact that there were so many portals did not affect Goku at all, because thanks to his connection, he can feel the ki of someone from his own universe in one of the portals. For some reason that ki was Broly, who was training by himself on planet Vampa. Thanks to this, he would teleport to where Broly was training. Broly didn't seem to notice Goku as he continued to train by himself. He was trying to master full control over his Super Saiyan transformation. Goku would watch from a distance, witnessing how Broly would lose himself to anger every time he attempted to transform. Broly's power would keep increasing and increasing. He starts to charge up a giant ball of ki, firing it right at the planet's surface. Realizing that Broly was about to blow up the planet, Goku was forced to intervene. Goku instantly uses instant transmission. He teleports below the blast, stopping it in its tracks, which catches Broly off guard. Both warriors dash in at each other, preparing to deliver the final blow. The force from the punch was so strong it sent shockwave through the universe, alerting both Beerus and Whis. As the shockwave spread throughout the universe, it would make its way to Earth. The Z fighters would have all gathered at Bulma's home, hoping that Goku would make his way out of the hyperbolic time chamber. Immediately they were stunned and they couldn't understand what they were feeling. Vegeta was the first to respond. "What in the hell was that?" Piccolo replied. "I felt that ki before, but where?" Gohan shout out, "That has to be Father, it can't be a coincidence." He finally broke out. "I don't know, Gohan, this ki felt way too powerful to belong to Goku," said Krillin. An impatient Vegeta said, "Bulma, ready the spaceship, I'm heading out." "You weakling, coming." Back on planet Vampa, after both fighters' fists have collided, Goku knew that his current level of Ultra Instinct was too much power for Broly to handle. He even thought about powering back down to Super Saiyan Blue, but after being locked up for so long, he wanted to shake off some rust and test his strength against a powerful opponent. Believing they were evenly matched, satisfied, Goku had seen enough. He rushes in and delivers the finishing blow to Broly's abdomen, sending him crashing into nearby mountains. It was obvious, the difference in power and speed was too great, as Broly had been knocked out of his Super Saiyan transformation back to base. Goku said, "I'm sorry Broly, I had to do this. Based on our previous encounter, I knew that once you've entered this state, there was no chance of me reaching you. When you wake up, hopefully you can forgive me." From a distance, the Z fighters had already arrived and were watching the battle as it went down. Vegeta said, "Kakarot, what have you become?" Gohan, not knowing whether he should be feeling happy or terrified, reaches out to Goku. He said, "Father, is that really you? What happened?" Vegeta, overlooking the fact that Goku was locked up for 3 years, said, "Kakarot, why are you and Broly fighting?" Goku remembers all those years he had been isolated from the world, teleported up close in Vegeta's face and said, "Vegeta, I'm giving you 5 seconds to tell why you betrayed me." A confused Vegeta responded, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Goku yet again replied, "Was it you who trapped me in the room of time? You said you were coming back, but you never did, and when I arrived at the entrance, it was completely destroyed." A once silent Piccolo responded, "Goku, that wasn't Vegeta, it was the work of a god of destruction." When it happened, Vegeta was already at Bulma's. I was informed by Dende, who saw how everything went down. Relieved to hear this, Goku apologized to Vegeta and said, "My suspicion was correct after all. I knew Vegeta isn't a bad guy, but I just had to confirm it. The nerve of you, I should kill you where you stand." "Enough about that, you still haven't answered my question. Why were you and Broly fighting?" said an impatient Vegeta. Goku, being Goku, simply laughed and said, "You'll find out soon, come let's check on Broly." Broly begins to wake up after being knocked unconscious. It appears that he has regained his thoughts and sense of self, as he notices Goku approaching him. He said, "Kakarot, is that you? What happened here? The last thing I remember was me training and I tried to transform. Also, can you explain to me as to why my home planet is so?" A few years back, after the fight that happened between Goku, Vegeta and Broly, Goku had volunteered to train Broly. He wanted to help Broly master his Super Saiyan transformation. They both trained together for some time before he went back to Earth. Goku responded, "You lost control again, Broly. I've told you before, the Super Saiyan transformation is triggered by anger and rage. You need to focus that anger in order to have full control." Broly responded, "I remember, but don't know how. I've tried my best, but it's not enough. Once figured out, it's quite simple. Whenever you feel as if you're losing control, think about someone you wish to protect, someone that you would die for if it come down to it." Remembering his father, Broly replied, "My father, but he is dead." Goku, knowing what really happened, advised Broly to direct his rage towards Frieza. He said, "You didn't believe your father perished from a stray energy blast, did you? Frieza killed him in hopes of you triggering the Super Saiyan transformation and using it to kill me. He used you and then discarded you like garbage. If he is not stopped, someone else may be forced to go through what you have gone through, so concentrate your rage on him. I'll help you fully master your Super Saiyan form, but I'll need both you and Vegeta's assistance, as well as you, my son." Gohan responded, "Why? What's happening? Is the Earth in danger? Listen up. A battle is coming, and it impacts us all," said Goku, stating that while he was locked in the room of time, he had some time to think. He said, "It's becoming clearer by the day that the gods hate us Saiyan, as proven by their efforts to eliminate me. They despise our power and our ability to overcome any obstacles. They went after me first, but how long do you think it will take them to go after you Vegeta or even you Gohan? For the time being, Broly is safe but only because they haven't learned of him yet. I don't want them targeting my family, so to protect my sons, the gods must die. If it isn't obvious enough, I'm far stronger than the Goku you knew in the past. I'm way above you guys now. This small display of power that Broly was struggling against is just a small percentage of what I managed to achieve, but I still require assistance. What I'm about to do is going to attract a lot of attention from beings whose powers can't be comprehended, and I may need allies for when that time comes." After a lengthy discussion among the Z fighters, it was agreed upon that the gods must be stopped. Even though Goku has the power to fight any of the gods, he understands that by simply killing one, will attract unwanted attention from beings who are considered to be omnipotent. Goku knows that the Grand Priest and the Omni King would not just stand by and do nothing, so he had came to the conclusion that in order to live in peace, he would have to kill all of the deities, excluding the Kais. Goku knew that by himself, he could not accomplish such a large feat, so he decided to recruit the exact mortals that the gods despised. It was an easy decision for Gohan, as he knew he had Pan, who is also a Saiyan, to protect. Broly also agreed easily, simply because he doesn't want to hurt the ones he loves, so he needed help from his fellow Saiyans with mastering his Super Saiyan transformation. Vegeta also agreed because he himself also has a family to protect, and even though he doesn't admit it, he respects Goku and considers him to be a comrade. And with that crucial conversation, created the first ever Saiyans alliance, consisting of Broly, Gohan, Vegeta and Goku. Their sworn mission is to make the world godless. Piccolo, trying to assist as much as he could, he reaches out to Dende telepathically, asking him if he could rebuild the entrance to the hyperbolic time chamber. He feared the Earth may not have enough time, and with what Goku had just mentioned, he knew that the Saiyans will need to get a lot of training done in order to even stand a chance against them, because if they fail, Universe 7 as it stands will be wiped from existence. After a quick talk with Dende, Piccolo was pleased to tell Goku that Dende agreed to repair the entrance to the Room of Time. Gohan responded by saying that everyone should take this time to inform their families as to what is about to go down, and that in order to gain the power to protect them, they would have to spend a long time in the hyperbolic time chamber. With that, Broly explained everything to Chile and told her that he would have to go to Earth. After telling her goodbye, Goku teleports everyone to Earth. Upon arriving, the Saiyans would take this time to explain everything to their respective families and spend the entire day with them. When it was time to head out, the Saiyan would meet up with Vegeta at Bulma's mansion. Immediately as they arrived, Goku would ask Bulma if she could package some food for them, as they would be in there for a long time. Vegeta responded by saying, "My wife had already packed 3 years worth of food and she said there will be plenty more waiting for us when these run out, so let's just go already." Before leaving, Gohan calls out to Piccolo, Master Roshi, Krillin and even Yamcha, informing them that while they are gone, they entrust the protection of their family to them, and with that the Saiyans teleports to Dende, who had already informed them that the entrance to the time chamber was finished. When they arrive, before entering, Vegeta tells Dende to warn them if anything feels out of place with the Earth. With that said, the Saiyans walk through the portals. Wasting no time, Gohan decided that it's better to spar in pair of two. He said, "I will be sparring with Broly." The reason for this is because, I don't know Broly and he doesn't know me, so neither of us will pull back any punches. That leaves you and Vegeta. Vegeta has always had a bone to pick with you. Father and you both push each other to become stronger, so why not? Each day we will rotate sparring partners, me with Father and Vegeta with Broly. Vegeta responds by saying, that's fine with me. The Saiyans would start to train in that room, spending more than a year together. Gohan would manage to achieve Super Saiyan 3. Vegeta, after receiving a little training from Beerus, would have continued on that path, and in doing so he would have attained a new form called Ultra Ego, but he hadn't come close to mastering it as yet. Goku, who had already mastered and perfected his Ultra Instinct, decided to focus on improving his Kaioken. He had managed to increase it to its highest level so far, Kaioken times 60, and Broly would have started to master his Super Saiyan transformation, but he still had some fear of losing control, so he would always hold back in a fight. Vegeta have picked up on this and said, Broly, why are you holding back? You don't have to worry about losing control. Anger is the best trigger for the Super Saiyan transformation. Think about Frieza and how he killed your father. That anger you harbor towards him, hold on to it, you must learn to focus. Vegeta was starting to take his duties as a prince seriously, something we've only seen him do against Kaba. He shouts, we Saiyans are truly incredible warriors. In just 1 year, we have managed to achieve such tremendous powers. We are truly Saiyan elites, and will forever go down in Saiyan history as the strongest Saiyans ever lived. Upon hearing Vegeta, Broly's power starts to increase rapidly. It appears that Vegeta's words had inspired him to want to become stronger. Vegeta shouts, now Broly, turn to a Super Saiyan. The entire room began to tremble. Broly's true power was starting to emerge. The more his power increased, the more he started to lose himself. Goku would have realized this and yelled, Broly, focus. That's your power, you control it, don't let this power control you. Broly would have heard Goku and regained consciousness. Gohan responded, that's it Broly, now expel the excess energy. All the Saiyans began to coach Broly through the Super Saiyan transformation, and with their help Broly was able to master it. Well, would you look at that, you are a natural, don't forget that sensation, said Vegeta. After witnessing Broly's control power, Goku wanted to test Gohan's power. Seeing that Vegeta was his training partner, he already knows that Vegeta's power is a little above Ultra Instinct Omen. He said, it's time for me to test the fruit of your labor. Get ready Gohan, I'm going to attack you now. Gohan would respond by saying, I'm ready when you are, father. Goku would transform into Super Saiyan Blue and Gohan would transform into Super Saiyan 3. Goku would dash in at Gohan with tremendous speed, but Gohan was able to dodge and get behind him, trying to knock Goku out with a single chop to the neck. But this wasn't going to work on Goku again, as he remembered the fight with Lord Beerus. Goku instantly grabbed Gohan's hand and tossed him up in the sky. Gohan, not wanting to be outdone, charges up several ki blasts that start raining down at Goku. Thinking that he managed to catch Goku off guard, he said, Father, if you want to defeat me you'll have to do better than that. Upon hearing these words from Gohan, Goku said, behind you, delivering a punch to the face, sending Gohan crashing to the ground and knocking him out of his Super Saiyan 3 transformation. From afar Vegeta would say, how disappointing. Gohan would hear this and start to get angry. He said, I can't disappoint father, I must get stronger. No. I will get stronger. Gohan's power began to skyrocket, surprising everyone in the room. His hair began to turn red along with his ki. Gohan would finally yelled, I will not be the one to hold back everyone. That was the trigger Gohan needed to transform into a Super Saiyan God. Broly shouts, what's wrong with him? Don't tell me he's also losing control. But Goku would respond by saying, no, that's not it. It looks as if while fighting me in my Super Saiyan Blue form, Gohan's body was slowly absorbing God Ki. With his desire to become stronger, this triggered a reaction causing him to transform. Now he's mastered that power as if it's his own. Well done son, you're truly a prodigy. Gohan had recently transformed into a Super Saiyan God, shocking everyone in the room. Vegeta was the most surprised. He responded, these brats make achieving power look so effortless. It took me and Kakarot years to acquire these forms, yet they did so with ease. How annoying. At this point they'll catch up to us in no time. I can't let that happen. Vegeta was starting to feel trapped, as if his strength is not growing fast enough. He feels as if he is always one step behind Goku, and after realizing how fast Gohan is growing in power, he soon came to realize that he needed a master, one that will help him unlock new techniques and boost of strength. His entire life's goal is to live up to his prince title and one day stand at the top as the most powerful Saiyan to have ever lived. Knowing that continuing his training with Whis was out of the question, Vegeta approached Goku and asked who taught him instant transmission. Goku replied by saying, "I learned instant transmission a while back from an elder on planet Yardrat." "Why, what happened? I've gained all the strength I'll ever get from training with you. In order for me to grow stronger, what I need is a master. I'd like to train with that elder of yours. Is it possible for you to bring him here for me?" "Wow Vegeta, I never expected you to say such things. Okay, hang tight, I'll be back." Goku exits the room of time and then teleports on planet Yardrat. He explains everything to the elder, leaving out his plans to kill the gods, as he didn't want to get them involved in his mess. The elder was suspicious when he heard Goku, but he agreed only because he had owed Goku a favor, and they both teleported to Earth. "Kakarot, what took you so long?" said an impatient Vegeta. Goku responded by saying that it took some time convincing him to leave planet Yardrat, but after hearing the situation and knowing that we don't have a lot of time, he agreed to come. "You must be Vegeta, I've heard a lot about you from Goku. The Ginyu squad caused quite a stir on our planet before Goku defeated them. I'm eternally grateful to you and Goku since you played a part in their demise. So I've decided to teach you all that I know. But I must tell you, we are not blessed with some great wealth of techniques." With Vegeta being taken back, he said, "Then what's the point of you even coming here?" "Let me explain. We devote our studies to only a single thing. It is a form that our abilities are born from." "And what things is that?" said Vegeta. With the elder responding, "Spirit control, what we call spirit, you call ki. Listen carefully, instant transmission, creating copies and even gigantification are achieved by shifting, splitting and growing one spirit. By studying how the spirit functions, the path will open to you as well." "Very well, teach me this so-called spirit control," said Vegeta. The Saiyans would have also continued their training, and with that, 3 years had passed, during which time Piccolo and Master Roshi would have dropped off more food for them. Master Roshi would have taken the time to give Goku the small jar that is essential to performing the evil containment wave. Before leaving he said, "These gods are powerful, so this is for good measure, just in case you may need it, we're depending on you." With that, both of them went home. After 3 long years inside the room of time, Vegeta had Master Spirit Control. The elder told Vegeta that there was not more that he could teach him, and with that the elder went back home to planet Yardrat. Vegeta, feeling pleased with his newfound power, decided to continue his training, as would the Saiyans. They would have continued their training, fighting each other every day for another 50 years, throughout which, they would have created and mastered new techniques and achieved new transformations. The power of the Saiyans was at its peak, with some being more powerful than others. Gohan had achieved all transformations up to mastered Ultra Instinct, which he had perfected far beyond the gods. Broly's power was outright frightening as he managed to achieve every transformation up to Super Saiyan 4. Vegeta would have perfected both Ultra Ego and Spirit Control, and he was on the verge of achieving a new transformation called Ultra Ego 3. In this time Goku had managed to max out his Kaioken at level 100 and was also on the verge of mastering his Ultra Instinct 3 form. To mortals and gods alike, these 4 Saiyans had risen to the pinnacle of the power structure, and their strength was something that could only be achieved in a dream. But with all this power, the Saiyans still weren't convinced that they had the strength to take down the Grand Priest nor the Omni King, so the Saiyans continued their rigorous training. 2 months would have passed outside the room of time, and the Z fighters would still be on alert. While the Saiyans are away, they are determined to protect the planet in their absence, ready to assist in any way they can. Back inside the time chamber, an additional 50 years had passed and the Saiyans would have reached their max potential, and at that, omnipotent beings were born. They have arrived at something truly astonishing even among the gods. Each Saiyan possessed the ability to effortlessly defeat any angel if they desired. After 105 years of training, the Saiyans feel as if their training is complete and that they are ready to face the gods. But, it was at that moment, Lord Beerus and Whis entered the hyperbolic time chamber. The Saiyans' untamed power was hard to ignore. Even though they were concealed inside the room of time, their ki had managed to leak out, alerting both Whis and Beerus. My lord, it would seem that the power we felt was emanating from the Saiyans. It appears that all four of them had managed to surpass you somehow. A confident Vegeta responded, well, look what the catch dragged in. Come to finish the job. I'm surprised you have brought your cheer squad with you. No matter, we'll be seeing them soon, right after we kill you. Vegeta, it appears your little power-up has gotten to your head. I suggest you shut your mouth before I shut it for you, permanently. I will let it slide just this once, but try that again and you're dead, you hear me? A curious Whis responded, Vegeta, what brought about such feelings towards my lord? So after locking me away, you have the audacity to ask us why we are angry, said Goku. You so-called gods are cowards, whoever you deem to be a threat you just eliminate. After what you guys did, I've spent years trapped inside here, isolated from my family and friends, not knowing if I would ever see them again. Both Beerus and Whis was confused as to what Goku was saying. Beerus would respond by saying, wait, what are you talking about? Why would I need to do something so cowardly by locking you inside here? Stupid Saiyan, have you ever known me to be a coward? Me run from you, don't make me laugh. Gohan would have realized the confusion among everyone and took the time to explain everything to Beerus about what had happened. Beerus and Whis were taken by surprise as they never knew all of this happened under their watchful eyes. So a god of destruction locks you away, said Whis. Not that I need to, but I can assure you that Lord Beerus had nothing to do with this. Explain to me what gain he would have gotten in locking you away. If he simply wants you gone, he can destroy you anytime he pleases. My lord, on a more important matter, any god who has violated Rule 19 under the deity's law, no god shall take a life in another god's universe. Even though they failed, they attempted, that is enough to be punished by the Omni King. Correct Whis, I can assure you mortals, that they will not go unpunished. Let's go Whis. But, before Beerus leaves, Goku expresses his wishes to Beerus in a clear and audible manner. He declares that he does not wish to punish them, but rather to end their miserable lives. Beerus was taken aback by this, and despite his hatred for most gods, he could not allow a mortal to dishonor a god. Have you gone insane? He said. I knew you were stupid, but not this much. Consider your family and the entire universe. If Grand Priest or Zeno learns of this conspiracy, everything as it is now will be erased. It's not just your life that is at stake, Saiyan, mine is as well. Furthermore, you cannot simply kill a god without having a negative impact on the universe. While Kais are expected to preserve and create life, destroyers are responsible for making sure the universe stays in balance by seeking out and destroying planets. Kill a destroyer and the universe becomes unbalanced. Broly responded by saying, we've made up our mind, Catman, and there's no stopping us. Don't interfere or you will be the first god to die. After hearing the Saiyan's conviction, Beerus knew he couldn't allow this, so he had come to the conclusion that planet Earth had survived long enough. He charged up a large ball of destruction and said, I'm sorry Saiyan, but this is treason. I have no choice but to kill you all. Let's see what you can do, Broly, said Vegeta. You've come a long way. Now this is your moment to show us that your training wasn't a waste of time. Take care of him quickly. What about the other one? Said Broly. Vegeta responded by saying, don't worry about Whis. If he moves even an inch, that will be the last step he will ever take. I must say, Vegeta, you're rather confident, Whis said, laughing at the thought of Vegeta's big ego. You need not be afraid. Unless my lord permits it, I can't interfere. Enough talk, said Beerus, attack me if you can. Both fighters stared intensely as they knew this was a fight to the death. Beerus knew that the Saiyan's power had increased, but never to the point where he believed he would need to require aid from Whis. As expected, Brawly was the first to make a move. In his base form he charged in, throwing multiple punches at Beerus. With a look of confidence, Beerus smiles and easily fends off Brawly's attacks, but what Beerus fails to realize is that the longer the battle goes on, the more Brawly learns and adapts. Brawly's power began to increase at an alarming rate. Goku was pleased to see that Brawly had full control over his power. Brawly's power kept increasing and increasing so much that Beerus was starting to feel a little threatened. Beerus soars up and rains down a barrage of destruction energy, firing it directly at the Saiyan, but to his surprise Brawly was unfazed. Upon seeing Brawly, Vegeta realized that Brawly was tapping into his Uzaru form, but he soon realized that this time it was different. This time Brawly had complete control over his form. Feeling as if he has to prove himself to both Goku and Vegeta, Brawly decided to completely skip his humanized Great Ape form and take it a step further at the level of a Super Saiyan. From afar, the Saiyans observed Brawly's transformation, and Gohan stated, "That power is entirely under his control now, and I can feel it rising even higher." Vegeta replied to Gohan comments and said, "Yes. His Super Saiyan form is way above what it was when he fought both me and Kakarot. I'm ashamed to say this, but if Brawly went Super Saiyan 4, he might be the strongest Saiyan here." As we pop back to the fight, we can see Beerus smiling as failed to comprehend Brawly's newfound power, but Whis wasn't so clueless as he feared that Beerus was underestimating the Saiyan. Goku shouts in excitement, "It's not stopping," his power increases even more. The room of time began to tremble. Brawly's power was heavy. Feeling pleased with his power, Brawly smiled in confidence. He said, "Catman, is this too much for you? I can take it down a little if you can't handle it." Upon hearing the level of disrespect coming from the Saiyan's mouth, Beerus dash in at him. Both fighters start to exchange blows, so much that the entire realm continues to tremble. Blows after blows are exchanged. The battle is getting heated as Beerus starts to smile. He said, "Not bad, Saiyan, you make a pretty good warm-up," managing to catch Brawly off guard, sending him crashing to the room floor. Vegeta watches attentively, as he never knew that Beerus was hiding this much power. Brawly was starting to get angry, but he was still in control of his power. He proceeded to charge up a large ball of ki, as he was preparing to send it in Beerus's direction. Beerus shows a look of confidence and experience as he himself charges up a ball of ki. This time it wasn't destruction energy, as he didn't view Brawly as a threat anymore. Both warriors fired it at each other, but to their surprise they were evenly matched. The force emanating from the colliding blast had managed to crack the room of time and even reality itself. Whis had been watching Brawly the entire time, and he could see that Brawly was holding back a lot of power, but he didn't know just how much of it he was hiding. Brawly's power continues to increase so much that he managed to overpower Beerus at his current level. It was brutal as Brawly was starting to manhandle Beerus, swinging him left to right, smacking him on the ground. Whis responded, "My lord, it's time to get serious. Show the Saiyans the true power of a destruction god." Beerus's power starts to increase at a tremendous rate, as his entire body was covered in destruction energy. The Saiyans looked down in disbelief as they never knew Beerus could transform. Gohan responded, "Father, did you know Lord Beerus had another form?" Goku replied, "No, but this could be a problem." Vegeta was surprised but still wasn't concerned for Brawly. He said, "Quiet, this power would be quite frightening if we hadn't improved, but as we are now, this is nothing." Brawly had managed to force Beerus to go all out, and he is not even close to releasing his full power as yet. Beerus's power had grown to the point where each deity from their respective universes could detect his ki. Belmont was the most surprised of them all, saying, "That form, is that Beerus?" "Yes, it's him," Belmont said, "but why is he in his final state? Who could force Beerus to utilize that form?" Each deity stood up in confusion since they had no idea what was going on in Universe 7. All of the gods decide to meet, and they all gather on common ground, a planet that lies at the border of all 12 universes. After each god arrives, with no hesitation Belmont said, "Quitella, I thought you said Goku is dead." A confused Quitella replied, "He is, I'm sure of it, there's no way he could have survived in that place for so long, more than 100 years have passed." "Then who is Lord Beerus fighting?" said Belmont. "No one in Universe 7 should be able to make Beerus use up so much energy, not even Vegeta." It seems if you want something done, you'll have to do it yourself. No need, said Champa, my brother will make quick work of him, after all, he is in his final form, Ultra Instinct Akari. You mean the form father told him not to use in any circumstance, said Vadis. In that state he's lost all his sense of reasoning, he will continue to rage even after he destroys all of Universe 7. I'm sure Whis would not let it go that far, said Champa. Back on Earth, Beerus was at max level as he walked fearlessly toward Brawly. Not wanting to be outdone, Brawly too starts to increase his power, but this didn't faze Beerus one bit as he fires off a large ball of destruction energy, sending it straight at Brawly. With no second to spare, Brawly had somehow managed to dodge it. Unaware of Beerus's newfound strength, Brawly rush-eye unprepared. Both fighters exchange blows, but the difference in power was clear to everyone as Brawly was the one who was taking damage. Vegeta realized this and said, Brawly, it's obvious that you can't defeat him at your current level, so go further beyond. Upon hear Vegeta words, Brawly said, I didn't expect this of you, Catman, but I'm sorry to say that this is where it ends for you. Brawly starts to increase his power once more, as he was about to kick it up to Super Saiyan 4. Goku would have noticed this and said to himself, wow, overkill maybe, you're skipping Super Saiyan 2 and 3 when you know that those forms are adequate enough to handle him. Brawly, you still have much to learn. In training, I taught you to always measure your opponent's strength by slowly transitioning from your weakest form to your strongest. This will ensure that you don't use up too much of your power and stamina when it's not needed. Sorry Brawly, I would have loved to witness those forms, but unfortunately I can't allow you to kill Beerus as I come to realize that he has nothing to do with this. With that, Goku approached Beerus and began to perform the evil containment wave. He had managed to conceal the bottle and was just waiting for Beerus to be within the vicinity of where he had hid it. Knowing that Beerus didn't betray him, he plans to seal Beerus away until he has completed his mission. Beerus struggles at first, but to what seems like a futile effort, the technique was too overpowered as Goku had managed to trap Beerus inside. He quickly places the lid back on and ties a string around it to hold the seal in place. Everyone was surprised as to what Goku had done. Vegeta was the most surprised of them all, as he said, Kakarot, I don't understand, the plan was that all gods must die. Why didn't you just let Brawly deal with him and be done with it? Goku replied by saying, yes, but I came to understand that Lord Beerus had nothing to do with me being locked away. He is not guilty, therefore he deserved to live, but I knew he wouldn't just stand by and watch his fellow gods be killed, so I decided to seal him away until everything is over. But this seal won't hold for very long. This seal will break in approximately 4 years. That's a long enough time for us to eliminate all the gods. What about Whis, said Gohan. He hadn't moved an inch since this happened. It's as if he doesn't care what happened to Beerus. After hearing Gohan, Whis however just looks back at him, again with a face that holds no real emotion or concerns. He said, well, this is unexpected, to think that you have figured a way to seal a deity. You Saiyans are quite a troublesome bunch, aren't you? Yet again he has no one to blame but himself. My father warned him about that form but he didn't listen. What are you mumbling about, Whis, said Vegeta. Whis responded by stating that the form in question is referred to as Ultra Instinct Akari and can only be attained by a member of Lord Beerus's race. Unfortunately, whenever Lord Beerus switches into that form, he loses all sense of himself, making him vulnerable to techniques such as that. Despite my best effort to teach him control, he was never truly able to master it. Oh well, it appears I'm now inactive until further notice. Why are you so calm about his disappearance, Whis? It's as if you don't care what happens to him, said Gohan. Whis opened his mouth and calmly replied, how else should I be reacting, son Gohan? Did you expect something else from me? I'm an angel attendant. I exist only to serve the wants and needs of the god of destruction in this universe. If I remember correctly, moments before the fight, Lord Beerus told me specifically not to interfere with this duel. I must carry out the command of my lord regardless of the circumstances. Does it alarm you to hear that I have no feelings, either positive or negative, towards my assigned god? That is the way of the angels and that is the way it has always been. There's no feeling at play, just merely duty. Goku replied, so what now? I have no desire to harm an angel, my revenge only sparks for gods. Whis laughed as he listened to Goku's arrogant speech. He said, what's done is done, just wait there, I must report this to my father and the Omni King. Depending on their decision, I may be back to take each of you before them, whether by force or by free will. The choice is left up to you." To what seemed like less than a minute, Whis had arrived at the palace of the Omni King. Without any hesitation, Whis proceeds to inform the Grand Priest of what had transpired on Earth. He said, "Father, I'm sure by now you're aware of what happened on Earth and what had become of Lord Beerus." With a look of calmness and power, the Grand Priest responded, "Yes indeed, while attending to the Omni King, I've managed to sense an overflow of ki emanating from the 7th universe. It was quite hard to miss. Upon sensing this I had to investigate. That's when I oversaw the fight with that Saiyan and Lord Beerus." "So you saw the fight's outcome, then you must know what's become of him." "Yes. How disgraceful to witness a god be defeated in such a manner, but what surprised me the most is the technique that was used on him. How did such a technique fall in the hands of mortals? It seems there's still a lot we don't know about mortals," said the Grand Priest. "I've overheard Goku talking about it. Apparently it's called the Evil Containment Wave, but due to Lord Beerus's overwhelming strength, it can only hold him for 4 years. I've also learned that if you destroy the container it would release him instantly. More importantly, Father, that's not what prompted me to come before you. Apparently the gods have been sneaking around Universe 7. I don't know how they managed to achieve this, but they've managed to do so undetected. It had come to my understanding that they had tried to take the life of Son Goku, and if I had to guess, I would say it's because of them being erased in the Tournament of Power. Furthermore, they've acted upon personal self-interest and not for the good of the universe. Therefore I humbly ask that some type of punishment can come from this." Whis wasn't aware that the Grand Priest had already known of this. Unknowingly to everyone, both angels and gods alike, Vadis had been secretly keeping the Grand Priest informed about all the gods' activities and secret meetings. This had gotten the Grand Priest interested and he decided to look into this matter further. The Grand Priest responded, "I'm aware of everything, but Whis, you've left out quite a lot of the story, haven't you? I was waiting for you to inform me of the Saiyan's vendetta, you know, the plan to make this world godless? To be honest, Father, I was hoping that after the Saiyans had witnessed the gods' punishment, they would have a change of heart and continue to be my students. I'm highly disappointed in you, Whis. It seems as if you've grown attached to this universe and its mortals. Your duty is not to hope but to act in the universe's best interest. The Saiyans will not simply abandon their ideology, therefore failure to report such information could have cost the life of many deities, resulting in the multiverse's destruction. We've been aware of this for some time and the Omni King had spoken. It seems you need to be re-educated about the roles of angels. He requested that you relinquish your angel status and undergo training. You will be appointed to serve a new god of destruction in another universe. As of the moment you are now inactive until the Omni King needs your services again." "What? New universe, new god of destruction? What are you saying, Father?" said Whis. "These are the wishes of the Omni King himself. Respect his decision. Universe 7 has been set to be erased very soon." For the first time Whis had shown a look of concern. He was hurt to the core, but knowing that there's nothing more he can do, he was forced to accept it. "I understand, Father, but if I may ask, what shall become of Lord Beerus, as you know he is still alive in Universe 7? The Grand Priest, showing no remorse, said, "Beerus's time as a god of destruction is no more. He too shall suffer the Saiyan fate as his universe. As of this moment his life is no longer linked to the Kais. The Omni King had decided to spare them as they will be needed in the construction of the new universe to come." Upon hearing the Grand Priest spoke, Whis was devastated. After serving millions of years with Beerus, the angel had grown attached to Universe 7 and was developing some type of bond with Beerus, but because of his angelic duties, he had no choice but to close off his emotions. He responded, "I understand, Father, the Omni King's wishes are my command. There's a few things that I must retrieve back home on Beerus's planet. I will be back momentarily." With that Whis left, only to teleport back on Earth in front of the Saiyans. Vegeta responded, "Back so soon? I will save you the trouble of asking. We will not be going with you willingly." "Don't worry, Vegeta, I'm not here to fight. All my powers have been relinquished. Whis proceeded to let the Saiyans know everything, recapping the discussion he had with the Omni King and his father. He said, "It would seem I care for this universe much more than I realize. They're trying to destroy something and someone that's precious to me. That's when I knew that something had to be done about this. I stand here before you Saiyans, knowing that my final act before disappearing will be to help you save this universe and Lord Beerus from being erased." A shocked Goku is destroyed, unable to understand what Whis was implying. "What? Disappearing? To where? I don't understand any of this. What exactly are you saying, Whis?" Whis smiled softly at Goku and Vegeta, then said, "I don't have a lot of time, but it's been a pleasure training you both. Accept this as my final gift to you." Whis puts hand out and says, "Goku, I know this isn't enough, but I beg of you to please accept these last words of mine. I'm sorry for what you've gone through. I'm sorry for what my father and Zeno had allowed to transpire. Even after knowing what the gods' plan was, they did not do anything to stop them. Everything is a game to them, something to cure their boredom. The cruelty you had to face, I know that this was wrong. I'm but a mere angel. To meddle with mortal affairs and to go against the decision of my superior is one that will be met with erasure. But I have watched Universe 7 for millennia, and in that time I know what is ultimately best for it. There is no one who knows this universe better than I, not even Father, and after always following orders as I've always done. It's time to do what is right. All I ask it's that after me, you Goku, shall continue to watch over this universe as its angel, Vegeta you too continue as its god of destruction, and you Gohan as a Kai. Simply because the universe still needs to be balanced. But follow your own rules of what you think is right." Whis handed Goku his staff and said, "Before my power was taken, I've managed to seal some of my strength and abilities within this staff. I've reset it to activate only on your commands. Upon activation, some of my abilities will be transferred to you automatically. With this you will be able to locate a god whenever you need to. Use it well. It is time for me to say goodbye, my friends." With that, Whis' entire body starts to slowly erase into nothingness for eternity. He said, "No, Whis," but his words can't follow wherever Whis had gone. Ultimately met with pure silence, he fell to the ground wrecked with emotions. He said, "I never knew you felt this way. You've given up your life just to give us this chance. I won't fail you." After witnessing this, Vegeta responded, "So those two could have prevented this, but yet they did nothing, all for their amusement. On top of that, they want to erase Universe 7 entirely. I don't care who they are, whatever the gods did falls back on them. With that said, we will see those two soon, I can assure you of that." Goku has been granted strict access to Whis' abilities, and upon that, the staff will listen to Goku's every command. Instantly he grated the staff like it was made for him, moving the staff around full of energy. He looked at it with a smirk, saying, "I cannot thank you enough, Whis. Just maybe with this, I will be able to travel to the other universes and to Zeno. Maybe this is how I bring you back somehow, but for now, rest assured that as long as we are alive nothing will happen to Beerus and this universe." Goku, feeling as if they've wasted enough time, said, "Everyone joined hands, it's time to go." He said, "Take me to a god of destruction now," commanding the staff as if it were his slave. Instantly the Saiyans and the angelic staff find themselves shooting off majestically. Eventually the Saiyans arrive somewhere foreign, in another universe, in a place he's never seen before. Their fury is really with intrigue as they look around wondering where it took them to. Vegeta responded, "Where the hell are we? This place seems so strange. Goku, are you sure that your staff took us where we wanted it to go?" Goku thinks for a second, looking around at the strange inhabitants of this planet that are looking back at him from the shadows just as confused as he is. "Father," said Gohan, "try using instant transmission to pinpoint where this universe's god of destruction is hiding." Goku places 2 fingers to his head and waits, but nothing happens. Then he realizes what he's done wrong. He said, "Oh right, I forgot I can't sense a god's key signature, damn it." Vegeta, being frustrated, grabs the staff and yells, "Take us to this universe god of destruction immediately." To their surprise, the staff mysteriously once again does what it's told, and the Saiyans shoot up once more, leaving as quickly as they arrived. The Saiyans then arrived on another strange planet, this time on one very similar to that of Lord Beerus. Immediately Licker's angel senses an intruder, his eyes darting to the direction of where he senses are rising from. He informed Licker, who was by his side, "My lord, I do not mean to alarm you, but it appears that some unwanted beings have arrived and their keys don't feel friendly. If I'm not mistaken, I believe that key belongs to Goku and his friends. Your life may be in danger." "My life is in danger. Now what makes you say that, Korn? It doesn't make a difference how many of them arrive, none shall stand before my unrivaled power. I'm quite happy actually, it seems I get to finish what Quitella couldn't." Our story continues with Licker preparing for battle. With his entire body engulfed from head to toe in the destructive purple aura of the gods, both Licker and Korn flew off in the direction they last sensed the Saiyans. After sensing the full force of the Saiyans' immense power, Korn feels as if Licker is underestimating them. He said, "My lord, you mustn't be so hasteful, after all you don't know what you're up against. I'm not quite sure what happened to Goku, but upon sensing his ki, I would have to say it's quite dangerous. I feel as if much preparation is needed before confronting them." Licker was confident. He had never once in his life viewed Goku as a threat. He was so sure of his power that he said, "Stop your worrying, we are talking about mortals here, yes. That Son Goku is quite formidable, but surely you're not suggesting that he can best me. It doesn't matter how many of them have shown up, they will all meet their demise." Licker laughs proudly as his words are filled with conviction. He said, "A mortal can only get so strong. We are deities, one of the most powerful beings in existence. From birth we are blessed with the Omni King's protection." Furthermore, but before Licker could finish his speech, out of nowhere, Gohan, already in his god form, appears above both Licker and Korn, knocking Licker to the ground. With tremendous speed he vanished before Korn's eyes, hoping to catch him off guard. Gohan tries to grab Korn by the arm with the intent of throwing him to the ground alongside Licker, but Korn, who is naturally in his ultra instinct state, easily evades Gohan's attacks and delivers a counter of his own. Unexpectedly, Gohan had gotten a terrifying knee to the stomach, forcing him to jump more than 20 steps back. That hit felt like a planet to Gohan, as he could be seen breathing heavily. "Maybe I overestimated my capabilities using this form," he smiled. "After all, I tried to attack an angel." After standing back on his feet, Licker was dumbfounded. Regaining his composure, he said, "What was that?" Licker looks to the sky, and to his surprise all four Saiyans were on top of him, with Gohan a little to his left. Licker was stunned as he was completely caught off guard. "What?" he said to himself. "How did that happen? My guard was completely up, so how did that Saiyans manage to get the jump on me?" Licker was angry but a little stunned, due to the fact that not only was he caught lacking, but he wasn't able to sense the Saiyans' ki at all. A more level-headed Licker whispers to himself, "This could be troublesome." Goku could be seen casting a side glance in the direction of Korn. With a look of confidence he spoke, instructing Korn to leave now. "I have no quarrel with you angels, my dispute is only with the gods. I would like to pay my respects to Whis by not harming his siblings, but if you interfere with my plans, we will view you as an enemy and you will be eliminated." However, Goku's words didn't faze Korn in the slightest. While observing Goku, Korn was about to speak when he witnessed the Saiyan carrying a staff belonging to an angel. Upon observing this he said, "Isn't that Whis' staff? What is it doing in the hands of these mortals?" Vegeta slowly descends. He mockingly lets out, "How pitiful to think that the once feared god could be knocked down so effortlessly. It seems all your talk of strength at the Tournament of Power was just for show. It's now obvious why Lord Beerus didn't take you seriously. Your power is nothing compared to his own." Vegeta laughs as he continues to mock Licker, knowing how damaging this is to the god's ego. He said, "Come Fox, prove him wrong, show us the strength of the mighty god of destruction." It was obvious to everyone that Vegeta was belittling the god. Not stopping there, Vegeta offers to fight Licker on his own, assuring the god that no one will interfere with their fight. Licker views this as an insult, something that is damaging to his reputation. With immense anger Licker replied, What did you say? You dare disrespect me like that? Mark my word, Vegeta, I will kill you first, then your friends, and after, I will be paying your families a visit as well. Vegeta was furious, a man who was calm quickly transitioning into a raging monster, but it was Licker's threat to kill him that had gotten him so angry. It was the thought of Licker threatening to take the life of his family and his newly born daughter. Vegeta got mad, his power began to skyrocket, but not at a normal rate. His body was emanating so much energy that the planet itself was quivering. Vegeta's power was something frightening as Licker wasn't able to comprehend what he was witnessing. It was at that moment Vegeta transformed into his Super Saiyan Blue form. But it wasn't his regular blue transformation, this was something dangerous. After 100 years of training, all his transformations and techniques were on a completely different level than what they were before. Confidently he spoke. This should be adequate. Vegeta was itching to fight. With no delay, he rushed in at Licker. Licker was no pushover as he managed to evade Vegeta's strike by using his flash step to quickly vanish, appearing 10 steps back. After witnessing Vegeta's speed he spoke. He's so fast, he almost got me. I was barely able to evade even after using flash step, and something tells me he's still holding back. Licker began to make a counter. With an unbelievable speed, Licker dashed in at Vegeta hoping to pierce Vegeta's heart with his razor-sharp Keyblade. Vegeta, being no amateur, grabs Licker's arm and tosses him in the air. Vegeta was enjoying this fight as he proceeds to say, "Not bad, Licker. This is turning out to be a good warm-up." He laughs once again, trying to anger the gods. Unsurprisingly, it works. Licker begins to burst in rage, he said. "You still continue to mock me? Okay. Let's see how you do at this speed." Vegeta and Licker begin to have an intense battle where Vegeta looks superior in many aspects. "God, you really are so weak. For you threatening my family, you will pay the price." Vegeta began to charge up a large ball of energy, and the ball of energy has been fused with accumulated destruction energy. Standing in his signature stance, he spoke just 2 words. Final flash, sending it point blank at Licker. Licker, using one hand, would try to catch it. He was confident, but after his hand was engulfed in the ball, he quickly used both hands. Feeling Vegeta's destructive power, Licker yelled out, "How dare you make me exert so much energy?" Licker began to power up. He was not holding back anything as his destruction energy effortlessly dismantled Vegeta's ball of ki. Vegeta was shocked but not worried in the slightest as he still had a look of superiority on his face. Still seeing Vegeta smiling after witnessing 80% of his power, Licker dashed forward. His speed was no joke as he managed to catch Vegeta even though his guard was up. With a blast to the face, Vegeta was sent crashing on the nearby mountains. Licker smiles confidently. Seeing Vegeta's body on the ground was a joy to him. "Good," said Licker. "That's what you get for being so cocky." But to his surprise, that body was a fake, an after image left by Vegeta as he had already used instant transmission to teleport above Licker, preparing to launch a barrage of ki down at the planet surface. Licker was confused, but he wasn't about to let it end that way, so he proceeded to fire off around himself. Both blasts collided with each other, destroying everything in sight. Vegeta could sense that Licker is holding back and wanting to prove he's superior in every way. He said, "If you continue to hold back, you will die. Let me see the full bluntness of a destroyer god's strength." Licker, wondering why a mortal was still able to keep up with him, yelled, "Damn the consequences, you ask for this Saiyan." Licker's power began to increase once more, faster than before, higher and higher as the sky began to darken. But this was something Vegeta had already seen after watching the battle between Broly and Lord Beerus. Feeling disappointed, he shouts, "That's it, that's all the power you can muster, how disgraceful. Lord Beerus could have easily wiped the floor with you. I guess not all gods are created equals." An enraged Licker dashes in at Vegeta. Both fighters began to exchange blows. The force emanating from their punches could be seen from afar as their punches began to create shockwave. Vegeta was not pleased as he decided that this fight had gone down long enough, so he delivered multiple punches to the face and body of Licker, sending him crashing into the Earth's surface. Something felt off to Korn. He was observing the fight between Vegeta and Licker, and he realized that Licker's power had indeed been stolen by some technique Vegeta was using. Upon seeing this, he proceeded to inform his god, Liquor was dumbfounded as he himself didn't realize this. What? Liquor said. How is that even possible? Vegeta laughed and spoke. Not bad, Corn. You've managed to figure it out. It's called Force Spirit Fission. With this technique, I have the ability to not only take power but also give energy to whom I please. Vegeta was very confident of his strength, so he didn't mind sharing his techniques and secrets to Liquor. He said to himself, training with that Yardrat elder was worth it after all. I'm so much stronger than I was before. Vegeta takes his stands preparing to launch his Gallic gun in hopes of ending Liquor's life. Liquor was not done as he shouts in anger. I will not lose my life so easily. The thunder began to rumble and the heavens began to open. With a split-second reaction, Goku looked in the distance and spoke, everyone better be on guard, someone or something is coming. With not so much of a warning, a beam of light shined brightly down on the planet's surface. To everyone's surprise, it was no other than Rumshi, the god of destruction of Universe 10, who's accompanied by his angel attendant Kusu. An angry Rumshi stands tall and stares angrily at Vegeta after witnessing the state of which his fellow god Liquor is in. Goku was angry as he stared at Rumshi in discomfort. He remembered everything that the gods had put him through and the lonely times he spent locked away thinking he was going to die. Angrily he spoke, Rumshi. So you've come, it saves us the trouble of hunting you down. Liquor was both happy and surprised at Rumshi's arrival, but he pretended as if he didn't care. What are you doing here? Said Liquor. I had this under control. However, Rumshi simply closed his eyes in shame and muttered, look at the condition that one lonely mortal was able to put you in. I was hoping to speak to you regarding the matter of Beerus's sudden disappearance, when Kusu informed me that some type of fight is currently happening on your planet. I was intrigued, so I rushed to find out what's going on. However, I must admit that I never anticipated seeing this. Vegeta was surprised to see Rumshi, but he wasn't worried. In fact, he was happy. Showing a conniving grin, he laughed and spoke. It's nice of you to come, but you too will suffer the same fate. Vegeta was so confident of his strength that he even offered to fight them both, but Gohan, being the more level-headed one in the group, wasn't sharing the same confidence as Vegeta. Gohan felt as if he needed to acknowledge the threat, so he spoke. Vegeta, at this point you're acting reckless. Since we don't fully understand the power of these gods, allowing a 2-on-1 fight is very dangerous. After hearing Gohan's concerns, Goku said, calm down Gohan, I'm sure Vegeta knows what he's doing. Kusu spoke for the first time ever. These people sure seem confident, don't they? When Kusu noticed what appeared to be Whis' staff, she uttered, how are you in possession of that? That staff belonged to my brother. Yes, this is definitely Whis' staff, which he entrusted to me after he sacrificed himself, Goku answered as he stared Kusu dead in the eyes. Because of that, I won't stop until the Grand Priest and Zeno die as a result of their crimes. The angels were shocked. They didn't understand what Goku was saying. After fully processing what Goku had said, Korn spoke. Whis' sacrifice, you're not making sense, Saiyan. As everyone continued to argue, Vegeta grew impatient and said, enough talk, what's done is done, the only thing that matters is the pledge we made to Whis after his sacrifice. Come God, witness the true power of Prince Vegeta. Vegeta's power started to increase at a rapid rate, the entire realm began to shake. The force from his power was too much for the planet to handle as the entire planet began to break apart. Vegeta was about to transform into something that the gods have never witnessed before. It was the birth of a new destroyer god. The god couldn't believe their eyes as Rumshi shouts out, impossible, that's destruction energy, how could a lonely mortal attain such power? The angels didn't expect this as they too were surprised. Korn said, my lord, be careful I don't sense a limit to the Saiyan's power. For the first time ever, the deities had laid eyes on Vegeta's destruction form. His purple aura was distinctive and the familiar ki was starting to spread throughout the planet's atmosphere. Forced to acknowledge his power, God of Destruction Ultra Ego Vegeta was born. To mortals and gods alike, Vegeta's strength was otherworldly as his power had managed to drive fear into both Liquor and Rumshi's heart. Even after witnessing Vegeta's destructive force in action, the gods still felt as if their eyes were playing tricks on them. Both deities were dumbfounded as they helplessly watched on in amazement. That power belongs to the gods and their candidates, said Rumshi. Who taught you how to use destruction energy, and does that mean you're in line to replace Beerus as this world's god of destruction? Vegeta, however, just looks back at Rumshi in anger and said, yes and no, I am going to replace Beerus, but I also will not be serving anyone. I will run this universe in the way Whis intended. I will not bow nor worship anyone but myself. You fools understand what I'm saying. For true peace to occur, you all must die. Therefore, I'm going to kill all of you gods first, and then we'll pay that angel and Zeno a visit. That's madness, said Liquor. We gods have existed since the dawn of time. The universe needs us to function as nature intended. The gods were astounded by Vegeta's newly discovered power, but after realizing Vegeta's plan, they understood that the Saiyans needed to be stopped. With a face so serious, Rumshi stands tall, reigning over the Saiyans as if he was a tower. The beaten and battered Liquor rose to his feet once more and prepared to make one last effort. Honor was no longer important to either deities as they came to understand that the multiverse was at risk. Without saying a word, the gods charged toward Vegeta in an effort to overwhelm him. With tremendous speed and power, Gohan and his god formed charges at Rumshi in hopes of stopping a 2-on-1 fight on Vegeta. He launched a barrage of critical blows at Rumshi, who was able to dispatch them with ease. Rumshi charged in at Gohan. His speed was something else as Gohan in his god form wasn't able to track him. As the battle progressed, both fighters started to throw bunches, each blow growing faster and more powerful. Gohan was learning and getting experience as he fights. This was helpful to Gohan as he soon was able to keep up with Rumshi. It was blow for blow, with Rumshi looking more superior as he punched Gohan in his stomach and then his face, sending him plummeting to the planet's surface. It quickly became clear that Rumshi was on an entirely different level than Liquor. A few distance back, Liquor and Vegeta would have continued their fight. Liquor was struggling as he had failed to land a decisive blow on Vegeta. Liquor's energy and stamina was dropping fast, his power was being added to Vegeta's own, making Vegeta more powerful as the fight progressed. After witnessing Liquor's pitiful attacks, Vegeta had decided that this fight had gone on long enough. Not interested in having a draw-out fight, he charged in at Liquor, delivering countless blows to his body. Liquor began to spit blood as Vegeta blows had damaged his internal organs. He was done as his body wasn't able to manifest any more power. Vegeta could be seen smiling. He stands over Liquor's helpless body preparing to take his life. Rumshi would have witnessed this and quickly teleported behind Vegeta, attempting to crack his spine. Vegeta's power was divine as nothing could surprise him no more. Rumshi's fist was easily grabbed by Vegeta, stopping him in his tracks. To the left, Gohan would have realized that his god form was insufficient and decided to kick it up to Super Saiyan Blue. His power would start to increase at an alarming rate. He was not yet as strong as Vegeta, but he was quite close. Effortlessly he transformed. The force emanating from his ki alone was enough to destroy the surrounding area. Gohan had already mastered SSJ Blue, but he chose to follow Goku's advice to always learn how strong his opponent is by testing their power against his weakest transformations. Gohan was a beast. Both Goku and Broly observed from the sideline, feeling as if they didn't need to interfere in the fight. Unknowingly to everyone, they secretly had their eyes on the angels just in case they decided to make a move. This was the first time we see Vegeta working together with Gohan. He secretly signals to Gohan, informing him that it's time to perform the combo attack they had practiced while training in the Room of Time. With one hand, Vegeta tossed Rumshi in the air. Gohan had already teleported above as he understood the assignment. With point-blank precision, he delivered his signature blast to the face of Rumshi, sending him crashing to the ground alongside Liquor. With no delay, Vegeta was ready to use his final flash. This combo attack was perfect as it didn't give the gods a second to restore their energy. As Vegeta was about to blast both gods into the stratosphere, helplessly Liquor spoke softly as if it was his last breath. "Korn, help me." With that, Korn springs into action. At a lightning pace, Korn stood tall with his back face towards Liquor and Rumshi. Korn had stepped in, but not out of sentiment. His responsibilities include meeting his god's demands. He didn't get involved because Liquor told him not to, but after hearing Liquor's internal thoughts, he moved rapidly. This didn't violate Angel's Law as this wasn't an official duel. Therefore Korn was expected to put his duties first before all else. Vegeta was surprised, but he didn't hold back. With this, he launches it in the direction of the gods and Korn. Vegeta's Ultra Ego form was formidable, but up against an angel it was nothing. With the use of his staff, Korn was able to open a portal, sending the blast to a different dimension. It was Korn's time to fight as he stood in the fighting position developed by the angels. The situation was getting out of control, and Goku realized that he couldn't continue to watch from the sidelines anymore. After telling Broly to watch Kusu, he falls from the sky and lands next to Vegeta. Liquor was down for the count. He needed some time to rest and regain his stamina. Knowing this, Rumshi and Korn decided to fight the Saiyans by themselves. Knowing that Korn, an angel, is fighting by his side, Rumshi begins to regain his confidence. Vegeta was concerned, but he wasn't the kind to run from a fight, so he raised his guard ready for battle. With an inside voice, he mutters to himself, "Defeating these gods is a simple feat for one such as myself, but fighting an angel could prove to be more difficult. We might be in trouble. I came to understand that angels are significantly stronger and superior to a god in every way. My Ultra Ego form might not be sufficient in stopping him." With his body coated in the aura of his true Ultra Instinct, Korn spoke. "I will be retrieving that staff now, Goku. I can't let you sully the name of us angels. I don't know how Whis' staff was able to be in your position, but it's time I take it back." Goku wasn't fazed by the divine angel's comments. Instead, he laughed and spoke. "Take back what? How can you take back something that belongs to me? This staff was gifted to me by Whis before he was unrightfully erased for choosing to stand up for his beliefs. Listen, Angel. I don't doubt you're strong, but don't think for the slightest that you are above us Saiyans. We have trained for over 100 years, and in that time we have mastered and developed new techniques for a day such as this. I suggest you run along to your father before I get angry." Korn was angry with a face showing no emotion. He was ready to fight. Rumshi had a look of confidence as he too quickly rose to his feet. With the purple aura of the gods wrapped around his entire body, he spoke. "Let's go Saiyans, the real fight starts now." Korn, after realizing the Saiyans' newfound abilities would start to increase his energy even more, his power kept rising higher by the second as his ki was downright stifling to the creatures living on Liquor's planet. Korn was only able to release 30% of his power, since revealing his full strength would result in his complete erasure. With great speed, the angel would charge in at the Saiyans, with Rumshi following closely behind. Knowing that Rumshi at his current strength would not be able to handle either Vegeta or Goku, he figured that it's best if he took them on by himself, leaving Rumshi to take care of the other two. What seems like a fraction of a second, Korn appears in front of Goku, delivering a blow to his kidney. Goku was sent flying, colliding into nearby mountains. Korn was planning to do a combo attack. With that in mind, he then teleports to the rear of Goku and raises his staff. He attempts to seal Goku away in his pocket dimension, the same dimension where Whis had sent Goku and Vegeta to train in the past. Vegeta's senses began to tingle. He didn't know what was about to happen. All he knew was that Goku is in deep trouble. With tremendous speed, Vegeta charged in at Korn, hoping to stop whatever the angel was about to do. After realizing that with his current level of speed he wasn't going to make it in time, with seconds to spare, an idea pops into his head. He remembered the anime he had watched a few days ago, with both hands placed behind him just like the shinobi he saw in an anime. He fires off beams from both hands, thus increasing his overall speed, propelling him forward. His effort had paid off as he managed to grab a hold of Korn's staff, stopping the angel's initial attack on Goku. That was later proven to be a foolish decision, as Vegeta wasn't able to let go of the staff. His destruction energy was being sucked away inside the staff, which was somehow being transferred to Liquor. "Foolish Saiyan," said Korn. "It appears that my brother failed to inform you about the powers we angels possess. If a mortal attempts to take an angel's staff, they will be instantly drained of their life energy. We also have the ability to transfer some of that energy to who we choose, just like that spirit fission of yours." Vegeta was starting to lose energy at an alarming rate. His purple aura was starting to disappear as he had dropped to a mere Super Saiyan. His spirit's fission wasn't working as intended due to the fact that he was taking so much damage. Vegeta helplessly tried to free himself, but he was almost completely drained. Goku, who had regained consciousness, would have realized the pickle Vegeta was in. Aware of Korn's strength, he transformed into his perfected Super Saiyan blue form. From a distance he fired off a round of ki blasts, sending it in the direction of the angel. Korn would have realized this, and with a ray of confidence, he stood still, allowing every single blast to hit him dead on. Korn was certain that Goku's little display of power wouldn't be able to hurt him, and he was right. As the smoke dissipates, we can see the angel standing strong, unfazed and undamaged. Goku wasn't surprised, as he already knew that his attack wasn't strong enough to hurt Korn. Goku had a plan. He was finally using his head for a change. He knew that his attack wouldn't affect Korn in the slightest, but he did it anyway. He was counting on the staff's automatic self-defense to activate. After being given a staff himself and a little of Whis' power, Goku was made aware of most of the staff's abilities, and this happened to be one of them. "It worked," said Goku. "I also have a staff of my own, so I know what these staff are capable of." He proceeded to explain that whenever the wielder is in danger, the staff will focus most of its stored power to defend against any incoming energy attacks. "I'm impressed," said Korn. "Didn't expect you to know so much information about us angels. For this reason you must die. But before I end your life, you forgot a vital piece of information. This ability can only be activated if the wielder is an angel, which means that it won't protect you." After realizing that the staff had lost power, with the last of his strength, Vegeta would have increased his power, and with all his might, he was able to break free from the staff's curse. Vegeta could be seen gasping for breath. He was finally free, but not before most of his stamina was drained. His Super Saiyan Ki was no more, as Vegeta's power had dropped to base. After witnessing how powerful the angel was, Goku wasn't sure if they would be able to defeat one angel, let alone two. With a side glance at Broly, he signals with his eyes, informing him to keep watch of Kusu just in case she decides to join. With that, Goku charged at Korn. Both fighters began to exchange fists, with Korn looking more superior. After more than 1,000 blows were exchanged, Korn landed a hit to the face of Goku, forcing him to step back. Goku wasn't fighting at his best, as he was aware of the staff's ability, so he was staying clear of it at all costs throughout the fight. With a familiar look, Goku was getting serious. He closed his eyes and began to concentrate. He was able to use up to 40% of Ultra Instinct while still staying in his blue form. He dashes in a Korn once more, hoping that he could at least land a hit, but his fist was stopped by Korn. Vegeta wasn't done. He too, in base form, charged in at Korn. The angel then again grabbed both of the Saiyan's fists, tossing them simultaneously in the dark, stormy sky. After letting go of the staff, with both hands, Korn launches a huge ball of destruction and divine angel energy in the direction of the Saiyans. This was no ordinary ki blast, as it had a little trace of destruction energy added to its core. The blast emanated so much force that if it came in contact with the planet, it could completely shatter it. Vegeta was drained, but his spirit fission was still in effect. After Korn had grabbed him, he was slowly sapping Korn's energy, hoping to restore his own, but it was going very slow. Due to the angel's bottomless power, Korn didn't seem to realize nor care. As the blast came closer and closer, Goku knew there was no escaping this, so he quickly released his divine energy, maxing out 100% of his perfected Ultra Instinct. Broly, who was watching from the sidelines, realized the threat that the Saiyans were now facing. Feeling as if he needed to help, he charged off in hopes of stopping the blast. But it was at that, Kusu, who was ever so calm, wasn't about to let the Saiyan interfere. With the help of her staff, she created a transportation portal and stepped through and appeared in front of Broly. With just a finger flick to the forehead, Broly was sent crashing in the nearby mountains. "I will not let you destroy my world," said Goku. As he launched a full-power Kamehameha back at Korn, both blasts collided, creating shockwaves throughout the multiverse. To what seems like a struggle to Goku seems like a little challenge to Korn, as he was the one looking superior in the battle. Goku's blast was being pushed back fast, so much that he fell to his knees. Vegeta would have seen the struggle on Goku's face and not wanting to be saved yet again by Goku. He thought back to the Tournament of Power and spoke. "Not again. Damn it, I am the Prince of all Saiyans, an elite warrior from birth. I will not stand to be mocked like this." Vegeta was enraged. His power was starting to rise, and with that he used the opportunity to power himself back up to the level of Ultra Ego. Somehow throughout his transformations, Vegeta had managed to regain much of his stamina and his wounds were completely healed up. Wasting no time, he too launches a full power final flash back at the Angel. Korn was starting to feel pressure as both blasts were starting to push his initial ki blast back. The Saiyans were beginning to close the gap and Korn could be seen struggling. "Now Vegeta," said Goku. With that the Saiyans mutter up some hidden strength from within themselves, making their blast more powerful. Korn wasn't able to hold them back anymore as he was only permitted to use 30% of his power. Goku and Vegeta's blast had fused together, creating something mysterious in the Dragon Ball world. Ultra Big Bang Attack, an overpowered ki blast that was stumbled on by complete accident. Korn was completely overwhelmed as he was engulfed in the blast, creating a huge explosion. "Did Father and Vegeta manage to defeat an angel?" said Gohan, who was having an intense battle of his own with Rumshi. Their fight was stopped by the sheer force of that killer explosion. "How can this be?" said Rumshi. "An angel defeated? That is impossible. I refuse to accept this." Rumshi was stunned. Not wanting to believe what he had just seen with his own two eyes, he charged in at the Saiyans only to be stopped by a swift Gohan. "Where do you think you're going? Your fight is with me," said Gohan. "Move, Saiyan, this is your last warning. I'm afraid that I can't do such a thing." "Fine, I simply have to dispose of you first." Rumshi charges at Gohan with great speed. Both warriors began to exchange blows, with Gohan looking more superior by the minute. Rumshi was taking too much damage, his body was starting to feel a sudden increase of exhaustion. Having to fight all four Saiyans in a drawn-out battle had taken its toll on the god's body and stamina. Seeing a beaten and tired Rumshi fighting to catch his breath, it became quite clear to Gohan that Rumshi was done. With tremendous speed, Gohan charged in, delivering over 100 rapid speed punches to the stomach of Rumshi, sending him crashing to the planet's surface. Not wasting any time, Gohan launches a full-power Kamehameha straight at a helpless Rumshi, who could be seen coughing up blood. Kusu would have noticed this, and in an effort to save the life of her god, she dashes in only to be cut off by both Goku and Vegeta, who had blocked her initial path. Rumshi was done as he didn't have the stamina to put up his guard. At point-blank range, Rumshi's entire body was engulfed in the blast. The blast had destroyed the surrounding area, vaporizing everything in sight including Rumshi. Liquor and Kusu would only look on in disbelief. As the smoke cleared, the vast area was destroyed, leaving nothing to be traced. It was at that moment it became clear to everyone that Rumshi was truly dead. Liquor, who was lying helplessly on the ground, could only look on in anger, wishing that he could have done something to save Rumshi. After all, Rumshi did come there to save him, and in doing so cost him his life. Liquor was heartbroken, but he was still drained of all his stamina, so he knew that he might be the Saiyans' next target. Kusu was angry, emotions we've never thought the angels were capable of showing. Start the jump out all at once. "Damn the consequences," said Kusu. "Father will understand, with these Saiyans around, the universe is in imminent danger." Kusu began to release her full power far beyond anything the Saiyans have ever seen. Her power would keep increasing more and more, so much that Liquor's planet couldn't withstand her dangerous ki running wild. The planet was in turmoil as the surface began to crack, spitting out lava everywhere. Mountains began to fall and oceans began to evaporate. "What are you doing?" yelled a mysterious person from the shadows. Everyone looked to see who it was, and to their surprise it was Korn, standing tall, unfazed and untouched. "Power back down now," he yelled. "You know what will happen if you keep this up." Immediately, Kusu would regain control over herself and feelings. "I'm sorry brother, but they've killed Rumshi." "Remember your place sister," said an angry Korn. "Rumshi can be replaced, we angels cannot. You're making the same mistakes Whis did, letting his feelings come before his duties as an angel." "Brother, what these Saiyans had said about Whis being erased was true." "No, that can't be." "Yes it is," said Korn. Korn would have gone on to tell Kusu that after he was engulfed in the Saiyan's final attack, before the blast could have killed him, he was somehow transported by the Grand Priest to the Omni King's palace. It was there the Grand Priest began to explain everything to him and what methods we angels should take from now on. "Father has lifted the restriction on all angels' power, but he said that we should be careful as 100% of our power can be accessed safely only if we are calm and composed. If an angel was to ever be consumed by their feelings and emotions, they will be erased immediately on the spot. That's the law set by the Omni King, as he knows an untamed power of an angel can destroy the entire multiverse. If I hadn't stopped you then and there, you too would have suffered this fate. From now on, we angels can now use 100% of our power, but never let your feelings lead you astray. This is as far as you Saiyans go," said Kusu, who had a conniving smile on her face. The Saiyans were surprised as they started to wander among themselves. "They were holding back, these monsters," said Vegeta. "Listen up everyone. I don't know how strong these angels are, so I can't tell if our full power will be enough to stop them, but we have no choice now. This is a life and death situation, and the safety of Universe 7 is up to us. It's time, let's show these so-called deities the warrior's blood that runs throughout our veins. We are the most powerful race to have ever existed, and it's time they take note." "What is he going on about?" said Kusu. "Be careful," said Korn. "While fighting them, I got the feeling they had a lot more power than what they wanted us to believe." "Are you trying to say that they were holding back as well?" said Kusu as she looks at Korn in disbelief. "No matter, whatever hidden power they have, it's still futile." Korn would have noticed the state Liquor was in, and he would have noticed that he couldn't survive another battle such as this. So with a raise of his staff, he had teleported everyone from Universe 8 to the arena where the last tournament of power had been held. The Saiyans didn't seem to be bothered as their focus was locked on the angel, not wanting to drop their guards at any cost. Wasting no time, all four Saiyans would have started to release their full power. Higher and higher their ki skyrocketed. The battle cries could be heard throughout the multiverse, alerting the Grand Priest and Zeno, who was watching the fight inside the palace. Vegeta, who was already in his Ultra Ego form, would have found 2 other levels above Ultra Ego, and after realizing that Ultra Ego 2 wouldn't be enough, he kicked it up to Ultra Ego 3. Goku would have done the same, already in his Ultra Instinct form. He would transform to the level of Ultra Instinct 3. He didn't want to reveal his Kaioken, as he would use that as a trump card only if these forms are proven to be insufficient. Broly, who was angry at Kusu for damaging him, would have increased his power, transforming into the legendary Super Saiyan 4. His power was astonishing, as the force emanating from his transformation could be felt throughout the multiverse. Gohan, who always wanted to make his father proud, was excited to show his achievements. Gohan knows that everyone was expecting him to transform into Master Ultra Instinct, but he wants to surprise them. Secretly, Gohan had achieved a new form that he had kept from the Saiyans, not thinking that he would ever need to use it. To transform into this new form, he needs to be in his ultimate form, so he drops to that level. Unexpectedly, Gohan had transitioned into his new form called Sun Gohan Beast. His eyes were red like a demon, with slightly long white spiky hair. This form was something special, as the Saiyans were left in disbelief that Gohan was hiding such power. Goku was proud as he could be seen smiling. "That's my boy," he said quietly. Witnessing all 4 Saiyans at the peak, the angels were a little bit shocked. While their keys were dangerous, it still didn't tell the angels how strong the Saiyans were and if they needed to be feared. The stage was set, and the final battle featuring both the Saiyans and angels at full power was getting ready to be on its way. Will the Saiyans be victorious, or will the angels still continue to stand on top as the most powerful beings ever?
Our story continues with Korn examining the Saiyans' newly discovered talents, and after much examination he spoke. It seems you Saiyans were hiding quite a tremendous wealth of power. It's almost commendable really when you think about it. The fact that you mortals were able to achieve such strength is simply a great feat in itself. Yes, said Kusu.
You see, mortals were never created to be this powerful. Trillions of years ago, when the first ever mortal was created, Grand Zeno had taken a liking to his first ever creation. This would result in that mortal being granted an enormous amount of power, almost comparable to the level of the Grand Priest himself. But even after being granted such strength, the mortal wasn't satisfied. So without the knowledge of the Omni King, he drank from the fountain of creation. Only the most pure was allowed to drink from the fountain, and this mortal was not. His heart was corroded with malice and jealousy. This therefore causes the fountain to dry up and release dark energy into the universe. After being aware of what his creation had done, the Omni King had no choice but to seal him away forever. Ever since that tragic event, the Omni King had abandoned the creation of mortals, but being alone in an empty multiverse was too boring. So he decided to continue his project. With much consideration, limiters were placed on every mortal even before birth to prevent such an event from ever occurring again. But these days it would seem that mortals are now more than ever removing their limiters. The Omni King might have to make a few modifications on the mortals of this multiverse.
Before Kusu could get another word out, she was rudely interrupted by Vegeta. With a look of hatred and anger he spoke. Why so much talking? I have no desire in listening to you run your mouth about something that happened in the past. We are beyond that stage now. My family is included in this mess that you deities have started, and I will kill anyone if it means protecting them. So anything you have to say it from beyond the grave. Such insolence, said Korn. But before Korn could finish his speech, surprisingly a sharp razor spear had pierced his chest. What? When did you move? Suddenly the face of the angel Korn changes, no longer calm and collected as he feels a sharp pain in the center of his chest. Shockingly, it was realized that the energy blade belongs to no other than Goku. How did you? Said Kusu, who was even more surprised than Korn himself.
I could have sworn that I had my eyes on them.
Goku smiles after he reveals that the person they were casually watching was no other than a simple afterimage. For the first time ever in Dragon Ball history, we see an angel bleed as Korn begins to cough up blood. The energy blade pierced his chest, leaving him in a defensive state. The defense capability of his staff wasn't able to keep up with the speed of Goku. Revealing another ability known to just angels, Korn grabbed the energy blade and began to siphon the God Ki, imbuing it into the hole in his chest in order to repair the damage that Goku had dealt. How? Said Goku, before he jumped back to the protection of his fellow Saiyans. You insignificant mortals dare to draw my blood, I will make you pay for this tenfold. Khan's power began to rise, higher and higher as the realm began to crumble piece by piece. His powers could be sensed throughout the multiverse as each god of destruction from the respective universes starts to tremble in fear. What's happening? Said Belmont. Vadis, being ever so familiar with such ki, spoke.
That ki belongs to Korn. He's gone mad. Releasing so much energy into the universe is not only dangerous but stupid. No. Wait. It all makes sense now. I felt the seal that was meant to keep our power in check lifted a while back. This must have something to do with it. I must look into this matter further. My lord, I must visit my father for a while. I'll be back in a few minutes.
With that, Vados teleports to the palace of the Omni King. Back in Sector 446, the Battle of the Ages had commenced. Goku and Vegeta were wrapped up in an intense battle, blow for blow, as both Saiyans in their final form attacked Korn. The pressure was on as Korn, without thought, began to evade every single strike thrown by the Saiyans. With a bolt of lightning wrapped around the angel's fist, he delivers a blow of his own which Vegeta was able to catch. After grabbing Korn, He then manages to throw corn in the direction of Goku, who could be seen charging up a full-power Kamehameha. At point-blank range, Goku had launched the blast. If this was an hour and a half ago, this blast would have completely annihilated Korn, but now that he has been granted access to his full power, things are starting to go differently. With a raise of his staff, he completely split the blast in half, directly shifting its current trajectory. Instead, both half of the beam was now targeting Gohan and Broly, who was a distance back behind Korn. "Watch out," said Goku. Gohan was prepared as he saw the blast coming. With just a wave of his hand, he slaps the blast away from him, causing it to explode nearby. Broly, however, wasn't so prepared, as the blast had hit him dead on, triggering a huge explosion. "Broly," said Goku, hoping that Broly was okay. Suddenly we hear a familiar voice from the smoke. "Shut up, Kakarot, I'm fine, this was nothing." "He's truly a monster," said Vegeta, who thought that Broly would have sustained damage from the blast. "Is this your full strength? How disappointing," said Korn, who was only using 60% of his power. "If you're having trouble facing me at my current level, then just accept your fate and die. I promise it won't be painful." "I would have never imagined that the angels were this strong," said Goku. "Not even Ultra Instinct 3 is enough to stop him. I have no choice. I was saving this until I met the Grand Priest, but I have no choice now. It's time to use Kaioken times 100 on top of Ultra Instinct 3. Vegeta, on the other hand, was losing stamina. He had never before maintained his Ultra Ego 3 form for so long. Over 2 hours had passed since he had initially transformed, and now it's starting to take its toll on the Saiyan's body. Gohan and Broly would have already started the fight, with Kusu performing multiple combo attacks on the angel. The Saiyans had trained together for a very long time, so each of them were familiar with the other's moves and techniques. Kusu was struggling a little, as she believed that an angel was far above mortals. She didn't want them to see her exerting so much energy, but her holding back was costing her dearly, as Broly delivered blows left and right to her body, sending the angel crashing to the ground. SSJ4 Broly was a menace. While he doesn't have a god ki, his destruction force and potential was far above most deities. After standing to her feet, Kusu spoke.
"Fine. I believe 70% should be enough to deal with these pests."
But before Kusu could counter the Saiyans, she felt a terrifying ki emanating from the Saiyan Goku, who had released his Kaioken times 100 on top of his current transformation Ultra Ego 3. This was Goku's full strength, as he had decided that holding back could cost them their lives. Korn was stunned. He didn't once believe that the Saiyan was hiding such a technique. He had witnessed it at the Tournament of Power, but he never knew it could be developed to such a degree. With speed unseen by the angels, Goku charged in, preparing to deliver a universal shattering blow to the body of Korn, one that could literally rip a hole in space if it wasn't controlled. After acknowledging the Saiyan's power, Korn was forced to use 100% of his power. Blows for blows, as Korn was the one who was looking a little superior in the battle. The colliding force from their punches had opened portals to other dimensions, as the multiverse could not withstand their enormous powers. If it wasn't for the Grand Priest, who was blocking their force from spreading beyond Sector 446, all life and planets would have ceased to exist. Finally, Goku jumped back and spoke. "What will it take to defeat him? I trained for a century. Never once would I expect this to be the outcome. I cannot accept this. I will not give up now. Too many lives are at stake." Korn laughed, not wanting to reveal that he was almost max out as well. He said, "You said you've trained for a century. Well, that's nothing compared to us angels who had trained for trillions of years." With an inside voice he muttered, "These Saiyans are truly formidable. I can't believe I was forced to use almost all my energy." No matter, things are about to change drastically. Korn had activated another abilities of his, after he had realized that his staff defensive capabilities wasn't able to keep up with the Saiyan's current level of strength. He had switched its role from simple defending against incoming attack to gathering ki energy throughout their fight, which Korn had used to completely restores his stamina and strength. After absorbing so much life energy, Korn was like a new fighter as Goku and Vegeta were drained. Meanwhile, the battle among Gohan and Broly versus Kusu was still on its way. Gohan's beast mode was downright powerful, but it wasn't aiding him the way he expected as Kusu's strength was out of this world. Broly, however, was doing pretty well against Kusu as his power kept rising throughout the fight. His Super Saiyan 4 form was a little above Ultra Instinct 3 Goku and Ultra Ego 3 Vegeta. Kusu was forced to use 80% of her power as both Broly and Gohan's incoming attacks were gradually increasing at a frightening rate, something that the Angel wasn't expecting. After multiple combos have been thrown, Kusu was still not taking damage. She still had quite a few more energy stored away. The battle wasn't going as expected and it looked like the Saiyans were facing a sure defeat. "Why?" said Vegeta. "It doesn't matter how much I've increased my strength, Kakarot always finds a way to go above me. I am the prince of all Saiyans, god damn it, royal blood runs through my veins. I cannot let it end like this, I will not." Vegeta's power began to rise at an alarming rate. It was as if the Omni King himself had resided in the Saiyan's body. The heat emanating from Vegeta's ki was starting to burn the angels alive as it spread throughout the battlefield. "So much power," said Kusu as she could only look on in fear. The angels have only ever witnessed such strength coming from the Grand Priest himself, as they had never seen the Omni King fight. "Impossible," said Korn. "What is it with these mortals? To possess strength equal to Father is unimaginable. How? I'm seeing it but I don't believe it." Vegeta's strength was multiversal as he had managed to far surpass Goku and his fellow Saiyans. Not even he himself could believe it at the time. "Amazing," said Vegeta. "Now this is power fitting for a prince." He laughs out in confidence. "Now let's see what I can do." Vegeta's speed and power was like a star falling from the heavens. With his speed, he had managed to timeskip a whole 3 minutes into the future, far above what Hit from Universe 6 can do. With such terrifying speed and power, he easily punched a huge hole inside Kusu's stomach, destroying every single organ in the angel's body. Once time had set, to everyone else except Vegeta, it was as if Kusu had just exploded. No one had seen nor comprehended what had just happened. Kusu was dead, leaving everyone to question how, but upon seeing Vegeta's fist covered in blood, it soon became clear that Vegeta had something to do with it. "What happened?" said Korn, who could only watch in confusion. "What did you do, Vegeta?" Tears began to fall from the angel's eyes. "I will not let you die," said Korn. He stomped his staff on the ground, hoping to rewind time just as Whis did for Goku against Frieza back on Earth. Knowing that his abilities were limited to only 3 minutes, he quickly started the process. "No you don't," said Vegeta. Vegeta has managed to grab Korn from within time itself and delivers a blast to his face, evaporating his entire head from his body. The death of the angels could be sensed through the multiverse among the angels and gods. The Saiyans couldn't believe how insanely strong Vegeta had suddenly become. After witnessing how easily Vegeta had managed to eliminate the angels, somehow they were wondering if they too should fear Vegeta. It was at that moment that Omni Vegeta was born. A power that was once believed to be forgotten was now awakened. There was still more to this forgotten power that's yet to be unlocked, as Vegeta can only manage to maintain the transformation for only 2 minutes. The atmosphere was toxic as the force emanating from Vegeta's ki was downright stifling. Not even Goku in his Ultra Instinct 3 form could stand next to him. The power gap was too great, causing Goku to get dizzy every time he tried to approach Vegeta. It was at that moment the Omni King and the Grand Priest were alerted of the Omni form's rebirth into the world. Instantly they've sensed the ki that Vegeta was wielding. Both the Omni King and the Grand Priest were the only ones to recognize that power, as they were the only one who knew where that power derives from. They have only ever sensed one mortal with powers similar to Vegeta's, and that mortal was Salama, the first mortal that was ever created. "But how?" said the Omni King. who could be seen with a look of anger on his face. I can feel small traces of my power resonating off that Saiyan. My lord, said the Grand Priest, we have a slight problem on our hands. It would seem that the seal we've placed around the barrier surrounding the mirror dimension had somehow been damaged from the Saiyan's fight. Now there's a small crack that's causing the seal to lose power. If we don't attend to this matter, soon the seal may break. It had been trillions of years since the Omni King had sealed Salama away, and ever since then, after continuing his mortal creation, there had been a few bad apples that he also had to lock away as well. The Omni King knew that some had to be done. He knew the level of destruction the mortals that he had sealed away can do. If he allows them to escape, then he might not be able to stop them again. I'm truly sorry, my lord, said the Grand Priest. I have failed my duties, therefore I will accept any punishment, even if it's death, if that's what you desire. The battle had gotten me so intrigued that I failed to realize small traces of energy seeping out into this dimension. If I had to guess, the reason we can sense a small amount of your energy within Vegeta is due to his spirit fission abilities. In that last moment of the fight, the energy that had escaped the mirror dimension had been drawn into Vegeta's body and had collided into Vegeta's energy. Because of Vegeta's struggle to overcome every obstacle and determination to surpass Son Goku, his own energy started to push back against the dark energy. Both forces had managed to merge and created the newly found form Vegeta had now possessed. That's my theory anyway on the matter. Are you sure about this? Said the Omni King. If that's the case, then I need you to start rebuilding the seal immediately. This is your chance to rebuild my faith in you. If you manage to rebuild the seal, then and only then you can get the chance to mourn the death of your children. As to those Saiyans, I'll be dealing with them personally from now on. Now go. Of course, my lord, I will start my task now. But my lord, mourning is not necessary. They have made me proud as a father. It's an angel's duty to lay down their own in order to protect you. Such a death in my eyes is admirable. After speaking, the Grand Priest begins the sealing ceremony. Back in Sector 446, Omni Vegeta was born. Powers that were said to be forgotten had now been awakened. Vegeta, what have you become? Said Goku. However, Vegeta didn't react, as he too didn't know what this power was. Trying to maintain control over his form was both challenging and tiring. His strength was dropping, and it was dropping fast. Unexpectedly, he had dropped from his Omni form to base. All his stamina and strength had completely vanished in an instant. It looks like 2 minutes is all I can manage in that form. No matter, I will make that power mine soon, said Vegeta, who could be seen laying on the floor in exhaustion. The fight was finally over and had decided to go back to Earth. There was nothing they could do, as almost all their stamina and energy was used up in the fight against Korn and Kusu. But before leaving, Goku had remembered that his staff was left behind on Licker's planet. What happened? Said Gohan. Well, there's a slight problem. I've forgotten my staff is back on Licker's planet and I don't know how to get it back. You idiot, shouted Vegeta. Try summoning it. Weren't you listening? Whis had told you that the staff is now an extension of your own power. If you need it, no matter where you are in the multiverse, it will find you. Are you sure, Vegeta? Okay, I guess it doesn't hurt to try, said a flustered Goku. O staff that was given to me, I summon you forth, now come before me. Suddenly, at the blink of an eye, the staff had warped into existence. Goku was surprised, as he didn't think that it would actually work. Kakarot, take me home now, said Vegeta. With that, Goku raises the staff and set a course for Earth. In a few minutes, all 4 Saiyans had arrived on Earth at Kame's lookout. Kame was surprised to learn of the Saiyans' arrival. The Saiyans were covered in cuts and bruises beyond his comprehension. Don't just stand there. Go get us some sensor beans, said Vegeta. Wasting no time, he reached out and gave the Saiyans a bag filled with sensor beans, which the Saiyans had eaten. Try this, Broly, said Goku. This is called a sensor bean, and after eating this, it will completely restore your energy and strength. Broly was suspicious of the beans, but he decided not to question his comrades as he had now trusted them wholeheartedly. After eating, the Saiyans' power had increased significantly higher than it was before they had fought the gods. The Zenkai boost that the Saiyans had gotten was terrifying, as Kami could be seen passed out from the force emanating from the Saiyans. "Yes," said Vegeta, "I've finally surpassed you in power now, Kakarot. I can't fully control it, but I know it's possible with training, of course. I'll be starting after I've spent some one-on-one time with my wife, if you know what I mean." As Vegeta was about to leave, Gohan called out to him and spoke. "I must know, Vegeta, the form you used to defeat the angels, what was it? The ki that was emanating from that form feels very dangerous." "I don't know," said Vegeta. "All I know is that I was frustrated due to the fact that Kakarot was always one step ahead of me. After my rage, I felt a surge of energy enter my body. It was almost overwhelming, really, but I managed to grab a hold of it and make it my own. Thankfully, the form you witnessed was the ending result. Honestly, who cares what this power is? The fact is it's mine now, and I'm now leagues ahead of Kakarot. I'm going home now. You fools can stay here if you like." Broly had also decided to go back to Chile, so he asked Goku to teleport him back to planet Vampa, which Goku respectfully did. After he had dropped off Broly, he spoke. "The fight is not over just yet. Rest up well. We're coming back to get you in a month." Afterwards, they both teleported home to Chi-Chi. Suddenly, in another dimension, the first mortal speaks. "Who was that mortal? He had managed to gain control over my powers so easily. I must have him. He is the key to me getting out of this place." Due to the crack in the dimension barrier, Salama wanted to use the crack to his advantage. He had managed to send out small traces of his ki to find worthy mortals in hopes of gaining control of their souls and mind. After the first stage of his plan was complete, Step 2 was to use the mortal's power to break the seal that was placed on the multi-level barrier that was preventing his escape. Realizing that his plan had failed, Salama grew angry. "This mortal is strong," he spoke. "Even though it was a portion of my energy, it was still far beyond what mortals should be capable of, and yet that mortal had somehow managed to gain complete control over it. Now he's using it as if it's his own. The nerve of him to think that the Omni King would let a mortal possess such strength is crazy. After the battle we had, and others that follow, one would think to put preventive measures in place to prevent such things from happening again. He had always been so cocky. That's part of the reason why I despise him so much. One day I will be the one sitting confidently on that throne while using his head as a footstool." Seconds later, he suddenly felt the seal growing stronger and stronger by the second. In a matter of minutes, the seal was completely restored. In fact, it was even stronger than how it previously was. The Grand Priest had managed to rebuild the seal beyond its former glory. "Is that the Daishinkan? That angel had always been a thorn in my ass. Trust me, I will get out of here, and on that day your life will be the first I take." Our story continues with the Omni King sitting comfortably on his throne. On the outside he kept up the appearance as if the current situation wasn't a big issue, but on the inside, he was raging. Only the Grand Priest could tell, as he had been with the Omni King since the dawn of time. He could feel his murderous ki spreading throughout the palace. Feeling as if he needed to calm the Omni King down, he spoke. "My lord, on the matter regarding Saiyans, have you come to a decision as yet? You need only to speak the words and it shall be done." Lost in his thoughts, the Omni King didn't hear a word spoken by the Grand Priest. His mind was flustered. Things haven't been this active since his last battle with Zurama. "How could all of this happen under my watch?" said the Omni King. "That Saiyan Goku, was I too trusting of him? I understand his frustration, but that doesn't justify what he had done. He put the entire multiverse in danger over a grudge. I can't sympathize with you, son Goku. I'm the one true ruler of everything. It seems I let you grow too relaxed.
like a king not commanding his subjects. It's time I show you mortals why I'm so feared. The action of the Saiyans had made the Omni King grow angry. It had only been 2 weeks since Rumshi and his Kai had died, but he could feel the sudden changes in Universe 10. Without its god of destruction and a supreme Kai keeping Universe 10 in check, the universe is now shifting out of balance. My lord, one such as yourself shouldn't be bothered with matters such as this. This should be left to your attendants. How about you let me deal with those Saiyans from now on? Although they have gained a significant increase in strength, I'm confident in stating that they are still not a match for my other children. Even though they fought admirably, Korn and Kusu were some of my youngest children and they were the only 2 who were still in training. All my other children have already completed their angelic training, and I'm proud to say that they all far surpass both of them in both power, knowledge and skills. Seeing the Grand Priest so dedicated in serving him pleased him, but he had thought of a much quicker way to deal with the Saiyans as a whole. I'm not doubting the capability of your children, said the Omni King. But it's way easier if I just erase the entire universe. Universe 7 had survived long enough, with no god of destruction and no angel attendant. What's the point in letting that universe thrive? After being granted unlimited knowledge, the Grand Priest immediately recognized the value and benefits of letting Universe 7 survive. He feels as if it's not necessary to erase the entire universe as a whole, but he knew that he was just an advisor to the Omni King. Therefore he was not permitted to question a formal decree made by Zeno himself. The Omni King was no fool. He could sense the Grand Priest's conflicted thoughts. Do not be afraid to speak, Daishinkan, said the Omni King. You are my advisor and attendant. Your entire job is to make sure I make the right decisions. If you feel as if I'm making the wrong decision, don't be afraid to inform me of my incompetence. The Grand Priest was pleased to hear this revolution mentioned by the Omni King, and with a plan formulating in his head, he spoke. Universe 7 is located in the center of the multiverse, which serves as a bridge to all the universes. Simply erasing Universe 7 will send the development of the multiverse back thousands of years. I suggest appointing a new god of destruction and a new angel. I know you remember my other son Miru's. He could become Universe 7's next angel. After all, that's where he resides right now. As for a new god of destruction, I suggest that Frieza, my lord. He had shown great strength in the Tournament of Power. With proper training, I think he could be positioned into that role very soon. It's just a suggestion, my lord, but of course, if you find it displeasing, I won't interject in your decision any further. It's not a problem, said the Omni King. After all, it's why I appointed you. I'm now intrigued by this plan of yours. It is much more lively and well thought out than what I had in mind. Okay, I've decided to trust you with this. Do not fail me. Rest assured, my lord, those Saiyans shall be taken care of. After his initial talk with the Omni King, the Grand Priest had telepathically summoned all of his children to come to the palace of the Omni King, which they respectfully did. There they discuss methods on how to deal with the Saiyans without disrupting the cosmic balance of the multiverse. Meanwhile, the remaining 11 gods of destruction had used this opportunity to have a meeting of their own. Taking full advantage of the angel's absence, they all met up at Belmont's planet, a planet that lies at the center of Universe 11. After they all arrived, a badly injured Licker spoke. I know this doesn't come as a surprise, but the reason for Rumshi's absence is that he was killed. He was murdered by those Saiyans of Universe 7. What? Said Belmont, as all the gods of destruction stand up in total confusion. How could this be? Could we have underestimated the strength of those Saiyans? All the gods were in turmoil, but a soft, silent voice had silenced the entire room. What is Beerus doing about this? Said Jin, the god of destruction of Universe 12. He can't even control his mortals. They might be working together, said Hellas. Silently Champa was listening. He knew of his twin brother personally. With that in mind, he spoke. My brother may be a dick, but he would never stand for such things. He would never plot against the Omni King. So where is he? Said Hellas, who was still not convinced of Champa's speech. I don't know, but if he is not attending to this matter, then I'm afraid that he might be either dead or missing. After a long discussion, Lord Beerus was eliminated as a suspect. Meanwhile, something were starting to bother Liquor. It had been over 2 weeks since he had last seen his angel Corn. He tried to reach out telepathically, but he had gotten a known answer. He even tried going to the palace of the Omni King in hopes of finding Corn, but he was abruptly sent back. Feeling as if he must inform his fellow god of destruction, he spoke. The last time I saw my angel attendant Corn was during the fight with those Saiyans. It's been almost 2 weeks and I still haven't seen or heard a word from him. I even went to the palace of the Omni King, but I was abruptly sent back. I think something happened during the fight after I had fallen unconscious, and the Grand Priest is now covering it up. Yes, said Champa. Though it pains me to say this, I have to agree with Liquor on this matter. Early today, Vados had received a message from the Grand Priest telling her that she should join them at the palace. Usually this wouldn't be strange, but ever since then, she has neither returned nor spoken to me. After hearing what Champa had just mentioned, all the gods had revealed that they all had witnessed similar issues. In their mind, something big was about to happen. Whatever they were summoned for, I'm sure it has to do with those Saiyans, said Belmont. I think we should save them the trouble and kill them ourselves. We started this, so it's only right that we should be the one to end it. With that being said, I brought someone with me who was listening in on the conversation. Ever since the Tournament of Power, he had been immersed in his training, and I can confidently say that he might be even stronger than Vados herself. He told me himself that he was looking forward to the day he got his rematch with Goku. So I've decided to grant him his opportunity, only this time it will be a fight to the death. With confidence emanating from his voice, Belmont spoke. Jiren, come forth. Our story continues with Jiren being summoned by his current god of destruction Belmont to join the meeting that was meant for only deities. Upon his arrival, the gods could sense that something was different about him. They couldn't tell what, but they all had an uneasy feeling the moment he walked in. Jiren was as cocky as ever, but that still wasn't it. Even though he was at base, the aura radiating off the mortal was astonishing. I'm sure you all remember my champion Jiren, said Belmont. I strongly believe that he is our answer to defeating that Saiyan Goku. What's the meaning of this, said Champa. This was supposed to be a secret meeting meant for us gods. Why would you disrespect us by bringing a mortal along? I don't care how impressive he is, a mortal is still a mortal, therefore he doesn't belong in the presence of us gods unless we permit otherwise. The gods were angry, but they were more confused after hearing Belmont's bold claim. Belmont's previous statement was the only thing playing back and forth in their heads. How could Belmont say that this is our solution in defeating the Saiyans, said Sidra. Clearly he is not aware of the power that those Saiyans now possess. I mean, he is impressive, but those mortals have long far surpassed him in every attribute. After all, they managed to kill Rumshi and almost kill Liquor. From the far end of the room, Belmont's statement was further challenged by Liquor, who had felt the Saiyan's power firsthand.
Quick notice for all my viewers and subscribers. If you're a supporter of this channel and you enjoy what I do, then please subscribe to my second channel. The link can be found in the video description and comments section below.
You can't be serious, he shouted. Of course we remember him, but we also remember him being defeated by that very same Saiyan. It's obvious he has gained some strength, but those Saiyans are leagues ahead of him now. I would know, after all, I was the one who suffered from their overwhelming power. Jiren, who was listening, wasn't too fond of hearing Liquor talk down to him. With a familiar glare he spoke. You speak so little of me, God. I suggest you watch your mouth when speaking, but before it gets out of hand, Belmont abruptly intervenes. Calm down, Jiren, it's not his fault. They just don't understand how strong you have gotten in these past few years. My fellow gods, said Belmont. Jiren had attained a considerable amount of strength, so don't trouble yourself, leave this to him. I guarantee you that we will see results before this day ends. Liquor was angry, his face began to show a look of rage while he firmly clenched his fist. He got so angry that his destruction ki began to rise. Soon after, everyone in the entire room began to feel the murderous ki radiating off his body. Suddenly, the god confidently took a stand and spoke. I'll be the judge of that, after all. I'm the only one in this room who witnessed and felt those Saiyans' powers. If you can't best me, then you have no chance in hell against the likes of them, but I must warn you, after my battle with the Saiyans, I've also gained a significant increase in strength as well. My lord, said Jiren as he was looking to see if his god Belmont would permit him to accept the formal challenge. However, unbeknownst to him, this was exactly what Belmont wanted. He knew that his fellow gods wouldn't just blindly take his words as absolute, so he needed them to witness Jiren's strength in action, and what better way to show such strength than him humiliating a god of destruction in their presence. The stage was set and Liquor had fallen into Belmont's trap. With a cunning grin on his face, he spoke. Very well, I'll allow this challenge, Jiren, just don't overdo it. Indicating to start on his command, he raised his hand ready to signal the starting of the match. Suddenly, before Belmont had the chance to say begin, an angry Liquor charged in at Jiren. With speed far greater than what he displayed against Goku, he appears up front in Jiren's face. What? Don't tell me that I'm too fast for you, said Liquor. I can dial it down if you want, as a confident smile begins to break out. How disappointing, said Jiren as his eyes began to follow Liquor's every move. He was not just reading Liquor's moves, but he knew where Liquor's every moves were about to take him before it actually happened. After fully analyzing Liquor's every move, he spoke. Is this all your strength, God? I was expecting much more from the god of Universe 8. How pitiful. To call yourself a god is an understatement. You cocky bastard, said Liquor. This fight isn't over as he proceeds to deliver a punch to the face of Jiren. The sudden look of confidence he once had quickly turned to despair as his punches did nothing to hurt Jiren. It's my turn, said Jiren. The tremor from his voice alone was enough to force Liquor in a defensive position. With his foot planted firmly on the ground, he did something that's quite familiar to the Dragon Ball world. At the blink of an eye, Liquor body was being pumped by a barrage of punches. These were not your typical attack, as every strike became more sharp and fast each time he threw a punch. This had completely knocked Liquor out of destruction form, forcing God to his knees. Before Jiren could advance, surprisingly to everyone, the Grand Priest had stepped through a transportation portal and made his entrance mid-fight. This unexpected appearance had managed to surprise all the gods. As quickly as they can, all 11 gods of destruction stand up formally to greet the Grand Priest as they have met his terrifying gaze. Daishinkan, you're here, said a frightening Belmont. What brings you to Universe 11, if I may ask? Well, isn't this interesting, said the Grand Priest as he is slowly walked towards the gods. All 11 gods of destruction have gathered in one place. Now, what could you naughty gods be planned, and why wasn't I made aware of this meeting? I'm the overseer of everything that resides in this multiverse. You really think that I wouldn't know about all your secret meetings? I've known from the start, even your first plot to kill Son Goku, which had now put us in this predicament. I've known all this time. Normally all of you would be stripped of your title as God of Destruction, but it seems that the situation at hand is too important for such a matter. You'll receive your punishment in due time. Now on to more important matters. I'm sure Liquor had already told you this, but Rumshi has suffered a tragic fate and he is now in Otherworld. Also, it wasn't just Rumshi who was killed. Both of my children Korn and Kusu have also suffered the same fate. After hearing what the Grand Priest had announced, all the gods were stupefied. The announcement of the death of an angel had shocked them to their core, with Liquor being the most shocking of them all. How can this be, Korn, my angel killed by a lonely mortal? That's simply impossible. Is it even possible to cause harm to an angel? I assure you all, this is the absolute truth. They are dead and it's up to me to take care of the mess you started. This action of yours had troubled the Omni King quite a bit. He even thought about handling the current situation himself. As you all know, the Omni King rarely takes action. That's how much he's troubled by all of this. Now, I was thinking and I managed to come up with a solution to solve the current crisis, and I've also thought of a way for you gods to rebuild the trust that Zeno once had for you." After a long conversation, Belmont had explained the plan to send Jiren to Earth, but after fully observing and analyzing Jiren's newly attained powers, he was impressed, but he still felt that Jiren alone would still not be nearly enough to challenge the Saiyans as they are now. His initial plan was to have all 11 gods of destruction ambush the Saiyans, but now after he had witnessed Jiren's new strength, he decided to add him to the mix alongside the gods. The Grand Priest had a plan, and it was brilliant. He knew that the Saiyans were using Whis' staff to locate the gods one by one. He was planning and using that very method of transportation to ambush the Saiyans. After Goku had commanded the staff to locate a god, the staff would have no choice but to do as it's told, bringing them to section 444 where all the gods would be waiting to ambush them. The Grand Priest was a tactical genius. Although he feels that it would be easy for him to take down the Saiyans by himself, he simply wanted the gods to redeem themselves in the eyes of the Omni King. So his plan was to have the gods overpower the Saiyans with the sheer number and strength. With all 11 gods of destruction and Jiren fighting together, he feels as if this would be an easy challenge. "Don't you think that that's a bit excessive?" said Quitella. "Surely it doesn't require all us gods to defeat one lonely mortal." "But it isn't just one mortal," said Liquor. "It's actually 4 of them. You've all met 3 from the Tournament of Power, Goku, Vegeta and Gohan, but there's a 4th. I'm not sure of his name, but after fighting him, I personally can tell you that he might be the strongest of the group." "Enough," said the Grand Priest. "How dare you question my judgment? If it wasn't required, I wouldn't have stated it. I've thought about every possible variable, and every outcome shows the gods being victorious. Now all of you should leave this place and wait for the Saiyans to arrive at section 444. The universe can't handle such a battle." "Not to question you, my lord," said Sidra. "But are we supposed to just wait there for whenever the Saiyans decide to attack us?" After hearing Sidra's concerns, he spoke. "I've been watching their every step lately, and I'm quite confident that they are about to make their next move. Go there and wait. Any time now, they will make an appearance." With a wave of his hand, the Grand Priest had instantly transported all 11 gods of destruction alongside Jiren to section 444, where they eagerly await the Saiyans' arrival. Our story continues on Earth with the Saiyans eating what was to be their last home-cooked meal before they head off back into war. During that time, Goku had brought both Broly and Chile to stay on Earth, as he was informed by Gohan that it's dangerous for them to be alone throughout this mess. It had only been a few weeks since the battle with the angels had transpired, and Vegeta knew that it was only a matter of time before the deities made their next move. So all the Saiyans sat around the dinner table discussing their next plan of action. Throughout this conference, Gohan realized that they were now at a huge disadvantage. With each passing day, a victory for the Z-Fighter in this entire war seems to be getting out of reach. Initially, the conflict was only meant to be a battle between gods and mortals, but ever since the angels got involved, the odds were heavily in favor of the gods. There was always a possibility that the angels would intervene, and that was something that the Saiyans had long been aware of. However, they relied on the angels' neutrality, the law that was set by the Omni King himself, which prohibited them from meddling in gods' and mortals' affairs. However, it appears that this law was changed, and now even the Omni King desired their annihilation. With this revolution in mind, the Saiyans understood that it was kill or be killed. The weight that they were carrying on their back was heavy. They knew that if they had succumbed to death, their loved ones in the universe might have shared the same fate, and this was something they couldn't allow. But even so, they realized that they were severely lacking in power. Even with their recent power-up and increase in abilities, they all knew the odds were stacked against them. They had always believed that taking on the remaining 10 gods of destruction was within their current capabilities, but now that the angels had aligned themselves with the gods, the confidence they once had was closely dissipating into nothingness. Furthermore, the crack in the evil containment wave jar which they had trapped Lord Beerus was starting to get bigger each passing day. Eventually Lord Beerus would break free, and when he does, they knew that he would be furious and might even destroy the Earth in their absence. The Saiyans were under a lot of pressure and having to worry about the Earth's safety wasn't helping. It was during this discussion Vegeta had called Piccolo over and asked, "Do you believe that you're the strongest Namekian in history, and is this the limit to your strength?" Piccolo was in a daze, trying to understand what Vegeta was getting at. Not wanting to question Vegeta, he spoke. "I am currently the strongest Namekian now, but that wasn't the case at one point according to Kame. There was a super Namekian mentioned in Namekian methodology that was said to have the powers of gods, but over time, this knowledge was lost and forgotten. I learned of this from Kame in the Namekian Book of Legends, the very same book that Shenron speaks of, on how to summon a Super Saiyan god." "Well," said Gohan, "do you believe that you can achieve that legendary form which you spoke of?" "It's only a myth, it might not be true," said Piccolo. "What are you trying to get at?" Previously, all the Saiyans had agreed that it's unwise to leave the Earth unprotected whenever they leave. They thought that even though the Z fighters were strong in their own way, if they were up against a god, they would have no chance of winning. Furthermore, with Beerus on the rise of escaping his prison, they need someone strong enough to be able to protect the Earth in their absence. That's when Gohan came up with a brilliant plan to significantly increase the strength of the Z fighters. Krillin, Master Roshi, Piccolo and even Yamcha, having to constantly think about the protection of Earth is quite distracting in battle, said Goku. If we're to ever have a chance of defeating those deities, it is imperative that we are level-headed and have a concentrated train of thought. We need you and the others to get stronger. It didn't say, said a flustered Piccolo. But Shenron's knowledge is vast, so I think we should ask him instead. The decision to call Shenron was made within seconds. Trunks and Goten, who were hiding silently and eavesdropping on their conversation, remembered that Bulma had recently located all 7 Dragon Balls and was keeping them concealed in her laboratory. After wanting to help in some way, the boys were pleased to come from under the table and inform them of this finding. Although they were surprised, it did change the fact that this was good news. Immediately, they border the Dragon Balls from Bulma and gather them all in one spot. Suddenly, Goku began to take the initiative and spoke. "Shenron, by your name I summon you forth." Meanwhile, all 7 Dragon Balls would begin to shine with great force. An aura of power began to spread throughout the earth as darkness began to cover the land. From the abyss, an opposing dragon with green scales and red eyes suddenly appears. "I am the great dragon known as Shenron. Tell me what you desire, I can only fulfill one wish, so choose it wisely." "Shenron," said Goku, "my Namekian friend would like to know the exact methods of attaining the legendary Super Namekian transformation that was mentioned in the Namekian Book of Legend." "Is that your wish?" said Shenron as the dragon was prepared to grant it. But after remembering how Shenron previously reacted after seeing Lord Beerus, he decided to take full advantage of that again in order to gain extra wishes. "No," said Goku, "this is a request from Lord Beerus. He desired to know this knowledge. He said that you should not disappoint him." Immediately after hearing the name of Lord Beerus, Sharon was frozen in fear. "Lord Beerus," said Sharon. "He's here." In fear getting on the god's bad side, he proceeded to relay the information to Goku. "Yes, I possess knowledge of this Super Namekian. But this level of strength that you seek can only be attained if a dragon of Namekian descendants sacrifice his physical form and fuse with another." The Saiyans were confused as to what Shenron had meant, but Piccolo, who had some understanding of Namekian culture, knew what Shenron was imposing. With that in mind he spoke. He meant that a dragon of Namekian descendants, just like himself and Purunga, have to fuse with a Namekian, like me, and that's how the Super Namekian transformation mentioned in legend is achieved. "What?" said Goku. "So you're saying that he would have to sacrifice his life to fulfill the wish?" Goku didn't really understand Namekian biology nor way of life, so he completely misunderstood the situation, which Piccolo began to clear up. "No, he would have to give up his physical body and become one with me. This means that his physical body would die and his soul and abilities would reside with me, therefore 2 beings will now become one." "Well spoken," said Shenron, "but if that's what you desire, then you must be aware of the downside. These current Dragon Balls would turn into stone and would be trapped in animated slumber for 1,000 years. During that time, no wish can be made, but after they have awoken, all 7 Dragon Balls will turn black, and from them, my brother Purunga will appear. All of the time that I can manifest my physical body in this plane is almost up. Now speak your wish." The risk was then taken into account by the Z fighters, and it was agreed upon that this is the necessary cause of action. With that in mind, they allowed Piccolo to make the wish. After the wish was made, Shenron had no choice but to grant it. His entire essence and soul was being completely sucked out of his body and was being implanted into Piccolo. Throughout this process, the sudden wave of power had managed to shock the Saiyans. A bright yellow aura started to radiate between the clouds, as a natural disaster began to occur, causing the mountains and oceans to go nuts. His power could be felt within the stars as a more buff Piccolo appears. His skin a distinctive orange color, his eyes had a trace of red flare, and boy was he jacked. It was at that specific moment that Orange Piccolo was born. A super Namekian able to rival Ultra Instinct Goku had set his foot on Earth's soft grass. Moments later, Shenarnon's body had completely disappeared into thin air. Even though the Dragon Balls were turned to stones, all 7 of them still followed protocol and dash off in the opposite direction, spreading out at each corner of the Earth, waiting to be reborn again. After Piccolo's transformation was completed, Goku had a trace of smirk on his face as he watched on with satisfaction. "Congratulations Piccolo, now tell me, how does this newfound power feel?" Piccolo was more confident as ever, and Shenron's superior personality began to show. "I feel powerful, it's astounding, but I'll need to test this new transformation to have a better understanding of its capabilities, weaknesses and strengths." Goku was eager for a challenge, but Gohan subsequently told Goku that they needed to focus on more important matters due to the fact that they were only hours away from meeting the gods, and he believed this fight will deplete his strength and stamina. "You're right," said Goku. "Let's get back to business. How can we make Krillin, Master Roshi and yes, even Yamcha stronger?" Unbeknownst to them, Piccolo has gained a significant amount of new abilities transferred over from fusing with Shenron. One of which is that he has the ability to draw out a person's latent potential, but the process can take at least 2 days per person. I'll help them achieve their true potential, but this will not be easy and it will take some time. I'd offer to do the same thing for you, but I can't seem to sense any blockage that's holding you back. This could mean one of 2 things. Either you Saiyans have reached your max potential or there's no limit to your power, but that you'll have to find out for yourself. Piccolo wanted to test out his newly acquired transformation, so he insisted on using the Hyperbolic Time Chamber for some training, which Krillin and the others also agreed to. The hard part of the Saiyan job was done, but an even harder task lay ahead. They were all rested and were prepared to confront the gods. Before they leave, Goku reminds Piccolo of Beerus and what to do if he escapes. With that, Goku at the top of his lungs spoke to the staff. "Take us to any god of destruction." Like a servant listening to its master, the staff did as told, bringing all the Saiyans to section 444 where all the gods were waiting to ambush them. Within seconds, a beam of light shines down at the planet's surface, and from that light the Saiyans make their entrance, but it was at that specific moment, they realized that they were surrounded by all the gods of destruction from all sides, leaving no room for escape. "Shit," said Vegeta. "We are fucked, it's a trap."
Our story continues with the Saiyans' arrival in section 444 only to be forced into a trap. To their surprise and also to the viewers at home, they were completely surrounded with no clear route of escape. The situation was dangerous and the Saiyans weren't prepared for such an encounter. Suddenly, the Saiyans heard an evil laugh from a sinister person. "It's so nice of you to come," said Belmont, who could be seen with a big smirk on his face. "We've been waiting. I bet this isn't the greeting you were expecting." "Unfortunately for you Saiyans, we were prepared this time around, thanks to the Grand Priest of course." It appears that Belmont wasn't the only deity who had something to say. Ivan, the god of Universe 1, emerges from behind Goku and speaks up. "The Grand Priest had informed us of your previous misdeeds, and unfortunately killing an angel is a multiversal offense, and for that, the Grand Priest has given us strict orders to bring you in, dead or alive." Suddenly, a menacing look fell on Quitella's face before he spoke these threatening words. "There's no forgiveness for killing Rumshi, Korn and Kusu. So for that reason we've decided that a corpse is much easier and faster to transport. The Saiyans were stupefied. They still haven't recovered from the shock of seeing all the gods of destruction gathered in one place. In their mind, they've really screwed up big time. Separately, they believe that they take them no sweat, but together is a whole different story entirely. Immediately, a look of confusion could be seen on Vegeta's face. He was contemplating as to how this could have happened. With an emotion that showed no answers, he spoke. Kakarot, what have you done? You have killed us all. When you commanded that staff to locate a god, you could have told us that we were being transported to multiple key signatures. That way we would have been prepared. I wasn't aware, replied a surprised Goku. I still haven't completely figured out this staff. I just asked it to bring us to any god and it did. The staff did as told, said Gohan, who in a short span of time had solved the mystery. It was the gods who manipulated the staff into coming here. It was something that Belmont had mentioned that caught my attention. He said that this time around they were prepared, which forced me to believe that they knew about our method of transportation. Looking at the facts, the Saiyans shouldn't be surprised. After all, liquor had escaped them. He was the only one who knew about this, so in their mind there was no doubt that he was the one who had informed them. How could we've been so stupid, said Gohan. Yes, you Saiyans are sloppy, said Champa. And that miscalculation will cost you your miserable lives. The staff did as told, it brought you to a god, but unfortunately for you, we weren't spread out like we previously were before. We were all here when you made that command, so it had no choice but to bring you where it felt the keys of all the gods of destruction. From the opposite side of the Saiyans, Liquor was caught laughing. Seeing a panicking look on Goku's face was a delight for him. He wanted vengeance for the death of his friend and angel. Sure, said Liquor. It was me who had mentioned seeing you with the staff, but I wasn't the one to deduce that you were using the staff to locate us. In fact, that credit belongs to the brilliant mind of the Grand Priest. He was also the one who came up with this elaborate plan. I must say at first I questioned his methods, but now, it's turning out to be very fruitful. Vegeta was angry, as he began to yell at Goku once more. How many times have I told you to figure out that damn staff? Now, just look at the mess it brought us in. The gods were ecstatic to see the Saiyans arguing among themselves. This was something they had dreamed of, so they weren't ready to rush a closer. However, a more leveled Gohan stepped in and spoke. Everyone shut up. Arguing isn't going to help us in this predicament. Even though for a while he was stunned, he had caught on to the god's motive almost immediately. With a calm, cool and collective voice, he spoke once more. I see what's going on here. They're planning to overpower us with sheer numbers. I must say, this is quite a misrepresentation of a god. To think that the once feared gods would stoop so low as to gang up on 4 lonely mortals, how despicable. Gohan knew what he was doing. He had become a mastermind at manipulation, something that he picked up from meditating with Piccolo. He knew that the gods considered themselves to be proud warriors, and with that in mind, he was trying to stir up some conflicting anger, hoping that someone would become sloppy and provide the opening they needed to escape. Previously, when they had arrived from the Omni King's palace, the Grand Priest had taken the liberty to place an energy field around section 444, which means nothing can get in or out. This meant that both Goku and Vegeta's instant transmission was nullified. The Saiyans had felt a trace of divine energy radiating from all around them as soon as they saw all the gods. After trying to use instant transmission multiple times without success, that's when Gohan realized that this was the work of an angel, due to the fact that the gods have no such abilities. So instead of brawn, he started to use his brains. Listen carefully, boy, said Belmont. This was a royal decree made by the Grand Priest and the Omni King himself, so our feelings play no part in this. All that remains is orders, which we must carry out. Under the guidance of the Grand Priest, the gods had become much wiser. Almost instantly they caught on to Gohan's intentions and they weren't about to act irrationally. Father, we must hold back, said Gohan as he noticed that the gods didn't fall for his scheme. It was at that very moment, he knew that a fight was inevitable. It's best to go all out from the start and try to cut down their numbers, said Vegeta. But even so, I still can't see a clear path of victory for us. On the other hand, Broly was simply chilling as he was confused as to what his fellow Saiyans were discussing. Being the least experienced of the group, he wasn't able to comprehend the difficult situation they were in nor the type of threat that stood before him. Previously, he had fought 2 gods of destruction into him. He considered them to be weak given how easily they had dispatched them. "What's the problem?" said Broly. "This is a good thing, now we don't have to hunt them down anymore. Look, all 10 of them had graciously gathered in one place for us. They appear confident now, but that confidence will not last. As it stands, they're the one who is our prisoners, not the other way around." The gods were listening keenly, and after hearing Broly's bold remarks, they weren't so fond of his tone. "You brat," said an angry Champa, "even in the face of death, you still continue to run your mouth. Death is too good for the likes of you. I'll personally make sure that you will be met with a complete eraser." After observing Champa from head to toe, something had clicked in Broly's head. With a loud outburst, he spoke. "You look familiar, have I met before?" "That's the twin brother of Lord Beerus," said Goku. "You know, the god of destruction that you fought on Earth before we sealed him away." "Oh, that guy," said Broly, who started thinking back to the fight he had with Lord Beerus. "Now that guy has some strength. If I remember correctly, Kakarot, didn't you say he could be the strongest god of destruction? If that's the truth, then we have nothing to fear from these weaklings. In fact, I'll show you right now." At speed beyond light, Broly charged in at Champa. However, his attack was shut down completely by 2 gods of destruction who were aware of Broly's intentions. Both Ivan and Ark had managed to subdue Broly by grasping his arms from opposite angles, while they slammed him from mid-air to the ground. "Where do you think you're going?" said Ivan. Before they both twisted Broly's hand further, causing him to scream out in agony. At that precise moment, the Saiyans could tell from the gods' facial expressions that they meant business. Broly's attack has reminded the gods of their previous goals, and further talking was out of the question. Their reasons for eradicating the Saiyans were now strong as ever. The gods were itching to avenge the death of their comrade, Rumshi. Their plan was to attack each Saiyan in pairs of 2, while the remaining 2 gods of destruction patiently wait and watch for an opening before carrying out the next phase of their plans. This act from the gods had forced the Saiyans to transform. At this moment, a battle was inevitable and the Saiyans were ready even if it meant certain death. However, Broly wasn't done. In fact, he was furious. As the once bright sky darkens, a bolt of lightning strikes down directly at Broly. This had forced the gods to jump back as they watched the bolt of lightning being absorbed into the Saiyan's body. Suddenly the entire Null Void realm began to quiver in the terror of withstanding Broly's power. Broly was angry, so angry that due to the point where his training with the Saiyans might appear to be useless. Once more, everyone around him thought that he had lost all sense of reasoning. Broly's voice began to rumble as his face showed a look of danger. "You gods are dead," said Broly while he fully transformed into his humanized great ape form known as Berserk Broly. "What's going on?" said Goku. "Broly, I thought you mastered this." Out of nowhere, Vegeta shouts. "Leave him be. It's not as if he lost control, it's the way this form works. Whenever he is in this form, he allows himself to temporarily fuse with Uzaru, the same great ape that resides in every Saiyan's body, only Broly wasn't allowing it to fully transform. He is trying to suppress the great ape's ki, causing it to get angry. In this transformation, both Broly and Uzaru's mind are linked, therefore, the great ape's emotions are being transmitted through Broly's physical body. I've noticed this in the Room of Time. Whenever Broly is in this form, he gains an overwhelming wealth of power. This form is just fueled by rage due to the presence of the great ape, so on the outside it might appear as if he's lost control, but I can assure you he has not. Once he fully suppresses the great ape's ki and completes his transformation to an ascended Saiyan, he will be back to normal." Gohan was confused, So he asked Vegeta why didn't Broly simply skip this transformation and go straight Super Saiyan, which Vegeta responded by saying that Broly could have skipped it, but his Super Saiyan form would be significantly weaker in power if he had taken that route. You see, I realized that this form acts as a catalyst, said Vegeta. It's a way for him to steal the powers of the great ape that resides in this body, allowing him to fuse it with his own ki, so when he transforms into a Super Saiyan, he will not only be using his energy, but also the energy he has absorbed from Uzaru while he was in that form. This will make his Super Saiyan transformation at least 2 times more powerful than it previously was, if not more. Kakarot, said Vegeta, in this form, his energy and stamina had increased considerably. We need this break, so let him rampage. Our story continues with Broly charging indirectly at Ivan. His speed was out of this world as the god was having a hard time tracking Broly's ape-like movements. With speed less than 1/10 of a second, Broly abruptly appeared directly in front of Ivan, while hurling a punch at point-blank range which Ivan somehow managed to block. However, Broly's increase in strength wasn't about to go unnoticed. The force of punch was so powerful that it sent the gods flying in a backward direction. In an instant, Broly went on the offensive as both fighters started levitating and gliding through the air, while launching planet-shattering blows after blows. Ivan was indeed powerful, and that power had brought about confidence that can be recognized among those who considered themselves to be superior. His ego was so boosted that throughout the fight, he continued to suppress quite a tremendous amount of his powers and abilities. Ivan felt that 40% of his powers would be enough to subdue Broly, but he suddenly realized that he had made a grave miscalculation as he himself had started sustaining damages from the shockwave dispersing from the collision of their fist. Broly had become a menace to society. With his humanized Uzaru transformation almost fully complete, his movements started to become very unorthodox and chaotic as every time Ivan managed to land a blow, within seconds Broly kept lounging back in the fight with even more strength than he previously had. Where did this guy come from? Said Ivan as both him and Broly began to trade blows once more at an astronomical pace. On the other hand, Ark wasn't going to continue observing from the sidelines. Within seconds, his entire body was covered with the destruction ki of the gods. At the precise moment, Ark raises his hand signaling for Ivan to move as soon as he makes his move. Ivan would have recognized this and immediately he understood the assignment, but he needed to keep Broly's attention focused on him, or else Broly would have noticed Ark and the combo would have failed. In an instant, Ark vanishes before everyone's eyes and then suddenly reappears directly above Broly, while preparing to launch a huge ball filled with concentrated destruction ki down at the Saiyan who was distracted by Ivan. Almost immediately, Vegeta would have realized the trap, and with that he placed 2 fingers to his forehead signaling to the audience that he was about to use in transmission, but during those crucial milliseconds of him disappearing, Belmont the god of Universe 11 materialized and grabbed Vegeta by the neck with his left hand, while delivering a heavy blow to the rib cage of Vegeta with his right hand, sent him crashing to the ground. However, Vegeta wasn't the only Saiyan to witness the trap. Goku had also anticipated this and without seconds to spare, he uses instant transmission to teleport himself directly in front of the blast. The ball was filled with concentrated destruction ki and was dropping fast, so much that the surface of the planet began to split apart. Everything within the radius of the destruction ki had been destroyed. "You fool," said Ark. "Now you both shall die." All the gods had agreed except Moscow, who was busy fighting Gohan in his ultimate form. "I wasn't expecting the mortal to act so irrationally," said Ivan. "But killing 2 birds with 1 stone is quite exhilarating." However, shortly after that statement Goku had transformed into his mastered Ultra Instinct form and was preparing to take the blast head-on. With a look of confidence and power, Goku in his mastered Ultra Instinct form stood strong and simply raised his hands, stopping the blast in its tracks. On impact, he then gripped the blast with his fingers and poured some of his divine ki inside the core, causing the blast to evaporate into thin air. "Impossible," said Ark, who could only watch on in total disbelief. That form, how could he have mastered it, and in such a short time as well?
What's causing it? Here it comes.
At the previous tournament of power, which took place in the exact place they are fighting now, Goku had tapped into powers of Ultra Instinct, but he hadn't fully mastered it, and the backlash of attaining such divine level of strength had caused the Saiyans to suffer immeasurable pain. Due to that fact, all the gods had assumed that he would never be able to achieve it again. "How is this mortal doing this?" said Jin. "To cancel out destruction energy is no easy task, and this mortal did it effortlessly." "We should have expected this," said Sidra. "After all, it's almost impossible to hurt an angel, let alone kill one, and these Saiyans had managed to kill two. This news alone is quite frightening." All the gods were stunned, causing the initial fight between Gohan and Moscow to come to a complete stop. "These Saiyans showcase great levels of strength," said Liquor, "and this isn't even the peak of their powers. How can I forget? I felt it firsthand. We must go all out and attack them as a united force. That's the only way we have a chance of stopping them." Liquor was cautious as he wasn't about to make the mistakes he previously made in the past, being the only god alive apart from Lord Beerus to have ever witnessed the Saiyans' true strength and lived to tell about it. He knew what the Saiyans were truly capable of doing. However, what the gods failed to realize was that Broly's strength was still growing at an astronomical rate. After noticing that Ivan had unintentionally lowered his guard due to being stunned by Goku's sudden display of power, he used the opportunity to fire off a powerful blast directly from his mouth in an effort to eradicate the god. But, it was at that very moment, the god of Universe 12 teleported in front of Broly's blast with the intention of showcasing his own power as well. Within range of collision, the god easily slapped the blast directly back at Broly, causing it to explode on impact. Unfortunately, all this did was anger the Saiyan even more as a look of hunger and rage started to formulate within the smoke and dust. Suddenly, the legendary Super Saiyan transformation was about to make its debut as Broly could be seen radiating a huge amount of greenish concentrated ki, which was encoded all around his body. Within seconds, Broly had transitioned from his berserk humanized Great Ape form to now a true Super Saiyan while still maintaining the powers he managed to siphon from the Great Ape. His newfound power was downright terrifying as Broly's Super Saiyan form was now 5 times stronger than it previously was. Even though the Uzaru form is 10 times the strength of a base Saiyan, Broly didn't get the times 10 multiplier due to the fact that he had maintained his humanized form, so that boost of strength was split in half. However, what he lacks in strength, he makes up for it in speed. Jin on the other hand was the overseer of the battle. His initial role was to survey the entire battleground as he was one of the 2 gods who had agreed to stay back and cover the gods if they somehow needed any assistance. But after seeing and feeling the dangerous ki radiating off the Saiyan, he now set his sights on stopping Broly before he gained any more power. With a radiant light, Broly began to carefully launch a barrage of ki blasts directly at the gods of destruction, all while instinctively avoiding the blast from targeting the Saiyans. However, the gods did something unseen to the Dragon Ball world. Together, all the gods of destruction created huge balls of destruction energy and began to fuse them together into one enormous ball of concentrated ki. Suddenly, to the Saiyan's surprise, all the gods had walked directly to the center inside the ball unharmed. Their plan was to use the ball's destruction energy as a protective barrier against Broly's relentless attacks, all while using the destruction force of the barrier to fend off physical attacks. It was at that moment, both Vegeta and Gohan had used that opportunity to fully transform. Vegeta went straight into his Ultra Ego as he felt that all the forms beneath this are useless in their current position. Meanwhile, Gohan uses this chance to go Mystic as he felt that holding back wasn't an option anymore. Although it wasn't in their original planning, Broly has given an opportunity they can't afford to waste. Instantly, the Saiyans started to spread out, surrounding the ball of destruction from 4 corners, each preparing to launch their signature moves down at the gods who were in the middle of the sphere of ki. Simultaneously, the Saiyans proceed in firing off their signature technique. Gohan launches his Masenko, Vegeta fires his Destruction Final Flash, while Goku fires his Kamehameha. Broly was already on the offensive as he kept up his barrage of blast, forcing the gods to stay inside the sphere. At that precise moment, all the blast belonging to the Saiyan had collided with the god's destruction key. However, on impact, it appears that the Saiyans didn't calculate the amount of power they needed as the destruction ball was rapidly increasing in size and power, pushing back the Saiyans' initial blast. "What's happening?" said Gohan. "We're not breaking through. It appears that the gods are going on the offensive," said Goku. "They're constantly imbuing more of their destruction energy inside the blast, causing it to expand in size and power," but before Vegeta could respond, Goku had released his staff, but not before giving it a few simple instructions. "Release more power," said Vegeta. "Let's show them the might of us Saiyans." At that moment, the Saiyans began to increase their strength at a rapid rate while still maintaining their current forms. The collision could be felt far and wide as the universe started to quake in its boots. However, it wasn't the same for Broly. His rage and anger had forced a new transformation, causing him to arrive at something truly unprecedented. Not even the universe could contain his powers, as his keys could be felt all the way at the palace of the Omni King. His ki wasn't divine, but it was universal. Even the angels could recognize his strength as the Saiyan continues to rage in anger. Suddenly, his eyes started to glow red, while the skin on his face slowly began to strip off, revealing a golden great ape desperately trying to break free. This sudden shock of power had forced the Saiyans to cancel their initial blast and abandon their post, seeing that Broly's boost of energy was too great. However, the gods still maintained their position in the protection of their impressive ball of destruction energy. "What's going on with Broly?" said Gohan as he couldn't comprehend what his eyes were witnessing. "I don't know," said Goku, as he too has never witnessed this transformation before, nor has he ever heard of it. "It's Uzaru," said Vegeta. "I'm not sure, but I think this had something to do with him stealing the power of the great ape while he was in his berserk form. I might be wrong, but by the looks of it, there's no suppressing that monster anymore, it's coming out. I only hope that Broly is the one in control, otherwise the gods aren't the only threats we have to fight today." Unexpectedly, the transformation was complete as the 50 feet Uzaru stood tall, casting a menacing stare at the Saiyans before looking back at the gods. Suddenly, with one impressive jump, it landed before the ball of destruction key, which all the gods were currently in. The planet's surface trembled beneath the feet of Golden Uzaru. "What is that thing?" said Champa. However, before Champa could say another word, Golden Uzaru proceeded to pick up the ball of destruction with his bare hands. The gods were in total disarray, seeing a mortal perform such impressive feats as mind-shattering. "That monster literally holds destruction energy," said Hellas. "I'm seeing it, but somehow I refuse to believe it." Suddenly, the Golden Uzaru started to squeeze the massive destruction energy in the palm of his hands, just like Frieza had done. Only this time, the blast was astronomically larger than the one Frieza had stopped. "Hurrying," said Quitella. "Cancel out the blast, if we don't we will surely be killed." "Are you mad?" said Belmont. "This barrier is the only thing protecting us from being flattened alive. If we cancel out the blast, our fate would be sealed." Following Belmont's speech, the gods instantly realized that it was too late for them to disperse the blast. However, unbeknownst to the Saiyans, the gods didn't come alone. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a mysterious person appears and delivers a rock-solid blow to the face of Golden Uzaru, knocking the ape 3 steps back. This brave act had forced the freedom of the gods as the huge ball of destruction fell from Uzaru's hand and suddenly began to evaporate. "What took you so long?" said an angry Belmont. "My lord," said Jiren. "I was specifically told to only intervene if I see an imminent danger. That ape-like creature is a threat, so I did as requested." "Jiren," said Goku, "why are you here? This is not a matter I wish to settle with you, it's with us and the gods." However, Jiren could only look back at the Saiyan in disgust as he started to think back to what the Grand Priest had told him. "So it's true," said Jiren. "Son Goku, I was hoping that this was a misunderstanding, but it appears that the Grand Priest and Lord Belmont weren't lying after all. Seeing you here confirms their accusation. Son Goku, even if you were wronged, one should not go around killing divine beings and say it's all in the name of justice. It's unfortunate. I was actually looking forward to our rematch someday, but never had I once thought it would be under these circumstances." "How interesting," said Vegeta. "It didn't even occur to us that you would be the one to run to the aid of these jokes of a god. Initially we thought it would be the angels, but then they send you to prove that they take our strength for granted. No matter, sooner or later, they all shall suffer the same fate just as you're going to suffer right now. Forget Kakarot, I wouldn't mind getting a rematch myself. Since you came here on behalf of protecting your god, my conscience will be free when I kill you." However, as if Vegeta wasn't even there, Jiren rudely disregards Vegeta's presence as he turns back to Goku and begins to speak. Seeing such disrespect, Vegeta was burning with rage and fury. He was dying to teach Jiren a lesson, but before Vegeta could transform into his awakened Ultra Ego 3 form, the once bright sky suddenly darkens. Suddenly, huge chunks of the planet's surface slowly levitated as Broly began to shrink in size back to the height of a person. His powers could be felt throughout the multiverse as the force emanating from his ki transcends time and even space itself. Jiren, who was so confident at first, was forced to step back under the stifling weather change due to Broly's overwhelming, astronomical strength. However, a bit of smiles began to break out on the Saiyan's face. With nothing but a warning, Goku spoke. "I suggest you prepare yourself, Jiren. You've managed to anger a monster in human form." As the clouds briefly parted, a beam of light shines down on Broly, showcasing him in the legendary Super Saiyan 4 transformation that no Saiyan had ever achieved. But this wasn't the extent of Broly's new and improved Super Saiyan 4 transformation. This time he had managed to acquire the full 10 times multiplier given from the Golden Ape transformation while gaining an even greater level of speed. From the far corner of the Saiyans, the gods had all stood frozen after witnessing Broly's unrivaled powers. "How is this mortal doing this?" said Ivan. "It's as if he has no limits. Also, what is this dreadful transformation? I can't sense any divine ki. Is this the pinnacle of mortal strength?" After snapping back to reality, Jiren stood headstrong and spoke once more. "What an impressive display of strength, I must commend you on that. However, don't get cocky, as I too have transcended the laws of God."
Our story continues with the Saiyan Broly looking more powerful as ever. After achieving his legendary Limit Breaker Super Saiyan 4 transformation, the Saiyan was at the height of his strength. In a short span of time, Broly had fully tamed the Golden Uzaru, allowing him to fully unlock and access all of its concealed power and abilities. This step was the most crucial step for his growth potential, as now Broly had attained the Great Ape's special ability, which is its 15 times multiplier. This meant that Broly can now increase any past and every future transformation 15 times its usual stats. While using this special ability, his strength, speed, agility, stamina and intelligence have now been boosted 15 times what it initially was. However, this ability isn't suited for long-format fights, as the 15 times increase would only last for 1 hour before the Golden Uzaru went back to sleep, waiting to raise again the next day. Back on the battlefield, Jiren was intimidated for sure, but he wasn't scared, having not understood the scope of Broly's powers yet. Even though he does not have the ability to appraise Broly's strength, abilities and stats, he still felt that his training with the angel Margarita had made him strong enough to defeat him along with the other Saiyan. Jiren naturally had a cocky nature, and that had only increased due to the fact that he was far stronger than what he was during the Tournament of Power. Margarita had allowed him to train in the angel's very own Room of Time, the exact one that Frieza had stumbled upon back in the Dragon Ball Super manga. "So you must be the one that Fool Liquor warned the gods about. Having felt the aura resonating off your body, I can tell that you're the strongest of the group." Having heard Jiren's response, Vegeta got a little bit irritated and with an inside voice, he muttered to himself. Strongest my ass, if I showed that fool my Omni form he would retract that statement, but as it stands, I haven't fully mastered it. 3 minutes is all I can manage right now, so I can't afford to waste it on fools like you. Much bigger fishes are out there for us to fry. I must say, your strength is quite impressive, said Jiren as he intensely glared back at Broly. We're uniquely different Saiyans based on blood attributes but quite similar in other aspects. It intrigues me to see that another mortal alongside myself was able to attain strength even greater than the gods without the use of divine energy. As far as I can tell, we are the only mortals alive to have ever achieved such feats. Now it's time to see which of us is the strongest. Vegeta on the other hand was slowly starting to see through Jiren's facade. Having observed Jiren's persona, he spoke out loud. The atmosphere has changed. I've never seen Jiren talk this much either. The Jiren I know only talks to a person when he recognizes their capabilities, so for him to be talking this much, it is clear that he considers Broly to be a threat. However, Broly, who had recently achieved his Limit Breaker Super Saiyan 4 transformation, wasn't feeling so chatty as the rest. His ki lashed out dangerously, while gaze was fixated on Jiren. In an instant, before Jiren could even blink his eyelids, Broly was up close in his face, staring him dead in the eyes. What? Said Jiren as a defensive aura started to cover his entire body from head to toe, while he tried to create some distance from them both by jumping back. However, before he could even make a single step, Broly had launched a planet-shattering blow, sending the Pride Trooper crashing to the ground. Broly's limit breaker speed and strength was multiversal as before Jiren's defensive barrier was fully complete, his fist had managed to power through and made contact with Jiren's physical body milliseconds before the barrier had even started form. The force from the punch was so stifling, it quickly became transparent to the Saiyans and gods that Broly was an entirely different being. Not even Broly himself had a grasp of how strong he is, as he could be seen observing his close fist, giving an impression to Ash's subscribers that he had held back quite a significant amount of his strength in that last attack. When Jiren's body collided with the arena surface, it created an enormous crater, large and deep enough that 75% of the entire arena surface was almost useless, as the only thing that could be seen below separately from the remaining 25% surface was the vacuum of time and space itself. The gods were stunned out of their minds, as they've never witnessed such strength before. They have never seen the angels, the Grand Priest nor the Omni King showcase this level of power, due to the fact that for millions of years, there has never been a threat of this magnitude. In all their time of being alive as gods of destruction, no being, neither deity nor mortal, had ever displayed this level of power before. They have only ever heard of one mortal with such strength, and that mortal was Zerama, the first mortal to be created, but he was imprisoned millennia before they were appointed the prestige title of God of Destruction. One hit, said Ivan. That's all it took for that mortal to defeat him. This simply is not possible, said Belmod, who was confused out of his mind. What is it with these Saiyans and their bottomless powers? It's the same as the Tournament of Power. No matter the corner they're backed in, they always manage to achieve some monstrous ability. Not even the Saiyans could anticipate this, as they themselves had expected Jiren to be more of a challenge. Almost immediately after that initial attack, the smoke and dust clears, and Jiren could be seen with a vexed look on his face.
It's not possible! I cannot lose! I won't accept defeat! In all my effort, all I've struggled to achieve, all of it will have been pointless!
His shirt was completely worn off, as his entire body portrayed a look of fatigue and damage. Suddenly, the atmosphere got quiet, as the only thing heard from the rumbles was Jiren yellowing out in rage. His ki unveiled a reddish aura, as it could be seen and felt outside the far corners of the universe. Just like a vacuum, all the energy that was radiating above the arena surface was quickly drawn in by the Pride Trooper, thus creating a blast pack with a concentrated ki in the palm of his hands. Immediately after the gathering of the energy assimilation was complete, he fired the blast directly at Broly, who for the first time ever could be seen smiling at the sight of Jiren's despair and frustration. Broly was confident, and that level of confidence could be seen and heard in his battle roar, as with just a simple wave of his hand, Jiren's blast was instantly cancelled out. Every single trace of his ki was completely eviscerated from the atmosphere. But how? Said Jiren. Where did this monster come from? However, before Jiren could utter his next words, Broly vanishes before his very eyes, and in a span of millisecond, he instantly appears directly behind a completely caught off guard Jiren. Broly was moving so fast that not even the Saiyans nor the gods could detect him. As the Pride Trooper tries his best to turn around in time, he thought to himself. His speed, it's off the charts, I have never seen such speed in my entire life, not even from the angel Margarita. But yet again, just as before, Jiren is instantly punched straight in the face by the alarmingly powerful Broly, immediately sending the warrior flying in agony as he crash-landed into one of the many surrounding crumbed mountains. The Saiyans on the other hand had never once anticipated that Broly's limit breaker form could be this great. He was making Jiren look like a complete weakling as poor Jiren had not once managed to land a single blow. Things were starting to go left for Jiren as the difference in power was clear to see by everyone. "Poor little Jiren," said Vegeta. "Where is that bravado you had in the tournament of power? I was dying to show you my true strength, but it seems that it would be a complete waste of my time, you're already done." "Kakarot, Gohan," said Vegeta. "Let's finish this, we can afford any more surprises." The Saiyans realized that they needed to handle the situation before things started to take a turn for the worst. It was at that moment, the Saiyans had fully transitioned into their most powerful forms. Goku transforms into his Ultra Instinct 3 form while he intentionally left out his Kaioken times 100, simply because he didn't want to place all of his eggs in one basket. The harsh temperature and aura that was wrapped around the Saiyans boy was quite frightening to the gods, as they had never once thought that there was an even greater level beyond Ultra Instinct. Vegeta, not wanting to be outdone, would have followed after Goku by transforming into his Ultra Ego 3 form as well. This came as more of a shock to the gods, as Vegeta had completely mastered and dominated destruction energy. "He had achieved it," said Champa. "No, I'm sensing that this might be a new and improved transformation that's even greater in every attribute, far beyond Beerus's Akari form." Champa was taken aback by the Saiyan's strength, and with an inside voice he spoke. "Brother, what the hell did you and your angel teach these Saiyans?" However, the Saiyans weren't done making their impression, as Gohan, who was already in his strongest form, had released his hidden potential in order to use 100% of his powers. The gods stood helplessly, as this was the first time they were completely outmatched and dominated. Suddenly, to their surprise, 4 great beam lights shoot up out of the planet's stratosphere as the different aura colors light up the darkest depth of space. Our story continues with the Saiyans looking more powerful as ever. Mid-fight they had decided to fully transform in what was believed to be their most powerful forms. Ever since the catastrophic battle with the vicious angels, Korn and Kusu, these forms had never seen the light of day. However, that streak was broken today, as the radiant aura resonating off the Saiyans was almost impossible to ignore. The increase in strength was nothing to joke about, as their ki lashes out in hunger, searching the universe for its next meal. However, unfortunately for the gods, tasting destruction energy is all that's on its mind. A sense of superiority began to show on the Saiyans' face as they had managed to shock the once overconfident gods back into hiding. "These monsters," said Sidra. "How is this possible? How can a few monkeys gain this level of strength? I just don't understand why we are having such a hard time with these mortals." "I don't know," said Belmod, "but I'm not giving up without putting up a fight. I would rather die fighting if that is to be my faith." "Agree," said Ivan. "However, I'm not just going to give up my life, so we need to fight strategically to have even a small chance." However, unbeknownst to the gods, Liquor wasn't feeling their little discussion anymore. He was frustrated, and that frustration had clouded his mind, causing him to act reckless. Suddenly, from the far corner of the arena, Liquor was sighted, with his foot planted firmly to the ground. All 9 of his tails hovered over his head like a barrage of cannon ready to be lit. "That stupid fool," said Gin. "Isn't he the one who is always telling us not to act reckless around these Saiyans? Now look at him breaking his own rule. Do he really think he can take them on alone?"
Please join us on Patreon for more episode and new series weeks in advance.
Before Ark had a chance to call out to him, Liquor unleashed a barrage of ki blasts directly in the direction of the Saiyans. The force of the blast could be felt and heard far and wide as Liquor continued to yell out in anger. Faster and faster as the blast condenses in laser-like projectiles while each rapidly targets the Saiyans. This sudden action has forced the Elite Saiyans to walk forward slowly while proceeding to use their very own techniques to evade Licker's Ki Blast. Goku in his Ultra Instinct 3 form proceeds to effortlessly dodge all incoming blasts while he continues to walk forward at a gradual pace. Vegeta on the other hand had decided to use a very simple approach. To the god's surprise, he proceeded to walk right into every blast. However, the key to this strategy was his destruction energy. Even if the blast managed to come in the parameter of Vegeta's body, it would have been completely Hakai. Gohan took a similar approach, but it was unique to his style of fighting. While he slowly walked towards the gods, each blast that targets him was completely slapped away, sending them to explode far away from the battleground. "How terrifying," said Champa. "Look at these monsters. Licker death beams don't seem to bother them in the slightest." But before Champa could utter his next words, out of nowhere, surprisingly to all the gods, he was punched directly in the face by Beast Gohan. The force from that punch was no joke, as the god of destruction was sent flying with no way of stopping himself. However, before Champa's body could collide with the arena surface, both Gin, Sidra, Belmod and Arc charged after him in hopes of stopping him, due to the fact that the location where Champa was spiraling towards had no surface, and if they don't catch him, he will continue to fall towards the darkest depth of space. After a quick chase, Gin had managed to grab a hold of Champa's hand, and with a slap to the face, Champa had regained consciousness. Suddenly, to all four gods' surprise, Gohan was coming fast. His speed was blinding, as in an instant, he easily managed to catch up with the gods. While in mid-air, Gohan proceeded to launch his attack. At that precise moment, all the excess energy that was flowing out in the universe was being drawn into Gohan's Masenko signature move. With his two hands placed above his forehead, he proceeded to charge up his Masenko blast. In less than a second, Gohan's blast was fully charged up and ready to be fired. The gods would have realized that they had no chances of escape and decided to rely on Sidra's specific ability. "Sidra," said Arc, "what are you waiting for? Do it now." However, it was at that moment that Gohan had fired his Masenko. The blast traveled at an alarming speed, as in less than nanosecond, the blast had made impact. But, to Gohan's surprise, his blast had collided with a huge green-colored globe barrier created by Sidra. Sidra was considered to be one of the best defensive fighters among the gods of destruction thanks to this special ability. However, to create power from nothing, one has to give up something essential of theirs, and in that case, that essential thing was his life energy. "What?" said Gohan, as the split-second activation of a barrier had caught him off guard. "Not bad, but let's see if you can keep it up with me at this level." Almost instantly, Gohan had completely turned up the heat by increasing the power of his Masenko, which later started to break Sidra's barrier. Suddenly, to the god's surprise, the barrier began to crack and Sidra was starting to feel drained due to the fact that his life energy was the source holding the barrier together. However, this situation was ideal for Belmod, as now it was the perfect time for him to use his very own special ability, which was energy transfer. Each god of destruction was granted a unique skill developed by the Grand Priest himself. Each skill was assigned to a god, and upon master, only they themselves can perform it, excluding the angels. Belmod had the ability to transfer ki to any individual of his choosing. Also, his ability wasn't limited to just regular ki, he could also transfer god ki as well. This means that Belmod can make a regular mortal become a god, but that's only for a short period of time. However, if such an individual was able to control and master such a divine ki in that short time span, then no time limit would be placed on that individual and they can generate god ki whenever they wish. But in this case, Belmod ki was being used to perform a different role, since Sidra already mastered god ki. This time, Sidra was using Belmod's energy to replenish his own and to restore the barrier to its former glory while granting it immense strength and durability at the same times. "Well done," said Champa. "Who knew your ability was so useful?" Outside of the barrier, Gohan could sense the barrier increasing in strength at a gradual pace. "These gods just don't know when to quit," said Gohan. "Okay, it's time I finish this." But, it was at that moment, the ever-so-menacing Broly charged forward. The entire Dragon Ball fandom could tell that Limit Breaker Super Saiyan 4 Broly meant business. His right hand began to curl up into a fist, and with a huge wound up, he launched a catastrophic blow to the barrier, completely shattering its core. "Gohan, stop wasting time. We need to get rid of them now," said Broly as a dreadful look fell upon his face. "What, you again?" said Sidra. "Jiren has fallen." However, in an instant before another word was spoken, Broly vanishes while Goku in his Ultra Instinct 3 form had tagged himself in from above. This combo wasn't planned, but it was premeditated as Broly could sense exactly where Goku was and what he was about to do. "Above us," said Gin as Goku had launched a full-power Kamehameha down at the gods. The beams travel at speed beyond light as it shines down at the gods, ready to wipe them from existence. Suddenly, something happened that didn't come as a surprise to Goku, as it was well within the scope of his plan. All the gods of destruction who were initially targeted had narrowly vanished out of the way before they were swallowed by the blast. However, one of the gods didn't realize that the blast was intended to target him due to the fact that he had his hands full fighting Vegeta. Unfortunately for him, he noticed a bit too late. That unlucky fellow was Liquor, as on impact, the blast had completely vaporized his entire being and body, leaving no trace of his body nor clothes that could be used to validate his existence. But, to everyone's surprise, only his head had remained. Goku coldly stares down, knowing that a part of his job is now done, and now not with even the slightest sign of remorse. Vegeta, who was below, slowly walks over and disrespectfully steps on Liquor's lifeless head that was laying on the ground. "Behold the death that shall follow all of you gods," said Vegeta. This fox had gotten what he deserved, now it's your turn. Soon, Vegeta just as calmly ever places his hand out, and using his perfectly destructive energy creating his own ball of Hakai as he looks down at Liquor one last time before saying, "Not even death is enough for you, fox," as he proceeds to fire the ball of destruction energy, completely vaporizing the last remains of the god who was known as Liquor. "Liquor is gone for good," said Hellas as an instant realization formulated in her head. His death had shocked the gods back into reality. It was then and there that they realized that this was a kill or be killed situation. In an instant, all the gods' bodies were completely covered in destruction energy, signaling that things were about to get difficult for the Saiyans. However, it was around that time Jiren had stolen the spotlight once more by using his ki to destroy every single rocks that had fallen on him when he had collided in the mountain. "Where is that monkey?" said a beaten and battered Jiren as he could be seen gasping for air. Our story continues with a furious Jiren, angrily strolling forward, his eyes darting all over the arena as he impatiently scans the harsh environment in search of Broly. "Where could that monkey be hiding?" said a tempered Jiren as his face exhibits a puzzled expression. "I will not stand for such humiliation. I was hoping that my fight with the Saiyans would be interesting just as before, but never have I once expected that this would be the outcome." Jiren was not only puzzled, his mind was in disarray. After using up so much energy, it was hard for him to comprehend the fact that he hadn't managed to land a single blow. "No," said Jiren as he continued to utter to himself, "I will not allow my efforts and training with the angel to all be for nothing. It's time I show these Saiyans the fruits of my labor." Suddenly, the entire realm began to tremble under the breath of Jiren's roar. His rage and ki was out of this universe as the radiant angelic ki began to run mad, burning everything within its grasp. The heat that was being generated from within Jiren's soul was emanating an angelic ki different but similar in many ways to that of the angels. Not even Ultra Instinct 3 Goku was able to fully withstand its dangerous force, as Jiren's ki had forced Goku to jump back, while also placing his arm over his face in effort to protect his eyes from the vicious heat and light spread out in the atmosphere. Suddenly, to the viewer's surprise, the entire arena surface began to split apart, leaving huge crumbles of rocks falling down into the abyss only to be transported among the different universes. However, Goku wasn't the only Saiyan to feel Jiren's power, as Beast Gohan had to teleport above the perimeter of the arena, in hopes of giving himself some distance from Jiren's destructive energy. Vegeta and Broly, who were within proximity of Jiren's ki, somehow weren't affected in the slightest. Both Saiyans didn't even feel the need to evacuate due to the fact that they didn't feel threatened, and this was because they were aware that Goku's angelic staff was within the vicinity. While they were fully prepared to face Jiren's overwhelming ki head-on, they stood strong in the exact spot without moving an inch, while Jiren's ki mysteriously passed around them, traveling at tremendous speed in the direction of the staff. A while back in episode 19, before the fight between the Saiyans and the gods had started, Goku had activated the staff's siphon ability, before he silently sent it off in the distance, but not before giving it a few simple instructions, one of which was to continuously absorb all the excess ki that was wasted from the fight that somehow looked inevitable. This was sent out as a plan B for the Saiyans, a way to replenish their energy and stamina if they somehow were forced to use it all up. Back on the battlefield, both Vegeta and Broly were within the staff's 50-mile radius, therefore, all the extra ki that had managed to find its way within that area was completely absorbed by Goku's staff, and the Saiyans had used this exploit to protect themselves in the process. The two Saiyans were confident that facing Jiren's overwhelming ki head-on would never pose an issue for them. However, they simply decided that it wasn't worth burning the extra energy. Suddenly, with the camera focusing back on Jiren, a new form of divine technique was attained. This came as a surprise to the Saiyans, as they never once thought that Jiren would travel down such a path. Instantly, as the smoke and dust dissipates, Ultra Instinct Jiren was born, as a reddish angelic ki that could be seen and felt by everyone shines bright as the aura radiating off the Pride Trooper's body was downright terrifying. "What?" said Goku as he was left looking shocked, questioning himself to see if he had just witnessed a ghost. Gohan, who was above the arena, was completely caught off guard as he was not able to comprehend the sight of an Ultra Instinct Jiren. "You've got to be kidding me," said Goku. Jiren had mastered Ultra Instinct. He was a demon without it. There's no telling how powerful he had gotten now that he had attained the angelic technique. However, from the far corner of the arena, a super confident Vegeta could be heard by everyone laughing tirelessly as a malicious smirk fell upon his face. "It would seem that you had a little more in the tank, Jiren," said Vegeta. "But it's such a shame that that little display of strength isn't going to change the result of the fight. I don't care if you have mastered Ultra Instinct, you're still going to die." "You talk too much," said Jiren, as with speed less than nanosecond, the angelic warrior instantly vanishes and reappears directly above a composed Vegeta with the intent to kill. With his arms swirling back, he unleashes a powerful punch at Vegeta, but in an instant, Vegeta somehow manages to dodge in the nick of time, yelling back, "Surely this isn't the limit to your powers, Jiren," before he proceeds to unleash the full force of his Ultra Ego 3 form upon the world. Feast your eyes on the true power of the mighty Prince Vegeta as he vanished from existence. Almost immediately after vanishing, with speed beyond light, Vegeta lounges in at the Pride Trooper. However, Jiren's increase in power had allowed him to track Vegeta's chaotic movements. Suddenly, as if he had never left, Vegeta was up close and personal in Jiren's face, while he delivered a point-blank range blast to the face of Jiren, sending him flying back. "Impressive speed," said Jiren as he continued to spiral back mid-air. It would seem that his speed was too great, leaving no time for the automated self-reaction of Ultra Instinct to be activated. However, the combo wasn't finished, as Vegeta's eyes had locked on to Jiren like a missile trying to locate its target. "Now this is unfortunate," said Vegeta as he continued to smirk at the Pride Trooper. "And here I thought Kakarot and Gohan was the only two mortal who had mastered Ultra Instinct, but it looks like you're still quite a few levels behind him in terms of raw power and using it to its full potential." "What are you even saying, Vegeta?" said Jiren. "I've already unlocked its full potential." With almost heaven-like reaction, Jiren moves in for the kill, instinctively launching a blow that lands flush on Vegeta's cheeks, sending the Saiyan moving slightly but not too far. While Jiren, interesting, does not continue his assault. Blood starts to gush from the Saiyan's mouth before a familiar smile begins to make out on his face. "Yes, Jiren, hit me more, I'm only going to get stronger." Vegeta's spirit fission was now in effect, allowing him to increase his powers every time a hit had landed. However, from the far corner of the arena, Goku grows impatient of watching. Seeing Vegeta throw down with Jiren had sparked an interest in Goku's eyes. "It's about time I get a chance to fight," said Goku before dropping to the arena surface. "What?" said a confused Vegeta. "Kakarot, have you gone mad? Can't you see the fight's just getting interesting?" "I'm sorry, Vegeta, but this is something I really need to resolve. Hopefully you can understand just this once." "Do you think this is a game?" said an angelic Jiren, who stood in rage after realizing that the Saiyans weren't taking him seriously. The warrior had a flashback to the Tournament of Power when everyone feared the very ground he walked on, not daring to take their eyes off him for a minute. This thought had caused the Pride Trooper to burst with rage before he spoke. So be it, I don't mind getting my rematch based on how our last fight ended. Furthermore, it doesn't matter who fights, all of you will fall by my hands, so you're just delaying the inevitable. Jiren's choice of words had infuriated Vegeta, but having understood one's need to settle their differences, he powered down, allowing Goku the opportunity to settle his issue like a proud Saiyan warrior would. However, he wasn't simply going to watch from the sidelines without having a little fun of his own. Just like a sniper, his gaze quickly locked on to the remaining 9 gods of destruction. Both Broly and Gohan would have picked on this and decided not to interfere with their battle while they too target the gods. Suddenly, like a ray of light, Jiren bursts out in rage, increasing his energy to its max, while he proceeds to release his full angelic potential. Every ounce of his strength was released as the entire realm was covered under the stifling breath of his ki. Suddenly, the dangerous Jiren walks slowly toward Goku with the intent to have a fight. Goku looks back with no emotion, as if Jiren's display of power didn't faze him in the slightest. While both warriors' eyes manage to interlock, in an instant the fight begins with both warriors charging in at each other. Blows after blows were exchanged and Jiren was starting to feel as if they were on equal grounds. With a powerful strike, Jiren swung at Goku, however Goku managed to block with little effort. The look on Jiren's face changes as he soon realized that Goku was holding back, so with a sneak move, he silently realized a blast while Goku was focused on him. They had caught Goku off guard and sent the Saiyan colliding with the planet's surface. Jiren smirked as he was starting to regain his confidence. Now, things are going to work out differently from what happened in the Tournament of Power, said Jiren. You showed me mercy once, but I'm not so merciful, your faith to die right here and now by my hands. However, after hearing Jiren chant, Goku quickly rose to his feet and spoke. I don't need any mercy from the likes of you, Jiren. I'm only challenging you just to settle a score. Furthermore, you shouldn't be acting so cocky. After all, I'm leagues ahead of you in this Ultra Instinct game. Goku's detrimental words had struck a nerve, leaving the once calm, cool, and collective Jiren to act out of his character. Almost instantly, a ray of projectiles was quickly fired off directly at the Saiyan. With tremendous speed, the blast targets its prey like a gun, and with pinpoint accuracy, the barrage of ki blasts explodes on contact. This forces Goku to guard as he instinctively glances up, realizing that Jiren was preparing to end the fight with one final attack. Immediately after realizing this, Ultra Instinct 3 Goku hurriedly fires off a Kamehameha of his own. Both beams had collided with each other, causing a huge gust of wind and force to burst out in the universe. Both warriors appeared to be on equal footing, before Jiren chose to crank up the heat. As the power of the blast rapidly increased, Goku's Kamehameha was being forced back at him, causing the Saiyan to struggle as he tried his best to maintain control. Suddenly, both the Saiyans and God could feel the huge explosion as Jiren had managed to overwhelm Goku, and in doing so, Goku tragically felt the entire impact of that explosion. As the camera focuses back on the Pride Trooper, a smile begins to break out on his face. Serves you right, said Jiren. But before he could finish his statement, an undamaged Goku lunges out from the smoke and dust directly at him. Jiren was stunned as he instinctively dodged Goku's attack while he himself jumped back in the fight. However, something came as a shock to Jiren as he felt his abdomen being struck by what looks like opposing shockwaves, forcing the Pride Trooper to counter. The fight looks to be evenly matched as both warriors evenly exchanged blows after blows. Immediately while Goku was mid-air, on top of his Ultra Instinct 3, he decided to activate his Kaioken ×10 while he dropped to the planet's surface, catching Jiren with a powerful blow to the stomach, knocking the warrior out of his Ultra Instinct form. You've put on a valiant effort, said Goku. However, it's exactly as I said before, I'm leagues ahead of you. Now accept your fate. Suddenly, like Thor reaching for his hammer, Goku stretched out his arm and almost instantly the staff recognized its master command, while quickly appearing in Goku's hands. Jiren was fastened to the ground as that last attack from Goku had completely knocked the stamina out of him. No, not again, said Jiren, as all he can do is talk due to the fact that his body was completely drained of its energy, leaving just enough to survive. I'm defeated again, how disgraceful. Suddenly realization struck as Jiren's eyes began to close as if he had accepted his fate. At that precise moment, Goku placed the glowing staff above Jiren's head while he spoke these few words. You're indeed powerful, Jiren, however this is simply not your fight. Teleport him back to his universe.
The tragic death of Liquor and the swift defeat of Jiren had left all the gods in an unfavorable state. These course of events had reinforced the gods' mental mind frame, forcing them to approach the situation with extreme caution. Jiren was beaten, and their numbers advantage began to dwindle. After witnessing the Saiyans in all their might, any chance of triumph was starting to seem hopeless. What now? Asked Champa, realizing that all of their strategies had ended in failure. Your champion Jiren had fallen, and quite easily at that. Belmont was enraged. His hatred was at its peak, bulging out destruction energy like never before. His thoughts were scattered as he soon started to worry about what both the Omni King and the Grand Priest might do to him and his universe, if he couldn't successfully accomplish the orders that were bestowed upon him. The fight isn't over just yet, replied a defiant Belmont before locking eyes with Goku once more. Saiyan, as I have told you before, there's absolutely no way in hell I'll let you kill me. I'm a god, the only god of destruction in Universe 11, and I've been fighting and killing enemies for millions of years now. There is no way that I can perish at the hands of a mortal. However, far off in the distance to Goku's right, the gods of destruction from Universe 1 and 5 continue to attack Ultra Ego 3 Vegeta. I have to stop him, said Iwan. The pressure he's emitting is intense, but I have no choice. If I don't stop him now, then the Omni King will erase my entire universe. I can't allow that to happen. I will not allow all that to happen. Ark, get on your feet, said Iwan. Don't freeze up on me now. Regardless of how strong he is still immortal. Loosen up your body and trust that our abilities and millennia of experience are enough to stop him. Iwan and Ark could be seen carefully marking their distance to Vegeta. Their attempt to ambush the Saiyans had failed miserably, so did their champion Jiren. Having recognized and felt what seemed to be Vegeta's true strength, both gods decided to be patient. From separate angles, they watched Vegeta like a hawk, while trying to formulate a strategy with the goal of cracking through Vegeta's defenses. Suddenly, the gods began to increase the pace at which their energy was being regulated. Their energy constantly rose higher and higher as the entire arena was immersed in destruction energy. This was the full power of the gods. Their radiant purple color aura dispersed throughout the universe as every planet in the vicinity was completely destroyed. Within seconds, both gods' bodies were swallowed up with destruction energy that was far more potent and toxic than ever before. The gods were in battle mode, ready to fight as a more superior look began to make out on their faces. Vegeta, on the other hand, was composed. With a face that lacks any real emotions, he spoke. Tell me, this god, was that pitiful display of strength supposed to scare me? While he confidently levitated above the arena surface with his arms folded, as if he wasn't fazed in the slightest. Let me show you what true power looks like. Instantly, Vegeta started to charge up laser-like projectiles coated with destruction energy, but this wasn't any ordinary destruction blast, as by channeling energy to his fingertips, he was able to launch a technique that was forgotten throughout Dragon Ball history. Final impact, yelled Vegeta while beams packed with compact concentrated destruction energy rapidly target the gods at speed beyond light. Move now, said Ark, having sensed Vegeta's attack was too powerful to block. Impressively, both gods somehow managed to evade Vegeta's attack. That was too close for comfort, said Ark. If that had hit the ground, who knows what it would have done. However, what the gods didn't know was that Vegeta had mastered the technique in which one can control his own ki, even after being released. With one single finger adjustment, a single beam was back on target. Look out, yelled Ark while rushing in hopes of saving Iwan. However, his speed wasn't enough. Iwan instinctively tries to evade, but his reflexes couldn't keep up with its tremendous speed, leaving Vegeta's beam to pierce his chest. Iwan's face was distorted as he felt the moment a huge hole opened in the center of his chest. The pain was agonizing to bear. Blood gushed from his mouth and chest like a fountain while his eyes began to close. Instantly after sustaining damage from attack, His motionless body dangerously fell from the sky to the arena surface, but, at that precise moment, Ark had finally managed to arrive in time, catching his fellow god's body before it collided with the ground. You had no idea, did you? For years, I had the power of a destroyer god, and after a full century of training, I am now far beyond powers that you could ever dream of. That's impossible, said Ark. You don't look a day over 50, even though Saiyans have long lifespans, you should still be aging. Unlike us deities, you weren't blessed by the Omni King. Before the decision was made to imprison Son Goku, the gods had checked the room of knowledge on the history of the Saiyan, and upon many discoveries, they learned that a pure-blood Saiyan can live to reach age 200, however, in recent times, none had ever managed to live so long simply because of the constant fighting to gain resources and also life-inflicted battle wounds. Vegeta confidently laughs. This may come as a surprise to you gods, but the Super Dragon Ball aren't the only wishing spheres in existence. We too have a much smaller and weaker version on Earth, and anyone whether mortal or deity can use it, which we eventually did. Back in episode 7, when Master Roshi and Piccolo had come to drop off some food for the Saiyans, Son Gohan had asked Piccolo to make a wish, asking Shenron to increase their lifespan for an extra 100 years. This was to make sure that after spending a century in the Room of Time, the years they trained there and the lifespan increase they had wished for would cancel out each other, seeing that time moves differently outside of the hyperbolic time chamber. Gohan was a very smart boy. His well-thought-out calculation had been made with the intention of growing old and dying with his family. So even though they were actually over the age of 100, the extra 100 years increase in lifespan would make their aging process a lot slower, seeing that it would now be considered as natural aging. Suddenly, something phenomenal began to happen. Iwan's body had begun repairing itself at a subatomic level. Each god of destruction was blessed with a divine skill, a special ability bestowed upon them by the Grand Priest himself. A glimmer of hope quickly breaks out on Ark's face as he instantly realizes what was happening. Temporal healing, yelled Ark. The one-time ability to return one's own body to a state before it had suffered any damages. Within seconds, Iwan's body and being was fully healed. How dare you, yelled Ark as an angry demeanor could be seen upon his terrifying gaze. You had me worried there for a second, said Ark. I had thought that because you were struck down with destruction energy, your ability wouldn't take effect. That ability of yours is truly something, unlike mine. Vegeta was stunned. His mind was puzzled as he kept questioning the gods' special abilities. You gods are full of surprises. I'm starting to believe that all of you gods possess some type of special abilities of some sorts. However, the next time I kill you, I'll just make sure that not even a single cell of you remains. Iwan was furious, and so was Ark. With confidence they stood firmly to their feet, emitting a power that was unknown to man. With speed less than nanosecond, they bravely charge in at the Saiyan from opposite directions, attempting to strike from Vegeta's blind spot with the intention of landing a killing blow. Ark was the first to attack while Iwan dropped from above with an attack of his own. However, Ultra Ego Vegeta was simply too powerful, as he simultaneously grabbed both of the gods' fists, before effortlessly throwing them back in the direction they came. Surely you can do much better than that after coming back to life, said Vegeta as he continues to mock the gods. Ark had taken the most damage as he was sent crashing into a huge mountain of rocks, while Iwan had managed to regain his balance after being tossed in the dark night sky above the arena. Ark, are you okay? Yelled Iwan before instantly vanishing and reappearing beside the fallen god. He's too powerful. If I'm being honest, I don't see a clear path to victory for us, unless you use your special ability. Don't even mention it, said Ark. You know that I am forever forbidden to use that ability. Furthermore, my ability is only triggered upon my death, and it's not a death that I can simply regenerate from like you Iwan. The last time this happened, I was able to rejoin the land of the living, thanks to my angel Kukatail. However, this time I'm not sure they'll be so kind once again. We're running out of options, said Iwan. But before he could finish his statement, he was cut short by Ark. Here he comes, as Vegeta instantly vanished before their eyes. Where is he? Yelled Iwan while proceeding to scan the surroundings in search of the Saiyan. Suddenly, Vegeta appears and delivers a rock-solid punch to the face of Iwan, forcing the god to cough up blood. However, Iwan didn't back down easily as he launched a powerful blow of his own to the Saiyan's stomach, but unfortunately this did nothing to Vegeta. "No way," yelled Iwan. "I put everything I had into that attack. He's on a whole different level." Suddenly, the Saiyan looks down with a scheming smile on his face. "Come now, you have to do better than that." Instantly, Vegeta was on the attack. His speed and power was legendary as Iwan's body was suffering under multiple rapid speed blows from Vegeta. Immediately, the god shouted out in agony, seeing that Vegeta wasn't leaving any room for escape. Vegeta's last attack had sent the god crashing to the arena surface. The collision of his body and the ground had created an opposing force that split the core of the ring. "So, this is what it looks like to see a being completely mastered destruction energy," said Iwan as his body was too damaged to move. "This mortal is unbelievably strong. No one I've ever fought comes close to this guy. Nothing I do even phases him, but I can't simply just give up. If I do that, then my entire universe will be erased. Get up, Iwan, get up." Impressively, the god began to force his way on his feet. Upon seeing the god stumbled a few times, it was clear to Vegeta that he had nothing left to offer. Suddenly a familiar voice spoke, while instantly appearing in front of Iwan. "Stay back, my friend. I'll handle this," yelled Ark as he turned his back to Iwan, ready to take on Vegeta by himself. Immediately, the god's power began to increase at an astronomical pace. Ark was now desperate to protect his friend, and that sudden need to help had caused him to shatter his limits and gain even greater strength than ever before. "With this power, your life ends here." However, a sorry voice from behind him spoke. "That power isn't enough. I'm sorry, Ark." Before plunging his hands into Ark back directly in the position of where his heart is located. Suddenly, tears began to fall from Iwan's eyes as he proceeded to grip the god's heart. "How could you?" yelled Ark, not once anticipating this level of betrayal. "Grasp heart." Instantly, after saying those two key words, the special ability activates on the spot, sucking almost all the god ki out of Iwan into Ark's body, creating an undead being known exclusively to Ark's race. This was the creation of something extraordinary, a being that possesses power equal to, if not greater than, the angels. Millions of years ago, way before there was even a god of destruction, the Omni King had created the demon race, only they were evil in nature. Ark was a member of that demon race, a descendant of the 18 primordial demons created by the Omni King to serve alongside the angels in each existing universe with the goal of maintaining balance. This decision had led to countless battles, which resulted in death on both sides, causing the Omni King to erase Universe 13 to 18, seeing that all the angels from those universes were dead. The demon race possessed one fundamental ability that made them a direct threat to the angel. This ability was known as Dark Siphoning, the ability to steal god keys when damage is taken. The more damage, the greater their strength increased. This ability alone had led to some demons becoming stronger than the angels and led them to believe that they had the power to overthrow the Omni King. The Omni King had gotten wind of this, and so the demon race was deemed to be a failed experiment, and was set to be erased on the spot. But before they were erased, the demons had devised a plan, a way to get revenge on the deities even after their deaths. All of the god ki that was stolen from the angels along with their own was sealed away in the first child to be born in the demon race. That child was Ark. However, to inherit all that power, a few specific criteria need to be met. The person must be dead, also their heart must be removed from their body or destroyed. This was devised so that Ark's decisions couldn't be influenced. When all the demons were erased, only one remained. This was left as a mystery to the deities, having no understanding as to why the Omni King eraser didn't work on a demon child. Only the Omni King and the Grand Priest knew the answer, and so they decided to keep it among themselves. They had decided to raise Ark as they had the perfect role for him to fill, creating the first ever god of destruction. In this state, Ark is considered to be an undead. His mind was being flooded with memories from the past, creating pure rage and hatred for everything in existence. "What was that?" yelled Goku as all the god ki in the area was being absorbed by Ark. Suddenly, the battle had come to a stop, leaving everyone to face where the enormous energy was coming from. "Did the Grand Priest arrive?" yelled Gohan. "Shit, we are out of time." Iwan, What have you unleashed upon the multiverse? Said Belmont as he could only stare in disbelief. Suddenly, from above, the battle was being watched in a crystal ball, but this time by none other than the Grand Priest himself, making his first appearance since he intruded on the gods' secret meeting. As he looked down with a dark look of disapproval and spoke. Zeno-sama, remind me, when exactly do you want me to do something about this? The fight has gotten out of hand and now an ancient demon has been unleashed on the multiverse. To which we then finally see Zeno, with a blank and lifeless expression like any we have ever seen before, and he responds. Not yet, not just yet. Demon Iraq powers had increased significantly from when he was a baby, his known strength was fearsome and his divine aura was stifling. Iraq's adult body was fully developed and packed with years of fighting and tactical experience. The demon god's power and abilities have multiplied tenfold, pushing him well beyond what any member of his race had ever been able to achieve. The sudden mixed surge of power had covered the entire Null realm, causing the Saiyans to sense two different waves of aura dispersed out in space. This sudden level of power forced Gohan into believing that the angels were about to make a grand entrance. We might be out of time, said Gohan. I can feel the key of an angel, which means the Grand Priest might be coming. However, moments later, Goku had recognized that both energy signals were being poured out of one being. No, said Goku, all that power is coming from him. But the question is why? Why is a destruction god emitting an angelic key? It doesn't make any sense. Tensions were up as the Saiyans grew more eager by the second. The key they were sensing was quite similar to that of a destruction god and that of an angel, only it was far more potent, powerful and terrifying. In that very instant, dimension portals began to open and close all over the multiverse. The fabric of time and space was being ripped apart as a divine entity had just been born. Vegeta, I strongly believe that you should take this being seriously, said Goku. I'm not entirely sure what just happened, but my gut is telling me that this being is not the same person he was before. Something mysterious is at work here and I don't like it. Shut up Kakarot, I'm not stupid, it's quite obvious based on his transformation. Stronger he had become. I have to test my strength against him. Unexpectedly, Vegeta sneers while pointing in the direction of demon god Iraq. Let's see if you're as powerful as you look. Suddenly, a ball of destructive energy emerged out of nowhere in an instant. It needs more, said Vegeta as he continued to pour a huge amount of his destruction energy inside the ball, forcing it to rapidly increase in size and strength. Don't bother dodging, said Vegeta. Show me why I should fear you. Immediately Vegeta had thrown an enormous ball of destruction energy directly towards demon god Iraq, who had not moved an inch. The expression on his face harbors a look of pure hatred as he scans the multiverse in search of the Omni King while being reluctant to pay Vegeta any sort of attention. Vegeta's blast closed the gap in a matter of seconds, and upon impact, the enormous ball of destruction energy had mysteriously vanished, leaving no trace of its existence in the multiverse. This had surprised everyone including the Saiyans. His attack had mysteriously vanished, leaving many questions to be asked. Vegeta's attack wasn't just any ordinary attack. The blast was stuffed with so much power that it would take someone who is at least angel level and above to stop such an attack. Nevertheless, this feat had given the Saiyans an idea as to how strong Demon Iraq might be and what sort of power is needed to defeat him. The fight had stopped a good while now and immediately, the three Saiyans had regrouped. Vegeta was excluded as he was more determined than ever to find out what happened to his energy. Father, said Gohan, please tell me you saw what just happened. A powerful energy such as that can't simply just vanish without a trace. Goku's attention was focused on the battlefield. He stared intensely as the only thing that came to mind was, Eraser, only this ability was excessive to the Omni King. No being in existence should possess such an ability. I've seen this at the Tournament of Power, when Zeno erased all the universes, said Goku. Somehow this reminded me of that time. He might possess a similar ability to the Omni King if not the same. This is bad. If his ability is anywhere as strong or similar to the Omni King, we are in serious trouble. What? Said Gohan as he showcased a look of pure confusion while looking back at Goku. Father, you can't be serious. I remember Whis telling us a while back that the Omni King is the only entity which possesses such ability. I sense nothing, said Vegeta as with an inside voice, he mutters to himself. What was that? My attack suddenly vanished, but how? Did he disperse my energy? No, that's not it. I would have sensed it scattered throughout the Null realm, but somehow I sense nothing. Vegeta's mind began to dwindle as he couldn't figure out what just happened. He had even thought about teleportation, but he knows that even if the blast was teleported, once it had exploded, immediately he would have sensed it as a blast that power would cause tremor to occur no matter where it had landed. Abruptly, without warning, Ultra Instinct 3 Goku instantly powered up, his entire body covered in the powerful aura of the angels, and with speed less than nanosecond, he vanished before Gohan's eyes and suddenly reappeared above Demon God Arak, ready to use one of the most overpowered attacks in the history of Dragon Ball. After being blindsided by Goku, Vegeta remembered what had happened when Goku jumped in and finished Frieza. "Kakarot, you glory hog," yelled Vegeta. "You begged me to let you fight Jiren and now you're trying to interfere in my fight again." Realizing the threat that Vegeta made was oblivious to Goku, at the blink of an eye Goku had thrown Krillin's signature technique directly at Arak. 5 deadly Destructo discs that were made solely from God Ki instantly and viciously target the Demon God. However, Demon God Arak wasn't threatened in the slightest. All 5 Destructo discs had completely vanished from existence just as quickly as Vegeta's ball of destruction did, leaving no residual ki to be found. "He's way too powerful to be a god of destruction," replied Vegeta. "Something crazy is going on with his ki. It reeks of anger and vengeance." Goku and Vegeta's actions were effective in diverting Arak's focus. The demon god for the time being was no longer focusing on the Omni King. His attention was shifted to everyone on the battlefield as his appetite for God Ki grew even further. "Iwan," yelled an angry Belmont. "What have you done? You've killed us all. Everyone. If you value your lives, leave now. That is no longer Arak. What remains is an undead whose thirst for God Ki will consume him." "Don't worry," said Iwan. "His appearance may have changed, but that's still Arak. He's on our side. Those Saiyans won't know what hit them." "I don't know about that," replied Champa as he nervously looked up at Demon Arak, who still hasn't moved an inch. "All I can see is a being filled with hatred, not to mention his aura. It feels like the angels, only much darker." "Belmont is right. I think we should leave and report back to the Grand Priest." "That's not possible," said Gin. "We are stuck here. It seems you've forgotten that upon the Saiyans' arrival, the Grand Priest had blocked all forms of teleportation outside of the Null Realm. No one leaves until he says so." However, before the gods who were arguing ended, Ultra Ego 3 Vegeta charges in at the demon with godlike speed. "Word soul magic. Get back," said Arak. Unexpectedly to everyone, Ultra Ego 3 Vegeta was sent crashing to the arena surface. "That's impossible. He hasn't even touched me," said Vegeta as he instantly sprang back to his feet from the crumbles of rock. Could he be time skipping just like Hit in Universe 6? No, that's not it. As I am now, I'm light years beyond that technique. "His ki is immense," said Gohan, "but it doesn't feel friendly. It's almost like an untraceable blade. However, from what I've witnessed so far, his speech is the real weapon here." Suddenly, all eyes began to focus on Demon God Arak as for the second time ever, he spoke out loud. "I can sense that all you people possess very powerful God keys. I must have it all if I'm to kill the Omni King. Fight me with everything you've got, mortal, because if you don't, you will definitely die." Suddenly, a dangerous Vegeta had confidently taken his battle stance. Feeling disrespected, he launched himself off at Arak. The surface on which he stood cracked as within speed less than a tenth of a second, the ground couldn't hold itself together. In an instant, he had closed the distance between them both. Gripping his fist firmly, a powerful blow landed directly in the demon god's face, throwing his body violently across the entire arena, taking down every single mountain upon collision. Vegeta could be seen standing confident as a proudful emotions began to show on his face. "Serves you right for mocking a Saiyan's prince's powers." Demon God Arak was on his knees, his head face down as if he had conceived defeat, but, even after receiving such a mighty blow, he kept on smiling. Finally the god was able to make it back to his feet, but not before directing a few words of his own towards Vegeta. "You ain't shit, even an old lady could hit harder than you." "Is that so?" said Vegeta. "We'll see about that." Suddenly, the Saiyan had used instant transmission to teleport himself directly in front of the demon god. With his palms open, he raised his hand and above Arak's face, ready to Hakai him from existence. "Behold the power of Hakai,"
said Vegeta before releasing a huge ball of destruction at point-blank range, swallowing up every single part of the demon god body. Everything that was on the other side of that blast was completely eviscerated. Suddenly, we could hear the demon god yelling as if his very soul was being destroyed. Vegeta began to laugh as he thought that he had won and that the fight was over. However, he was sadly mistaken. Iraq was simply mocking him. The atmosphere is quiet, causing everyone to get impatient. Suddenly, from inside the blast a few words were spoken. Word soul magic, disintegrate, said demon god Iraq. Soon after, the destructive energy blast that was meant to destroy everything it came into contact with, was the one that was disintegrating. Every single molecule and every energy particle that makes up the destruction ki blast had vaporized into thin air. This had not only shocked Vegeta, it had frozen him in his tracks. Impossible, it had no effect on him. No one should be able to survive that. That dreadful technique, if I could just find a way to stop him from using it somehow? Vegeta began to think, something we've never really seen him do frequently. If that's a technique or an ability, it has to have a weakness, and I'm going to find it. Suddenly, the smoke and dust clears. Beyond it, a familiar grin began to showcase once more. What's the matter? Did you think that would work? In an instant, Demon Iraq charges in at Vegeta, leaving no room for errors. Blows for blows were exchanges, with Vegeta having the upper hand, catching the demon god off guard with a few devastating punches. Goku, Gohan and Broly looked up in anticipation. Their faces had a look of seriousness as their eyes wavered on the battlefield, looking intensely at the fight. Something is wrong, said Goku. Each punch Vegeta landed is starting to have less effect on him. What do you mean, father? I'm not entirely sure, but somehow he's gaining more strength even after being bad beaten. The planet on which the arena was on was showing signs of exploding. Their speed and power was incredible. Every blow was thrown with the intent to kill. The two fighters began to teleport all over the arena while continuing to fight. Suddenly, Vegeta had connected a powerful blow, sending the demon crashing to the arena surface once more, only this time Iraq was spitting blood. The god of destruction was surprised to see Vegeta dominating the fight. Could he be winning, said Holes. I don't know, said Mule. I was told by my angel that if Iraq was to be killed and his heart was to be removed, he would unlock tremendous power. Suddenly, Ultra Ego 3 Vegeta drops to the ground. His hands were folded, giving off a look of superiority. You're surprisingly strong, and you gain a huge increase in power far beyond Lord Beerus's Akari transformation, but you're still no match for me. From the ground, the demon god slowly began to stand on his feet. Feeling energized, he spoke. You're naive, I'm gaining on you. At that moment, the demon god suddenly appeared behind Vegeta in the blink of an eye, delivering a rock-solid chop to the neck of the Saiyan before grabbing his head and plunging it to the ground. I told you, said demon god Iraq. Vegeta would try to counter delivery blows of his own, only he soon realized that every blow he landed, demon Iraq grew even stronger. Damn it, he's learning as he fights, said Gohan as fold his fight in anger. Hit me, boy, I can take everything you throw at me. Vegeta had accepted the invitation, and with speed beyond light, over 1,000 blows had successfully landed on the target. The pain demon Iraq felt was excruciating, however in less than a minute, all that pain was replaced with power. On the other hand, Vegeta was exhausted, and at that moment, mysteriously, he drops from the level of Ultra Ego 3 back down to Ultra Ego. What's going on? Why do I feel so drained? It's as if he's taking my energy somehow. Every attack he lands, he grows ever stronger and faster than before. Why didn't I recognize it? Man, this freak's even stronger than I thought. In terms of raw energy, he got us all beat. I can't even maintain this form forever, and it looks as if he hasn't broken a sweat. You. Father, said Gohan, I think it's time we step in. This monster possesses too many unknown abilities. We need to end him before he grows even stronger. Vegeta steered intensely across the battlefield, his eyes locked on with Goku, who anticipated what he was about to say. Kakarot, don't even think of butting in, I've got this. Destruction energy was the natural energy of the demon race. However, after his death, Iraq had awakened the angel's divine energy that was lying dormant within him. The combined energy had linked together, creating something truly outstanding. Demon God Iraq can perform every single ability of the angels in the demon race, along with new abilities that were unique to the merger of two different divine keys.
Dark siphoning is one of those abilities. Vegeta's power had drastically decreased. Unexpectedly, the prince had fallen from Ultra Ego 3 back down to the level of Ultra Ego. Due to this fact, he lacks the stamina and energy needed to transform into his Omni form. The battle was starting to seem hopeless as nothing he did seems to have an effect on the demon god. Vegeta, unable to completely comprehend why he had lost so much power despite not taking a direct hit from Demon Iraq, had spoke. Something sinister is at work here. My energy, he muttered, it's being siphoned away from me. It's almost as if he's absorbing or stealing my divine energy somehow. Goku, who was on the sidelines observing the fight, decided it was time to intervene as he felt that Vegeta wouldn't be able to defeat such a foe all by himself. Vegeta, he called out. It's obvious that you're not going to defeat him on your own. This being has too many unknown abilities. Absolutely not, yelled Vegeta. Kakarot, you stay out of this. I know I can defeat him. I just need more time to figure out how his abilities work. We need to be smart about this, replied Goku as he understood that time was not on their side. You're only going to burn through your energy even further. Now is not the time to be prideful, Vegeta. We need to end this now. After absorbing Vegeta's Ultra Ego 3 energy, Demon God Iraq at the far end of the arena was exploding with power. The god's strength had substantially magnified, so much that it had fully transcended the laws of the multiverse. Both an angelic and destructive energy was pouring out from all corners of his body. The aura was blinding as he started to take on an ultra form. Yes, Iraq shouted. Some of his energy had escaped the null realm, managing to swallow up a few planets blocking its path. Yes, I've never felt such raw divine energy running through my veins before. Now this is the power I've longed for. Whatever it takes, I must consume more. Instantly, the evil god charges in at Vegeta with the goal of fully stripping him of what's left of his energy. Within seconds, the demon Iraq had smashed through Vegeta's impregnable defenses. Iraq was moving far too fast for the Saiyan to see. Appearing within the grasp of Vegeta, the evil god proceeds to violently attack the prince. However, Goku in his Ultra Instinct 3 form was tracking down the god's every movement from the moment he bolted off. With precise targeting, he teleports himself directly where he anticipates Iraq moves would take him, while preparing to deliver a counterblow the moment he appeared. Block this, he yelled before launching a devastating blow to the face of the evil god. The force emitted from that punch was so overly powerful that a storm of shockwaves could be felt throughout the multiverse. That's a direct hit, yelled Gohan in excitement. Father has done it, Gohan, responded Broly, who was watching the fight ever so silently. Take a good look, this battle isn't over just yet. On the contrary, it has just begun. Unsurprisingly to the viewers watching at home, his attack did nothing to the evil god. Iraq stood firmly like a tree, his feet planted in the clouds as Goku's punch had stopped on contact with his face. But how, said Goku as he was completely and utterly baffled. How strong is this monster? That was a clean hit, and it didn't even faze him. With Goku's fist still plastered to his face, Iraq kept smiling. The sinister grin on his face was terrifying as it managed to send fear down the spines of the gods of destruction who all gathered on the outskirts of the arena, observing the fight all while staying vigilant in case of any surprise attack. These fools have no idea what they're up against, said Iwan. The more you hit him the stronger he gets and the weaker you become thanks to his dark siphoning ability. Iraq was truly blessed when he attained this ability. Are you blind? Yelled Belmont. Just look at him. Does that look like the face of the Iraq we know? Said Geen as he felt his input was needed. That being wouldn't hesitate to kill us in the slightest. What are you implying? Replied Iwan as he felt he was being attacked by his fellow gods. You're so scared of dying that you directly go against the Grand Priest's wishes, yelled Champa. He specifically told all of us gods that Iraq's special ability should never be activated under any circumstances. Now look at what you've done. Upon breaking the seal, you've activated his curse and released one of the evil gods upon the world. Evil god, replied Iwan as he was quite confused as to what his fellow gods were talking about. What are you fools talking about? Iraq isn't one of the evil gods. Those gods were sealed away millions of years ago. There's no way Iraq could be one of those things. Furthermore, why would the Omni King let him roam free? I didn't expect the God of Universe One to be so naive, responded Belmont. Think about it, Iraq was the first ever god of destruction, Also, unlike us present-day gods who had to learn how to attain and control destruction energy, Iraq didn't need to do anything. Iraq is a demon. Therefore, he was born with destruction energy as it is the natural energy of their race. Even though the Grand Priest tried to cover it up, it doesn't take a genius to start putting the pieces together. Out of all the previous 12 gods of destruction, only 5 had figured out the truth about Iraq: Belmont, Geen, Sidra, Beerus and Champa. However, the theory they managed to come up with wasn't the whole truth. They failed to realize that Iraq wasn't an evil god, he was the son of one, a program from when he was just baby to one day free what remains of the primordial demons from their prison. I don't believe this, said Hellas. Iraq's one of the evil gods. Yes, responded Belmont. Now that it's out in the open, what are we going to do about the current situation? Nothing, replied Geen. Why not just let those Saiyans continue to clean up Iwan's mess? Afterwards, when they have exhausted all their energy, we swoop in and finish them off. A fine observation, said Quitella. Why lift a finger when they can do the work for us? Before Quitella could get another word out, the battle began once again. Vegeta and Goku simultaneously charge at Iraq with speed beyond time. Both sides traded blows after they came into contact. However, every blowing the Saiyans had landed was making Iraq stronger. Instantly, the god delivered a powerful blow to Goku's face, sending the Saiyan plummeting to the surface of the arena. Without hesitation, an enormous ball of destruction energy was thrown down at the Saiyan, who was fastened to the ground. The ball was packed with concentrated destructive energy, and it was traveling fast. Immediately upon contact, the blast had exploded, creating an explosion large to swallow the entire planet. Father, yelled Gohan as he felt that Goku had suffered the full force of that attack. However, to the left of Gohan, Broly could be seen overlapping his arm, showcasing a look of pure confidence. Calm down, Gohan, your father is okay. Suddenly, as the smoke and dust dissipates from the arena, Vegeta could be seen levitating midair with Goku standing beside him. However, to everyone's surprise, Goku was no longer in his Ultra Instinct 3 form as he had now dropped down to Ultra Instinct. Broly, did you see that? Responded Gohan. If you look closely, upon the moment of contact, huge portions of divine energy were pulled out of Father's body and had fused together with Iraq's own aura. Vegeta, you notice it, don't you? Said Goku. He does have the ability to siphon our energy. However, our observations were wrong. He can't just siphon our abilities by us being near him. A blow has to be landed, either by him or by us. But that puts us in an even more difficult position, said Vegeta. How in hell are we going to defeat him if we can't even touch him? I don't know, but what I do know is that energy is getting too powerful, and he is getting stronger by the second. We need to overpower him somehow. Vegeta, said Goku, you know what we have to do, right? We need to pump so much energy in him that his body wouldn't be able to absorb it all. That's ludicrous, yelled Vegeta. This thing was able to absorb both of our strongest forms easily. What makes you think he can't just siphon the energy from that form as well? Let's experiment with it, said Goku. Let's try something we've never done before, and that's combining my Ultra Instinct with your Ultra Ego. We might be able to go even higher as the fusion would replenish our depleted energy. What? Said Vegeta. We've never done anything remotely close to that. Kakarot, if our energy wavelength isn't precise down to the molecule, we risk completely draining all of our energy. We would be sitting ducks. We are out of options, said Goku. If we allow Gohan and Broly to join, he might have stolen their energy as well. You know, fusion magnifies our powers significantly. The strength we would achieve would be light years ahead, far greater than all 4 of us together. So are you in or out? Damn it, yelled Vegeta. I hate when I have to rely on that technique. Have you finished concocting your little plan of attack yet? Asked Iraq. You mortals are quite interesting. Possessing this much divine energy is no easy feat. I'm more impressed with you, purple hair guy. Me? Responded Vegeta. Yes, you, said Iraq. Even though you're not a pure breed destruction energy user like myself, you've somehow managed to take the form far beyond its initial mastery, unlocking new forms that not even my race knew existed. That is truly exemplary. Thanks to my dark siphoning ability, that power now belongs to me, he said while a sinister grin broke out on his face. Demon God Iraq was patient as he could tell that the Saiyans were capable of more. His objective was to destroy the Omni King, however, he would need to acquire a lot of power to execute his plans. You see, even though he possesses dark siphoning, in no way is he invincible. One would have to possess infinite strength, or no strength at all to defeat that ability. That's why it is imperative that he gains as much energy as he can. This is due to the fact that as his power increases, so does his abilities. Suddenly, the atmosphere got quiet as the lighting from their aura started to become transparent. This is what every viewer was waiting for as Goku and Vegeta started to do the fusion dance. The lighting emanating from their aura suddenly became transparent, bringing about what the audience has always wanted. As Goku and Vegeta began their fusion dance, the backlash from the transformation was terrifying as the entire arena was overrun with dark divine ki entry. The entire multiverse began to tremble under its grasp. Everything was out of balance as the ultimate divine being was created. I guess now that you've transformed, you've started to second-guess yourself on allowing me the time to transform. Suddenly, it is revealed to be Ultra Gogeta, who walks up covered in the dark ominous electricity we once thought was synonymous to only demon god Urark. "What, father?" Vegeta, yelled Gohan. "What have you become?" "Gogeta, it's been decades since I've last seen this form." Broly's cocky demeanor had diminished as he had no idea that the Saiyans would utilize this form once more. "That form, it's the same one they used to defeat me. The energy radiating from them is stifling, to think that they had taken this form to such a level. I thought I was the strongest, but now, I'm not so sure if I could even come close to that power." What did he just do?" shouted Demon God Urark. "Is he even the same person? His powers have magnified tenfold, I can't sense a limit." While Gogeta just smiles as he stares dead at the evil god and replies, "Oh, it's me Urark, just a little different. You know, just far stronger than you are now. You're going to regret letting me fuse." Urark quickly manages to calm down while muttering to himself, "Wait, this is exactly the power I need. Fusing that power with my own is exactly the strength I need to possess if I want to defeat that damn angel. Then I can take his power and proceed to challenge the Omni King." The god began to laugh uncontrollably, thinking that he was just granted an opportunity, not knowing what kind of power Ultra Gogeta now possesses. "Your power is mine, just you wait. You won't have that confident smirk in a few minutes."
So our story continues with the evil god Urark laughing profusely at the sight of seeing an Ultra Gogeta. At first, the evil god was devastated after feeling the Saiyans' overwhelming godly aura, but upon further observation, Urark had made light of the situation, realizing that the Saiyans' newfound power could be of great importance. Urark had believed that their strength could even be the deciding factor needed to one day take down the Omni King and his subordinates, so with that goal in mind, he had set his sights on siphoning the Saiyans' remaining power for himself. The god's laughter was silent at first, however, it suddenly began to increase at a slow pace. Louder and louder it echoed, sending frightful tremors throughout the null realm, spilling violently into the known world. "Great, he has dropped his guard," yelled Gogeta before waving his hand calmly across the battle area, sending out a flock of wind and godly aura, dangerously cutting the evil god in his face, narrowly missing his eyes. "What was that?" yelled Urark as though, to him, his guard was up. The god was indeed powerful. However, not even him, with all his might, couldn't comprehend nor anticipate Ultra Gogeta's attack. "He's so fast," the god shouted in pure astonishment. "He's dangerous, I must act fast." Gogeta was very sure of himself and his fused strength, not even an ounce of fear could be seen upon his confident gaze. Unsurprisingly to the Dragon Ball world, the Fusion Saiyan began smirking profusely as if he had not a care in the world, his muscular frame and his radiant aura said it all. Today marks the day when a new Supreme Being had been created. "Sorry about that, did I catch you by surprise?" the Saiyan uttered. "What do you call a Saiyan who attained the strength of both an angel and a god of destruction while sharing a single body?" Urark was confused as to what the fused mortal was getting at. Furthermore, he felt as if he was being mocked and disrespected. However, before he could even get a word out, he was rudely cut off once more. "Ultra Gogeta sounds alright," yelled the Saiyans. "I have to admit it, I was a little bit unsure that this would work due to our abilities being opposite in nature, but by the faith of the multiverse, it looks like it came out pretty good." Instantly, the fear and confusion that was once seen on the evil god's face was quickly replaced with a terrifying smirk. The god was very confident in his arsenal of techniques and abilities passed down by his father. He felt as if he was fully equipped with both the skills and techniques needed to subjugate such a foe. After all, that was what he was created for. Urark's sole purpose was to defeat the Omni King. If he can't take down the opponent standing in front of him, What chance does he have against the king of everything? With that in mind, the evil god spoke. I guess I can live with that. The more power you attain, the more power left for me to siphon. Those two I fought before were starting to bore me anyway. Maybe now I may have some decent competition. The atmosphere was starting to get rigorous. The air along with the wind was starting to feel intoxicated. Both warriors' gaze was fixated on the other. However, the overconfident smirk on Gogeta's face was starting to piss the evil god off. Cut that out, he yelled while charging up a planetary-sized ball of destruction energy before firing it directly at the fused Saiyan, not caring who or what he hurt in the process. Both Gohan and Broly hurriedly flew in an upward direction, opposite to the blast, so did the gods with the thought of getting out of the ball of destruction's explosion radius. The blast came down at a rapid pace, sucking up the air like a vacuum. A huge chunk of the arena had completely been destroyed, leaving only a fraction of space for the battle to commence. However, impressively, Gogeta hadn't taken a single step forward. In fact, the fused Saiyan did something that was truly unexpected to the Dragon Ball world, shocking every being within the vicinity of the battle, and was fortunate enough to witness it with their own eyes. Immediately on contact, Ultra Gogeta flew inside the core of the blast, showcasing the same confident expression as before on his face. Due to the mixture of divine keys swirling on the inside, the blast became super volatile, triggering an enormous explosion that could be seen and felt from light years away. The heat and power generated from the explosion was so powerful that it managed to reach far beyond the outskirts of the Null Realm. Not long after, the colliding shockwaves had interacted with the natural gases within the few planets it had overlapped, causing its immediate destruction. Back on the battlefields, deep within Section 444. The blast had already ignited, leaving nothing but smoke and lightning residue as the aftermath. Suddenly, not long after, Iraq burst into laughter as after the blast had exploded, 90% of the force and aura dispersed in the atmosphere had been fully siphoned and absorbed in his body. Iraq felt that his blast had dealt a large amount of damage to the Saiyan due to him exerting huge amounts of energy inside the blast trying to keep it contained. "You fool," he yelled. "At the end, it was your cockiness and overconfidence that led to your downfall." However, unbeknownst to the god, buried deep within the smoke and dust was an unfazed, undamaged, unhurt Ultra Gogeta, standing tall, covered in the new type of dark and white electric aura synonymous to him only. "Thanks a lot," he replied. "That was a very good warm-up," while patting down his muscles and brushing off his clothes. "What?" yelled Iraq as he was stunned out of his mind. "How in the hell did he survive that? I felt his aura dispersed, which I then absorbed. So why is this thing standing before me?" "Nice bravado," shouted the evil god. "I bet you won't talk so confidently after I get my hands on you. It doesn't matter how much a straight face you put on, I know you're only running on adrenaline. Furthermore, I've absorbed quite a large portion of your powers, so I'm far more powerful than I was before." Ultra Gogeta had grown quite fed up with Iraq's trash talk, so not wanting to waste any more precious time, the fused Saiyan began to power up, drawing in natural and life energy from throughout the nearest universe. "That's Gogeta all right," responded Beast Gohan. "Always taking their time when powering up, even though they know that the fusion has a 30-minute time limit. That confidence is going to be the death of them someday." "What do you mean?" replied Broly, as he had only witnessed this character once before, and that was during their battle on planet Vampa. "I forgot you don't know of this technique," responded Gohan. "Well, this is fusion, and it's only attainable through performing a special method called fusion dance. However, putting aside the massive boost in power, speed, and agility the fusion provides, one can only maintain this fusion for 30 minutes before splitting back apart." "You don't say," replied Broly, as he was fascinated by this outcome. Unexpectedly, he yelled out to Gogeta. "Hey, Vegeta, Goku, I mean Gogeta, whatever your name is. You two fools better stop messing around and finish this fight now, before I have to step in and end him myself." "End me? Don't make me laugh," replied Iraq. "As it stands, it seems that the only thing you mortals were blessed with is a big mouth with nothing to back it up." Suddenly, Ultra Gogeta vanishes. The fused Saiyan was traveling at top speed, causing reality to shatter as we know it. Instantly, in less than nanoseconds, the god had suffered a devastating blow to his ribcage, knocking the very essence out of him. Immediately, as expected, Iraq drops to his knees as he could be seen fighting to catch his breath. "This being moves so fast, I can't activate my word soul magic ability if I can't see him to react." Ultra Gogeta, had unexpectedly dismantled Irak's word soul magic technique without even realizing it. They have completely discovered a flaw in Irak's ability that not even Irak knew he had. Impossible, he yelled while still clutching his stomach. My word soul magic is a divine art, ranked highly among the 5 strongest fighters protecting the Omni King. Anyone possessing God Ki should be affected by it. So how did a few monkeys manage to get by undetected? Could my divine art be flawed somehow? The tables have been turned, and the evil god wasn't prepared. In order for his word soul magic to affect its opponents, the opponent has to possess God Ki. That was the only weakness known about this technique. However, it wasn't looked upon as a weakness due to their having never been a mortal without, or with a God Ki that could come close to defeating an angel. Now, surprisingly to him, a new flaw had unintentionally revealed itself. It turns out that in order for word soul magic to be activated, one has to be able to see and anticipate where their opponents are and when they're going to attack. In this case, Ultra Gogeta was simply moving too fast to be tracked. Before, this technique was deemed unbeatable, as the Saiyan hadn't possessed the speed necessary to challenge him. Also, they had never known about the ability not affecting anyone without a God Ki. Henceforth, that is the reason Broly and Gohan were observing from the sidelines. But, now that the Saiyans have fused, they have gained access to each other's forms and abilities. Due to them fusing in their most powerful forms at the time, which had already possessed extraordinary speed. Every stat, potential, technique, and abilities has now been significantly magnified. Suddenly, the god managed to make it back to his feet, but not before stumbling a little. I need more power, Irak muttered to himself before gazing over at the remaining 9 gods of destruction, alongside both Gohan and Broly. Suddenly, just like Majin Buu did back in Dragon Ball Z, Irak secretly separated parts of his body and sent it towards them. One at the 2 Saiyans and one at the remaining gods of destruction, with the goal of forcefully fusing together with them all, hoping to make their power his own. This was Irak's final ability, and he was banking everything on it. At first, he thought about using it on Ultra Gogeta, but the risk was too great, so he decided on targeting the easier foe as a precaution. Soon after his skin separation, he proceeded to disguise this act by charging in at Ultra Gogeta, hoping to throw everyone off what his real plan was. With speed less than milliseconds, the god appears like an infant of Ultra Gogeta, while following up with a huge blow. However, at his current level, Irak's speed and attack was nothing to him, proven by how easily he caught Irak's fist. This monster, Irak mutters internally. I hate to admit it, but he's leagues ahead of me. It's hard to believe that such a mortal exists. Instantly the god quickly jumps back, however Ultra Gogeta wouldn't let him. Only 10 minutes remaining for Gogeta's fusion to run out. Knowing this fact, he proceeded to get on the attack, delivering multiple rapid speed blows to the face and body of the evil god. Unexpectedly, to everyone watching at home, the fused Saiyan wasn't finished as yet. As for his final attack, he managed to plunge his entire arm through Irak's stomach, causing the gods to cough up blood. Suddenly, after releasing him, the god could be seen plummeting to the arena surface with a huge hole in the middle of his stomach. Within seconds, his somewhat lifeless body had made contact with the ground, creating a huge crater on impact. Suddenly, an enormous dust cloud covers the land, while dark, ominous lightning residue dangerously sparks around the evil god's body. It's finally over, replied Beast Gohan as he hovered alongside Broly in the arena. Finally, he yelled, his face contorted in an ominous expression. That monster is down. Now, we can focus on more pressing issues, like taking out those gods over there. Suddenly, to what may come as a surprise by all, shocking Gohan in the process. Broly's Limit Breaker Super Saiyan 4 form was no more, as he had run through the time limit that form provides. Shit, he yelled as he could only watch as his radiant red hair form vanished along with its provided stat boost. I won't be able to access that form for some time. Thankfully, I can still go any level up to Super Saiyan 3 if needed, but I doubt I'll ever need to. To my anticipation, these gods have used up quite a large portion of their destruction power, and most of them are on their last legs. What's even better, that demon fellow is now pronounced dead. Broly's transition to base form was visible to see by all, and trust me when I say this, his drastic fall from grace didn't go unnoticed by the gods. Ever since Gogeta arrived at the battlefield, they have been impatiently watching the fight very vigilantly, praying for an opportunity to present itself. The 9 remaining gods of destruction watched the fight from a distance, quietly replenishing their energy and stamina. One of the gods, Moscow, activates his special ability, and that was to restore a small amount of God Ki and energy. However, one has to drink small drops of his blood, and it has to be drank within a minute of being exposed to the carbon dioxide in the air. Knowing this fact, he came out of the mecha armor and slashed his finger. Suddenly, with not even a second thought, he offered his blood to his fellow gods of destruction. At first, they were a bit hesitant as they had drank his blood before, while training with the angels, and they all knew what it does to him having to replenish so much God Ki. However, they had no other choice. Time was running out. Feeling grateful, they had accepted the blood, and each god drank one after the other. Feeling their strength and vitality returning, Moscow watched as they drank, a small smile on his face. He knew that he had an important role to play if he wanted to survive the next battle. The first phase of their initial strategy had been successfully executed, and the Saiyans had finally defeated Iraq. However, their victory had come with a few setbacks, as their foolproof plan had not accounted for the Saiyans' ability to fuse. Nevertheless, this marked the beginning of the final phase of their conniving plan. "This exposes a major problem," said Jin. "The Saiyans have found a way to fuse beyond the Patara. Furthermore, that fusion was able to effortlessly kill Iraq, which shows how powerful it is." Iraq was a force to be reckoned with, a level of power that surpassed any present or past god of destruction. Knowing this fact, the gods had hoped that the Saiyans would exhaust all of their energy attempting to defeat Iraq, but not once had they ever anticipated the arrival of a fusion at such a late stage in the battle. This way of fusion was a concept foreign to the gods, one that they had only heard of in relation to the use of Patara earrings. As the fusion stood before them, the gods were filled with a sense of dread and uncertainty. They had never faced an opponent of this caliber before, and they knew that they were outmatched. "This complicates things," Champa yelled. The plan was to have them separately exhaust all their stamina and energy throughout an extended fight. This unheard-of fusion contradicts this strategy. "It's quite obvious that the two Saiyans hovering to our far left can't maintain their form for long," said Belmont. This was confirmed by that red monkey fellow dropping back to his base form in the middle of an ongoing battle. "Soon, the white hair freak will also follow, it's just a matter of time." "But what about the other two troublesome Saiyans?" Iwan replied. "Now that they have fused, they are stronger than ever before, far beyond the scope of their individual powers." "It sure would be nice to hear from the Grand Priest right about now," yelled Sidra, who could be seen with a troubled expression on his face. His mind was puzzled as to why none of the angels nor the Grand Priest had made their entrances yet. "Yes," replied Moscow. "Where is he? I'm sure he's aware of the situation we're in now. Even though the ambush failed, he was the one who orchestrated the whole thing. So for him to just abandon us in our time of need is blasphemy." "Keep your big mouth shut," Hellas yelled. "Remember that he's with a being that can hear and know everything. If we somehow manage to escape this situation, I don't want to be on their bad side. It's best to be cautious and keep our thoughts to ourselves." Unexpectedly, the atmosphere of the battle had switched, far beyond the Null Realm to a place where no other planet exists. This was the palace of the Omni King, a powerful being who reigns over all of existence. The palace was a grand, otherworldly structure with a gleaming wall that seemed to stretch up into the infinite void of the cosmos. There the Grand Priest and Zeno stood motionless, their eyes were fixed on the globe, watching the scene before them. The two leaders seemed unfazed by the chaos that was unfolding. However, one reacted as if he had seen it all before. Their calm and collected demeanor was in stark contrast to the frenzied energy that the fusion was releasing. Those Saiyans are no longer mortals. The energy they now possess when fused is almost comparable to him, that Saiyan from Universe 13. Akuma, the fifth strongest being in all of existence. "Sire," said the Grand Priest, bowing his head respectfully. "If I may ask, I am confused by your decision to prevent me from intervening. Why have you refrained me from assisting the gods? I'm afraid I don't understand this sudden change of heart. I remember that day vividly, back in episode 17, you gave me the go-ahead to exterminate the Saiyans as I saw fit." "I'm not questioning your decision, my lord," said the Grand Priest with a troubled expression. "But I would like to know what has changed between then and now." With a single, graceful movement, the King of All stood up, his eyes blazing with dangerous intensity. His mere presence commanded respect, and it was clear that he would not tolerate being questioned. As the Grand Priest stood before the mighty Omni King, he was overcome with a feeling he had never before experienced: fear. His body stiffened as he tried to maintain a confident posture, keeping his hands clasped behind his back and his head held high, but he couldn't bring himself to meet the Omni King's gaze. This was the first time anyone had ever seen the Grand Priest show fear, and the power of the Omni King was palpable in the air. Immediately, it felt like a nightmare waiting for the Omni King's response. However, with just a few statements, he spoke. "Daishinkan," said the Omni King, "I have foreseen future events and things are going as intended. You are my most old and trusted attendant. You have always been there for me, serving me hand and foot. It is only right that I let you in on everything. Can you elaborate further?" the Grand Priest asked, trying to clarify the situation. It was unusual for someone to speak in such a cryptic manner, and the Grand Priest was eager to understand what was being implied. The look upon his face showcases pure confusion and curiosity. "Do you recall the time when Salama, my first mortal creation, was still present in this dimension?" said the Omni King. "He had consumed a crucial substance of mine, one that is necessary for the successful execution of a task I have set in motion." "Indeed, your lordship," the Grand Priest replied with enthusiasm. "You are referring to the Fountain of Creation, a sacred and revered site within the outskirts of the palace." "Yes," replied the Omni King. This came as a shock to the Grand Priest as this event had happened billions of years ago, and ever since that fateful day, the well-renowned Fountain of Creation had dried up completely, leaving only an empty statue behind. "My lord, while the Fountain of Creation was significant in the past, I am unsure of its relevance to the current situation. I will not explain my reasons to you, as you are still my servant. However, I can tell you that all of this has been foreseen and orchestrated by me." "What?" the Grand Priest yelled, his voice echoing through the chamber. He was visibly shaken, his face a mixture of confusion and disbelief. "You're telling me that every battle, every death, and every single event that has transpired was all puppeteered by you?" The Grand Priest's mind was racing, trying to wrap his head around this revelation. He had never witnessed anything like this before, and the idea that everything he had known was a mere illusion was almost too much to bear. "Yes, it's exactly as I stated before," Zeno replied. "I am the one who initiated this entire plan." I was the one who implanted those doubts into the minds of the gods of destruction by causing them to feel as if Goku was the one responsible for the tournament of power. This was all part of my strategy to create resentment and fear among the gods that, one day, I might choose Goku over the entire multiverse. My ultimate goal was to manipulate the gods into believing that Goku was a threat to their existence, and to ultimately use them to start this series of unfortunate events. "But why?" responded the Grand Priest as all this happened under his watchful nose. "You could have told me, I would have stood by you. In this situation, I couldn't ask you to do something that would burden you again, as I did billions of years ago. Everything has a purpose, and in this case, it is to unseal the doorway to Dimension 4, the exact realm where your wife was banished." The scene quickly changes to the desolate landscape of Earth, where the ominous, crumbling evil containment jar towers over the surrounding area. Within the jar, the powerful and dangerous god of destruction, Lord Beerus, stirs restlessly. It has been over 2 years since he was sealed within the jar, but his immense strength and destructive energy have only continued to grow, causing the cracks in the jar to spread further and further each day. As the jar struggles to contain his immense power, it becomes clear that the fate of Universe 7 hangs in the balance. Suddenly, we saw a few familiar faces standing outside the hyperbolic time chamber. They were guarding the evil containment jar that was sealed inside the room. Time seemed to stand still as they watched the god of destruction, knowing that the fate of the entire planet rest upon them, keeping the force locked inside the jar at bay. Considering the ongoing growth of the crack in the jar, both Piccolo and Master Roshi decided it would be best to keep it confined within the room of time. This would prevent any potential escape, even if Lord Beerus were able to break free from the jar. However, the Z warriors failed to consider the consequences of placing the jar inside the room of time, as they were unaware of the fact that time moves differently within the hyperbolic time chamber. This ultimately proved to be a reckless and irresponsible decision, as they had not properly thought through the potential repercussions. On the day Lord Beerus was sealed, a prophecy foretold that the Earth had 4 years before he would break free. However, due to the acceleration of time within the hyperbolic time chamber, those 4 years were reduced to just 2. The aging process of the jar increased its volatility, making it more likely that Lord Beerus would soon escape. On January 5th, a catastrophic event occurred when Lord Beerus, a powerful being, unleashed his enhanced and awakened power throughout the planet's atmosphere. The jar containing his power was unable to contain its destructive force, causing destruction and chaos on a universal scale. His blind destruction key, that was locked away in the Room of Time, had shattered reality as the power of Lord Beerus was finally released. On this day, January 5, 2023, signifies the return of Lord Beerus, who is now even more powerful and terrifying than before.
Dende, who was present at the time, could feel the exact moment when the entrance to the Room of Time collapsed, and so with that little time he believed the Earth had left, he quickly used his telepathic abilities to inform Piccolo of the situation. Despite Dende's efforts, Piccolo was already aware of their dire circumstances. The entire planet was in a state of panic as natural disasters began to ravage the planet. As the camera focused on Lord Beerus, it was clear that his mind was made up. There was no turning back now. The destruction of planet Earth was inevitable. Planet Earth must be destroyed, he stated angrily, his voice filled with authority. But before I do that, I must take care of some unfinished business with those troublesome Saiyans. The camera then cut to a close-up of Lord Beerus as he let out a loud and commanding call. Wheeze. But there was no answer. Confusion etched on his face, he exclaimed, "Where is he? He always arrived when I summoned him." Beerus proceeds to call out a few more times for his angel attendant. However, to his surprise, Wheeze was nowhere to be found. Suspecting something amiss, Beerus remembered the last people who were with Wheeze before his imprisonment were Goku, Gohan, Vegeta and Broly. Could they have defeated Wheeze? Beerus pondered to himself. That's impossible. Given their current strength, Wheeze is leagues above them. But still, Beerus couldn't shake off the feeling that something was not right. He knew he had to investigate further. Suddenly, as Lord Beerus was about to depart for Bulma's mansion, Dende, who had been lurking nearby, emerged and trembled before the god of destruction. "Lord Beerus, if I may ask, are you planning on destroying the Earth?" Dende asked with a quivering voice. But Lord Beerus was in no mood for conversation. His mind was set on destroying the Earth and the Saiyans, his eyes glinting with a cold and deadly intent. "Tread carefully, mortal," Lord Beerus warned in a menacing tone. "Your death is already certain. It's your choice if you want it to happen now or later." Dende was paralyzed with fear. He could feel his heart pounding in his chest as he started to question his decision to approach Lord Beerus, but he knew that the fate of the entire planet was at stake. He tried his best to persuade the god of destruction, his voice barely audible. "My lord, we know that in your presence, we are nothing but mere mortals, insignificant in the grand scheme of things. But please, can you look the other way, just this once?" Dende implored, his entire body shaking. "I said move," Lord Beerus replied with a deadly gaze. The god was serious, so much that seconds later, he raised his hand, ready to destroy Dende using his Hakai technique. The energy emanating from his hand was so intense that the Guardian could feel the heat radiating on his face. His very soul couldn't bear the pressure and terror of the god's wrath. "Ha!" Beerus began, his voice filled with ominous power, echoing like thunder across the barren wasteland. But before he could finish that terrifying word, he was interrupted by the sudden arrival of Piccolo. "No, Lord Beerus," Piccolo shouted, his determination evident in his voice. Instantly, he fires a powerful energy blast directly at the god of destruction. Beerus, who was mere seconds away from destroying Dende, reacted with lightning speed. With a swift movement of his right hand, he effortlessly deflected the blast, sending it hurtling into the distance. All while maintaining his devastating Hakai technique with his left hand, up close and personal in Dende's face. "Kai," Beerus exclaimed, "finish the word that completed the technique." "Sorry, Guardian, but your luck has run out." In an instant, a brilliant flash of light engulfed Dende, tearing apart his body and soul from within. The Guardian's screams echoed for miles as he experienced unimaginable pain. In a blink of an eye, it was over. Dende was gone, his existence erased from the universe, leaving no trace in memories or any afterlife. "You monster," Piccolo exclaimed, horrified by the devastating power of Lord Beerus. The scope of the destruction was unfathomable, leaving behind only the echoes of Dende's final screams. "He killed him, he really did it," Piccolo shouted in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Who did he kill? What just happened, Piccolo?" Tien asked, arriving on the scene with the rest of the Z fighters seconds after it happened. In a flash, Lord Beerus sprang into action, appearing directly in front of Tien.
The monk trembled in fear, however. Surprisingly to the viewers watching at home, the situation was not as it seemed. Tien was not just trembling from fear, he was frozen in place as Lord Beerus ran his hand through his chest. Blood spewed from the wound as Tien choked on his own blood, the light slowly fading from his eyes as he fell lifelessly to the surface of Kami's lookout. Tien, Krillin yelled, followed by cries of outrage from the other Z fighters. Lord Beerus stood victorious, a cold-hearted killer who had just taken the life of one of their own. The group of warriors stood in shock, their hearts heavy with grief and anger. But they knew one thing for certain, even if they wanted to avenge Tien's death, they simply don't have the power to. Leave now, Piccolo yelled, his voice thundering through the air. All of you, get out of here. He's too powerful, you're only going to get yourselves killed. I will fight him. This is what I've been training for. I will not let Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan down any further. Piccolo's eyes blazed with determination and fury. His training had led him to this moment, and he was not about to let his friends and allies fall. The fear that had gripped him moments ago was nowhere to be found, replaced by a fierce determination to protect those he cared about. The Z fighters looked at each other, the truth of Piccolo's words hitting them hard. They knew that they were not strong enough to defeat Lord Beerus, and they reluctantly flew off in the opposite direction, realizing that they would only get in his way. Piccolo stood alone, ready to face his destiny, knowing that the fate of the planet rested on his shoulders. The small smirk on the god's face quickly turned to a scowl as he charged towards the Z fighters, determined to stop them from leaving. But to his surprise, Piccolo, the man full of pain, suddenly vanished without a trace. The god's expression turned to one of shock as Piccolo reappeared in front of him, shutting down his advance. With his head held high in a confident tone, Piccolo spoke. Your fight is with me now. The god sneered, well, Namekian, it seems you have leveled up a bit, but do you really think you stand a chance against me? Just be a good lackey and tell me where those Saiyans are hiding. I have a bone to pick with them. Piccolo was angry, and his face was set in a fierce determination as the memory of his fallen friends continues to fuel his rage. They're not available at the moment, he said, his voice steadily deepens. What? Beerus sneered. I guess I have no further use for this planet then. With that, he began charging up a massive ball of destruction. The size of the blast was staggering, and its power was radiant as it kept increasing at a tremendous pace. The ball of destruction was visible to see and felt by all in Satan City and far around the world. The planet trembled as the god prepared to unleash his devastating attack, but Piccolo, the last Namekian alive on Earth, stood firm, ready to defend his planet by any means necessary. Farewell Namekian, you and this planet. It's such a shame, there's so many novelties here that I've yet to try. As Lord Beerus looked on, Piccolo began to transform before his very eyes. The Namekian warrior's power surged tremendously, breaking through the bounds of reality as the green dragon within him emerged, merging seamlessly into his newly attained Namekian form. His power was radiant like the sun, while his aura was burning hot, showcasing the Namekian symbol of pride activated on his back. Slowly Orange Piccolo walked toward the god with his face stiffened as if he had no fear and was out for blood. Beerus, taken aback by the sudden display, jumped back in surprise as he had no idea that Piccolo was capable of such feats. The ball of huge destruction instantly vanishes, leaving no residual energy to trace. Lord Beerus, with his guard now raised, watches the Namekian as he approaches, ready for whatever was to come. It seems quite a lot has happened while I was imprisoned, Beerus thought to himself. This Namekian is on par with Goku when he was back in the Tournament of Power. I can sense that lizard inside him, as they fused somehow. Who would have thought that those two fusing could have produced this much power? Beerus was shocked. However, something had snapped in his mind as he soon started viewing this as an opportunity to test the levels of his newly acquired strength. This is excellent, he said aloud, as a smirk creeped onto his face. For 2 years I had no one to test my powers on. It seems Grand Zeno has granted me this favor. Come, Namekian, he shouted in excitement. Show me what that power is truly capable of. With those words, the battle between the god and the Namekian began. Piccolo blasts with tremendous speed, leaving his very shadow behind in the process. A clash of raw and untapped power was released into the universe when both warriors' fists collided. The ground shook and the skies roared as the two warriors were locked in a battle. The air crackled with energy as the two warriors locked eyes. Piccolo stood tall,
his aura burning bright, while Beerus stood coolly, a smirk on his face. Without warning, Piccolo lunged forward, his fist glowing with power as he aimed for Beerus's face. But the god was quick, dodging the punch with ease and retaliating with a swift kick to the Namekian's stomach, followed by a chop to the neck just like he did Goku in the Battle of God movie. Piccolo grunted in pain but quickly recovered, his eyes flashing with determination as the fight started to get heated. Instantly, he unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks, each one imbued with the power of the Namekian dragon fused within him. Beerus, impressed by the orange Piccolo's strength, decided to take the fight seriously and fought back with equal ferocity. The two clashed, their power causing rifts in the fabric of space and time. As the battle raged on, the Piccolo began to tap into 50% of his true power. His body began to glow as he unleashed a powerful energy blast, while Beerus's aura expanded as he summoned a massive destruction energy sphere. Impressively, the two attacks collided, creating a blinding explosion, shaking the planet to its core. The Z fighters watched in shock as they watched the battle raged on before their eyes. The energy emanating from the combatants was powerful enough to make time stop for less than a second before picking back up. Suddenly, a moment of shock and disbelief washed over the Z fighters as Kami's lookout, the sacred lookout of the Guardian of Earth, was unable to withstand the sheer force of the colliding attacks. The ancient structure, a testament to the power of the gods, crumbled under the pressure, the once majestic towers and spires now nothing but rubble as it plummeted to the ground. The earth shook and the sky turned red, yet the power of the battle still hasn't reached its climax. The sky was set ablaze with energy as Lord Beerus and Orange Piccolo clashed in a battle of epic proportions. The earth shook with each impact, and the humans living in Satan City were petrified with fear. As the two warriors faced off, Beerus spoke, his voice echoing through the devastated landscape. "Where are those Saiyans hiding, Green Man? I have a bone to pick with each and every one of those monkeys. Especially the one they call Brawly." Orange Piccolo sneered at the god, his eyes narrowing in at Beerus. Suddenly, as if he knew what Lord Beerus wanted the entire time, he spoke. "As we speak, the Saiyans are busy killing off the remaining gods of destruction." Piccolo was pleased to share this news with Beerus, knowing that it would make the god uneasy. "Rumshi was the first to fall," Piccolo added. "It's been a year since that event, and I'm sure the Saiyans have long defeated even more gods since then." With a wicked smile, Piccolo showed no compassion for the gods. Beerus was shocked, his eyes widened with utter disbelief. "I'm afraid I don't follow," replied the god. "What do you mean by the Saiyans are killing the gods of destruction?" he yelled, his face twisting with emotion. Suddenly realization struck. Beerus had remembered his first encounter with the Saiyans and how he had learned of their plans. So they're really going through with it, he thought to himself, his expression faded at the thought of such treason. "So that's why Whis didn't answer my calls," he muttered to himself. "He might be busy fixing this mess." Beerus let out a sigh of relief, a small smile appearing on his face. "Yes, that has to be it. Even if they are working together, those Saiyans are no match for Whis," he said confidently. The god of destruction, in all his power and glory, laughed wholeheartedly as he realized that the situation at hand was now a universal crisis. No longer were the restrictions on angels intervening in mortal affairs a hindrance, as the stakes were far too high to allow for such limitations. "Those Saiyans are probably dead by now," he declared with confidence, knowing that the angels' immense strength would be enough to put an end to their reign of terror. He thought about the situation for a moment, trying to make sense of all of this. "I need to get in touch with Whis as soon as possible and find out what's going on," he thought. "The last thing we need is the balance of the universe being thrown off. More importantly, angering the Omni King." Beerus suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. "Oh crap, those Saiyans are under my jurisdiction. If they really managed to kill a god, as this weakling spoke of, then my faith and Universe 7 has already been sealed," he exclaimed, his face contorting with fear and frustration. The god's mind dwindled for a second, and it hadn't gone unnoticed by Piccolo, who was trying his best to pick apart Beerus's defense. "There," he yelled, sensing that Beerus, the god of destruction, had grown complacent and had allowed his focus to waver from the battlefield. In that moment, Piccolo saw an opportunity to strike, a chance that he may never get again, and he wasn't about to let it slip by. With all his might, the warrior charges up a powerful attack and aims it directly at Beerus, determined to take advantage of this weakness and claim victory for his planet. Instantly, with lightning speed, Orange Piccolo unleashed his most powerful attack, the Special Beam Cannon. He aimed the blast directly at Beerus, the god of destruction, determined to defeat him once and for all. The energy blast shot through the air, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Beerus barely had time to react before the beam hit him head-on. Piccolo's eyes glinted with a sense of pride. Due to my fusion with Shenron, I've perfected the special beam cannon. The time needed to fully charge it has dropped dramatically, now taking only a mere 10 seconds, he said with a smirk. It's too late for you, Beerus, there's no escaping it. Piccolo had gotten him, yelled Krillin, who was still observing the battle from a distance. However, just as the special beam cannon was about to strike its target, a strange thing happened. The energy blast, which should have been powerful enough to destroy anything in its path, suddenly disintegrated into nothingness before it could make contact with Beerus. The Z warriors were shocked, unable to believe what they had just witnessed. Had Piccolo's attack been nullified by the god of destruction's immense power, or was there something else at play? They thought to themselves. What? Shouted Piccolo, disbelief etched on his face. But how? What just happened? He stammered, unable to process what his eyes were seeing. Beerus, meanwhile, remained unscathed, a smirk playing across his lips as he watched Orange Piccolo's frustration grow. It was clear that the Z warriors had underestimated the god of destruction, and now he was about to make them pay the ultimate price. You're no match for me, Namekian, he said coldly. Don't go getting cocky now. This transformation of yours is quite impressive, I'll give you that at least, especially for a Namekian. However, your power still pales in comparison to a destroyer. Piccolo's eyes narrowed in anger. I won't let you mock me, he growled, while trying to muster up all of his power. I'll show you what I'm truly capable of. Beerus simply raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips. Very well, he said, as his body was now covered with destruction energy. Show me what you've got. In an instant, Piccolo unleashed a torrent of power unlike anything the people of Earth had ever seen. The ground beneath him shook and trembled, unable to withstand the sheer force of his energy. The sky above darkened as his power surged to levels beyond comprehension. Beerus, the god of destruction, was taken aback by the sheer magnitude of Piccolo's power. He stood frozen, watching in disbelief as the planet began to crack and crumble under the relentless assault of energy that one lonely Namekian was pushing out. The very fabric of the universe seemed to warp and bend under the pressure of Piccolo's power. The air around them crackled with electricity, as the force of his power spread out like a shockwave, reaching to the very edges of the cosmos. And yet, despite the sheer scale of Piccolo's power, Beerus remained unafraid. The god of destruction was no stranger to power, but even he couldn't deny feeling excited at the sight of seeing Piccolo at 100% power. You've terrorized this universe long enough, Piccolo yelled, his voice brimming with power. It's time for you to meet the same fate as your angel. What are you talking about? Beerus asked, a hint of confusion in his voice. What do you mean by meeting the same fate as my angel? This doesn't sound like a threat directed toward me. Oh, I see, Piccolo replied, his tone casual. My apologies, I forgot that you were sealed away. How could you have known? Piccolo's words carried a hint of amusement, as if he were teasing the god of destruction. Your precious angel is dead, and has been dead for a long time now. Beerus's heart stopped at the news. His eyes widened in disbelief as the realization of Whis' death sank deeper and deeper into his mind. You're lying, he shouted, his words directed at Piccolo. How could Whis, my angel and mentor, be dead? This simply cannot be true. Beerus's anger was palpable, his voice echoing, hinting a sign of danger as he confronted Piccolo. The god of destruction refused to believe that the one being in the universe who had always been by his side could be gone. He stood firm, determined to uncover the truth. Lying? Piccolo replied, his tone casual. Well, why don't you call him and see if he'll show up? A confident smile spread across Piccolo's face as he challenged Beerus. Piccolo's words were a calculated attempt at revenge, a retaliation for Beerus's killing of Dende and Tien. The Namekian warrior was determined to make Beerus feel the same pain and loss that he had experienced. Despite the god of destruction's immense power, Piccolo was unafraid, his own strength and resolve fueled by his desire for revenge. Beerus stood there, his eyes narrowing as he glared at Piccolo. The god of destruction was known for his quick temper, but he was also fiercely intelligent. He would not be baited so easily, and he was determined to uncover the truth, no matter what it took. Suddenly, Beerus began to laugh, a deep, resonating chuckle that echoed through the planet. He refused to believe that Whis could be defeated, his confidence in his mentor's strength unshakable. "I see what this is," he said, his tone lightened. "You're trying to throw me off my game. Well done, Piccolo. I never knew you had it in you." Beerus was not easily intimidated. He strongly believed that Whi's immense power and confidence was more than a match for even the strongest of opponents. His laughter was a testament to his unwavering faith in his attendant, a demonstration of his belief that his mentor could not be defeated by the Saiyans. Despite Piccolo's attempts at psychological warfare, Beerus remained unfazed, his resolve and determination unchanged. "Believe what you will," replied Orange Piccolo with a shrug. "But the truth remains, the Saiyans have grown in power. The world has changed, Beerus. You're no longer the only one to be feared." Beerus's fists clenched at his sides, his eyes blazing with anger. Suddenly, a hint of doubt crept into his mind. He knew the potential of the Saiyans, how quickly they grew in power. "I've had enough of this," the god yelled, his voice filled with fury. "It's time I kill you, and go find those Saiyans." Orange Piccolo chuckled darkly. "Good luck with that. Even if you defeated me, defeating those Saiyans is a different story entirely. They are a force to be reckoned with, and you would be wise to remember that." The energy between Beerus and Orange Piccolo was palpable as they prepared for another exchange of blows. The very air around them crackled with power, the pressure building with each passing moment. Suddenly, Beerus let out a deafening roar and launched himself at Piccolo with all the power of a raging star. Piccolo stood his ground, mustering all his power for a counterattack. With a shout of his own, he unleashed a barrage of powerful energy blasts, each one exploding on impact the moment it came into contact with Beerus. The two warriors clashed, their fists releasing a whirlwind of energy, the force of their blows shaking the very foundations of the universe. As they fought, the sky darkened, and the stars danced in the background, adding to the chaos of the epic battle. Beerus and Piccolo continued to trade blows, their power growing with each exchange. The very fabric of space and time seemed to warp and twist around them, their power rippling out in waves that threatened to tear the universe apart. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, there came a moment of stillness. Orange Piccolo stood panting, his entire energy was almost completely used up. "Look at him," Krillin shouted, his voice filled with determination. "Piccolo can't keep this up for long, but we have to help him. Lord Beerus may have taken down Tien and Dende, but we can't let their sacrifice be in vain. The fate of our planet rests on not just Piccolo's shoulders, but us as well. We can't let it fall. I won't stand idly by and watch as Piccolo fights alone against such a powerful enemy." With Master Roshi, Android 17, and Android 18 by his side, Krillin was ready to face Lord Beerus. He was joined by Yamcha, yes even Yamcha, who was also determined to save their planet. Despite his fear and uncertainty, Krillin refused to back down from the challenge. He knew that his power alone wouldn't be enough to defeat Lord Beerus, but he wouldn't let that stop him from trying. "I may not have the strength of Goku or Piccolo, but I won't let that hold me back any longer," Krillin declared, his fists clenched tightly. "We can do this, guys. We have to believe in ourselves. This is what we have trained for. Let's show Lord Beerus what we mortals are made of." Beerus, the god of destruction, had grown tired of the ongoing battle. He let out an exasperated sigh, his impatience and boredom clear in his voice as he declared, "I don't have time for this foolishness." But just as he was about to charge at an exhausted Piccolo, Android 17 sprang into action. With lightning speed, he created a powerful circle ball barrier field, trapping Beerus within its confines. The other Z warriors seized the opportunity and descended from above, raining down a barrage of ki blast attacks upon the trapped god. And just as the Z warriors' final attack was about to collide with Beerus, Android 17 made a crucial move. With a deft flick of his wrist, he released the barrier, allowing the full force of the Z warriors' blast to collide with the god of destruction head-on. The sky was illuminated by the bright sparks and stigmas of their attacks, marking the beginning of a catastrophic event. Beerus sighs in Korodum, struggling to understand why they are putting up this futile attempt. The ground shook beneath the relentless assault of the Z warriors, their attacks growing more intense with each passing moment. The god of destruction was surrounded on all sides, with no escape from the relentless barrage of energy attacks. The air was thick with the smell of ozone and the sounds of explosions echoed through the sky. But to the surprise of the Z warriors, their attacks were not making any impact. They watched in shock as their energy blasts were being erased from existence, completely neutralized by Beerus's mastery of the Hakai energy of the gods. Beerus stood tall,
his form covered head to toe in a glowing aura of destructive energy. The Z warriors' attacks were absorbed by the energy shield, powerless against the sheer power of the god of destruction. The god of destruction let out a triumphant laugh, his power and confidence growing with each passing moment. The Z warriors were stunned, realizing that their combined power was no match for the god of destruction. They stood frozen, watching in surprise as their plans went up in smoke. "What are you doing?" An exhausted Piccolo yelled, desperation and frustration clear in his voice. "Get out of here now. Guys, it's not working," Yamcha replied, his voice heavy with defeat. Despite their efforts, the Z warriors continued to fight, firing ki blasts as if their lives depended on it, unaware of the danger that was about to come their way. Suddenly, something had shocked the Dragon Ball community watching at home, forcing them to stand up from their seats in disbelief. Lord Beerus had let out a loud, rough sneeze, sending each and every attack back to its user with incredible force. His sneeze created a powerful wave of Hakai energy, radiating out and covering the atmosphere around them. The energy pushed back against the attacks, sending them flying back in the opposite direction. The Z warriors were caught off guard, their bodies thrown back as they were hit by their own attacks. The Dragon Ball community watched in horror as the scene unfolded before them, stunned by the sheer power and destruction caused by Beerus the Destroyer. It was a tragic and devastating scene as Yamcha was caught in the crossfire of Beerus's attack. His body was violently eviscerated by the intense radiation that dispersed back into the atmosphere from the god of destruction's Hakai energy. Yamcha was lifted off the ground, his body writhing in agony as the destructive energy coursed through his veins. His once strong and toned body was now nothing more than a shattered husk, torn apart by the sheer force of Beerus's attack. The other Z warriors were left stunned, their comrade reduced to nothing more than a memory. They watched in horror as Yamcha's body was consumed by the intense energy, his very being erased from existence. It was a tragedy that shook the Dragon Ball community to its core, a stark reminder of the power and destructive force that Beerus held. Our story continues on a barren continent known as Asia. The air crackled with tension as the Z-fighters stood before the menacing god of destruction, Lord Beerus. Yamcha's lifeless body was nowhere to be found, a grim reminder of the destruction that this powerful deity was capable of. Krillin was consumed by grief and anger, he could barely contain his emotions. He glared at Beerus menacingly, his fists clenched so tight that blood started to run down his knuckles. "Yamcha, Tien," he called out. "They were my friends. How could you be so callous?" Beerus simply shrugged, as if the death of an insignificant mortal meant nothing to him. "They were in my way," he uttered, his face twisted with anger. "You are all in my way. I have more important things to attend to. Just accept your planet Faith and ease gracefully into other world." Krillin's eyes narrowed. Upon hearing Beerus's words, he spoke. "Like what? Destroying innocent lives?" Beerus chuckled at Krillin's outburst, amused by the puny fighter's bravery. "How many times must I repeat myself?" The god of destruction thundered, his voice echoing across the planet. His impatience was growing by the second, and the mere thought of not knowing what had happened to Whis was unbearable. "I am a god," he continued, his voice low and ominous. "Everything, and everyone in this universe is under my jurisdiction. And yet, you dare to defy me." The god of destruction's eyes blazed with fury as his destruction aura coated his entire body, the planet trembling at his command. "Call those Saiyans," he roared, his voice shaking the very foundations of the battlefield. "Call every last one of them. Broly, Vegeta, Goku, and his brat son. All remind them of a destroyer's wrath." The other Z fighters exchanged worried looks as they realized the gravity of the situation. They knew that the god of destruction was not to be trifled with, and that their very lives were at stake. Yet, they could not simply stand by and let him do as he pleased. Soon, Orange Piccolo stepped forward, his voice filled with determination. "I'm afraid that we can't let you leave, Beerus," he said, his eyes fixed on the god of destruction. "Even if it meant certain death for us, we cannot allow you to destroy our planet nor to find the location of the Saiyans." Beerus chuckled darkly, his eyes flashing with amusement. "It seems you haven't learned your lesson yet, Green Man," he muttered, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "You people are but mere mortals, ants beneath my feet. You cannot possibly hope to stand against me. Didn't you figure that out from your recent pitiful display of strength?" Without warning, the scene shifted instantly to the Null Realm, where the remaining 8 gods of destruction were engaged in an epic battle against the Saiyans. The air crackled with energy as explosive clashes of power illuminated the void, each blow sending shockwaves that threatened to tear apart the very fabric of the cosmos. The gods of destruction fought with all their might, their bodies pushed to the brink of exhaustion as they clashed against the formidable fusion of Goku and Vegeta, known as Ultra Gogeta. The fusion was too powerful, as Gogeta had taken on his Ultra form, his ki radiating with a blinding intensity that threatened to overwhelm everything in its path. Despite their best efforts, the gods found themselves struggling to hold their own against the overwhelming power of the Saiyans. They had never faced opponents like this before, and it was beginning to show. With each passing moment, the battle grew more intense. Explosions rocked the arena as both the gods and Saiyans exchanged blow after blow, each one more devastating than the last. The gods of destruction fought with all their might, unleashing their most powerful attacks in a desperate bid to turn the tide of the battle. Each attack landed with bone-shattering force, sending shockwaves rippling through the empty space. As the battle raged on, it seemed as though the once feared gods of destruction were fighting a losing battle. The once frenzied battle had suddenly come to a lull, as if the universe itself had paused for a moment to catch its breath. In that fleeting respite, the gods took advantage of the precious time to regroup and reevaluate their plan of attack. Their initial strategy had failed them, and the relentless pursuit of triumph had left them battered and bruised. Amidst the deafening sound of colliding and opposing shockwaves, the gods huddled together like a pack of wolves, their eyes locked in a fierce determination. Their faces, etched with frustration, reflected the weight of their responsibility to restore balance to the multiverse. They felt that the only way to emerge victorious was to devise a new approach, one that would surprise and strike fear into the hearts of their enemies. Suddenly, Ultra Gogeta's gaze grew ever further, his disdain for the gods clear in his every word. His eyes glinted with amusement as he watched the gods' feeble attempts to push back against the overwhelming power they now possess. What manner of foolishness is this? He scoffed, his voice dripping with contempt. They think they can resist us? They are nothing, the once feared gods are nothing but ants beneath our feet. Beside him, his fellow Saiyan nodded in agreement, a wicked smile playing on the face of Broly. Their feeble resistance only makes their death all the more inevitable, he added, his voice laced with satisfaction. However, despite the apparent ease with which they were decimating the gods of destruction, Ultra Gogeta knew better than to underestimate their opponents. After all, they are still deities. He remained vigilant, his senses attuned to every movement on the battlefield. But even as he prepared for the worst, Ultra Gogeta couldn't help but feel a sense of dissatisfaction. It's as if something or someone was lurking in the shadows. What is that? He mutters to himself. Something is creeping around, but I can't seem to pinpoint its location. Ultra Gogeta's eyes widened as he felt the energy of the evil god Arak growing stronger. He shouted to the others, "Can you feel that?" His powerful voice traveled slowly across the dark sky, alerting the Saiyans to danger. Broly furrowed his brow, trying to focus his senses. Suddenly, with much concentration, he felt a faint but unmistakable energy signature that made his blood run cold. "Is that a rock?" he said. No, it couldn't be, as he soon started to look over at the evil god's lifeless corpse on the arena surface. Suddenly, before Broly could even locate the faint energy, he heard a shout from behind. "Look out, Broly!" Beast Gohan cried, his hands already crackling with energy. Broly only saw a blur of movement, and then instantly, he could feel a rush of heat charge dangerously across his face as Beast Gohan had located and fired a power ki blast which had exploded on contact with the entity. Panting slightly, Broly turned to face Gohan, his eyes darting around the battlefield. What was that? He yelled. That thing had no physical form. The Saiyans' assault had left the battlefield in disarray. The gods were also struggling to understand what was going on, as even they themselves failed to comprehend the true nature of the entity that had suddenly appeared. As the ground trembled beneath their feet from the explosion, the air also crackled with electricity. Soon the gods could sense a presence, a faint familiar power, and yet, they could not quite grasp its identity. "What in the name of the heavens is going on?" said Hellas, the god of destruction of Universe 2, who soon cried out in confusion, her voice trembling with fear as she spoke once more. "What kind of presence is this? Whatever it is, it sure doesn't want to be found," Champa muttered, his eyes narrowed in suspicion. The tension of the battle had come to a sudden halt, as the Saiyans and gods alike turned their attention towards the mysterious entity that lurked in the shadows. As the gods stood there, a small piece of Arak's skin, the same skin he had hidden away before being defeated by Ultra Gogeta, began to slowly creep towards them.
It was then that they realized they were still in grave danger. Iraq's pursuit was not solely focused on Brawley, but also extended to the gods themselves, who remained unaware of the threat that was out to get them. The Saiyans and gods on the battlefield believed that the evil god had been defeated and killed. Little did they know what was about to transpire. Suddenly, in the blink of an eye, Iraq had covered the gods with his skin, catching them off guard and leaving them with no time to react. 3 of the gods managed to narrowly escape before the attack, but unfortunately, the remaining 5 were quickly absorbed and fused into Iraq's body. Ultra Gogeta felt a surge of rage and power, the terrifying level of power to force the Saiyans to take flight. Brawley, Gohan, come with me, he shouted, grabbing the Saiyan's arm and soaring into the sky. The Saiyans were stoned out of their mind as they had never once anticipated this. This thing possesses the same ability as Majin Buu, yelled Gohan as he had a flashback of Dragon Ball Z. Who? Brawley asked, unable to recognize the person Gohan was referring to. It's a long story, Brawley, Ultra Gogeta replied. If we make it through this, I'll fill you in on all the story. As the Saiyan ascended higher and higher in the sky, the Eagle God's power level skyrocketed, causing the air around them to crackle with energy. I can feel him, Ultra Gogeta growled, his eyes narrowing in the radiant black and purple divine energy that had engulfed the entire battlefield. What has he become? Yelled Gohan as he couldn't believe his eyes. The result was terrifying. Iraq towered over the battlefield, his aura rippling with power. I am unstoppable, he shouts, his voice booming like thunder. I finally have the power that I've long yearned for. As the 5 gods of destruction were absorbed by Iraq, a transformation unlike anything the multiverse has ever witnessed began to take place. The very fabric of reality seemed to bend and warp around this entity, as his power grew exponentially with each passing second. The air vibrated with energy, and the ground quaked beneath his feet. Iraq's power was unlike anything anyone had ever seen before. It was as if he had tapped into a primal force of the universe itself, and was now wielding it with unparalleled mastery. For the first time ever, 6 divine beings had fused with each other, creating an unknown entity. The very air around him shimmered with radiant destruction energy. Not even the sun could withstand the heat dispersing off his body as it started to shrink. His aura had stretched far beyond the bounds of the Null Realm, drawing power from the 5 multiverse of the gods he had absorbed. Iraq's newfound strength was so powerful that it had effortlessly dismantled the transparent barrier that the Grand Priest had placed around the arena, preventing everyone from leaving. The barrier shattered like glass, unable to withstand the sheer force of his energy. As it crumbled to pieces, the Saiyans were left gasping in disbelief, wondering what other feats of power this being was capable of. Iraq stood at the center of the arena, his eyes blazing with a fierce determination. Realizing that he had the power he needed to destroy the entire multiverse. The 3 remaining gods of destruction were rendered speechless, their eyes widening in shock and confusion. Never before had they imagined that something like this could happen. Belmont, in particular, was left stunned, his jaw hanging open as he tried to process the unfolding events before him. As the realization set in, Belmont couldn't help but blurt out in disbelief, Hellas, Moscow, Sidra, Iwan, and Quitella. They're all dead. The words felt like a heavy weight on his tongue, and he could feel his mind spiraling into a state of disarray. The other gods looked at him with a mixture of horror and disbelief, their faces pale as they struggled to come to terms with the gravity of the situation. The idea that 9 of their fellow gods of destruction had been wiped out was simply unthinkable. For a moment, there was a stunned silence as the remaining gods tried to make sense of what had just happened. But as the reality of the situation sank in, a wave of panic began to wash over them. Only 4 of the 12 gods of destruction were left, a thought that was both terrifying and inconceivable. Brawley, who had dropped back down to his base form for a while now, was drained and his body battered. With a serious tone in his voice, he called out, Kakarot, I mean Gogeta or whatever you call yourself, please tell me you brought the sensu beans, he yelled, his eyes pleading as he looked up at his fellow Saiyan. Gohan, who had been tasked with securing the sensu beans, stepped forward and spoke up. There is only one remaining, he announced, holding out the precious bean. Here, you can have it. We will definitely need you at full power. There is no telling how strong this monster is now that he has fused with the gods of destruction. Ultra Gogeta turned to Brawley, his expression serious as he spoke. Brawley, he said firmly, can you still go Limit Breaker Super Saiyan 4 again, or was that just a fluke? Brawly's eyes narrowed as he considered the question, his mind racing as he tried to assess his own strength. "I don't know," he shouted, frustration creeping into his voice. "Throw me a damn sensu, and we will find out." Urok, once a demon god, had now ascended to become one of the 13 primordial demon gods. He had waited patiently for this moment, for it was only with a worthy sacrifice that he could achieve his race's ultimate form. And now, he had it. His power had now surpassed even the mightiest of gods in existence. With a roar that shook the very foundations of the universe, Urok unleashed the full extent of his power. He had fused with the sacrifice, and his body was now transformed and perfected into what was believed to be his race's ultimate form at that time. The very fabric of the universe seemed to tremble at the sheer force of his presence. As he surveyed the battlefield with eyes glowing with a fiery intensity, his power coursed through his veins like a raging inferno. His maniacal cackling echoed across the cosmos as he reveled in the immense power he had gained, his eyes filled with a fierce determination to challenge even the Grand Priest himself. "At last," shouted the primordial demon god Urok, his excitement palpable. "With the strength I now possess, I am confident that I am a threat even to the Grand Priest himself. It is only a matter of time before he appears, and I am certain of it. I'm now too powerful to ignore." Quote. Meanwhile, Brawly had just consumed the last senzu bean given to him by Beast Gohan. However, neither the Saiyans nor Brawly himself had anticipated the impact it would have on him. In an instant, the legendary Super Saiyan was back to full strength, but he quickly realized that he had gained even more power than before, far beyond what he had at the beginning of the fight. The rapid unlocking of new transformations had triggered a Zenkai boost like never before, and his body had quickly adapted to his newfound strength, pushing him to even greater heights. As Urok continued to bask in his vast power, Brawly stood tall as his power surged with the force of 1,000 suns. "Amazing," shouted Beast Gohan, who was amazed as to how easily Brawly attains power. "I had a feeling that your strength may have increased, but never did I expect it to reach such a level."
"I'm impressed," replied Ultra Gogeta. "However, Gohan, it's not wise to take your eyes off the enemy. Even in my current form, I am unsure if a victory is even possible."
Meanwhile, Gogeta turned his attention to Gohan and Brawly, his voice commanding and unwavering. "This is it, boys, it's all or nothing. Join me in this fight as I can no longer challenge him on my own. We must find a way to defeat him at all costs." "Brawly, make haste and transform," Ultra Gogeta replied. "You might not get the chance to again." Brawly, sensing the urgency in Ultra Gogeta's words, knew he had to act quickly. Without hesitation, the legendary Saiyan instantly transformed into his Limit Breaker Super Saiyan 4 form once more. Brawly's transformation was a sight to behold as his muscles bulged and his aura erupted into a fiery blaze, illuminating the Null Realm with its brilliant glow. As his power increased even beyond what was the pinnacle of his strength, his red aura slowly spread throughout the multiverse. In his Limit Breaker Super Saiyan 4 form, Brawly was a force to be reckoned with, his power and speed increasing to levels that surpassed even when he had first attained the form previously. The 15 times boost he had obtained from taming the Golden Uzaru seal away deep into his soul was now amplified to an astonishing 20 times boost, surpassing even Goku's famed Kaioken times 50 technique by a large margin. The sheer force of his transformation was enough to get the demon god's attention, as his eyes are now locked on the Saiyan. "Would you look at that," sneered the demon god. "Seems like these little monkeys have some fight left in them." Gogeta bristled at the insult. "What happened to your cocky attitude? Don't tell me you're scared now."
The god's confidence was well placed, however. His power was now truly unprecedented. Even after witnessing the three Saiyans at their most powerful, the demon god continued to mock them as if he had already measured their strength against his own.
"You three might make decent lackeys for me to test my newfound strength," he taunted. "It won't be much of a challenge, but it'll serve as a good warm-up at least."
Ultra Gogeta gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with a fierce determination as he responded to the primordial demon god's taunts. "Scared? Don't make me laugh. We may have underestimated your power before, but we won't make that mistake again. We'll show you what true strength really is."
The god merely smirked in response, as if Gogeta's words were nothing more than the hollow boasts of an insect. "We shall see, little monkey," he sneered, his eyes glittering with malicious intent. In the blink of an eye, Limit Breaker Super Saiyan 4x20 Brawly blasts off targeting demon god Urok with speed far beyond lightning.
He had thought that Iraq wouldn't be able to react as he had closed in on him in less than a picosecond. Broly swung a devastating planet-shattering blow at Iraq, but the demon god managed to block it with a punch of his own. The force of the colliding impact was so powerful that even the mighty god of destruction was blown back by shockwaves radiating in the atmosphere, shocking Dragon Ball fans who believed it was impossible. Instantly, the fight had begun, with Broly and Iraq exchanging rapid blows at lightning speed. To the surprise of the Saiyans, Iraq was smiling as if Broly's attacks were nothing. Just as Broly and Iraq were locked in combat, Beast Gohan suddenly jumped in from below, while Ultra Gogeta attacked from above. The Saiyans were about to execute a perfectly synchronized combo they had practiced in the Room of Time. As his fellow Saiyans scattered to execute their part of the combo, Broly knew exactly what his assignment was. Recognizing the type of combo they were attempting, he understood the importance of his contribution to its success. With a clear sense of purpose, he prepared himself to execute his part with precision and power. As the tension mounts, the battle between the mighty Saiyans and the primordial demon god reaches a boiling point. With speed 1,000 times faster than lightning, the combo was initiated. Suddenly, to the surprise of many, a sequence of devastating attacks was unleashed upon the multiverse that would leave even the bravest of deities trembling. Broly, in his Limit Breaker Super Saiyan 4 form, lets out a primal roar, the great ape inside dying to come out. Suddenly, the legendary Saiyan releases an explosive energy blast from his mouth. Like a laser, it thunders towards Iraq with incredible velocity. The primordial demon god is momentarily caught off guard, giving Beast Gohan the opening he needs. In an instant, he charges towards Iraq, unleashing a flurry of blows with a force even greater than that of a supernova. However, to the surprise of the gods of destruction helplessly watching from the background, the attack doesn't stop there. As Iraq reels from the onslaught, Ultra Gogeta, the fusion of Ultra Instinct Goku and Ultra Ego Vegeta, descends from above at an incredible pace, his hands crackling with an otherworldly divine energy. Soon the fused Saiyans charge up a Kamehameha, compact with both angel and destruction energy fused into one unique divine attack. This attack was called Divine Destruction Kamehameha, a feat only a person with bout angel and destruction Kai running through their vein can perform. Instantly, with a fierce determination, Ultra Gogeta launches the blast directly at Iraq with blinding speed. Just as the beam was about to make contact with the target, Broly charged in from the side, his fist glowing in the intense green aura synonymous to that of the legendary Super Saiyan. Soon, he delivers a crushing blow to the demon god's back, propelling him forward towards the incoming blast, amplifying Ultra Gogeta's attack the moment it makes contact. Ultra Gogeta's Divine Destruction Kamehameha detonates on impact, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion that tears through the fabric of the multiverse. The radiation from the blast is so intense that it burns the very light from the stars within its radius, leaving a black void in its wake. This was a battle of epic proportions, a clash of divine beings that will go down in the ancient text. As the divine energy poured out into the multiverse like a raging hurricane, even the vastness of the Null Realm seemed small in comparison. The sheer force of this power was unparalleled, and nothing could stand in its way. It was a force that could only be described as dimensional, one that could reshape the very fabric of existence itself. Yet, as this immense power resonated through the multiverse, a barrier that had once seemed impenetrable was shattered. The dimension in which the Omni King had sealed away the first mortal and the rest of the true primordial demons was no longer able to withstand the overwhelming energy that now pulsed through the multiverse. The Grand Priest, who had previously rebuilt and strengthened the seal after the Saiyans' last battle with the angels Korn and Kusu, had underestimated the true extent of mortal powers. No amount of strength or preparation could withstand a battle between entities that transcended even the divine. As the universe trembled and shook under the weight of this power, it became clear that a new era was dawning. A time of chaos and upheaval, where the very laws of nature would be rewritten. For even the gods themselves could not predict what would happen next. Suddenly, to what was not a surprise by any true Dragon Ball fan, immediately after unleashing such a cosmic size attack, it became clear that the price of this incredible display of power was high. Ultra Gogeta had burnt through the remaining time he had left in that fusion, and in an instant, the fused Saiyan was no more. They had instantly split apart, reverting back into their base forms, leaving them vulnerable to an attack. The pure-blooded Saiyan was now somewhat defenseless, their energy had depleted by a whopping 90%.
However, it didn't seem to bother Goku and Vegeta, as in their mind the battle was finally over and Arak was truly dead. Finally, yelled Goku, "That monster is truly dead." Vegeta, with a smirk of satisfaction, added, "Arak never stood a chance up against a true Saiyan warrior." The battlefield was a chaotic mess, with smoke and dust clouding the vision of the Saiyans. Suddenly, they were caught off guard when they heard a menacing laughter that echoed throughout the battlefield. The laughter belonged to none other than the primordial demon god Arak, and it sent shivers down their spines. Emerging from the smoke and dust, Arak's body was covered in a unique shield that glimmered in the light. The Ultra Hakai shield was a skill that he had acquired and enhanced from his fusion, and it was a force to be reckoned with. The Saiyans couldn't believe their eyes, as they watched the demon god emerge unscathed from an attack that had enough power to wipe out an entire universe. Even Beast Gohan, known for his confidence and bravado, was left speechless. "That's impossible," he exclaimed. "How did he survive that?" Broly, who was known for his overconfident attitude, was now feeling inferior to the demon god. He started to question his own strength, wondering if he could ever measure up to the power of Arak. "He's just too flipping strong," Broly muttered to himself. "Goku, Vegeta," he called out. "We may have bitten off more than we could chew this time." The Saiyans were traumatized, their faces filled with confusion and fear. Gohan, always the strategist, quickly formulated a plan. "Father," he yelled, "Broly and I will hold him off. You and Vegeta should use this opportunity to escape." But Vegeta wasn't having any of it. He was insulted that a Saiyan would suggest that he should run from a fight. "Don't insult me, boy," he growled. "A true Saiyan doesn't simply run from a fight. What happened with Broly was a one-time thing, and I promise myself that it will never happen again. Kakarot, you're free to leave, but I'm staying. I will defeat that monster with my own power." Immediately, a smile began to break out on Goku's face. Surprisingly, he also agreed with Vegeta, sharing the same thoughts as the battle had gone on long enough and both of them wanted to stop Arak using their own strength. Soon, the Saiyan muscles ached as he reached out towards the sky. Sweat trickled down his forehead, mixing with the blood oozing from his wounds. But even in his weakened state, he refused to give up. He couldn't afford to, not when the fate of his friends and family, along with the fate of the seventh universe, rested on their shoulders. "Come to me," he bellowed, his voice echoing across the barren landscape. His eyes were fixed on the angelic staff, the only thing left standing after their epic battle with the gods of destruction and Jiren. It had been silently siphoning all the energy from the battle with Jiren all the way until now, waiting for its chance to shine. It was then that a thought suddenly struck him, and without hesitation, he commanded the staff to appear before him. And just like that, it was there, gleaming in the bright sun. "Very smart," Vegeta sneered, his arms crossed. "For once, this imbecile is finally using his head. Call me impressed." Goku grinned, pleased to have earned the rare compliment from his rival. He knew he had to act fast, so he wasted no time in ordering the staff to restore their energy to full health. Vegeta joined in the demand, the other two Saiyans backing them up. The staff, despite now belonging to Goku, seemed to be taking orders from all four Saiyans. It hummed with power as it transferred all the energy it had siphoned into both Goku and Vegeta, their bodies glowing with a renewed vitality. They were back to full power, but at a cost. The staff had shattered from the overuse. "Well, this is it, Vegeta," Goku responded, his voice heavy with the weight of their predicament. "We are all out of backups. If we run out of stamina, we will surely die this time for certain." Vegeta's eyes narrowed, showcasing a nonchalant look, his mind already made up as he knew he couldn't hold back against such an opponent like this anymore. No longer was he worried about the Grand Priest and the angels showing up, as the only option he had left was to go Omni, hoping that it would be enough despite its 3-minute time limit. Suddenly, we see Goku bow his head, a sense of gratitude washing over the Saiyan as he thanked the staff for its service, knowing that it had played a crucial role in their survival. And just like that, it vanished from existence, leaving the Saiyans to face their fate alone. In an instant, the scene transported back to Earth, where the valiant Z fighters were locked in a fierce battle against the fearsome god of destruction, Lord Beerus. The fate of the entire planet hung in the balance as they struggled to defend against the unstoppable power of their adversary. As the fight wore on, it became clear that the Z fighters had exhausted all of their options. Even their most powerful combination attacks had failed to inflict any harm on the seemingly invincible deity, leaving them desperate and without a plan. their hopes fading fast, and the Z fighters knew that the destruction of the planet was inevitable. However, they refused to just lay down and die. The god of destruction floated high above the Earth's atmosphere, his massive form casting a shadow over the planet below. Suddenly, he felt an unimaginable force radiating from the far reaches of Universe 7, an energy so immense that it made his very being tremble in fear and doubt. "What is this power?" he bellowed, his voice echoing across the cosmos. What kind of creature could wield such a force? The Z fighters, too, were stunned by the sheer magnitude of the energy. They could feel it coursing through every fiber of their being, an indescribable power that shook the very foundations of the universe. "It's the Saiyans," cried Piccolo, his eyes wide with amazement. "I can feel it. I could never forget the energy I felt when they first fused into Gogeta. This aura feels similar, but much more powerful." Krillin nodded in agreement, his face etched with concern. If they've had to resort to fusion, it means they're in serious trouble. Goku and Vegeta hate relying on it. Android 17, meanwhile, soared high into the sky, his senses attuned to the energy emanating from the far reaches of the universe. His heart pounded with anticipation, for he knew that the kind of power the Saiyans are wielding was unlike anything he had ever felt before. Suddenly, in a blinding flash of light, he saw it, a divine energy so bright that it outshone the very stars themselves as it continued to pour into the universe. So, Piccolo was telling the truth the entire time, Beerus uttered to himself. His fist clenched with anger as the tale he was told about Whis being dead might actually be true. Beerus was taken aback by the overwhelming power of the Saiyans. The intensity of their aura was beyond anything he had ever experienced, and he found himself completely surrounded by it. Despite his shock, his mind remained focused on the battle at hand, ready to attack if and when he's being attacked. As he tried to make sense of what he had just witnessed, a sense of disbelief washed over him. "You have got to be kidding me," he muttered under his breath. "This strength rivals, if not surpasses, even the mightiest of angels." He couldn't believe that mere mortals could possess such raw power. How can they attain such a level of strength in such a short period of time? Determined to uncover the truth behind the Saiyans' newfound strength, Beerus resolved to investigate further. What in the hell could be going on? He mused. "I have to find out." As he tried to process what he had just felt, Beerus couldn't help but feel a sense of urgency. He knew he had to get to the bottom of this. However, he soon realized that he had already spent too much time on the planet. It was time for him to leave. Turning his gaze towards the Z fighters, Beerus raised his voice. "This was an interesting battle, but I'm afraid it has gone on long enough. It's time I end it." His words dripped with finality and conviction, leaving no room for negotiation. It was clear that he had made up his mind and nothing could change it. A sudden burst of energy erupted from Lord Beerus, as he charged up an enormous ball of destruction. The ball was crackling with an intimidating force, emanating a dark aura that could be felt across the planet. The mere sight of it was enough to send shivers down the spines of even the bravest warriors on Earth. Time was of the essence, and Lord Beerus was in no mood to waste any more of it. His interest in locating the Saiyans was at its peak, and he needed answers. "It's time to die, mortals," bellowed the god, his voice echoing across the planet. The sound of his voice was bone-chilling, and it seemed to reverberate through the very core of the Earth. "It's nothing personal. The Earth has outlived its usefulness to me. It's a shame, really. I will miss its delightful foods." With a sudden surge of power, the massive ball of destruction was fully charged and ready to unleash its devastating power. The ball of destruction was swirling with dark energy, pulsating with a frightening intensity. The Z fighters were paralyzed with fear as they watched the god of destruction ready to unleash his wrath on the planet. "We did everything we could to protect the Earth, but we have failed," said Piccolo, his voice tinged with defeat. His eyes were locked onto the swirling ball of destruction, which seemed to be getting bigger by the second. "I can no longer maintain my form. My energy and stamina have flatlined." The Z fighters closed their eyes, resigned to their fate. They knew there was nothing left to do but accept death at the hands of a god of destruction. The energy from the ball of destruction was so intense that they could feel it on their skin. But just as Lord Beerus was about to drop the ball of destruction on the Earth's crust, his hand was grabbed by an unexpected figure, Lord Frieza. The sudden interruption caused Beerus to falter, and the ball of destruction dissipated into thin air. "What the?" exclaimed Beerus, surprised by Frieza's sudden appearance. "Long time no see, Beerus," said Frieza with a smug grin, jumping back instinctively.
He had managed to grab Beerus without the god even sensing his approach. "I couldn't let you have all the fun without me. How dare you address me in such a manner, mortal," retorted Beerus, his anger rising. "This is the second time you have called me without saying Lord. It's about time I teach you some discipline, since King Cold never bothered to." Surprisingly, Frieza started to laugh. His laughter echoed across the battlefield. The Z fighters could hardly believe their ears. Had the tyrant lost his mind, or was he truly that confident in his power? Master Roshi shook his head in disbelief. "Has Frieza gone mad?" he asked, bewildered. "He must have a death wish or something." Piccolo, however, had a different take on the situation. "No, he's hiding something," he said, his voice tinged with suspicion. "Frieza is no fool. If he's talking to Lord Beerus in such a manner, he either has something up his sleeve or he's achieved a new level of power. One that would make him overconfident." Krillin, meanwhile, was relieved that the Earth had been given a reprieve. "Who cares?" he said, shrugging his shoulders. "A moment ago, the Earth was done for. Now we have more time. It's obvious that Lord Beerus is the one Frieza came here for. However, the only thing I'm a bit worried about is that a battle such as that could potentially destroy the Earth in the process." The air was tense and charged with an undeniable power as the Emperor, his cold eyes fixed on his target, uttered his dark intentions. "I initially came here to kill those monkeys and destroy this planet," he declared, his voice laced with a cruel arrogance. "But upon seeing you here, who am I to turn down such an opportunity to defeat a destroyer? This is a sure-set way to leave an impact or to showcase my dominance upon this universe." Lord Beerus, the god of destruction, scoffed in response. "Don't make me laugh," he bellowed, his tone laced with amused contempt. "You defeat me, not even in your wildest dream. To me, you're just an insect ready to be squashed." The god, undeterred, simply smirked in response. "Okay, Frieza, entertain me for a bit," he taunted, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. "Let me see what got you so cocky." Without warning, Frieza began to transform. His body began to shift and contort, his energy flaring to life with an otherworldly intensity. But to everyone's surprise, he stopped at his regular golden form. Lord Beerus, for his part, was unimpressed. "What, you mean to tell me that you were talking all that shit just to show me this?" he roared, his disappointment palpable. "Come on, Frieza, sure. You are stronger than when you last fought Goku and Vegeta in their Super Saiyan Blue form, but surely you didn't think that this would be a challenge for me, did you?" Frieza simply chuckled in response, his eyes gleaming with a newfound confidence. "Oh, I think you'll find that I have a few tricks up my sleeve," he purred, his voice oozing with malice. "But let's not spoil the surprise just yet, shall we?" "Okay then," responded the god of destruction. "Let's see what you can do. Feel free to attack me whenever you're ready." With a flash of light, the scene switched back to the Saiyan duo, who were now both at full power. The Zenkai boost they received was otherworldly, causing a dark purple aura to start swirling around them even in their base forms. As Vegeta unfurled, Goku could instantly tell that something was wrong. The air around him felt thick and heavy, like a weight pressing down on his very soul. "What is this feeling? Something's wrong with my body," Goku yelled, his voice laced with panic. As the Saiyan continued to shout, something mysterious and unexpected began to happen. While they were fused as Ultra Gogeta, the first mortal aura present in Vegeta had fused together with Goku. When they separated, Goku's body began to assimilate some of that aura on its own. His body had remembered that power and feeling even though it wasn't his power. Instantly, Goku's muscles began to bulge, the veins in his arms expanding as his energy surged to an omniversal level. Flashes of a new transformation began to flicker in his eyes, and he heard an ominous voice calling out to him. "Kakarot, Kakarot, don't let that power consume you." Vegeta yelled upon sensing the familiar key. He instantly knew what was happening. "Remember what you're fighting for. Remember your family," he shouted, hoping to bring Goku back to his senses. Goku was on the brink of achieving something terrifying. Like Vegeta, he had unlocked the legendary Omni transformation, but the challenge wasn't to unlock it, it was to control it. Such a power did not belong in the hands of mortals and could potentially cause his body to explode, destroying the multiverse as collateral. Will Goku be able to control this immense power, or will he be consumed by it? As the Null Realm quaked beneath him, Goku could feel an unimaginable power surging through his body. Every fiber of his being was suffused with a raw, primal force that threatened to consume him whole. Red and white lightning crackled and sparked from his form, illuminating the darkness of the void. Despite his best efforts, Goku struggled to contain the tremendous energy that coursed through him. It was a level of power beyond anything he had ever experienced before. Even the mighty Ultra Instinct 3 Kaioken times 100 form paled in comparison. Just like Vegeta before him, Goku found himself locked in a desperate struggle to control the uncontrollable. But there was more at play than just raw power. Zurama, the first mortal, had fused his very being with the power belonging to the fountain of creation. However, the fountain was for the pure of heart and he was not. Due to this, his entire blood and aura had become corrupted. Through some dark magic, his corrupt aura had seeped into the Saiyan's bloodstream, granting him strength beyond measure, but it also leaving him vulnerable to Zurama's influence, seeing that this power wasn't truly his own. Goku could feel the corruption spreading through him, like a cancerous growth eating away at his soul. "What's the matter, Kakarot?" he called out, his voice tinged with both concern and challenge. "It's not like you to make excuses. We both know that anything I can do, you can do as well. That's why you are my rival, Kakarot. The answer lies with your heart, only you can find it." Goku stood before Vegeta, his eyes blazing with an unyielding determination that seemed to radiate from his very being. His muscles tensed, coiled like a spring as he prepared to harness the great power within him. The ground beneath them trembled, as if in anticipation of the battle to come. With every ounce of his being, Goku fought against the surging power within him. It was as if a great tempest raged inside his body, threatening to tear him apart. However, the Saiyan refused to give in. His mind was focused, as he remembered what Whis had taught him. Soon, instinctively, he started drawing upon the pure-hearted spirit that had always been his greatest weapon, and slowly, but surely, he began to reign in the power. Suddenly, the change in Goku's aura was quite noticeable. Zurama's aura, which had been pulsing through his body, began to react differently to the change in nature. At first, Goku wasn't sure what was happening, but for the first time ever, he started to feel control. As it turns out, both Goku and Vegeta possessed the one trait that was needed to drink from the fountain of creation. They both were pure of heart, something that even the Omni King himself lacked, as feelings and emotions had a very direct relationship with a person becoming pure of heart. Instantly, within Goku's body, Zurama's aura was being purified, something that the first mortal had never considered to be possible. As Gohan's eyes widened in disbelief, he called out to his father with a sense of urgency, "Father." The sight before him was too incredible to comprehend. Just like Vegeta, his own father had achieved that transformation, the same one Vegeta had used to defeat both Korn and Kusu. How is this even possible? Gohan's mind raced with questions as he witnessed the birth of no one but two omnipotent beings. The young Saiyan couldn't help but feel a sense of doubt and wonder creeping into his thoughts. "I'm also a Saiyan. If both Father and Vegeta can achieve such power, what's stopping me?" Gohan pondered to himself, his eyes fixated on the scene unfolding before him. Is this only a transformation only a pure-blood Saiyan can achieve? Soon, the Saiyan started to wonder if his father's unyielding determination and drive for strength had been passed down to him as well. But to the surprise of all Dragon Ball fans, it wasn't just Gohan who was shocked by the display of power before them. Even the legendary warrior Broly, who had been observing from the corner of the arena, couldn't help but feel a surge of pride in his Saiyan heritage. "It's moments like these that makes me proud to be a Saiyan," he remarked, his deep voice carrying over the sounds of battle. "We are the ultimate warrior race, after all." As the scene shifted, we were transported to a realm of unparalleled power, a place where even the most powerful beings dared not venture without permission. The palace of the Omni King loomed before the viewers, a grand and imposing structure that humbled even the most strongest of beings. The Omni King himself stood at the forefront, observing the events that were unfolding, and beside him stood the Grand Priest, the father of all angels. "It seems that yet another mortal has attained the legendary Omni transformation," the Grand Priest stated with a hint of trepidation in his voice. "My lord, should I intervene? If we allow this to continue, I fear that these Saiyans may surprise us even further with their unfathomable strength." Little did the Grand Priest know that Goku's ascension to the Omni form was all part of the Omni King's plan. Everything had been meticulously orchestrated to the smallest detail, and the Omni King had foreseen every possible outcome. For his plan to work, the Omni King needs both Vegeta and Goku to achieve the Omni form. The omnipotent king had a deep love for his creation Zurama.
However, such love had led to his downfall due to his trust in Zarama. He never suspected that Zarama would have betrayed him in such a way. In his greed for more power, he had drank from the fountain of creation. This disastrous action caused the once abundant fountain to dry up completely, sealing away the dimension that housed the Grand Priest's wife and her followers forever, as the fountain acted as a gateway to that dimension. This was troublesome for the Omni King, as Kwansei, who is also the mother of all angels' chest, lies the heart gem, a relic of the utmost importance. Through any means necessary, he needed the heart gem back. He had placed it inside the Grand Priest's wife, Kwansei, for safekeeping. But since the well had dried up, there was no way for him to enter that dimension, as that was the only way in and out. After he had defeated Zarama, the Omni King tried to use Zarama's aura to restore the fountain of creation, thinking that it would work due to the liquid, known as aquafoam, which was the same liquid Zarama had drank from the fountain of creation, had now fused with his soul. Upon realizing that the aquafoam had become corrupted, it dawned on him that a purifying touch was necessary to restore it to its original state. However, the elixir had undergone a significant transformation, and only an individual with a righteous heart and immense strength, equal to or greater than the one who corrupted it, could successfully perform the purification. The challenge, however, was finding a suitable candidate. Only powerful, righteous beings could imbibe the aquafoam, and not just any ordinary creature would suffice. It required someone who had achieved immense strength through sheer determination and hard work. This event and the need to access the other dimension had led to the creation of mortals. An experiment that had once been abandoned was revitalized, and mortals were created to fulfill this lofty purpose. Despite the passage of billions of years, the Omni King had yet to find a mortal capable of purifying the corrupted aquafoam. While there were many righteous individuals, none possessed the power required to complete the task. Then, a glimmer of hope emerged with the arrival of Goku and his companions, who had consistently amazed the Omni King with their abilities during the Tournament of Power. These warriors continuously pushed beyond mortal limitations, displaying extraordinary strength and determination. Although they were still not strong enough, the Omni King saw potential in them, as their recent performances suggested that they were far from reaching their full potential. With renewed optimism, the Omni King believed that perhaps Goku and his friends were the kind of mortals needed to restore the aquafoam to its natural state. The Omni King was an omnipotent and omniscient being, despite everyone in Dragon Ball shitting on him, thinking that he's stupid. However, he is actually very smart. Not just yet, Daishinkan, responded Zeno. I still need you to stay put for now, as things are going as planned. I need the Saiyans to get stronger before we intervene, as they are still too weak. Let us observe and see what happens. As you wish, my lord, the Grand Priest replied, still harboring a deep desire for revenge for the loss of his children. Anxiously, he watched as events unfolded, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to take action when the time was right. As the scene shifted back to Goku, his body began to glow with an otherworldly aura that radiated power and strength beyond comprehension. Vegeta's face twisted into a grin as he looked on in amazement. He did it, he really did it, Vegeta exclaimed. He actually managed to achieve the Omniform. Even though he may not maintain it for long, this is truly impressive. I never doubted him for a second. As Goku's power continued to surge, it had caught the attention of the primordial demon god. Irak was stunned. However, for some unknown reason, he was not afraid. He had never seen a mortal achieve such power before, and yet, the god remained unfazed. In fact, he was itching to test his own power against it. Impressive? Irak said, his voice filled with amazement. How is it possible for a mortal to attain such strength? His body should have exploded by now. Suddenly, Goku's eyes met with Irak. His gaze was terrifying and he gripped his fist with pure determination. It's time for you to die, Irak, and this time, I'm going to ensure that you stay dead. Irak started to laugh as if he heard a joke, his eyes fixed on the mighty Saiyan. How amusing, you're not like any mortal I've ever encountered before, he said. Nevertheless, a mortal is still a mere mortal. Let me show you the power that transcends even beyond the gods. Irak stood before Omni Goku. He had a fierce and imposing figure that would scare any being, his muscles bulging with power and his aura crackling with energy. Soon, he began powering up, unleashing a surge of raw energy that rippled through the air. In just a matter of moments, Irak had powered up to using 50% of his powers, and the energy around him was practically palpable. Quick notice, guys. Please do your boy a favor and go subscribe to my other channels. The link can be found in the comment section below. Thank you. Without warning,
The demon god charged forward, his body moving with incredible speed and grace as he hurtled towards Omni Goku with an otherworldly force. The two warriors clashed in a battle of epic proportions, their fists colliding with a force that was beyond even God's comprehension. As their fists met, the impact was so intense that it shattered reality itself, creating millions of black holes that tore through the fabric of the multiverse, eating every planet in its way. The very multiverse shook with the force of their blows, and it seemed as though the entire Null Realm was holding its breath as the two combatants battled for dominance. Iraq gritted his teeth as he watched Goku's muscles vibrate with raw divine energy. The Saiyan was proving to be stronger than he had ever imagined, and Iraq knew that he needed to take action quickly. How in the hell does he have such control over this power? Iraq yelled, frustration evident in his voice. This monkey is very strong. Don't get too cocky, he warned himself. The real battle has just begun. Suddenly, we see Goku struggling to maintain his omniform, as the intense energy coursing through his body threatened to overwhelm him. This form is highly unstable, Goku replied, his voice strained. I can hardly contain it. There is too much raw energy flowing out of me. My body is not yet at the level to control such vicious energy. Despite his struggles, a small smirk began to show on Goku's face as he raised his hand, admiring his overwhelming power. So this is a Super Saiyan God's full potential, he said, marveling at his own strength. Damn it, I can't maintain this for long. 2 minutes is all I can manage for now. I have to try and end it quickly. Iraq watched in shock as Goku unleashed his full power, marveling at the sheer strength and intensity of a full-power Super Saiyan God. He knew that he needed to act fast. No longer does he believe that 50% of his power would be enough to defeat the Saiyans, and so he realized that he had to go all out if he wanted to survive. Alright then, Iraq said, determination fill in his voice. Let's see what you've got, monkey. From the left of Omni Goku, a familiar and authoritative voice rang out, cutting through the tension in the air. Kakarot, you imbecile, stop wasting precious time and finish this. Vegeta, having recently achieved the Omniform himself, understood the immense strain that came with the transformation. He knew that due to Goku's inexperience with the power, he only had a maximum of 3 minutes before his body would give out. Vegeta's right, Omni Goku admitted, feeling the weight of the ticking clock. His cells seemed ready to burst, and he wasn't sure how much longer he could withstand the pressure. Glancing at his rival, Goku couldn't help but be impressed. That Vegeta is truly a gifted fighter. The fact that he can tap into this incredible power at will is a remarkable achievement in itself. Kakarot, Vegeta barked, clearly impatient. Calm down, Vegeta, I'll take care of him now, Goku reassured his comrade. Meanwhile, Demon God Iraq seethed with fury. He couldn't believe that these mere mortals had the audacity to completely ignore his presence. For this insufferable disrespect, I'll make you suffer slowly, he growled, muttering under his breath as his anger intensified. In an instant, with a burst of speed unseen by the naked eye, the primordial demon god vanished from existence, only to reappear behind Omni Goku, wearing a dominant expression. Just as I thought, Iraq replied confidently, he can't keep up with me at full power. Time itself seemed to come to a halt as Iraq leisurely strolled around a frozen Omni Goku. Dragon Ball fans might draw a comparison to Hit's time skip technique, but this was something far greater. This unprecedented speed was the very origin of all forms of time manipulation. Iraq had reached a level of velocity that every being could only dream of achieving. Without warning, Iraq halted his movement, adopting a martial arts stance that was alien to mortal eyes. The demon god was preparing to strike at Omni Goku's heart by unleashing a point-blank shockwave from behind, targeting the precise location where his heart lay. The tension was palpable, as even beyond the confines of Iraq's time acceleration technique, the Saiyans found themselves trapped in the stillness of time. Iraq was light years ahead, while their minds struggled relentlessly to catch up to his astonishing speed. Among them, only Limit Breaker Super Saiyan 4 Broly's mind was barely able to keep pace with Iraq's incredible velocity. Despite this, his body moved with the fluidity of a snake, as Iraq's speed still surpassed his current abilities. The gap between Broly's mental processing and his physical capabilities showcased the sheer power of the primordial demon god. The Saiyans' fate remained uncertain as they endeavored to confront this seemingly insurmountable challenge. Well, would you look at that? The crimson-furred warrior can still move. This mortal demonstrates such extraordinary potential, Iraq taunted, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Be patient and bide your time. Your demise will swiftly follow the demise of your comrade here. In an instant, Iraq unleashed a devastating power punch. A wave of air pressure burst forth from his clenched fist, surging through the air like a razor-sharp dagger aimed straight at Omni Goku's heart. At that precise moment, Omni Goku's body began to quiver with a mysterious energy. His form was vibrating at such an incredible speed that, even though time had come to a standstill, heat radiated from his body. This phenomenon seemed to reinvigorate his cells, which had been locked in their frozen state. To the astonishment of the spectators watching from the comfort of their homes, Omni Goku instinctively created a dimensional rift within the frozen fabric of time itself. Instantly, the Saiyans swiftly stepped inside it and sealed it shut just before Iraq's deadly attack had a chance to reach him. Omni Goku performed a miraculous feat. This technique defies all logic, as opening a new dimension inside time was a concept never once thought to be possible. Iraq's eyes widened in astonishment, his voice rising in a mixture of awe and disbelief. What did he just do? Even he, with his vast knowledge and power, had no memory of encountering such a technique before. The primordial demon god, a being that instilled terror in the hearts of countless warriors, found himself stepping backward, his face contorted in shock and fear. No one should be able to escape from my technique, the demon god murmured, his voice trembling with incredulity. It's the pinnacle of time manipulation, an ability that bends the very fabric of time itself to my will. It cannot be comprehended. All forms of time manipulation are mere offshoots of this supreme technique. One could even argue that it serves as the progenitor of all time-related abilities. So, how could this mortal, this seemingly insignificant speck, manage to shatter the unbreakable chains of my mastery over time? In a blink of an eye, a temporal rift tore through the air, and Omni Goku emerged, materializing directly behind Iraq with an aura of unwavering determination. His voice was calm yet resolute as he spoke. You sought to take my heart, didn't you? Now, I'll take yours. Before Iraq could even process the sudden appearance of his opponent or muster a response, Omni Goku's beyond lightning-fast reflexes were already in motion. He thrust his hand through the very fabric of Iraq's body, reaching deep into the demon god's chest cavity, where his heart was housed. In an instant, the Saiyan's firm grip closed in the area where Iraq's still beating heart. However, to the Saiyan's surprise, the demon god did not have a heart, as he now remembered that it was ripped out by Iwan. But how is he alive without a heart? Replied Omni Goku as his mind raced with confusion. No matter, if this thing doesn't have a heart, just blow him up from the inside out. You monster, gasped the demon god, his voice barely a whisper, as he realized there was nothing left for him to do. How did you become this powerful? It's all over for you, Iraq, Omni Goku declared, his expression resolute. As he spoke, a surge of energy began to coalesce around his hand, still embedded in the demon god's body. He was preparing to unleash a devastating ki blast, aimed at obliterating every single cell within Iraq's body. Omni Goku knew that Iraq possessed a formidable regenerative ability, and he was determined to leave no chance for recovery. Abruptly, the time paradox that the enigmatic Iraq had trapped the Saiyans in shattered, allowing the flow of time to resume its natural course and releasing Vegeta, Broly, and Gohan from their temporal stasis. What's happening? Roared Gohan, his voice thick with the power of his beastly transformation, as both he and Vegeta stared in astonishment at the sight before them. Goku's arm was buried deep within the menacing demon god. Somebody, please explain what's going on, Vegeta demanded, his voice laced with frustration and confusion, as he struggled to comprehend the chaos that had unfolded while not realizing that they were trapped in a time paradox. Calm down, Vegeta, Broly replied soothingly. Even though he himself had been trapped, his keen mind had still managed to discern fragments of the events that transpired. We were all frozen in time by some technique Iraq wielded. However, Goku somehow managed to bypass that limitation and create some type of portal leading to another dimension. What? Vegeta interjected, his voice filled with disbelief as he instantly cut Broly off. The Omni form has no such technique. If there was such a technique, I would know. After all, I have more mastery over the Omni form than Kakarot. He just attained it, while I've had it for months now. Look, so-called prince, Broly retorted, his tone firm yet respectful, you don't have to take my word for it, but that's what truly happened. He travels to another dimension using the Omni form. I wonder if I can do that as well, Vegeta pondered aloud. Gradually, a cunning smirk began to form on the proud Saiyan prince's face.
This is why I keep that fool around. Once again, he has achieved something truly remarkable. The scene switches back to Iraq, whose breath ragged and muscles trembling with pure exhaustion, realizing that his fate was now sealed. His voice filled with rage and frustration as he shouted, "Don't waste time trying to preach to me. This fight is over. I have no more techniques at my disposal that you haven't already seen. Just get it over with." With sweat streaming down his bruised and battered face, Iraq's thoughts drifted back to a time when his father, and the last of the primordial demons, was being relentlessly attacked by the Omni King and the angel race. Although he was just a baby at the time, the vivid memory of the tragedy burned within him as his father had planned all of his own memories with him, which was triggered and activated upon Iwan ripping out his heart. The pain and helplessness his race felt in that moment surging through his veins. "Father," Iraq yelled, his voice cracking with sorrow and regret, "I failed to achieve the strength needed to avenge you. Forgive me." The Saiyan's eyes blazed with intensity, signaling the final moments of the primordial demon god's existence. Immediately, Vegeta's voice began thundering throughout the battlefield, his impatience boiling over. "What are you waiting for, Kakarot?" he bellowed, his eyes flashing with urgency. "Finish it, now." Omni Goku, his body glowing with immense power, stood poised to obliterate the malevolent demon god once and for all. Yet, as fate would have it, the dire consequence of achieving the Omni form was about to make its presence known. Just as Goku drew on his extraordinary strength, preparing to deliver the ultimate blow, his body betrayed him. It could no longer withstand the overwhelming force of the Omni transformation. His heart shuddered, faltering in its rhythm, and blood gushed from his mouth like a crimson waterfall. The unstoppable torrent of omnipotent energy surged through him, threatening to tear him apart. Goku's anguished cry pierced the air, his voice cracking under the strain of the unbearable pain. His knees buckled, and he teetered on the brink of unconsciousness. "Father!" Gohan's voice rang out, raw with panic. Now transformed into Beast Gohan, he watched in horror as his father's body crumpled under the weight of his own power. In the thick of their despair, the demon god seized the opportunity fate had so generously provided. An energy blade materialized around his hand, eerily reminiscent of Goku Black's Rosei form. The demon god's sinister laughter reverberated throughout the battlefield, a wicked glee at the fortunate turn of events. "This must be a sign," declared Iraq, his voice laced with conviction. "It proves that I won't be the one meeting my demise here today." "It's truly a pity," the demon god taunted, his voice dripping with malice. "You've struggled and strived to attain this power, and yet, it will be the cause of your undoing. Mortals like you have erred gravely. One cannot simply acquire omnipotent energy without offering something of equal worth in return." As his chilling laughter echoed once again, the demon god's words took on a mocking tone. "What wasted effort. All you've been doing is merely running on borrowed time." At that pivotal moment, the primordial demon god, Iraq, prepared to strike down Goku, who had fallen unconscious and reverted to his base form. Iraq's aura, honed like a razor-sharp blade, inched menacingly toward Goku's vulnerable chest. However, before Iraq could land the fatal blow, his hand was seized by an infuriated Broly, who had somehow managed to increase his power yet again. "You again," Iraq scoffed, recalling Broly's movements during the time paradox. "You just don't know when to give up. Can't you see that my power far exceeds your pathetic attempts at strength?" "Are you sure about that?" Broly retorted, a fierce smile now etched across his face. "It's evident that Kakarot's last attack inflicted significant damage upon you. The gaping wound on your back isn't healing. Also, if you were truly at full strength, you would have easily sensed my approach, yet you failed to sense me. Now, why do you suppose that is?" "Demon." Broly was acutely aware of what was unfolding before him, as Goku had fallen prey to the overwhelming power of the Omni form. Unbeknownst to the demon god, Goku had cunningly released minuscule particles of Kai aura into Iraq's bloodstream. These particles targeted Iraq's white blood cells, which were responsible for healing and repairing his body. Goku's plan was to destroy all of these cells, but fate had other ideas. With a sudden shift of focus, Iraq turned his malicious gaze towards Broly, intending to sever the Saiyan's arm and free himself from the warrior's iron grip. However, Broly had anticipated such an attack. His expertise and instincts in battle had been honed to a razor's edge. In that critical moment, the legendary warrior skillfully dissipated the energy blade extending from Iraq's arm. Wasting no time,
Broly placed his hands firmly on Iraq's abdomen and unleashed a point-blank rage ki blast of his own. The searing energy surged through the demon god's body, obliterating every last trace of the primordial being once and for all, leaving nothing to be found. Finally, that monster is dead, declared Vegeta, as he and Gohan, now in their base forms, rushed to check on Goku. He had just regained consciousness after being knocked out earlier. Wait, replied Broly, what about those pesky gods? I distinctly recall that 3 of them managed to survive. However, I can't seem to sense their presence anywhere. Those fools have long fled, replied Vegeta. They used the chaos to their advantage and escaped during our battle with Iraq. I saw them leaving, but there was nothing I could have done. My hands were full dealing with the demon god. No matter, replied Goku, who had somehow found the strength to speak. There is nowhere in the universe left for them to hide. But before we go after them, we need to recover first. All this fighting has put a tremendous strain on my body. I can't keep pushing myself like this anymore. I'm simply running on empty. The Saiyan had finally defeated the evil god. At long last the haunted battle was over and the Saiyans would finally take the rest they deserved. Or so they thought. In the wake of their hard-fought victory, an unforeseen threat emerged from the shadows. 4 formidable entities, along with the first mortal, Salama, had managed to escape the shackles of the multiversal prison in which they had been confined. We have Omni Goku to thank for that. You see, during his intense battle with Iraq, Goku's instincts led him to unknowingly open a portal within the time paradox. This mysterious portal connected to another dimension, a realm that no one had ever explored before. Unfortunately for the Saiyan, that very dimension was the exact one in which the Omni King had imprisoned Salama and his followers. In order to leave that dimension, Omni Goku had to open another portal, linking the forbidden dimension to his own. As the Saiyan warrior crossed the threshold into his own dimension, the portal began to shrink, preparing to seal itself shut. However, just before it could fully close, a cunning follower of Salama, the founding father of the demon race and a member of the once mighty 18 primordial demon gods, managed to force the portal open again. This time, though, the entrance connected to Universe 11, the very universe governed by the god of destruction, Belmont. Freedom, at long last, Zurama proclaimed, his voice resonating with a mixture of relief and determination. For countless millennia, I've been imprisoned by that naive child who dares to call himself the Omni King. Rest assured, he shall pay dearly for his actions. With that, the first mortal hesitated, taking a step back as he tried to comprehend the unfamiliar surroundings. He found himself wondering where in the vast expanse of the multiverse the temporal portal had transported him. The landscape before him was a curious blend of colors and textures, unlike anything he had ever seen before, leaving him awestruck and uncertain, wondering if he was in the right dimension. Before my imprisonment, the multiverse was a desolate expanse, Salama recounted, his tone tinged with a mix of nostalgia and surprise. I had assumed that, in my absence, Zeno would have abandoned the idea of creating mortals altogether. It appears, however, that I was mistaken. He paused, his eyes narrowing as he focused his senses. I can detect the life force of trillions of mortal beings scattered throughout the multiverse, their power levels varying greatly. Some even possess strength rivaling, or perhaps surpassing, the deities themselves. In fact, as I speak, I sense the presence of 2 such exceptional mortals in this very universe. My lord, replied Majin, bowing respectfully. Majin was, in fact, the father of the demon god Iraq. As one of the primordial demon gods from the demon race, he had fought alongside his brethren against the angels trillions of years ago. Iraq had believed his father to be dead, but that was far from the truth. The Omni King had imprisoned Majin, along with the remaining 3 primordial demons, in separate dimensions, much like Salama's own confinement. I, too, can sense a formidable deity within this universe, one who appears to wield a destruction key, Majin continued, his voice laced with curiosity. This individual possesses an aura that resonates with my own kind. With your permission, my lord, I would like to investigate these mysterious beings and uncover their true nature. Zurama contemplated Majin's request for a moment before responding decisively, permission granted. Siphon their strength and return to me when you have completed your task. He then turned his gaze toward the distant horizon, his eyes focused and determined. In the meantime, I shall venture to the Null Realm to reclaim my power from those 2 mortals. They have fulfilled their purpose, and their unwitting assistance has ultimately led to my freedom. With their objectives clear, Zarama along Majin and the remaining 3 primordial demon gods prepared to embark on their respective missions, eager to investigate the extraordinary mortals and deities that now populated the multiverse. The future of the cosmos hung in the balance, as these ancient beings sought to gain even greater strength with the sole purpose of killing the Omni King and ruling his place as the new king of everything. The scene transitions dramatically, returning us to the familiar landscape of Earth. Here, we witness a clash of monumental scale unfolding before our eyes. Golden Frieza, resplendent and fearsome in his gleaming form, lunges forward with relentless determination. His fierce golden aura illuminates the battlefield, casting an eerie glow on the surrounding devastation. Facing him is the self-assured god of destruction, Beerus. His slender, feline features are set in a confident smirk, as his violet eyes glint with anticipation. The air crackles with tension as he effortlessly emanates an aura of power and control. Their gazes lock, and it is clear that this is more than just a test of strength, it's a battle of control, a struggle for supremacy over the known universe. As the 2 titans of power collide, the impact sends shockwaves reverberating through the very fabric of the universe. The ground beneath them quakes, and the sky above roars with fury, as if nature itself is acknowledging the significance of this momentous confrontation. Despite the intense atmosphere, this confrontation wasn't living up to Lord Beerus's expectations. Based on Frieza's bold and boastful speech earlier, the god of destruction had anticipated a far more formidable challenge. In response, Beerus resorted to effortlessly evading Frieza's barrage of attacks, much like his previous encounter with Super Saiyan 3 Goku in Dragon Ball Super. Each movement was fluid and precise, showcasing Beerus's immense power and control. Growing visibly impatient, Beerus scoffed, "This is pointless." His voice was laced with disdain as he addressed his adversary, Frieza. "You can't deceive me. I can sense that your body is capable of so much more. Stop toying with me, and get serious before I decide to end your life before you even have the chance to unleash that hidden power." Suddenly, Frieza began to laugh before speaking. "I should have expected this," Frieza replied, his voice tinged with frustration. "I merely wanted to gauge how my golden form compares to you, Beerus. Although it pains me to admit it, I simply don't stand a chance in my current state." "You disrespectful little runt," Lord Beerus bellowed, incensed by Frieza's insolence. The god of destruction had repeatedly insisted that Frieza address him with the proper honorific, yet Frieza obstinately refused to comply. With a fury that could shatter the planet, Beerus closed the distance between them in less than a nanosecond. His body was a blur, a testament to his incredible speed. The air crackled with dark purple aura as the enraged deity prepared to unleash a mighty blow. "Time's up, Frieza," roared Lord Beerus, his voice echoing across the battlefield. "I'm going to end you now." With a steely resolve, Frieza's thoughts echoed within his mind, "He's really fast. It's time I kick it up a notch." In that very instant, Frieza's body began to transform once more, however it's not what the audience was expecting. His golden aura intensifies in both a radiance and ferocity, and the son of King Cold begins to bull up just as he did back on Namek against Goku. Only this time, he maintains his golden form. The air around him surged with newfound energy. Beerus was taken aback, forced to halt his initial attack and leap back, as he witnessed a newfound power boost from the usual golden form. Well, would you look at that?" Lord Beerus exclaimed, his voice filled with a mix of surprise and amusement. "It appears you've unlocked yet another level of power." He smirked, adding, "Well, I wouldn't say another level. Let's just call it a multiplier, shall we?" Turning his attention to Frieza, Beerus called out, "Frieza, is this the power you mentioned? If so, I must admit that I find it rather underwhelming." As if dismissing Frieza's newfound strength as a trivial matter, the god of destruction nonchalantly strolled towards Mega Golden Frieza, his hands casually folded behind his back. His movements were graceful, yet carried an unmistakable air of authority. Beerus shook his head in disappointment. "To think I maintained my guard for this," he mused. "This insult is so great that I could just annihilate this entire universe." Suddenly, Mega Golden Frieza erupted into laughter. In stark contrast to Beerus, he was immensely proud of his newfound power. Frieza felt that his formidable bulked-up form could genuinely pose a challenge to the god of destruction. With a sinister grin, Frieza confidently declared, "You underestimate me, Lord Beerus. This power I've attained will surely put your arrogance to the test."
His voice dripped with conviction, and his eyes gleamed with an unyielding determination to prove himself against the formidable deity. "Come now, Frieza," Beerus taunted. "Compared to those Saiyans, you're nothing more than a foot soldier, an insignificant bug itching for a brawl with the big leagues." Frieza's rage reached its boiling point, his face contorted in fury. The veins in his head and body bulged, as if they might burst at any moment. "How dare you compare me to those simian fools?" Frieza hissed. "Very well, Beerus. You want power? Behold the ultimate transformation, Black Frieza." In that very instant, the entire universe trembled as an ominous black aura emanated from Frieza, its oppressive force suffocating. The Earth struggled to maintain its integrity, buckling under the relentless atmospheric pressure. "It can't be," Piccolo cried out. "Is that Frieza? His power is immeasurable. When did he attain such strength? This form makes his golden form look like a mere child's play." The Z-fighters stood in disbelief, their minds racing as they tried to make sense of the situation. Even Lord Beerus, who had been so composed moments ago, was rendered speechless, never having anticipated that Frieza could achieve such a terrifying level of power. "Where did this come from?" the god of destruction exclaimed, his voice cracking. "Is this really Frieza?" The shock on Beerus's face was evident to all, and as Frieza's transformation reached its climax, he couldn't help but take notice of the deity's astonishment. The stage was set for an epic confrontation as Frieza, who had recently unveiled his menacing black form to the world, locked his gaze on the mighty god of destruction, Lord Beerus. A wicked grin spread across Frieza's face, revealing his sinister intentions. "Ah, yes," he exclaimed, his voice dripping with arrogance. "Originally, I intended to reveal this form solely to those pitiful Saiyan monkeys. However, fate has presented me with a far more fitting adversary. Who better to test the true extent of my power than the god of destruction, Beerus himself?" Frieza's laughter filled the air with a chilling malice as he continued to disrespect Lord Beerus by not calling him by his proper title. Beerus couldn't help but grin in response, intrigued by the unexpected surge in Frieza's aura. The Emperor's transformation had clearly surprised him quite a bit, causing him to instantly raise his guard almost instinctively as if his senses detected danger. Frieza's black form had taken him to a level of strength that demanded the utmost respect from any being in existence. Yet, to Lord Beerus's surprise, he somehow found it impossible to gauge the full scope of Frieza's strength. It almost felt endless to the god, so he spoke. "That's strange," replied Lord Beerus. "I can't seem to get a proper reading on just how powerful Frieza had become," Beerus admitted, his voice tinged with a mixture of curiosity and concern. "However, one thing is certain, it's obvious that he has far surpassed the Saiyans during the Tournament of Power." Beerus couldn't help but wonder what had happened to the once feeble tyrant he had known before. Soon, he mutters to himself, "How did this weakling, this pathetic coward whom I once ordered to eradicate the Saiyan race so easily, achieve such astounding power?" The god of destruction pondered, his eyes narrowing as they fell upon Emperor Frieza, who was clearly enjoying the moment with a sinister smile plastered on his evil face. Soon, Frieza's laughter eventually faded, but his wicked grin remained. "Beerus," he taunted, "you've always underestimated my potential. Not just mine, but you've underestimated my father, brother, and my entire race, and that will be your downfall. You fail to realize that my insatiable hunger for power and my unyielding desire for vengeance would be the ultimate decider that drives me to attain the unattainable. This formidable transformation you see before you are the fruit of such desires." Beerus scoffed, unimpressed by Frieza's grandiose boasting. "You may have gained immense power, Frieza, but don't forget that you're facing a god of destruction. You would do well to remember your place, mortal." With a casual flick of his tail, Frieza confidently countered as he no longer feared the name of Beerus the Destroyer. "How I've been looking forward to this moment, Beerus. The day has come when I will finally get to destroy the Destroyer. It's time you understand that your position as a god is no longer secure. Now witness the full and true extent of my power." As the tension between these two mighty beings escalated, the air around them crackled with energy. As if sensing each other's thoughts, the two formidable warriors began to levitate, soaring far beyond the Earth's atmosphere and into the vacuum of space. They positioned themselves in a remote expanse, far from any interference, where the stakes of their battle would be raised to the ultimate level of fight to the death. Propelled by their immense power, Frieza and Beerus sped into the dark void, with nothing but stars and meteorites as witnesses to their impending showdown.
In this desolate arena, devoid of distractions, they would finally settle their score. Beerus's eyes flashed with anticipation, and a wide grin stretched across his face as he could sense a great battle to come. Despite the unknown depths of Frieza's newfound power, the god of destruction remained undaunted. He would not be so easily intimidated by Frieza nor any mere mortal's transformation. Soon, silence struck the universe, and in that moment the battle commenced with the collision of an earth-shattering clash of fists, as the two warriors collided with a force that pulverized any nearby meteorites into cosmic dust. The universe held its breath, as the fate of all existence hung in the balance of this epic confrontation. The energy emanating from the cataclysmic battle was so immense that it could be felt even on the distant Supreme Kai's planet. The divine beings watched with growing astonishment, aware that the outcome of this battle could destroy not just Earth but the universe itself. "We must contact the Saiyans," declared Shin, his voice laced with urgency as he observed the ferocious duel unfolding in the cosmos. His eyes, widened with panic, searched for any signs of hope. "I'm afraid he's too far beyond our reach," replied the Supreme Kai, his tone heavy with fear. "At present, I am unable to detect their presence anywhere within Universe 7. It seems they have ventured beyond the boundaries of our domain, and even my abilities have limits." The tension hung thick in the air, as the Kai's collective hope began to wane. Their only course of action was to have faith that Goku and the Saiyans would sense the impending disaster and return in time before Universe 7 vanished from existence. The scene then switches back to the battle. Despite Frieza's formidable black form, he was somehow struggling to defend against the relentless barrage of attacks unleashed by Lord Beerus. "Stop running, mortal," Beerus roared, expecting far more from this power of Frieza. "Don't tell me this is the extent of your strength. If it is, I must say that I'm not impressed." The deity had acknowledged that Frieza had achieved a level of strength far beyond what he had displayed during the Tournament of Power, yet it still failed to satisfy Beerus's expectations. Gradually, Beerus's irritation grew as he became increasingly disappointed with Frieza's lackluster performance after his boastful speech earlier. With a snap of his fingers, the deity's aura expanded, signaling his mounting impatience. "Show me more," Beerus demanded, his rising ki causing the nearby stars to flicker and dim, their light threatened by the overwhelming power emanating from the god of destruction. Black Frieza's smile widened even further. His plan to provoke Beerus into a more aggressive state was proving to be successful. As the god of destruction's irritation grew, Frieza decided it was time to gradually unveil more of his hidden power bit by bit with the goal of angering the god even further. His body started to emit a brilliant dark purple aura, shimmering and pulsating with energy. However, Beerus remained unimpressed and unfazed as his expectation of Frieza had dropped. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that Frieza was toying with him somehow, deliberately holding back his true potential as a way of mocking him. This development did not sit well with Beerus, not one bit. Lord Beerus grew even more furious as the thought of a mortal going easy on a god of destruction had driven him on the brink of madness. "Frieza, it's time I get serious. If you insist on holding back, then I'll just have to increase my power to such a level that even if you try to hold back, you won't be able to. I'm going to show you that you are nothing, only a brat that had never been disciplined by his father." In an instant, Lord Beerus's aura flared as he began to tap into a staggering 50% of his full power. He then concentrated his energy, forming a ball of condensed Hakai energy in his palm that expanded rapidly. With a determined glare and no hint of mercy, he hurled the destructive sphere at a seemingly confident Frieza with blinding speed, all the while shouting, "You can't escape this, Frieza. Show me the strength you've been hiding, or else you'll be erased on the spot." The stakes had never been higher for Frieza, who now faced the full wrath of an increasingly impatient god. It was time to decide whether to reveal his true power or risk being obliterated by Beerus's devastating attack. The air crackled with tension as the universe watched with bated breath, waiting to see how the cunning emperor would respond. The scene abruptly shifts to the Null Realm, where the Saiyans could immediately sense the intense confrontation unfolding in Universe 7. "Is that Lord Beerus?" inquired Goku, wearied from his recent battle with the fearsome primordial demon god Arak. "So, he has finally broken free." "Piccolo," Gohan cried out as he realized that among those on Earth, only Piccolo possessed enough power to stand up against the god of destruction. "We need to leave right now. Piccolo requires our assistance." "Calm down," Vegeta replied, able to discern that it wasn't Piccolo who was engaging Lord Beerus in combat. "Throughout my life,
I have served under that tyrant's reign. That energy signature is nearly unmistakable. Vegeta hesitated, but before he could finish his sentence, Goku urgently called his name, Vegeta. He gestured for silence, as he too had deduced who Lord Beerus was clashing with. Goku recalled that Broly had discovered Frieza was responsible for his father's death. If Broly became aware of Frieza's proximity to Earth, his rage would take over him. He was not sure if Broly would be able to control himself this time, especially considering the battle was taking place near the Earth where his beloved Chilai resided. Gohan's expression shifted as he understood the situation. He glanced over at Broly, who had reverted from his Limit Breaker Super Saiyan 4 form back to his base state. However, it was at that moment they realized the state Broly was in. Even though it had been a brief encounter, Broly still remembered the sensation of Frieza's aura. "Frieza! Frieza!" he shouted, his fists clenched tightly, as he suddenly erupted with rage. Broly's eyes flickered with an unsettling blend of anguish and fury, as the memory of his father's death played on loop in his mind. Sensing the escalating tension, Goku stepped forward and placed a reassuring hand on Broly's shoulder. "Broly, we'll handle this together. You can't let your emotions get the better of you. Remember your training. Remember that you're in control, not the other way around," Goku said with a resolute tone. To their surprise, Broly unclenched his fist, and his aura dissipated. Taking a deep breath, he managed to center himself before nodding in agreement. "I'm proud of you, Broly," Goku replied. "Don't worry, you'll get your revenge when we get to Earth." "We don't have much time," Gohan interjected, concern etched across his face. "We need to return to Earth as quickly as possible." Vegeta, ever the strategist, chimed in, "We must approach this battle with caution. Remember, we're dealing with Lord Beerus. We cannot afford to be reckless." Thoughts raced through the Saiyans' minds. Frieza, there to challenge Lord Beerus. Has he finally gone mad? What sort of power has he achieved that he feels is enough to confront Lord Beerus himself? With a heightened sense of urgency, the Saiyans hastily prepared for their return to Universe 7. "Vegeta," Goku implored, his voice laced with urgency, "as it stands, I'm completely drained, and I don't have enough energy left to transport us back home. Could you use your instant transmission to teleport us back to Universe 7? Just focus on Frieza's energy signature. Even though it's hard to fathom, at the moment, Frieza's strength astonishingly surpasses that of Lord Beerus." "Fine," replied Vegeta, his voice laced with irritation, before barking out, "but this is the last time I'm using that technique, you hear me?" The group joined hands in a tight circle, their spirits united with a shared purpose. Vegeta closed his eyes, gathering his strength and concentrating on the task at hand. As the energy in the circle intensified, they felt the familiar tingle of the instant transmission building up. However, just as they were on the brink of departure, a mesmerizing vortex of pulsating light materialized before them, its iridescent hues casting eerie shadows on the warriors' faces. To their collective horror, a sinister hand emerged from the vortex with speed less than nanosecond, ruthlessly impaling Gohan in the stomach. The Saiyans found themselves in a state of disbelief, as not one of them had sensed any malevolent presence approaching. Goku let out a heart-wrenching scream. His eyes locked on Gohan's face as the vibrant spark of life gradually extinguished from his son's eyes. Vegeta and Broly stood there, completely shell-shocked, unable to fathom the brutal reality that Gohan had been so swiftly and mercilessly taken from them. For the Saiyans, the chilling event had unfolded in a mere instant, leaving them to grapple with the devastating aftermath. As the Saiyans struggled to process the harrowing turn of events, the mysterious hand withdrew from Gohan's body, vanishing as quickly as it had appeared. Gohan's lifeless form slumped to the ground, leaving Goku, Vegeta, and Broly reeling in anguish.
The eerie silence of the Null Realm was punctured by a horrifying sound. The thud of Gohan's body hitting the colorless ground, lifeless, was shocking to all who witnessed it. Goku's eyes, wide with shock, horror, and denial, remained fixed on the lifeless corpse that lay before him. The world around him seemed to slow, the deafening silence filled with an echo of Zarama's hollow laughter. For a moment, nothing else existed. Not the battle they had just won against the evil god. Not the void that surrounded them. Not even the looming threat of this new and even more dangerous enemy. Everything was reduced to the sight of his son, unmoving on the ground. Goku's heart twisted painfully in his chest. An emotion rawer and darker than anything he had ever felt before began to well up inside him, overpowering the innate joy and optimism that defined his personality. His hands balled into tight fists, the knuckles white as his nails dug into his palms, causing blood to drip from his hands, his body trembling with suppressed rage. "How could you?" Goku shouted. "Why did it have to be my son?" Instantly, to the left of Goku, Vegeta and Broly were frozen in shock, their eyes wide as they looked at Gohan's lifeless body. The usually proud and stoic Vegeta was at a loss for words, his heart heavy with dread, while Broly's heart pounded like a drum in his chest, witnessing the death of one of his first real friends, the enormity of the situation slowly sinking in. And it was then that Goku moved. The entire dimension trembled under his feet. His eyes, usually so warm and full of life, were cold and hard as he slowly turned, his gaze locked onto Zarama. Even though Zarama is not physically in that exact location, Goku was able to pinpoint his exact location, his eyes staring through a portal that his mind created in his head. Goku has become truly omnipotent. He had mastered what Zarama, the first mortal, couldn't. It was then and only then that a certain terrifying truth about him was revealed, making the air around him crackle with intensity. His aura flared up around him, not golden, or even the serene blue of his Super Saiyan God form, but a brilliant white aura, not beyond his Omniform, that illuminated the endless void of the Null Realm and far beyond, stretching throughout the 12 known universes. Even the Omni King's palace was not out of reach, as even there Goku's aura and power shines brightly. This was Goku like they had never seen before. This was Goku in his primal mastered Omni form. It wasn't just a transformation, it was a transmutation. Goku was no longer just tapping into the form. He was it, and it was him. His limitations, his restraints, his very humanity seemed to melt away, leaving behind a being of pure, unadulterated power. This form was no longer restrained to a paltry 3 minutes that his unrefined omniform suffers from. It could endure indefinitely, drawing its sustenance from every living entity across Universe 7. From the towering trees and oceans to even mortals. Every life form served as a wellspring of energy, granting Goku access to their vital reserves. Yet such monumental power came at a grave cost. The more energy Goku drained, the quicker their lives would wither and fade. Meaning, every mortal, including humanity, would grow old and die in minutes. Flora and fauna would perish prematurely. Bodies of water would evaporate, and even the radiance of countless suns would be extinguished, plunging the universe into unending darkness. Nothing in Universe 7 would exist, not even the stars. Suddenly, to the surprise of many, Vegeta, consumed by sorrow and guilt, felt a new surge of power from within. Him being the prince, and now the king of all Saiyans, means that his potential is of that or even greater than any Saiyan in existence. "I failed you, Gohan," Vegeta murmured, his voice low and choked with regret. "How can I even call myself a prince, let alone a king? I've grown weak and soft over the years. I've allowed my easy life on Earth to consume me." "Well, no more," Vegeta shouted. "It's time I get back to my roots." The realization of his failure was detrimental to him. The reality of their dwindling Saiyan DNA weighs heavily upon him as more and more Saiyans are losing their lives. His sorrow ignited an energy that was fierce and wild, a storm of destruction raging within him. His aura morphed, displaying iridescent hues of destruction that were far more intense than anything he'd ever experienced. Vegeta had become something more than a god of destruction. He had become an Omni Hakaioshin, a perfect blend and mastery of destruction energy and the might of the Omni form. He can destroy and create just like Goku. He has unlocked all the skills and techniques of both angels, Kais and Hakaioshins. His Zenkai boost was significantly enhanced, granting him more power just by his rage alone. The three Saiyans have been separated, and Broly, who was at the far end of the arena, was a quiet storm. His heart pounded in his chest like a drum, matching the rhythm of his anguish. Paragus. And now Gohan. Two of the only people he'd ever cared for were now dead. "No more. I won't let them take anyone else from me," Broly yelled, his voice hoarse. His usually angry demeanor was shrouded in a dark fury. He looked at his hands, remembering his gentle smile of Gohan, and also the time they spent training together inside the hyperbolic time chamber. And then Broly shouted. His body began to radiate an energy so dark and powerful that it seemed to suck in the very light that surrounded him. His hair transformed, becoming longer, and taking on an ethereal dark glow. His body enlarged, while muscles bulged with untamed power as he reached a new climax. Dark Super Saiyan 5, a power derived from the deepest pits of despair and anger. Broly roared, a primal sound that reverberated in the air, a solemn promise of retribution. His voice joined with Goku and Vegeta's, a chorus of rage, sorrow, and defiance echoing through the Null Realm, as the Saiyans has transcended beyond everything. Zarama, usually confident and always smirking, was suddenly taken by surprise. His grin wavered, replaced by a curious frown. What? What is this power? How can these mortals gain power so effortlessly? I must have it all, he yelled, as he stepped out of his pocket dimension into the Null Realm. His eyes sparkled with a dark, excited glow. Meanwhile, the three ancient demon gods, Azazel, Mephistopheles, and Abaddon, who had each set off on their own separate tasks, have all stopped in their respective universes, after sensing the overwhelming power of the Saiyans. In a moment of profound connection through their telepathy, Azazel, the powerful demon, addressed his fellow demons, Mephistopheles and Abaddon. "Can you sense it, Mephistopheles?" Azazel inquired, his voice filled with intrigue. "Yes," responded Mephistopheles, his curiosity piqued. "But how can a mere mortal possess such an immense power, excluding Lord Zarama?" After precisely pinpointing the source of this energy, Abaddon added, "It's emanating from the very location where Lord Zarama ventured." As Zarama was not a demon, he was not included in the shared telepathy that bonded the three primordial demons since their birth. However, they was well aware of the kind of power Zarama possessed. With a renewed sense of purpose, each demon embarked once again to fulfill their assigned task. This left Zarama alone to confront the Saiyans. The scene then transitions beyond the boundaries of the 12 known universes, to a secretive realm, Universe 18, which was thought to have been obliterated. Here, the elite warriors reigned supreme, ranking among the top 5 mightiest beings in all existence. Amuku, the 5th strongest, stood tall as the first ever Saiyan to transcend the realm of gods and angels, while still being immortal. Interestingly, he hailed from the same universe where this extraordinary event was unfolding, Universe 18. Zeus, the 2nd strongest, the father of all gods and humans, emerged from Universe 13. Thor, the 4th strongest, known as the Norse god of thunder, hailed from Universe 14, while Poseidon, the 3rd strongest, ruled as the god of the seas and waters, originating from Universe 15. There was a time when Universes 13 to 18 still exist. Within those universes, gods who decide to travel on a different path from being a god of destruction. Amuku, Zeus, Poseidon and Thor were those such gods, however. Them not wanting to carry out their duties had led to their universe becoming unbalanced, leading to the destruction of their universes. But the Omni King, recognizing the potential within these beings, knowing that he chose to spare their lives, for they served a purpose in his grand design. He foresaw a time when their abilities would be instrumental in recovering the stolen power from the fountain of creation. In a sudden turn of events, the supposedly deceased gods abruptly rose from their feast, their attention captivated by the surge of Saiyan power reverberating through the cosmos. Before they could even utter a word, a telepathic communication reached them from the Omni King himself. "Amuku, sit down," commanded the Omni King, his voice resounding in their minds. "I am not in any immediate danger, but your strength shall be called upon when the time is right." "My lord," Amuku replied while sitting back down, initiating a mental conversation with Grand Zeno. "If I may inquire, who or what possesses such power? These auras feel similar to my own, Saiyan in nature." "Indeed, you are correct," affirmed the Grand Priest, who had been silently listening to their exchange. "They are Saiyans hailing from the 7th universe." Well, if it isn't the little white-haired priest," Amuku retorted with a smirk. "Long time no see. How's your wife doing?" Saud Amuku, trying to anger the Grand Priest. "You insufferable loudmouth," Zeus retorted sharply. "Do you not realize where we stand? We are in the presence of the Omni King." The Grand Priest and Amuku had always harbored a deep-seated animosity towards each other. The Grand Priest viewed Amuku as too loud and obnoxious, unfit to become a god, while Amuku always felt as if the Grand Priest was an uptight bitch who has no thought of his own. Their clashes were numerous, with the Grand Priest consistently emerging victorious. However, Amuku never seemed to learn his lesson and relished any opportunity to provoke the angel. "Enough," commanded the Omni King, his voice stern and authoritative. This is not the time for such foolishness. Amuku, I shall call upon you and the other gods soon. The Saiyans aren't quite at the level I need them to be. They need to be pushed more, and I know exactly how to do so. With that, the communication link was abruptly severed. The scene shifted to the Grand Palace of the Omni King, where the divine figures, including the Omni King himself, the Grand Priest, and the angels, stood in solemn contemplation. Some observed the ongoing battles across the multiverse, while others focused their attention on their respective staff. Father, Vados spoke up, breaking the silence. It appears that one of the primordial demons, who had escaped the prison dimension, is making his way towards Universe 7. My guess is that he's heading straight for Earth. Yes, it seems so, nodded the Grand Priest, his expression grave. Having listened to the entire story relayed by the Omni King, the Grand Priest had come to understand that the primordial demon god believed themselves to be the sole survivor since their entire race had been eradicated during the Great War among the angels and demons. Upon entering this multiverse and sensing the familiar energies of the gods of destruction, their instinct drove them to establish telepathic connections. When that failed, their next course of action was to track down the source of such power. That would explain the presence of another demon god in Universe 11, Makarita interjected. He's headed straight for Lord Belmont's planet. I can sense that the other demon god is already in Universe 6, making his way towards Lord Champa's planet, Vados added, her voice tinged with concern. She knew that Champa had yet to fully recover from his previous encounter with the Saiyans, and feared for his safety. Similar to Whis, Vados too shared a lens of love for her destroyer. My lord, the Grand Priest spoke, extending his thoughts to the Omni King. If I may inquire, how do these demon gods fit into your grand plan? Shouldn't we take measures to contain them? Allow my children, the angels, to deal with them. The Omni King responded, his voice resonating with certainty. Those demons are inconsequential to my overall plans. However, their strength is formidable. I doubt that individual angels alone can overcome them, but united, they stand a chance. If you allow them to fight, there is a possibility that they may die. I had initially planned to handle them myself, as my eraser ability does not work on them. However, if you wish to send your children to take on the task, be my guest. However, you can't go. I need you here with me, as I will need your strength soon. You heard the Omni King, replied the Grand Priest. Just bear in mind that all primordial demon gods possess dark siphoning abilities. Also, if you manage to get killed. Just like Korn, Kusu, and Whis, I can't bring you back to life. With that, 6 angels, all paired in teams of 2, were dispatched to each universe, their mission clear: to confront and defeat the formidable demon gods, leaving the remaining 6 to save their strength for the battle to come. The scene then instantly switches back to Null Realm, zooming in on the first mortal gazed. Zarama, even though he was shocked, somehow, he wasn't worried. After all, he'd never met a mortal that could come close to challenging his strength, and seeing that he possesses the dark siphoning ability belonging to the demons, he feared no god as well. Being the first mortal ever made, Zarama was confident as the only mortal created in the Omni King's image, a complete replica of his power, which gave him immense strength. However, Zarama was in for a surprise. He was under the impression that the Saiyans' powerful new transformation was merely an extended version of the power he had granted them. He was hoping that in their battle against the angels, both Korn and Kusu, they would create ripples in time and space, breaking dimensions, creating a way for him to free himself from the prison dimension built by Zeno himself. What he failed to realize was that the Saiyans had evolved far beyond his assumptions. He was oblivious to their true power, underestimating the remarkable progress they had made. Unbeknownst to him, a tidal wave of untapped Saiyan strength was on the brink of erupting, ready to challenge his supremacy. Broly, Goku, Vegeta's call resonated in the ether, his voice an embodiment of unwavering resolve. This must end here. I will suffer no more loss at the hands of these gods. However, Goku didn't answer. His fierce gaze was locked onto Zarama, his eyes aflame with a wrath so potent it could reduce galaxies to mere cosmic dust. You will answer for this, he vowed, his declaration echoing across the barren expanse of the Null Realm. These words were not a mere threat, but a sacred promise, an oath from a father who had borne the unbearable loss of his son. Agreed, Goku's response was terse, his tone steely and definitive. His fierce gaze never wavered from Zarama, a cold, unyielding finality lining his voice. For Gohan, the Saiyan knew all too well the impossibility of his son's resurrection. Both the Dragon Ball and Shenron had irrevocably fused with Piccolo. As their shared promise reverberated in the emptiness of the Null Realm, the trio of transformed Saiyans stood as one, united by shared loss and ignited by their collective wrath. They were the last of their lineage, but their spirit was unquenchable, their determination unassailable. They were a testament to the resilient heart of the Saiyans. Zarama's words, perplexed and laden with disbelief, echoed in the void. What is this power? Their strength kept rising at an astronomical pace. For the first time in what felt like eons, uncertainty gnawed at him. He recognized the energy radiating from Goku and Vegeta as something beyond his realm of comprehension. This was not the power he had bestowed upon them. This was something otherworldly, something truly revolutionary. Goku and Vegeta had tapped into the radiant energy of the very fountain of creation, an ancient source of power that Zarama himself had sipped from in ages past. However, he had never managed to unleash its full potential, for its might was reserved for those whose hearts were free from the blight of corruption. The scene transitions to Earth, where we see Black Frieza wrestling against the Hakai sphere, exerting every ounce of his power to repel it. Even amidst the struggle, there's a hint of a satisfied grin on Frieza's face. Amidst chuckles, as the Hakai sphere starts to envelop him, Frieza proffers a parting remark. "All right then, Lord Beerus, do try your best not to die." With an explosive outburst of black miasma, the destructive Kai energy is instantly obliterated. Beerus's eyes widen in shock. The deity struggles to comprehend that Frieza could annihilate destruction itself. No, it was something even more astounding. His aura had managed to disperse the destruction orb. Beerus watches with mounting anticipation as a swirling vortex of black energy expands, threatening to extinguish every nearby star and engulf them entirely. From within the inky abyss, a single figure emerges in an awe-inspiring display of ebony radiance. Black Frieza has been unleashed anew. Merely from his presence, Beerus can discern that this new form of Frieza is a force to be reckoned with. He now comprehends why Frieza was so self-assured when he descended on Earth to extinguish the Saiyans. Black Frieza's power is staggering, possibly making him the most formidable mortal Beerus has ever come across. A laugh echoes, born of the immense power radiating from Frieza's magnificent form. Beerus began addressing Frieza, his voice stern yet calm. "You may be powerful, Frieza, but it would be wise for you to take your leave now, while you still have the chance to breathe. In all my years as a god of destruction, my position has never been threatened, until now. You're letting this new black form of yours inflate your ego, which doesn't surprise me. It seems to be a recurring trope with you," Beerus stated. He paused, then added, "This time, however, I won't be so lenient." Frieza responded, his voice filled with confidence. "I have every reason to feel as I do, Beerus. I've finally achieved the unthinkable, not only surpassing those goddamn monkeys, but also the god of destruction of this universe. Tell me, Beerus, what exactly do you do all day? Sit around lazily, eat, then sleep. While you were occupied with your napping, I was busy growing stronger, to finally destroy those godforsaken Saiyans. You were never my target, but an idea has popped into my head. It's time I claim my rightful place in this universe as its god of destruction." Suddenly, and unbeknownst to Beerus, Black Frieza speed blitzed in front of him. "You should really start paying more attention to me and stop lowering your guard," he advised Beerus. Frieza swung the first punch. Beerus, reacting swiftly, grabbed onto Frieza's fist. Upon making contact, Beerus retorted, "You are showing a lot of bravery today, Frieza." As the gigantic shockwave reverberated throughout the landscape, the Z-Fighters found themselves bracing against its sheer force. Piccolo cried out, "Whoa, what an incredible shockwave!" he added, frustration seeping into his voice. "Damn it, Lord Beerus doesn't realize it, but it appears Frieza is holding back a tremendous amount of power." Well, Frieza," Beerus commented, a note of surprise in his voice. "That was indeed an impressive punch. I had been expecting something far less. You've caught me off guard with that one, but surely you weren't giving your all, were you?" Frieza's voice cut through the ensuing silence. "So, the mighty god of destruction is just as responsive as I had hypothesized. Your reaction time was exactly as I had anticipated. However, I'd like to witness some display of your power as well," Frieza challenged, adding, Or is the mighty destroyer of the seventh universe all talk and no action? As Beerus launched his attack, Frieza skillfully evaded each and every one of his strikes. With a hint of annoyance, Beerus retorted, "Oh, I'll show you all talk, Frieza. That big mouth of yours is really starting to irritate me." Krillin then interjected, concern lining his voice. "Where is Goku? This doesn't look good for Lord Beerus." Despite knowing Beerus's desire to destroy the Earth, I can't help but root for him. Android 17 concurred. Yes, at least with him, we might stand a chance of survival. If Frieza wins, it could mean certain doom for us. Suddenly Master Roshi exclaimed, "Look! Are you seeing what I'm seeing? Frieza's movements? They're nearly identical to Goku's Ultra Instinct back in the Tournament of Power. He's foreseeing all of Lord Beerus's punches without any issue." Even as Frieza found himself in an increasingly precarious situation, he struggled fiercely to gain the upper hand. Using one of his death beams, he aimed to decapitate Beerus. However, Beerus nimbly sidestepped Frieza's attack. In response, Frieza growled, "You're just like Goku's slippery, evasive pests. You're awfully confident for someone who thinks evasion is the key to defeating me. If you're so tough, then hold still." Contrary to Frieza, who was failing to land any sort of attack on Beerus, Beerus effortlessly uppercut Frieza in the stomach. "Perhaps it's you who should hold still," he suggested, "while I complete the task I came here to do. Destroy this planet and find those Saiyans." He added, sternly reminding Frieza of his position. "Let me remind you of your place on the food chain." With Beerus successfully landing a solid hit on Frieza's face, Frieza stumbled back, wiping the blood from his mouth. "You bastard," he retorted. "That hit hurt more than I thought it would. You're tougher than I assumed for someone who does nothing but sleep and eat all day. Fascinating. I haven't felt the desire to fight someone like this in a long time. You're standing in my way, Frieza. I need to find those Saiyans. They must pay with their lives. The longer this fight goes on, the worse it will become for you." Beerus's voice echoed with authority. "Your newfound power is insignificant compared to the absolute might of a god of destruction." Frieza countered with a smirk. "And this is where you're mistaken, because what I've displayed here today is nowhere near my full power. Which makes me wonder, are you truly as powerful as you love to claim? Or have we reached the limits of what your body can endure?" Suddenly, to the surprise of many, a brilliant beam of light pierced through the heavens. It collided with Earth with such force, it threatened to shift the planet from its orbit. The source was Abaddon, one of the remaining 4 primordial demon gods. Traveling from Universe 11, he had traversed the vast distance and arrived on Earth in less than 10 minutes. A display of truly alarming speed. As his form made contact with Earth, the crust of the planet cracked open. Deep, fissure-like chasms snaked towards the mantle, almost reaching the fiery core. The sheer scale of destruction that merely heralded his arrival was sufficient to strike fear into the hearts of all the Z fighters. Frieza, ever defiant, was the first to speak. "And who might you be?" he demanded. Abaddon, a slight grin playing upon his face, responded, "I am your executioner." Suddenly, the Dark Emperor of the universe began to laugh, amused by this newcomer's statement. "Is that so?" replied Frieza, before turning to Lord Beerus and speaking. "I'll deal with you soon after I make quick work of this imbecile." Without waiting for further response, Abaddon turned his gaze on Black Frieza, and a low mocking smirk filled the air. "You know, it's rather amusing. The audacity you show, this overconfident arrogance. It seems that the mortals of the arena don't know when they outmatch. You're in the presence of a primordial demon god, yet you show no respect, little man," Abaddon taunted, his eyes flashing dangerously. Frieza, taken aback, felt a surge of anger and clenched his fists. "Little man!" yelled Frieza. "You bitch!" His aura began to radiate with even greater intensity. "How dare you!" Frieza roared. "I am the most powerful being in the universe, and I will not tolerate such insolence from a lowly creature such as yourself." In response, Abaddon merely raised an eyebrow, seemingly unimpressed by Frieza's tantrum. "Lowly creature?" he retorted, chuckling at Frieza's words. "The most powerful being in the universe? You flatter yourself, mortal. That title belongs to Mater Zarama himself." From a distance, Beerus observed the unfolding scene with a grave expression, murmuring to himself, "This being, Abaddon. His energy is overwhelming, reminiscent of a god of destruction. What in the cosmos is happening here? Merely 2 years of imprisonment and the multiverse seems to have shifted so drastically. Such an unnerving feeling of powerlessness." This was indeed correct. The mortals are growing stronger with every passing moment. The scene then shifts back to Frieza, whose rage was palpable. Despite his stature, which had always drawn scornful glances, none dared to belittle him directly for fear of the formidable power he possessed. "This is the last straw," Frieza snarled, his eyes burning with fury as he darted towards Abaddon with a speed that was nothing short of extraordinary. "I've had enough," he roared, hurling himself at the demon god. His body was engulfed by a radiant aura, a spear of dark purple energy manifesting with his intent to skewer Abaddon. Abaddon, however, barely acknowledged Frieza as a threat. In a blink he vanished, only to reappear before his true quarry, the one emanating the intriguing aura of demon energy, Lord Beerus himself. "Found you," Abaddon said coldly, an intense gaze locked between the two warriors. "I have some questions in need of answering," Abaddon continued, his focus unwavering from his mission. "I advise you to answer accurately. The consequences of your words could dictate the fate of your existence, as well as that of this universe." The camera pans out, capturing the two formidable figures standing in contrast, each radiating an aura of destruction. Though similar in essence, the destructive energies differed in both appearance and magnitude. Simply put it, Abaddon, being a demon, was born from the purest source of destructive energy, while Beerus had only learned to harness this power through centuries of training. Beerus suddenly broke into laughter, the idea of a mortal daring to threaten a god of destruction striking him as ludicrous. "I don't know who you are, but you seem eager to court death by making such demands of me," Beerus retorted, his gaze never wavering from his challenger. "Fool, it is I who should be asking the questions. Fail to answer, and you will endure a fate far more horrific than death." Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, the Z fighters could only gape in shock at the unfolding standoff. What is happening?" Piccolo stammered, his form shaking with uncharacteristic fear. Even from their distant location, the overwhelming pressure of Abaddon's energy was keenly felt. In the midst of the growing turmoil, Piccolo's concern went unnoticed. The Supreme Kai, who had made a timely arrival, was witnessing the manifestation of a primordial demon god for the first time. Although he had studied about the ancient demons during his Supreme Kai training, seeing one was an entirely different experience. "So that's Abaddon," he mused aloud, his voice carrying an unusual seriousness. "One of the last 4 primordial demon gods, sealed away by Zeno and the angels during the Great Imperial War." He paused, carefully measuring the demon's energy. "It's unique. Just being in his presence. It feels like a black hole, threatening to consume the entire universe in an instant." Meanwhile, Frieza was furious. "He dodged me, but how?" Frieza was surprised as he had used far more power than when he was facing Lord Beerus. Again, he charged at Abaddon with speed less than nanosecond, all while shooting death beams in rapid succession. With a single wave of his hand, Abaddon deflected them effortlessly, in the most disrespectful way possible. He had deflected all of Black Frieza's energy beams, all while not taking his eyes off Lord Beerus. Each time a beam got close, it would simply curve around both Lord Beerus and the demon god, as though their aura itself was repelling everything in the surrounding area. With growing frustration, Frieza unleashed a relentless assault of punches and kicks, each attack escalating in power as he gradually tapped into the depths of his true strength. 50,000 blows were delivered, each more potent than the last, with Frieza at 90% of his full might. Yet, it was akin to launching an onslaught against a fortress of steel. Frieza's blows failed to penetrate even the first layer of the energy shield, a powerful barrier jointly constructed by Beerus and Abaddon's combined energies. "You're so annoying," the gods bellowed in unison. To the astonishment of onlookers, with a swift, synchronized motion, both Lord Beerus and Abaddon retaliated. They delivered a ferocious punch to Black Frieza's midsection, showcasing their formidable united front, a spray of blood erupting from his mouth as he was driven into the Earth's crust. The collision resulted in a massive crater that stretched across the length and breadth of all 7 continents. Dust and debris were flung into the air, veiling the battlefield in an opaque cloud of chaos. As the dust settled, Frieza lay sprawled in the crater, a testament to the heat confrontation of the gods. But despite the beatdown, Black Frieza was grinning, and from the crater, a guttural laugh could be heard. Finally, Frieza wheezed, slowly standing back up, a worthy opponent. The scene transitions to the most formidable of the 4 original demon gods, Azazel, the progenitor of Arak himself, already present in Universe 11. His velocity was extraordinary. Even though Lord Belmont's planet was located at the universe's center, Azazel infiltrated the atmosphere in less than a second. This feat was achieved due to a unique ability inherent to the demon race. Each demon has the power to generate their personal pocket dimension, a dimension accessible solely to its creator. Yet what truly distinguishes this ability is its capacity to teleport the user to any location in the multiverse. There's a caveat, however. The user must have previously visited the location. In Azazel's case, he had been to Universe 11 before. The instant he stepped through the portal, Azazel came to a halt mid-air, floating above the planet. Thanks to their shared telepathy, he had been informed by Abaddon about the strange demon energy in Universe 7 and its wielder. So he's not a demon, Azazel mused, his curiosity piqued further. Then how on earth could a mortal wield destruction energy? It should be toxic to them. This doesn't make any logical sense. Perhaps I'll discover more after I confront this pretender. With that revelation, Azazel plummeted to the planet's surface like a meteor, cloaked in a radiant display of power. Lord Belmont's castle trembled, the genuine destructive energy radiating from the demon god overpowering even in its serene state. "What on earth is that?" Belmont exclaimed. A battered and defeated Belmont was then shown, being tended to by his multiple wives. A few hours had passed since he and the other gods made their escape, and despite soaking in the recovery spring exclusive to the gods, he hadn't fully recuperated. "Damn it!" Belmont shouted. "This is destruction energy! Could this be Vegeta?" Overwhelmed by the unfamiliar energy, Belmont pulled himself up with the help of his wives, wincing as he moved. He then slowly made his way to the outer courtyard of his castle, a desperate determination set in his eyes. Jiren, ever the stoic one, perceived a peculiar destructive energy emanating from outside Belmont's fortress. "My lord," he began, uncertainty etching his features. "This energy bears a striking resemblance to Vegeta's. However, I am unsure if it is indeed him. Please grant us permission to confront this visitor." Toppo, without missing a beat, affirmed, "Yes, my lord. Should this entity bear hostile intentions, we will promptly eliminate the threat." Jiren was curious why this destructive energy was Vegeta so similar in nature to Vegeta. This was due to the fact that Vegeta had mastered the true essence of destruction energy. He had managed to unlock the complete extent of destruction power. The reason both the demons and Vegeta's destruction energy are so similar is that demons are the true owner's destruction energy. All tiers of destructive energy could be traced back to the demons, who had been bestowed full access to such power from birth, making them the true wielders of destructive energy. Yet before the Pride Troopers could make their exit, Azazel had already arrived at the entrance. His aura was formidable, sending waves of power across the landscape, a testament to his immense strength. Belmont, unfamiliar with the newcomer's identity, demanded, Who are you, and why have you trespassed into my realm uninvited?" Fear was an unusual emotion for a god of destruction like Belmont, particularly when he was still severely wounded and hadn't fully regained his strength. Azazel replied in a composed tone, displaying more patience than Abaddon, as expected of the attendant to the first mortal, Zarama. "Mortal," he intoned, ignorant as he wasn't aware of the title gods of destruction. "I appreciate your caution. My name is Azazel, one of the last 4 primordial demon gods, and I've journeyed here to satisfy a curiosity." "A primordial demon god?" Belmont shouted in disbelief. "You're lying. That's impossible. All the demon gods were exterminated billions of years ago, and yet you stand here claiming to be one." "Oh, so you've heard of us," Azazel responded with a hint of intrigue. "Fascinating," he muttered to himself. "It appears these mortals are aware of our existence. This might explain why he possesses destruction key. Since you are aware of my kind," Azazel continued, "I will now take you with me as you may hold the answers to my questions." The demons had a sinister plot brewing. As soon as they entered the multiverse, they detected the presence of destructive energy. Further deliberation led them to seek more knowledge. Abaddon info had revealed that these mortals weren't demons as they had initially taught. Momentarily after, seeing it for himself, Azazel had seen this as an opportunity to gain more knowledge. How did a mortal manage to weld destruction energy? These are some of the questions running in his mind. This intention was to try to use the knowledge he found to engineer a new, more powerful demon race, all under the rule of the first mortal, Zarama himself, to the surprise of many. Immediately after, hearing the threat made by Azazel to capture their god, Lord Belmont. Suddenly, the auras of Jiren and Toppo burst into life, their eyes blazing with resolve. Jiren, the indomitable titan amongst the Pride Troopers, tightened his fists, the energy around him fizzling and crackling like a coiling supernova. "No one threatens our god of destruction," Jiren declared, his voice echoing with steely determination. Toppo, a warrior of great renown and the next in line for the title of God of Destruction, summoned his own energy, a whirlwind of purple spiraling ominously around him. "Your insolence ends here, demon!" Toppo barked, his tone laced with unyielding conviction. "What? Another who possesses destruction energy?" replied Azazel. "What has happened in the last billions of years of my absence?" Jiren and Toppo reacted without a second's delay. Both of them charged at the intruder with such breathtaking speed that they were practically a blur. Bursting into action, the duo hurtled towards Azazel, their figures blurring in a rush of speed. Jiren, spearheading the attack, launched a fist towards Azazel, his strike bearing the force of the universe. But Azazel sidestepped, displaying an unsettling calm, only to meet the ferocious onslaught of Toppo's destruction energy blasts. Purple orbs of destructive energy poured from Toppo's hands, each aimed squarely at the imposing figure of the demon god Azazel. Despite their formidable power, they seemed to dissolve harmlessly against Azazel's aura, like meteors crashing against an unyielding fortress. "Remarkable," Azazel mused, his lips curling into a satisfied smile. "Destruction energy indeed. This mortal seems to have some mastery over it. Reminds me of a fledgling demon finding its feet." His voice trailed off, caught in contemplation. "His strength pales in comparison, but it's still intriguing to see a different race command the energy we demons possess." Suddenly, Azazel's eyes flashed with a dangerous gleam. Energy exploded from him in a fearsome display, briefly overwhelming all else. The surrounding atmosphere trembled under the sheer pressure, bearing witness to his terrifying power. "These mortals are growing bold. It's time I put an end to this," he declared, his voice carrying a chilling finality. In the next instant, Azazel was a blur. The demon god thrust his hand forward, unleashing a gargantuan wave of destruction energy that tore through the planet. It was a cataclysmic force, threatening to obliterate everything in its path. Jiren and Toppo struggled to hold their ground. The scorching heat was overwhelming, with even Toppo, in his own destructive form, grimacing under the oppressive energy. "What is this?" Jiren cried out, completely outmatched and confounded by the godly display of power. "Is this even destruction energy?" he shouted again. "Even Vegeta doesn't command this much control over destruction energy. What is this being? He's more than just an anomaly." The two Pride Troopers were forced backward merely by the force radiating from Azazel's energy. A distance away, Belmont clenched his teeth, determination flashing in his eyes. Despite his weakened state, he was prepared to stand his ground, ready to join the fight alongside his only allies against the invading demon. Yet, before he could jump into the fray, a sudden sensation seized him, and his expression turned grave. "It can't be," he whispered, glancing down at his god pad. The multiversal map displayed on the screen showed every universe, including his own Universe 11, blinking ominously in a red hue, a stark warning of a monumental catastrophe threatening the entire multiverse. Meanwhile, in Universe 7, Beerus and Abaddon were locked in a tense standoff. The air was thick with anticipation, but their focus was abruptly diverted by a noticeable surge in energy. As their gazes met, Abaddon's eyes revealed a flicker of understanding. "Azazel," he murmured. "The moment has come," Abaddon noted with an intensity that reflected the significance of Azazel's decision to step into the fray. A sense of curiosity underlined his words, as Azazel had never been known to be one for idle boasting. "It appears he's found a worthy adversary. Fascinating. I too have discovered an intriguing individual, one whose body hints at the potential for transformation," Abaddon divulged, his attention fixated once again on the figure of Lord Beerus. Elsewhere, at the base of a gaping crater, Black Frieza gradually roused. His body bore the brunt of the battle's ferocity, yet his pride and insatiable hunger for power compelled him to persist. As he dragged himself from the debris, he cast his gaze skywards. His eyes widened in recognition of an immense surge of energy in the distance, the destructive wave of Azazel's power carving its path through the cosmos. "Who could that be?" Black Frieza murmured, curiosity momentarily overcoming him before he spotted a window of opportunity and launched his next attack. For the first time, he summoned the entirety of his strength, holding nothing back as he rocketed towards the heavens. his aura radiating with a brilliance that outshone a supernova. Meeting the energy shield encircling Lord Beerus and the demon god once more, he roared his defiance. Much to everyone's surprise, his efforts paid off. Black Frieza shattered the energy barrier effortlessly, scattering it to the wind. Cursed nuisance, Frieza grumbled, frustrated that he had been driven to exert himself so intensely. A sudden spark of fury ignited within him, erupting in a primal scream that echoed across the battlefield. It was a defiant declaration, a warning to his adversaries. The Emperor of Universe 7 would not fall easily. Meanwhile, back on Beerus's planet, the Oracle Fish tuned into the events transpiring across the multiverse. Deep in thought, it wore a grim expression. "Danger! Danger! The multiverse teeters on the brink of disaster!" it cried out, turning towards the God Pod presented to Lord Beerus by the Grand Priest. The light on the pod flashed red, a signal of universal imbalance. Suddenly, in a mesmerizing symphony, the oracles across each universe began reciting the same prophecy in unison. All shall converge into one, and one shall rule supreme. It was the same prophecy each oracle had delivered while in a comatose state. Amidst the turmoil, Azazel reveled in the devastation he was causing, his power shaking the very foundation of the multiverse. A malicious laugh erupted from him, satisfaction clear in his tone. "It's been an age since I've felt such thrill. Their fear, their despair, it's intoxicating." In the expansive, tumultuous realm of the cosmos, planets were no more than stepping stones amidst a spectacular backdrop of blazing supernovas. On this dramatic stage of shifting space-time, 3 legendary Saiyan warriors held their ground. Goku and Vegeta, both ascending to their mystical Master Omni form, were joined by Broly, who bore the rare and incredibly potent transformation of Dark Super Saiyan 5, a form birthed from the depths of his soul. Their foe, Zarama, the first mortal twisted into a malevolent deity, embodied a raw, unchecked power, one that seemed capable of tearing the very fabric of existence. In this 3 versus 1 battle, notions of a fair fight were abandoned, especially since their pride had already cost Gohan his life. "Zarama, you will pay for your deeds." Goku's voice echoed, his words imbued with rage as anger threatened to consume his spirit. Goku and Vegeta, both in their Omni forms, radiated a divine glow, their bodies vibrating with unparalleled fury, a testament to their enlightenment. Standing beside them was Broly, whose colossal frame towered over even the grandeur of the nearby celestial bodies. His hair was dark red, and his aura pulsed with an intense turquoise light. His muscles were coiled with anticipation, his eyes aflame with a blend of contained wrath and focus. Opposite them, Zarama stood tall, his face etched with a malicious grin, the space around him warped by the swirling chaos of his dark energy. With a shared nod of understanding, all 3 Saiyan lunged forward. Goku and Vegeta, their long-standing rivalry evolving into a seamless partnership, moved as one. Their joint assault was a lethal dance of unity and precision. Broly followed, his immense energy causing the surrounding space to ripple. Their attack was fierce and unyielding, a remarkable exhibition of energy and martial skill. Goku and Vegeta bombarded Zarama's defenses with synchronized energy blasts, their combined power pushing back against his dark barrier. With a roaring cry, Broly's fists, infused with energy, collided with Zarama's shield, splintering it into fragments of darkness. The united power of the 3 Saiyans proved too overwhelming for the barrier to withstand. "Unexpected, they forced me on the defensive," Zarama murmured to himself. "These mortals, who have they become? Just moments ago, their powers seemed significantly lesser." With Zarama's barrier down, the Saiyans pressed on. Surrounding their foe from all sides, they advanced the moment the shield fell. Goku slipped through the dissipating shards of dark energy. Each punch, powered by divine ki, met Zarama's frame, their force resonating like an anthem of strength across the null realm. Vegeta was right there, their movements blending into a frenzied ballet of attacks. With a thunderous strike from above, Zarama was sent spiraling towards the arena floor. However, the clever mortal took a surprising action before he could make contact with the ground. Utilizing an ability he'd shown before, he opened his pocket dimension right beneath him. This allowed him to fall through, cleverly breaking his descent instead of crash landing onto the arena. But Broly, with his boldness and reckless courage, was not to be underestimated. Before the portal could close with Zarama inside, Broly's aura flared up, outshining even the brightest stars around them. With a primal roar, he summoned a massive sphere of pulsating energy, a Big Bang attack. The sphere, with an eerie turquoise glow, sped through the null realm, colliding with Zarama with destructive force, interrupting his control over time and space. As the portal tried to close, the fiery blast erupted. The ripples from the attack forcefully reopened Zarama's pocket dimension, allowing Broly to fly in. "No, Broly!" Goku's warning came out as a yell, but his caution fell on deaf ears. The unexpected soon unfolded. The moment Broly stepped into the pocket dimension, the sand was struck by a lightning strike, powerful enough to rattle dimensions, causing him to cry out in pure agony before being pulled back outside by Vegeta. "You imbecile! Why do you always act without thinking?" Vegeta chided as he berated Broly. "Ha ha!" A sound of laughter echoed from within the portal. Had he ventured any further inside, that fool would have surely perished. As the afterglow of the explosion faded, Zarama emerged, his clothes tattered, his body scarred, yet the smug expression on his face remained undisturbed. "I must commend you. That was not a weak attack. The three of you possess impressive power, but you've chosen to oppose the wrong entity." "He's a beast," Goku replied. "Look at him. He behaves as if our combined attack meant nothing to him." The trio of Saiyans regrouped, the full gravity of their challenge finally dawning on them. A silent understanding passed between Goku, Broly, and Vegeta. It was time to give it their all. They could no longer hold back in fear of Zeno's arrival. This battle could mean certain death, and the Saiyans weren't going to kick the bucket without a challenge. However, before the Saiyans could brace themselves, an unexpected whisper escaped Zarama's lips. "I find you three intriguing. You mortals seem to possess a unique talent for battle, a hidden gift," Zarama proposed. "Why not join me in my mission? If I recall correctly, I once lent you my strength in a battle against the angels, didn't I? Without my energy, you mortals would be long gone." "That was you," shouted Vegeta as he was shocked out of his mind, seeing that he was the one who accepted it. "Yes," responded Zarama. "We share a common objective, to defeat the deities of the multiverse. So why not join forces with me, mortals? Let's conquer this ambitious goal together." "Join you? You must be joking," Goku roared, his anger visibly flaring again. "How dare you suggest that after taking my son's life? You killed my firstborn, Gohan." The fury in his eyes was undeniable. The death of Gohan had forever changed Goku. He was no longer the man he once was. There might have been a time when we would have considered such a proposal, given our numerical disadvantage, Vegeta acknowledged. "But after you've taken the life of one of my devoted subjects, there's absolutely no chance I'd ever accept such an offer." "You will meet your end here," Broly declared with a thunderous yell. "Your demise will be slow and agonizing. You have my word." "I see," responded Zarama coldly. "If that's your sentiment, there's no point in me showing any restraint. It's time for you to meet the same fate as your son." At this ominous threat, their bodies began to merge. "It's time, Kakarot," Vegeta proclaimed. "It's time we risk everything. On this day, Omni Gogeta will be born." With their determination steeled, Goku and Vegeta took a step back, their bodies poised and ready as they dropped back to base form in order to perform this fusion. "Vegeta!" shouted Goku. "Don't mess this up. If you do, we are dead. Our energy will be completely gone, and this time it will be for good." The air around them began to ripple with the force of their combined energies, the tangible tension echoing across the null realm. With synchronized movements, they began to perform the familiar dance of fusion, their bodies twisting and turning in harmony. A brilliant flash of light enveloped them. Nonetheless, the anticipated outcome did not materialize. As soon as the radiant energy faded, the pair of Saiyans could be spotted, stuck in the rather comical pose of their fusion dance. "Kakarot!" Vegeta hollered. "You made a mistake!" Goku looked equally shocked, unable to comprehend why the fusion had failed. "Me?" he bellowed back. "Why am I always the one at fault? I warned you earlier, didn't I, Vegeta?" "Oh crap," said Goku, as both he and Vegeta began to clasp to the surface before being caught by Broly moments before their body hit the ground. Something that was long due happened, and the Saiyans were running on borrowed time. Their energy and stamina have been completely wiped out, leaving only a small amount to keep them breathing. Meanwhile, Zarama couldn't help but burst into laughter. He was uncertain about the technique the Saiyans were attempting, but it was clear to him that it had backfired. "Why bother bickering amongst yourselves?" he chimed in. "Your end is inevitable. It's only a question of who goes first." War was looming, and the Saiyans found themselves in a dire situation. For reasons unknown, Gogeta was not an option. leaving the Saiyans with no choice but to rely on their individual strength. However, to make their situation worse, both Goku and Vegeta had fallen unconscious, leaving Broly to face the powerful threat known as Zarama, all while protecting his fellow comrades. Meanwhile, a sinister change was unfolding in the shadows. Back in Universe 7, all planets and celestial bodies began an accelerated aging process. Unbeknownst to an unconscious Goku, his master Omniform was leeching life from every living thing in Universe 7. Planets, animals, plants, and bodies of water started to wither. If Goku were pushed any further and was forced to draw on even more power, his next energy source would be the sun, and, as a final resort, living beings such as other mortals. The attainment and mastery of the Omniform come with their perks. Any entity achieving this status can rule over any domain or universe of their choice. Both Goku and Vegeta were deeply connected to Universe 7, unconsciously choosing it as their hearts instinctively set on its protection. However, those who reached the Omniform in the past were unable to perform such feats. These abilities were exclusive to truly omniscient and omnipotent beings, only available to those with the aquafoam from the fountain of creation coursing through their veins. Though Vegeta, like Goku, had achieved the Omniform and had the aquafoam in his bloodstream, he had not yet fully mastered the form. Consequently, he could not draw energy from his universe as a backup source. As the laws of reality dictate, no entity, other than the sole ruler of a universe, can erase or destroy it. That meant that even Grand Zeno couldn't use his eraser ability to obliterate Universe 7 or any of its inhabitants without killing its ruler first. However, erasure wasn't the Omni King's intention. His plans run much deeper than that. He could have easily obliterated Universe 7 in the past. Instead, the Omni King had a different objective, and everything up until now was part of his grand design. "Get up!" bellowed Broly, his voice echoing across the landscape, trying his hardest to raise Goku and Vegeta from their slumber. "This is no time for rest. We must press on." Elsewhere, far beyond the Null Realm, in a place that needs no introduction, the Omni King was on the edge of his throne. A shout of frustration left his lips. No, the fusion was unsuccessful. But why? At that moment, realization dawned on him. The flaw lay with Vegeta, whose Omniform was noticeably weaker than Goku. He felt a twinge of disappointment, even anger, an emotion unheard of for him in the entirety of Dragon Ball Super. For his grand plan to succeed, it was vital for Goku and Vegeta to unite into a single entity. Their fusion would complete the Aquafoam, a unique quality present within both Saiyans, returning it to its original unified state. There was, however, a caveat only known to the Omni King. If the previously attempted fusion was successful, the fusion would have become irreversible, leaving both Goku and Vegeta in a fused state for the rest of their lives. This marked the initial phase of Grand Zeno's scheme, which revolved around 4 crucial elements. First, they must attain the status of Omni. Second, the corruption within the Aqua Foam must be purged, a task Goku and Vegeta have already accomplished. The third step required complete mastery over their new form. Lastly, upon fulfilling the initial 3 conditions, both Saiyans must merge to fully reunite the Aqua Foam back to its original state. "Daishinkan!" called out Zeno, his voice sharp and clear. "It's time! Retrieve both Saiyans and bring them to my palace." Back in the Null Realm, in response to Zarama's challenge, Broly's Kai began to surge in intensity. He was the only one left standing, and his comrades depended on him. Drawing upon every ounce of his power he had left, he charged at Zarama once more with blinding speed, the rigorous ape cry in his voice. Their battle raged on, sending shockwaves across the realm. Despite the visible strain on his body, Broly fought with undeterred determination. His power began to surge, as Broly was getting stronger and faster. His wellspring of power hasn't run dry just yet. Instantly, his aura flaring wildly, a sight reminiscent of a new, never-being-seen-before transformation. Not legendary, but the mystical Super Saiyan 6 transformation. However, disappointing to the viewers watching at home, Broly could not quite break through to this ultimate state, falling just short of true divinity. Meanwhile, in Universe 7, the after effects of Goku's Omniform had begun taking its course. Plants started to wither rapidly, rivers dried up, and bodies of water receded on individual planets located far outside the solar system. The entire universe seemed to be aging. However, time remained the same for mortals, as only the small living things started to age around them first. But this was the beginning of an ecological disaster of an unprecedented scale, and it showed no signs of stopping. Broly's battle with Zarama was reaching its peak as both warriors jumped back after recognizing each other's strength. Zarama was growing more intrigued by Broly's unexpected resilience. "You fight with a fervor I've rarely seen," he remarked, a wicked grin stretching across his face. "What's your name, Saiyan?" "Broly," the legendary Saiyan replied, his gaze never wavering from Zarama's ominous figure. "Well, Broly," Zarama said, "it would seem that your strength is not a mere rumor. You are indeed a formidable opponent." Suddenly, in the middle of the conversation, an invisible force seemed to hold Zarama's shoulder. A familiar voice echoed across the Null Realm. "Enough, mortal," came the Grand Priest's voice, resonating from an unknown location. Back at Zeno's palace, an unforeseen event had thwarted the Omni King's plan. With a sigh, he issued a new command. "Daishinkan, it's time. Retrieve the Saiyans and bring them back here." Despite his urge to argue, the Daishinkan complied. "As you wish, Zeno-sama." His form shimmered as he prepared to teleport to the Null Realm. Back on the battlefield, Broly had been fighting tirelessly, but he was beginning to falter. His wellspring of power had run dry. Despite his indomitable spirit, he couldn't hold out forever. And then it happened. Broly had fallen to the ground, gasping for air on his knees. His Dark Super Saiyan 4 transformation was no more as even that withered away. Suddenly, just as Zarama was preparing his final strike, a radiant light enveloped the battlefield. As the intensity of the light subsided, the Grand Priest appeared. His divine aura cast a glow over the desolate surroundings. "Enough!" he thundered, his voice echoing across the Null Realm. "Did you not hear me the first time?" His gaze fell upon the two defeated Saiyans, Goku and Vegeta, and he swiftly interposed himself to protect their unconscious forms from further damage. Unleashing one of his hidden angelic abilities, he conjured a protective shield around Goku and Vegeta. Within the confines of the shield, their bodies vanished in an instant. This technique, known as Vortex Jump, allowed him to transport anything or anyone to any specific location, irrespective of dimensional boundaries. With this power, he could ensure the safety of Goku and Vegeta as they mysteriously appeared at the palace of the Omni King, proving once again the depth of his unknown abilities. Meanwhile, a still conscious Broly stared in shock at the abrupt departure of his comrades, left alone to face the wrath of Zarama. But Zarama's eyes were no longer on the mighty Saiyan. Instead, he turned his attention towards the new angelic figure that had just appeared. "An angel," Zarama said with a sardonic smirk. "What a delightful surprise. I wasn't expecting to cross paths with one of you so soon." Ignoring Zarama's taunting, the Grand Priest turned to Broly. His eyes hardened, showing an unexpected hint of anger. "You fought well, young Saiyan," he complimented. "But my orders were to bring back only Goku and Vegeta, you not so much. Furthermore, you've killed two of my children, so unfortunately, you have to die." "No!" yelled Broly. "You can't take them!" Suddenly, the Grand Priest held up his hand, stopping him mid-sentence. With a swift arc of his hand, a radiant golden glow enshrouded Broly. The intent to annihilate emanated from the Grand Priest, permeating the realm like a chill wind. Broly was targeted for obliteration. His role in the demise of the Grand Priest's two children marked him for retribution. The Grand Priest was renowned for his vengefulness, yet ensnared in the puzzle of Zeno's plan, a wave of futility washed over him. Driven by this nagging sensation, he sought to dispel his mounting tension. The perfect target for his wrath? None other than the man who played a part in the death of Korn and Kusu. As the glow intensified, Broly's screams of agony echoed through the void. The searing heat emanating from Daishinkan's assault was unbearable, deemed to torment for any mortal, especially for Broly, who was in an already weakened state. "Well, this is a surprise," Zarama remarked, caught off guard by this turn of events. He had anticipated the Grand Priest's confrontation, yet never could he have foreseen this. Observing the Grand Priest act in pure self-interest was a revelation. A sinister grin began to form on the Grand Priest's face, as if his true nature was finally emerging. But then, to everyone's astonishment, Broly's cries ceased. The unthinkable occurred. For the first time in memory, the Grand Priest's spell was shattered, and his connect was severed for a brief moment, halting his attack in its tracks. Events spiraled rapidly. In an instant, both Broly and Gohan's lifeless body was yanked through a dimensional portal, hurtling them back to a time lost in history. This wasn't any portal, but it was a time portal. The Saiyan Broly was no longer in the present. but he was now 4,100 years in the past. The year was certain, and it appeared that Broly had landed on a planet ravaged by constant war. However, what stood out was that in this era, the Saiyans are alive. The scene which back to the Grand Priest, who was utterly stunned. He was at a loss for words, failing to explain what had just transpired. The only conclusion he could draw was that divine intervention was at play. Yet, he couldn't ascertain which god had intervened. Zarama, ever observant, had not only witnessed the encounter, but also felt the presence of a divine entity. The aura was subtle, yet when it made its presence known, it surged with an overwhelming power. The scene pivoted back to the Grand Priest, his usually composed visage twisted with confusion. With a shock of disbelief rippling through him, the Grand Priest slowly lowered his hand, the golden glow that had enshrouded Broly only moments ago dissipating into the ether. His gaze swept over the place where Broly once stood. His belief in divine intervention became his only anchor in this whirlpool of uncertainties. Yet the question gnawed at him. Which deity had intervened? Could it be Zeno-sama? A certainty began to blossom in his thoughts. Indeed, it must be him. Only a scarce few deities possess the power to halt an attack of my caliber, and he is among them. Lost in a maze of contemplation, the Grand Priest inadvertently neglected the formidable presence of the first mortal. Could I have erred? He never explicitly forbade me from ending him. He merely instructed me to bring back Goku and Vegeta. For the first time, in his solitude, the Grand Priest felt his pulse quicken. The Daishinkan, renowned for his ironclad control over his emotions, felt a tinge of unease creeps up his spine. Could I have inadvertently thrown a wrench in his plans? Mused the Grand Priest. A momentary pause lingered in the air before he suddenly exclaimed, "Blast it!" His tone carried a twinge of regret. I allowed myself to become too engrossed. "What now, Angel?" yelled Zarama, arms crossed defiantly. "Will you engage in battle, or will you simply stand there and look pretty? I must confess, I'm unable to comprehend what just transpired. Yet my objective remains unaltered. Each deity will fall beneath my power." The Grand Priest turned to Zarama, a cryptic grin teasing the corners of his lips. "Zarama," he retorted, "engaging you in combat is not within my realm of duty. Your reckoning will arrive, but it's not today. You are yet valuable to our cause." The Grand Priest was uncertain of his next course of action. He was unwilling to engage in a fight that might potentially incense the Omni King. With that thought, the Grand Priest teleported back to the palace, abandoning the Null Realm, leaving Zarama alone. A dense silence blanketed the arena, disrupted only by Zarama's low, disgruntled grumbles. Elsewhere, within Zeno's grand palace, Goku and Vegeta abruptly materialized. Their bodies sprawled on the immaculate marble floor, the ethereal palace light casting elongated shadows around their still forms. The Omni King, perched on his throne, traded his usual playful countenance for a serious visage. He silently observed as Daishinkan entered the throne room with trepidation, cradling the unconscious forms of Goku and Vegeta on his shoulders. The scene transitions to the past, where Broly rises, eyes wide in astonishment. Unknown to him, he stands on planet Vegeta, a land familiar to Dragon Ball enthusiasts as the destination of the Saiyan survivors who migrated from planet Salada. Broly murmured, trying to grasp his surroundings. "Where am I?" From afar, he felt the distinctive presence of several Saiyan key signatures. This realm felt alien, the very air contrasting starkly with the era he remembered. Yet the concept of time travel eluded him. Lying beside him, Gohan's lifeless form stirred painful recognition. Broly swiftly cradled his comrade, resolved to return the body to its family for a proper farewell. But paramount on his mind was finding Goku and Vegeta. The first hurdle, though, was determining his exact location. As he pondered, twin azure streaks danced across the skies of primitive Vegeta. The pale lunar glow painted the landscape below in silvery hues. To Broly, this sight evoked no memories. The birthplace of his infancy remained an elusive fragment. However, he immediately felt the gravitational difference. The planet's pull was distinct from Earth's or Vampa's. Lost in thought, Broly felt an intrinsic bond forming with this alien world. But his introspection was shattered when the key signatures of nearby Saiyans surged in intensity. With Gohan's form carefully laid across his shoulder, Broly's innate curiosity guided him towards the source. "I was told by Goku that the Saiyans were extinct," Broly whispered, confusion tainting his voice. He descended stealthily, masking his Kai, anticipating the Saiyan's ability to sense it. What met his gaze was unexpected: a tribe. They adorned themselves with bone necklaces and animal skin attire, exuding an aroma that could be detected from miles away. In the absence of advanced technology, he concealed Gohan's body under a dense canopy and ventured closer to the tribal gathering. Among them, Broly discerned 6 distinct Saiyan figures. Without warning, the tribal Saiyans formed a circle, their energies intertwining as they chanted an arcane sequence. To Broly, the ritual was enigmatic, but to seasoned Dragon Ball followers, the scene unmistakably echoed the Super Saiyan God ceremony once performed for Goku on Earth. From the center of the tribal circle, a figure slightly smaller than the rest began to glow with an ethereal crimson aura. His ki felt different, both ancient and powerful, hinting at an event of paramount significance. Broly, concealed among the trees, squinted to get a better look, his instincts telling him that the Saiyan was different from the rest. The gathered Saiyans chanted louder and faster, their energies funneling into the central figure. The night sky, previously calm and serene, now pulsated with raw energy. The moon's glow turned a deep shade of red, mirroring the intense radiance emanating from the figure in the center. Though Broly wasn't aware, every Dragon Ball fan could easily recognize this moment. This was Yamoshi, the Saiyan destined to become the first ever Super Saiyan God. As Yamoshi's transformation neared its culmination, the atmospheric tension became palpable. The very ground beneath Broly's feet quaked, and the winds carried whispers of ancient prophecies. In the midst of the ritual, Yamoshi's eyes snapped open, glowing fiercely. He levitated off the ground, bathed in a fiery black aura, his hair a brilliant shade of black. Different from Goku, Yamoshi was the true Super Saiyan God. He was granted all the power and abilities that came with the title of a Super Saiyan God. Only he can wield it all in just his base form. A transformation was not needed as it burns too much stamina. Awestruck, Broly stepped out of his hiding spot, inadvertently revealing his presence. The tribal Saiyans, sensing an unfamiliar ki, immediately halted their chant and turned to face the intruder. Yamoshi, still levitating and resonating with godly energy, slowly descended and fixed his gaze on Broly. For a moment their eyes met, and a deep unspoken understanding passed between them. It was as if Yamoshi, despite being from a vastly different time, recognized the pain and isolation in Broly's heart. You see, even though Broly and Yamoshi had never crossed paths before, something mysterious had connected their destinies. It was as though an unseen force or a hidden person had intertwined their fates. But the question lingered. Who was responsible, and why had they done it? Even in Broly's weakened state, Yamoshi could sense a raw and unbridled power emanating from the Saiyan. It was a strength that the other Saiyans were entirely oblivious to. "You are not from this time," Yamoshi said, his voice carrying an otherworldly resonance, filled with wisdom and a hint of uncertainty. It was a statement, yet it begged for an answer, hinting at mysteries yet to be unveiled. Broly, taken aback and unsure of how to respond, simply nodded. "This time," he muttered to himself, his voice tinged with confusion and curiosity. "What does he mean by that?" "Do not fear," Yamoshi continued, his eyes locking with Broly's, filled with calm assurance. "I've seen visions of your arrival. The universe's tapestry is vast, and our threads have intertwined for a purpose." A pause filled the air as Yamoshi's words settled, and then he spoke again, his voice old yet powerful, resonating with the wisdom of ages. "I think I'm supposed to teach you the ways of our ancestry, the true way of a proud Saiyan warrior." The words hung in the space between them, a promise of understanding and a challenge that reached beyond time. It was an invitation to a journey that both were destined to undertake. In Yamoshi's mind, Broly was not just a remarkable Saiyan, but the very pinnacle of their strength. Never before had he encountered or even imagined a Saiyan possessing such immense power, someone who had complete control over the Ozaru form. And it wasn't just that. He could tell that Broly still had a great reservoir of untapped power within him. With the proper knowledge and training, he believed that Broly could be truly unstoppable. His Saiyan blood boiling with anticipation, Yamoshi was not afraid. He yearned to witness it. The other Saiyans looked on, their faces a mixture of awe and suspicion. Among them, one individual stood out, presumably a Saiyan elder, his hand clutching a worn-out scroll. "It's as the prophecies foretold," he exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement and reverence. "Reality will be rewritten on the day a Saiyan warrior bearing the mark of the Ozaru arrives from another world." He couldn't believe his eyes. These sacred scrolls, passed down in his family for thousands of years, were now coming to life. Upon the passing of his father, he had been entrusted with the protection of this scroll. You see, within that very scroll lay the knowledge of how to become a Super Saiyan God. That was how Yamoshi had learned of the Super Saiyan God ritual. Suddenly, the elder unfurled the scroll with care, revealing an ancient depiction that bore a striking resemblance to Broly. On the scroll, it was stated that in order for that warrior to become the warrior of legend, he must accept himself for who he truly is. However, what no one knew, not even the elder, was that there was a final part to the prophecy, shrouded in mystery and concealment. It was hidden, a message of warning that only a chosen few were meant to decipher. It reads, "All shall converge into one, and one shall reign supreme." You might be wondering, this sounds reminiscent of the prophecy the oracle fish mentioned in the future. But what could it possibly mean? Unfortunately, this cryptic part of the prophecy remained an enigma, a tantalizing puzzle waiting to be solved, a secret whispering from the annals of history. Upon the closure of the scroll, the room seemed to settle into a reverent silence. From that moment, this marked the beginning of a legend. This was how the myth of the Super Saiyan God and the legendary Super Saiyan was first passed down through Saiyan's history. A tale born from prophecy, sealed with destiny, and forever etched in the collective memory of a proud warrior race. The seed had been planted, a path laid out for the future, a challenge, and a promise that would shape the destiny of Saiyans for generations to come. The scene swiftly transitions to Earth. Here, Frieza, enveloped in his dark aura, reigned with unmatched might. "Beerus!" Frieza's voice pierced the atmosphere like a chilling blade. "Stand aside. Once I've dealt with this newcomer, you'll be next on my list." A palpable tension hovered over the battlefield, the air thick with the intensity of what was to come. The Z fighters, aware of their power difference, stood at a distance. Their eyes were locked onto the impending confrontation involving three vastly superior beings: Lord Beerus, Black Frieza, and the primordial demon god, Abaddon. Cloaked in his sinister aura, Frieza taunted Abaddon. "I'm coming after you, demon. Let's see if your bite is as big as your bark." Abaddon responded, his voice as cold as ice. "A true dance of death requires rhythm, little man." Abaddon's little man comment had struck a nerve in Frieza's ego. "You bitch," he roared, before wasting no time in launching himself at Abaddon with such speed, it seemed he had disappeared. Suddenly, he reappeared above Abaddon, raining down a relentless barrage of death beams. For a moment it seemed as though Abaddon was caught off guard, dodging and deflecting the oncoming assault. However, amidst the flurry of attacks, Abaddon's form shimmered, multiplying into a dozen illusions. Frieza, temporarily disoriented, blasted his death saucers, slicing through each illusion, only for them to dissipate into smoke. Seeing the futility of his initial approach, Frieza changed tactics. He used his psychokinesis to raise colossal rock formations from the earth, sending them hurtling towards Abaddon. However, the demon god, with an amused smile, shattered them with a mere wave of his hand. Lord Beerus, observing from the sidelines, couldn't help but laugh. "You sure know how to put on a show, Frieza. Remember your place," he chuckled. Frieza became irritated. "Shut your mouth," he yelled, his frustration showcasing on his face. Lord Beerus didn't take too kindly to the outburst. His eyes narrowed, and for a moment, it seemed like he might launch himself at the insolent emperor. However, a flicker of uncertainty stayed his hand. For the first time in millennia, he decided to control his temper. Beerus had heard whispers of Frieza's opponent, an actual primordial demon god, something beyond even the formidable angels themselves. His keen eyes could tell that Frieza was no match for such a foe. A chill settled in the god's spine as he considered the situation. Could he, the powerful Lord Beerus, defeat such a myth? The question lingered, leaving even him unsure of the answer. Instantly, the battle continued, each combatant matching the other blow for blow. Black Frieza seemed relentless, constantly shifting his attack patterns and employing every technique at his disposal. Yet, each time he seemed to gain the upper hand, Abaddon's appearance of taking damage was revealed to be nothing more than an elaborate ruse. Despite the ever-widening gap in their powers, Frieza held firm, refusing to admit defeat. But as Abaddon began exerting more of his energy, it became clear that this was a battle the Emperor could not win. Black Frieza was draining his energy at a rapid rate, each movement sapping his strength. The situation was growing dire. Abaddon, meanwhile, found himself growing bored with the display. It was time to put an end to this. With an air of superiority, he invoked something known only to a primordial demon god.
Word soul magic, down!
Abaddon commanded. At his words, Frieza's body plummeted uncontrollably to the planet's surface, crashing with a thunderous impact. Without warning, a wave of dark purple destruction energy burst forth. It surged towards its target, and to the astonishment of all who watched, it connected. Black Frieza found himself being drawn into the swirling ball of annihilation. Leaning in with a taunting smirk, Abaddon sneered, "A god does not reveal all his secrets, so-called emperor. Especially not to the likes someone who is as weak as you." At that precise moment, Lord Beerus, who was meant to merely observe, charged forward. With one powerful hand, he seized the ball of destruction, his fingers closing around its chaotic energy. The god began to pull the Kakaishin energy into his body, using a technique known as divine absorption. In mere seconds, every remnant of Abaddon's energy had been eradicated from Universe 7. "I'm confused," Abaddon said, his voice tinged with confusion. "Why save him? I thought you two hated each other." "What can I say?" Lord Beerus replied with a hint of amusement in his voice. "This arrogant fool is starting to grow on me." The heart of the Saine's tribal village, the atmosphere was thick with anticipation. Everywhere you looked, the locals exchanged eager glances, their gazes often settling on Broly. The stranger, as they had taken to silently calling him, was undeniably the center of their universe at that moment. In a serene ancient chamber, illuminated only by the dim glow of eternal flames, the elder Saiyan, his skin marked with the tales of time, stepped forward. He held a scroll, its aura shimmering with reverence. Every face in the room was turned towards him, every breath hushed. The elder's voice, gentle and raspy, resonated with wisdom. "Broly," he began, the words dripping with gravity. "The intricate dance of destiny has chosen you. My son, the fates have led you here." Broly's piercing eyes danced with tempestuous emotions, darting around the unfamiliar surroundings, his muscles tensing. "Moments ago, I was locked in combat," he rasped, his voice laced with frustration and confusion. "Now, I find myself in this enigmatic realm. What sorcery has brought me here?" From the shadows, Yamoshi, a figure of legend, emerged. His tone was soothing, a gentle balm to Broly's evident turmoil. "All shall become clear, my cherished one. But you must grasp this. Your presence here, now, is paramount. It is you, and only you, who holds the power to quell the raging storm of this relentless war." Broly's gaze flitted momentarily, recalling a revelation from his past. This was the war Shenron spoke of. The very one intertwined with the tale of the Super Saiyan God. A cataclysmic struggle between light and dark, good versus evil within the Saiyan race. However, unbeknownst to history, Shenron had gotten the history wrong. But this was not the dragon's fault. After all, he couldn't have known that the Namekian Book of Legends passed down for generations was a complete fake. But where was the original? In the heart of the chamber, a young Saiyan's innocent voice cut through the air, breaking the intense stillness. "Mama, who is this man?" he asked, his eyes wide with wonder and uncertainty. "Is he a Saiyan like us?" His query resonated with the unspoken thoughts of the gathering. Every eye, every soul, had been wondering the same. The elder's gaze remained steady. "He is the beacon of change, a bridge between our history and our future," he shouted. The excitement in his voice bubbled over. "He is the chosen warrior from the ancient scroll, the very embodiment of the prophecy. He is our last hope." Broly, clenching his jaw, his voice thick with emotion, interrupted. "I didn't ask for this destiny. I need to return to my timeline. Goku, Vegeta, they're in grave peril." As he shouted, he tightened his grip around the limp form of Gohan in his arms, a grim testament to the urgency of his plea. But as moments passed, faint whispers of doubt began to weave their way through the assembly of Sainas. "He's not truly one of our kin," a skeptical voice murmured, drawing hesitant nods from a few others. Another added, How do we know his intentions? He could be like those rogue Sans allied with the Planet Eater. The chamber, which had once been filled with an atmosphere of revelation and hope, now simmered with uncertainty and mistrust. The balance of fate teetered on the edge of a knife. In the grand chamber, bathed in dim light and reverberating with tension, a defiant shout pierced the air. "No, Saddam!" A chorus of Sainas cried out in alarm. "Don't invoke that name." Saddam's face contorted with a mix of annoyance and disbelief. "What are you all afraid of?" he retorted, voice dripping with derision. Just as he drew breath to call out the forbidden name, a flurry of movement ensued. Fellow Saiyans lunged at him, with reflexes honed by a lifetime of combat, pinning him to the ground before the name could escape his lips. The room, heavy with anxiety, was brought back to order by Yamoshi's unyielding presence. "Remember," he intoned, his voice both a reprimand and a plea. "Our strength is forged in unity and understanding. We must lean on the ancient prophecies and trust their wisdom." Then, with a shimmering pride in his eyes, Yamoshi declared, "Friends, the legends were true. I've reached the pinnacle of sane power. I stand before you as the Super Saiyan God." Gasps filled the chamber. A voice from the back called out, echoing the thoughts of many. "The one from the ancient scroll. You've truly achieved it." Without another word, Yamoshi's transformation began. The atmosphere grew heavy with energy as he radiated a vivid crimson aura. And yet, strikingly, his hair remained jet black, a testament to the fact that he was on the cusp of unlocking the entirety of the form's potential. The spectacle left the room in awed silence, every eye fixed on the magnificent display of ancient power. "I can't seem to piece it together," Broly admitted, a frown creasing his brow. "Shouldn't the Super Saiyan God form have hair aflame with a crimson hue?" Yamoshi's gaze fixed intently on the scroll as he explained. "The fiery red you speak of is a sign, an indication that the Saiyan has unlocked the raw, unbridled energy of the form. However, true mastery isn't in flaunting this power, but seamlessly integrating it into one's base state." "But how?" Yamoshi paused, an inkling of disbelief edging his voice. "Do you know of the Super Saiyan God transformation? It's a revelation to us, a recent discovery." What Yamoshi and the others hadn't grasped was that Broly was a being from a future where the realms of Saiyan power had been pushed beyond imaginable boundaries. For them, the Super Saiyan God was the pinnacle. For Broly, it was but a step in a longer journey. Broly, realizing the gravity of the revelation, replied with an underlying tone of melancholy. "I've witnessed it firsthand. Goku and Vegeta have not only achieved it, but have explored its depths. And not just them. Gohan," Broly's voice quivered, a hint of sorrow escaping. "My dear friend Gohan, not only reached that pinnacle but transcended it before his untimely demise." A ripple of disbelief spread through the gathering. "Preposterous!" cried out a Saiyan from among the crowd, his voice echoing the skepticism of many. Murmurs grew louder, the chamber now alive with animated discussions, debates, and sheer incredulity. Yamoshi stood in the dimly lit chamber, surrounded by curious Saiyan warriors. The murmurs in the room grew louder as Yamoshi's gaze settled on a tall figure, Broly, whose powerful presence seemed to overshadow everyone else. "Enough!" Yamoshi's voice boomed, silencing the chamber instantly. All eyes were now on him. The weight of his leadership was felt in that single command. The dim torches cast flickering shadows, making the room feel even more intense. Slowly, with a confidence that only he possessed, Yamoshi approached the younger Saina. "Broly," he began, his voice a mix of curiosity and caution. "You come to us with tales of futures, of powers that none of us have ever witnessed. We are Sainis, proud and mighty, but the things you describe, they are tales for children. Prophecies. Myths." Broly's deep green eyes met Yamoshi's. There was no hint of malice or deceit in them. "I understand your skepticism," he said, his voice calm yet resonating. "But the future I've glimpsed, the power I speak of, it's real. It's unlike anything you've ever seen." Laughter echoed from a corner of the room. "Surpassing a Super Saiyan God," a warrior scoffed, disbelief evident in his voice. You take us for fools, young one. But Yamoshi raised his hand to silence the naysayer. His intuition told him there was truth in Broly's words, even if they sounded far-fetched. Show us then. Show us this power you boast of. The chamber grew tense as Broly nodded. He took a deep breath, closing his eyes, centering himself. As seconds turned into minutes, a palpable energy began to form around him. The very ground beneath them started to vibrate, and cracks spider-webbed across the floor. An intense light, almost blinding, enveloped Broly, filling the chamber with a brilliance never before seen. It was raw, overwhelming power. Yet Broly stood, a picture of serenity amidst the chaos. But then Yamoshi sensed it. Danger. Broly's immense strength, even in its restrained form, was threatening to shatter the planet itself. Enough, he shouted. Hold back. This guy, does he even know restraint? Broly's eyes snapped open, the radiance subsiding. The room returned to semi-darkness, the warriors around, awestruck. It's as I said, Broly whispered, his breath heavy from the effort. The future holds power beyond your imagination. And the Saiyans are at the heart of it. Right up there, with divine beings. His eyes held the depth of the universe, shimmering with a promise of unparalleled power. The power you're witnessing, began Broly, his voice deep and resonant, filled with a newfound might, is not what you expect. However, before Broly could elucidate further, the elder, his eyes wide open in shock, interrupted. My gods! This cannot be. A mere Super Saiyan transformation holding such force? The elder's fingers twitched, recalling the ancient scroll he had studied. He knew of the legendary Super Saiyan form, yet the magnitude of the energy radiating from Broly was beyond his comprehension. You've taken me by surprise, Broly, the elder admitted with a grudging respect. But there's something I don't grasp. The scroll spoke of the Super Saiyan God form being far superior. How can you say that a standard Super Saiyan form overshadow it? Broly's gaze remained steady, his confidence unshaken. You're not mistaken. Typically, the regular Super Saiyan transformation pales in comparison to the God form. But for reasons I am yet to understand, my transformation defies that logic. My power in this state is far beyond the Super Saiyan God form. Yamoshi, having been an observant spectator up to this point, took a step forward, his voice dripping with both challenge and excitement. Well then, Broly. I won't label you a liar. But let's put that claim you made to the test. Right here and now. The sun shone brilliantly over the horizon, casting long shadows on the desolate terrain. Two figures, both radiating immense energy, faced off against each other. On one side was the first Super Saiyan God, a title bestowed upon a chosen few, while on the other stood the legendary Super Saiyan, known in legends for his unsurpassed strength. Around them, a sea of Saiyan warriors stood in a mixture of awe and anticipation. This was not just a battle. It was an epic in the making. Whispers spread like wildfire, with every Saiyan having their own prediction. Who's the strongest? Who will emerge victorious? They murmured amongst themselves. The legendary Super Saiyan, known to many as Broly, stepped forward. He had an intensity about him, but there was a tenderness too, evident in the way he cradled Gohan in his arms. Broly called out, his voice resonating with power. Elder, would you mind looking after my friend here? The elder, a wizened old Saiyan with countless battles behind him, looked perplexed, eyes darting between Broly and the limp form of Gohan. What on earth? He exclaimed. That young Saiyan's spirit has departed this realm. Why are you parading around with a fallen warrior? Broly's emerald eyes held a glint of moisture, a stark contrast to the fierceness that everyone had come to associate with him. I have my reasons, he replied, his voice quivering ever so slightly. Gohan deserves to be surrounded by those who love him in his final moments. He needs to return to his family. And it's a promise I intend to keep. A hushed silence fell over the crowd. In this world of constant battles and endless power struggles, Broly's respect for a fallen comrade spoke volumes about the heart behind the power. The elder's gaze fixed on Broly for a long moment, deep in thought. There was a sincerity in Broly's eyes that the elder couldn't deny. The weight of the lifeless Gohan in Broly's arms seemed to be a testament to a bond that had clearly existed between the two warriors. Finally, the elder nodded slowly, compassion evident in his eyes. "Very well, leave him with me. I believe we have a resting pod suitable for him." The Saiyans around them were already in a frenzy of excitement. Rumors had been circulating for days, but now they stood at the precipice of history. Two ascended Saiyans were about to go head-to-head. The very thought sent shivers down many spines. Almost everyone believed in the invincibility of the god form. Without warning, the tension in the chamber became palpable. The two Saiyans, glowing with immense power, underwent their transformation. It was a sight both magnificent and terrifying. The chamber, which had withstood so many battles in the past, began to shudder and quake under their combined might. Cracks snaked across the walls and floor as the structure's integrity faltered. "Get out! Everyone, out now!" someone shouted amidst the panic. As the warriors scrambled to evacuate, the elder stood still, looking at the two titans with awe, the ancient scroll clutched tightly in his grasp. "To think," he murmured to himself, "that in all my years, I would witness such a moment. Generations have guarded this scroll for this prophecy, for this exact moment in time." As memories of his past flooded back, he whispered more to himself than anyone around. "Father, how I wish you were beside me right now." The sky above seemed to resonate with the gravity of the impending battle. Thunder rumbled loudly, and a sharp streak of lightning cut across the sky. The vast expanse of the battlefield was suddenly filled with a blur of movement. Yamushi, the first Saiyan god, moved with such speed that it seemed almost supernatural. The surrounding Saiyans, all warriors of great prowess, couldn't even track his movements. Everything else pales in comparison. This was not just any god form, it was something beyond. Before anyone could even process what was happening, Yamoshi was inches away from Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan. He launched a punch with such force it seemed like an entire planet was hurtling towards Broly. Broly, however, stood unwavering. The onlookers could sense his confidence. He had faced this form before, numerous times. He believed he knew its ins and outs. But Yamoshi was no ordinary opponent. He wasn't just another Super Saiyan god. He had mastered this form in ways that even future Saiyans hadn't comprehended, choosing instead to skip ahead to newer transformations. With unwavering confidence, Broly moved, intending to block the punch with his palm. The impact point between Yamoshi's fist and Broly's hand seemed to become the epicenter of an intense energy collision. An eerie silence enveloped the area. It was as if time itself had paused, with not even a whisper of wind disturbing the stillness. But then, reality snapped back. Broly's eyes widened in realization, but by then, it was already too late. The legendary Super Saiyan was no match for Yamoshi's raw power. With an explosive force, Broly was sent hurtling backwards. While being propelled through the air, Broly managed to find his voice. "Would you look at that? He's even surpassed Goku's prowess with this form." Before he could say more, he crashed violently into the towering mountains surrounding the village. A massive cloud of dust rose, enveloping the surroundings and causing the very earth to tremble. The awestruck crowd of Saiyans erupted in a mix of shock and disbelief. "He's done it," some cheered. "That imposter got what he deserved. He isn't the one from the prophecy." But then, from the dust and rubble, a sound emerged. Laughter. Broly's laughter. It echoed, drowning every other sound, and causing the cheering crowd to fall into a stunned silence. Whispers began anew. "He survived that. How is it possible?" The battle was far from over. Broly, bearing visible marks of the earlier encounter, began concentrating, drawing from a power source deep within. It was time to go to the next level. As a powerful surge of energy began to envelop him, the onlooking Saiyans whispered among themselves, their curiosity piqued. They had never seen anything like this before. "What's happening to him?" one of them muttered. "It looks like the Super Saiyan form, but..." different, more intense. Another observed. Broly's hair, previously golden yellow, now stood more erect, radiating with a sharper, electrified shade. Electric sparks danced around him, signaling his transformation into Super Saiyan 2. The Saiyans, being from a time when only legends of the Super Saiyan existed, were in complete shock. Is this another level of the Super Saiyan? A young warrior questioned, eyes wide in wonder. An older, more experienced Saiyan scoffed. Even if it is, it's just an extension of the same form. How much more powerful can it really be? Especially against the god form, which is the pinnacle of Saiyan strength. Yamoshi, however, looked intrigued yet wary. A new transformation, he mused aloud. You've piqued my interest. With an inner voice he spoke to himself. I had to use the ritual to achieve this form. But this guy is just doing it based on willpower. Is there a more efficient way that the scroll didn't mention? Broly, with a newfound confidence, replied, This is the next level beyond a Super Saiyan. I guess it's a little history lesson for you. The battlefield was filled with a tense silence, only broken by the heavy breathing of the two Saiyan warriors. Yamoshi's eyes widened in disbelief as Broly effortlessly shut down his powerful attack. Broly's grin was unmistakable, and his confidence seemed to have grown tenfold. You know, Yamoshi, I haven't even begun to scratch the surface of my true power, he taunted. Yamoshi's face contorted in anger. You dare mock me, he roared, launching a furious barrage of punches at Broly. Each strike was a whirlwind, intending to land with the power to break planets. The Elder, sensing the escalating intensity of their power clash, shouted in alarm. Stop it, both of you. But his voice was lost amidst the fierce roar of their battle. The planet itself seemed to groan under the weight of their power, its very foundations quaking. The Saiyans, initially engrossed in the duel, began to notice the cracks forming on the ground, the violent tremors, and the unsettling energy radiating from the planet's core. The Elder, realizing the impending danger, mustered all the strength in his voice and bellowed, Stop this madness now! His cry resonated, breaking through the thick intensity of the fight. Both Yamoshi and Broly, their fists inches away from colliding again, halted abruptly, realizing the dire situation. They floated, panting heavily, suspended in midair as they assessed the damage around them. The very air was thick with tension and the sense of impending doom. Voices from the crowd rang out in a mix of fear and anger. Have you both lost your minds? Do you wish to destroy us all? Yamoshi looked around, regret evident in his eyes. Broly, equally affected, let out a deep sigh. We got carried away. The Elder approached them, his face a mask of grave concern. Both of you possess power beyond comprehension. Don't destroy what we are supposed to protect. On the distant planet, the sky was a mix of eerie greens and blues, a stark contrast to the lifeless terrain below. Every now and then, a powerful energy wave emanated from its core, signaling the presence of an overwhelming power source. Seated on an intricately carved throne, made from the remains of the countless planets he'd devoured, was Moro, the infamous Planet Eater. His long beard and horned figure added an ancient, yet menacing aura around him. His eyes, aged by millennia, but sharp as ever, overlooked the vast expanse of his dominion. Around him, warriors of various races bowed in submission. Their loyalty earned through fear rather than respect. Among them were some Saiyans, whose faces were hardened and eyes devoid of the honor their race was known for. These were the renegades. Those who, in their fear of Moro, had abandoned their pride and chosen to serve him. Moro, sensing the energy disturbance from the clash between Yamoshi and Broly, smirked, his long fingers caressing the armrest of his throne. It seems the Saiyans have found new toys to play with, he mused. One of the renegade Saiyans stepped forward, his eyes never meeting Moro's. Lord Moro, he began hesitantly. The energy from that clash is unprecedented. It might pose a threat. Moro chuckled, a deep, haunting sound that sent shivers down the spine of all who heard it. A threat to me. Interesting. He paused, his gaze piercing into the distance, as if trying to gauge the power from afar. It's been ages since I've had a worthy adversary. Another Saiyan warrior, bolder than the rest, added, "There are whispers, my lord. They rumors that a group of Saiyanas went of seeking the myth about a Super Saiyan god." Moro's interest was now genuinely piqued. "Ah, the legends of old. I had almost forgotten. I remember that Saiyan. What's his name again? Ah, Yamoshi. He spoke about reviving a legend. I spared his life out of pity. After all, the old fool was running mad." Suddenly, Moro rose from his throne, his immense energy making the very air tremble. "It might be time for a visit. Perhaps this planet Earth has something more to offer than just sustenance." The scene transitions to the Saiyans, with Goku and Vegeta lying motionless on the immaculate marble floor of the Omni King's palace. Their bodies are bruised and battered, bearing the marks of the fierce battle they had just partaken in. Ethereal light floods the palace, casting long shadows that wrap around the still figures of Goku and Vegeta, further intensifying the solemnity of the grand hall. Perched upon his throne, the Omni King observes the scene unfolding before him, his typically playful demeanor now replaced by a serious and contemplative expression. The Grand Priest steps into the throne room, his movements tentative. On his shoulders, he carries the unconscious forms of Goku and Vegeta, bringing them before the throne. With a respectful bow of his head, the Grand Priest addresses the Omni King. "My lord, as per your instructions, I have brought Goku and Vegeta to you," he announces, gently placing the two Saiyans before the throne. The Omni King acknowledges the Grand Priest with a nod, his gaze remaining fixed on Goku and Vegeta. "Daishinkan, you may leave us," he commands. A moment of hesitation crosses the Grand Priest's face. He opens his mouth as if to speak of the Broly situation, but then seems to think better of it, choosing silence instead. The absence of any mention of Broly by the Omni King is not lost on the Grand Priest, and a flicker of confusion crosses his face. Nonetheless, he turns on his heel and exits the throne room, the grand doors closing solidly behind him. With the room now emptied of all but the Omni King, Goku, and Vegeta, the atmosphere shifts. The Omni King rises from his throne, descending the steps to stand before Goku and Vegeta, his expression softening as he contemplates the two fallen warriors before him. With a graceful sweep of his hand, the Omni King conjures a light that gently envelopes Goku and Vegeta. The Omni King stood tall, his eyes ablaze with a mix of anger and determination. "I'm so close, I cannot afford to fail now. For millennia, I have carefully crafted this plan, only to see it crumble time and time again," he declared. His gaze dropped to the two Saiyan warriors, their bodies enshrouded in a radiant beam of light. "These mortals, they are truly extraordinary. For the first time in history, a mortal has surpassed the limits that were placed upon all beings in existence, mortals and deities alike. Fear not, Saiyans, for today isn't the day you die. I need you to be alive for just a bit longer. The purified aquafoam that runs within your veins is crucial, the outcome of my plans." In an instant, the luminescent aura that had enveloped the Saiyans dissipated, their vitality fully restored. Yet, while their physical forms were rejuvenated, their consciousness remained locked away in a state of dormancy, their spirits detached from their corporeal existence. The Omni King, with his omnipotent foresight, had anticipated this outcome. After all, the Omni form was but an extension of his own immense power, and he was well acquainted with the toll of attaining such divinity. The Omni King, despite common belief, was not an all-knowing entity. His power was unmatched, but infinite wisdom was not a part of his arsenal. From his inception, he was endowed with a myriad of distinct abilities, each harvested from an array of exceptional individuals. These powers were formidable by any standard, often described as overwhelming or overpowered. Included in his extensive collection of powers was a unique ability that played a crucial role during the Tournament of Power: the gift of future sight. This power enabled him to peer light years into the future without any limitations on the time span he could explore. Though the Omni King's foresight appeared flawless, there were moments when his predictions missed the mark. The visions themselves weren't inaccurate, but rather, the course of an individual's future had shifted unexpectedly, a feat achievable by only a select few. A pertinent example unfolded earlier in our tale when Goku and Vegeta were fated to merge into Omni Gogeta. a fusion that ultimately did not occur. This unforeseen divergence from the predicted future threw the Omni King's elaborate plans into chaos, prompting him to delve into the future once again to devise a new strategy. Conveniently, that quest led him to the understanding that a being under his command possessed an ability that could prove to be useful to him. That very same being was ranked among the top 5 mightiest entities in the multiverse. His name was Amuku, a Sane from a universe that was long erased who was credited with the creation of the Ultra Instinct technique. Within the confines of this universe, only 2 beings held the requisite power to reunite the Sane spirits with their dormant physical forms. In the grand tapestry of existence, there were other entities whose power was rumored to have rivaled that of the Omni King, such as Zalama and the mighty Super Shenron Dragon. But fate, it seemed, had other plans, as Zalama had vanished from sight, not to be seen since his infant years. The Super Shenron Dragon, on the other hand, had the capability to guide the Sane warriors back to their bodies. However, every glimpse into the future showed the Omni King a tragic outcome. The untimely demise of the Sanes before his grand plans could reach fruition. In this intricate dance of destiny, the only pathway to success lay in seeking the assistance of Amuko, whose unique abilities held the key to achieving the Omni King's objectives. Though he held the title of King of Everything, Xeno's powers were not without their limitations. That is why the Grand Priest was placed vigil by his side, serving as both protector and confidant while he grew as the Omni King was still a child in some weird way. The Sane warriors, caught in the twilight realm between life and death. They weren't dead, so the Omni couldn't simply bring them back to life. Furthermore, they weren't alive either, so healing them wouldn't be enough as shown earlier. The only option was to leave it in the hands of Amuko. Suddenly, the scene transitioned to the Grand Hall, where the Daishinkan stood in isolation, his expression painted with confusion. The events of the earlier confrontation swirled in his mind, an enigma he found himself unable to unravel. The fact that an unknown force had successfully halted his attack was unprecedented, its aura entirely unfamiliar to him. Mortal or deity aside, he had never felt that key before in the entire multiverse. Adding to the Grand Priest's perplexity was the fact that even the Omni King, the supreme ruler of all, was unaware of this mysterious force, seeing that he never brought it up when he entered the room. This clearly indicated that the Omni King was not the one who had intervened in the situation, further deepening the mystery surrounding the incident. The Grand Priest, who was ever so calm, could be seen in deep contemplation. "I must unravel the mysteries surrounding this unknown entity," he declared resolutely. "Its existence could potentially disrupt the meticulous plan laid out by my lord. It is imperative that I ascertain the true nature of this being and determine its whereabouts." Little did the fans of the Dragon Ball series know, there exist 3 realms beyond the confines of the 12 universes that fall under the dominion of the Omni King. However, the Grand Priest only knows about 2 of them. The third one is still a mystery to him. Among the 3, the first one is Universe 18, a realm that is home to the 5 mightiest beings in existence. In ages past, the Omni King himself had ventured into this realm, when it was still a part of his multiverse, before he ultimately decided to sever it from his domain. Another realm of note is the Eternal Realm, where Kwansei, the Grand Priest's wife, resides. The existence of these realms, hidden from the eyes of ordinary beings, adds another layer of complexity to the rich tapestry that is the Dragon Ball multiverse. This is the realm that the Omni King longs to access. It is shrouded in mystery, its existence known only to him and the Grand Priest. To traverse its boundaries, he requires the purified aqua foam that flows within the Sane warrior's veins. This mystical substance is the key to activating the Fountain of Creation, the sole gateway to this sacred dimension. The third and final realm in question stands as the pinnacle of all realms. This is a divine domain devoid of a name. It is a place untouched by time and space, a sanctum inhabited solely by the parents of the Omni King. Its secrecy is safeguarded by its obscurity, its nameless existence unbeknownst to all but the king himself. Not even the Grand Priest knows of this place. To the astonishment of all Dragon Ball fans, this enigmatic dimension is the ultimate destination that the Omni King seeks to reach through his meticulously laid plans, his final goal. It is here, in this Unnamed Celestial Kingdom, where he yearns to reunite with his father, the true king of everything. The Grand Priest paced silently, his hands clasped behind his back in deep contemplation. A thought crossed his mind, and he spoke softly to himself. Could it be? No, it's impossible. Zalama has neither been seen nor felt in millennia. Moreover, had he truly breached the boundaries of the multiverse, I would have detected his presence. And not only that, if he had ventured into this realm, the Omni King would surely have sensed his Kai. Yet he said nothing of the sort when I entered the throne room. So, it can't be him. But then who could it be? The Daishinkan's resolve strengthened as he continued his musings, determined to uncover the truth. The scene then shifted from the opulent palace of the Omni King to the chaotic battleground on Earth. Here, in a surprising turn of events, Lord Beerus had just unexpectedly intervened to save Frieza's life. "Listen, boy," Beerus began, turning to address Frieza with a sly grin. "Once all of this is settled, I've got a proposition for you. You've got the power, and you've definitely got the personality of a god of destruction. So, what do you say? Interested in taking over for me as Universe 7's god of destruction?" The words hit Frieza like a ton of bricks, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. Me? A god of destruction? He thought to himself. The notion almost too grandiose to fully comprehend. The words hit Frieza like a ton of bricks, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. Me? A god of destruction, he thought to himself. The notion almost too grandiose to fully comprehend. The Emperor of the Universe took a moment to ruminate on the offer. Gradually, a voice from within began to whisper seductively to him. "Well, I can't say I'm entirely opposed to the idea," he mused internally. "After all, such a title would benefit someone of my stature. And with the power and influence that comes with being a god of destruction, I could finally rule over the entire universe, just as I've always dreamt." As Frieza stood there, contemplating Beerus's proposition, the chaos of the battlefield seemed to fade into the background. The thought of becoming a god of destruction was tempting, to say the least. The power and influence that came with the title were exactly what he needed to fulfill his lifelong ambition of ruling the universe. But Frieza was no fool. He knew that with that title came a lot of responsibility and goals that were different from his ambitions. He also knew that becoming a god of destruction would mean serving under the Omni King, a thought that didn't sit well with the Emperor. For all his ambition, Frieza was not ready to bow down to anyone, not even the Omni King himself. "Enough," roared Abaddon, his voice echoing with fury. "I've grown weary of this pointless chatter. My patience has worn thin. The time has come for me to bring this to a close. I shall take you with me now, so-called god of destruction, even if I must drag you back dead." In the blink of an eye, the demon god disappeared, his power unparalleled as he cut through space and time. His speed was unmatched, so much so that not even Frieza nor the Z-Fighters could track his movements. The primordial demon god was channeling an energy far greater than anything he had displayed before. He was finally tapping into his wellspring demon power, now known as destruction power. The very ground beneath their feet began to rupture, splitting the earth in two, right down to the core. It was at this moment that Abaddon reappeared, a mere blur of light in the air. His fists clenched tightly, while vibrating rapidly as he unleashed a devastating punch that cracked the air, intent on ending Lord Beerus's life in one shot. But what happened next took everyone by surprise. In a split second, Lord Beerus, who was concealing most of his strut strength against Black Frieza, transformed, his aura shining brighter than the brightest of suns. His form was magnificent, a spectacle that left everyone in disbelief. This was Lord Beerus's Ultra Instinct Ikari form. It was a sight to behold, true divine at its finest. It was a divine form witnessed by the mortal eyes only once before, and that was during his battle with the Saiyans, before he was tricked and sealed away by Son Goku. However, this time, Lord Beerus was an entirely different beast. Now he was a monster among even deities. His training had borne fruit, and he was now exponentially more powerful than before. This was the pinnacle of strength that Whis had tirelessly endeavored to help him achieve. A millennia of training had led to this, and now, Lord Beerus had not only attained it, but had mastered it beyond its peak perfection. This was Lord Beerus's at his limit. His full potential was realized. However, attaining such power comes with a great consequence. Lord Beerus's lifespan had been cut in half. For example, if Lord Beerus has 100 years left to live, he now has 50. This was a price he gladly paid, seeing that he had already found his successor. "Who is that?" yelled Android 17, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Is that Lord Beerus? What has he become? He was already a monster before, but now, he's just too freaking strong. The Earth is done for, and there is nothing we can do to stop it." A collective gasp swept through the crowd as everyone struggled to comprehend the sight before them. Lord Beerus, the god they knew, had undergone an extraordinary transformation. He had attained something beyond their wildest imaginations. It was common knowledge that Beerus had always held back a considerable portion of his power every time he fought, even against the Saiyans. He had always held back, leaving the extent of his true strength to remain a mystery, until now, that is. Krillin clenched his fists, a sense of unease washing over him. "Guys, I don't like the look of this," he shouted, his voice rising above the din of the surrounding chaos. He cast a worried glance at the planet beneath their feet, feeling it shudder under the force of a mere shockwave generated by Beerus parrying a seemingly inconsequential punch. The resulting wave of energy sent tremors through the Earth's crust, causing the ground to quake beneath them as volcanic eruptions started to occur all over the world. Even volcanoes that were thought to be dormant were now mysteriously active. "I don't think the Earth can withstand much more of this," Krillin muttered, his gaze fixed on the two godly figures suspended in midair, locked in an epic standoff. "We need to find a way to get them off the planet, and fast. If we don't, the Earth, and everyone on it, is doomed." "But how?" cried Android 18, her voice edged with panic, her mind racing with the thought of her daughter. "They're too powerful, and we can't rely on the Dragon Balls. They won't be usable for another 1,000 years. Krillin's voice echoed with a mix of hope and desperation. "Goku, Vegeta, Gohan, Broly, where are you guys?" He was talking to himself, a lone figure amidst the chaos, his voice barely rising above the turmoil that engulfed the battlefield. As the silence hung heavy, the stark reality began to descend upon him like a shroud. "We can't stop him!" Krillin's thoughts raced, a sinking feeling in his gut. We were foolish to ever think we could stand up against a god of destruction. The air around him was thick with energy and dread. Krillin's mind wandered, lost in the direness of their plight. The situation had indeed spiraled into the realms of the unthinkable. It had started with Lord Beerus, but now, as if their cup of woes wasn't brimming over already, Frieza had returned, accompanied by another figure minutes later. A monster whose very presence spelled doom. This new terror was an enigma, an unfriendly shadow looming large over the remnants of hope they clung to. But then, as if the universe itself had roared, a sudden collision of shockwaves cut through Krillin's reverie, jolting him back to the grim present. Lord Beerus and Abaddon had commenced their cataclysmic confrontation. The earth trembled, voicing its inability to contain the sheer magnitude of their power. It wasn't just the planet. The very fabric of the universe seemed to cry out, fraying at the edges under the strain of when two gods clashed. Inside the relative safety of her home, Bulma felt the walls shudder, the ground beneath her tremble as the earth split open. The building started to crumble, forcing her to lock herself and Bulla inside her laboratory, which was reinforced by steel walls and doors. This was the strongest place in the mansion. Her scream pierced the mounting dread, a mother's fear embodied in a single, harrowing sound. There was no refuge, no fortress against the celestial might outside. Looking down at her daughter, little Bulla, her eyes brimmed with terror. The thought of losing her, of the darkness that might consume the world they knew, was too much to bear. And in that moment of raw fear, her voice rose, a clarion call filled with both desperation and determination. "Vegeta, we need you, your family needs you." As if in answer to Bulma's cry, the sky above responded. It was as though the heavens themselves had heard the plea of a mother's heart. With a brilliance that turned night into day, two radiant beams cascaded from the sky, their glow a stark contrast to the chaos that reigned on Earth. They touched the surface with the promise of hope, the possibility that help had arrived. Or so they thought. As the light diminished, the luminous glow giving way to clarity, the two beings revealed themselves. The air, thick with anticipation, seemed to be still for a moment. Every eye was fixed upon the newcomers, every heart paused in suspense. And then, a revelation struck, a bolt of surprise that sent waves of shock through all those present. They were not the saviors they had so desperately hoped for. The scene before them was one of awe and formidable power. Standing there were none other than Campari, the Angel of Universe 3, and Konik, the Angel of Universe 4. Their presence was almost ethereal, radiating an aura that commanded attention,